Shenzhou unexpectedly traversed into a world of ancient martial arts, where formidable warriors abound, clutching tightly a mysterious tome entitled Record of Virtue. This venerable volume endowed him with a peculiar ability to be performing acts of kindness and accumulating virtue. He could harness power. Thus, Shenzhou resolutely embarked on a journey of cultivation, guided by the path of benevolence. He aided a gambler ensnared in the clutches of addiction, helping him to break free from his vice, thereby increasing his virtue score by a slight margin. He rescued a family of suffering souls, allowing them to reunite, which led to a remarkable surge in his virtue score by 100. Confronting a tyrannical emperor, he took decisive action to end the reign of oppression, leaving a warning for future generations, resulting in an astronomical increase of 10,000 in his virtue score. Talented individuals from various regions trembled at the mere mention of his name, for each encounter with him was marked by his ruthless assaults, cloaked under the guise of a cunning rogue. Creatures and monsters lamented his presence, for he held steadfast to the belief that they were devoid of pain, meting out severe punishment that left them in utter torment. Foreign forces found themselves powerless before him, as he consistently invoked the rationale of those not of my kin harbor sinister intentions, granting them no opportunity for defense before unleashing his wrath. As time flowed, burdened by the weight of immense virtue, Shenzhou gazed upon a world marred by his benevolent deeds, ripples of contemplation stirring within his heart. He began to ponder whether he ought to temporarily set aside his virtuous endeavors, granting this world a moment to recover and rejuvenate. Feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his body, his vision blurred, rendering him nearly unable to open his eyes. He overheard a cacophony of voices nearby. His breath is faint, and his pulse weak. He must be nearing death. Then hurry and carry him out. We cannot allow this fool to perish here. It would bring misfortune. But where shall we take him? Back to his home, and then send some silver to his brother. Very well. In that moment, Shenzhou felt himself hoisted aloft, memories flooding his mind. So it was he had traversed into an ancient martial arts world. His previous incarnation was that of a simple youth born into a farming family, orphaned with only an elder brother. Such individuals were plentiful, representing the most inconsequential stratum of society. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Not only was his lineage poor, but he was also somewhat simple-minded, akin to Forrest Gump from the eponymous tale. His sole merit lay in his handsome visage. The circumstances he now faced stemmed from a recent marriage proposal incident. The Han family of Chongqing County, a wealthy and influential clan, had their daughter, Han Weiner, afflicted by a mysterious ailment, hovering on the brink of death despite exhaustive searches for a healer. It was only when the Han family consulted a sage that a solution was proposed to ward off misfortune. The plan entailed marrying Han Weiner, thereby transferring her ill fate onto her new husband. Consequently, the Han family openly sought a suitor. With Han Weiner's beauty and the family's wealth, one would expect suitors to flood in. However, this time, the prospect was akin to becoming a sacrificial pawn, and thus, even with a handsome reward, potential candidates remained wary. Yet, Shenzhou's brother saw an opportunity, and under the coaxing of his sibling and sister-in-law, the simple-minded Shenzhou was unwittingly sold to the Han family as a son-in-law. On the very first day of his marriage, the warding off misfortune ritual commenced. What was termed as such was, in truth, a grotesque exploitation of the groom as a living vessel for remedy. Shenzhou found himself subjected to a grueling regimen of dual cultivation with Weiner, a process that lasted several months. The sage's method proved remarkably effective, as Weiner regained her health and radiance, while Shenzhou succumbed to a bizarre ailment, his frail body worn to a shadow of its former self. Ultimately, he perished. Upon grasping the entirety of his predicament, Shenzhou fell into a profound silence. In his past life, he was a mere cog in the wheel of society. In this life, he had become a vessel for medicinal waste, truly a stroke of misfortune. Amidst fleeting thoughts, he was carried out of the Han estate, surrounded by the clamor of neighbors voicing their opinions. One inquired, "What has befallen your son-in-law, Zeng?" "Ah, do not mention it," came the response from Zeng. "This scoundrel, despite being my household son-in-law, engaged in an illicit affair with one of our maids and was caught in the act by our young lady. Generous by nature, the young lady originally intended to forgive him, yet he persisted in his transgressions, even stealing valuable paintings and jewels from the estate, prompting the master to mete out this punishment. Do not blame our master for his severity. Esteemed villagers, do you not agree that such a wretch deserves punishment? Quickly, voices rose in agreement. Indeed, he deserves it. Absolutely, he is a treacherous ingrate. The Han family has shown remarkable leniency in tolerating such a scoundrel for so long. Whether they believed Zeng's words or not was uncertain, but they joined in the censure. For offending the Han family bore dire consequences. With a thud, Shinzhou was unceremoniously tossed onto a wooden plank, followed by the sound of a horse-drawn carriage. Giddy up, giddy up. This bewildering turn of events ignited a surge of resentment within Shinzhou. To perish in such a manner was one thing, but to be unjustly vilified in his final moments was intolerable. Yet at present, he lacked the strength to resist, subjected to slander and abuse. In his despair, Shinzhou suddenly felt an intense itch in his head, as if it were sprouting a new intellect, only to realize that what emerged was not a mind, but a book. The weathered cover bore the title Record of Virtue, bound with coarse hemp thread, exuding an air of antiquity. As a traveler of worlds, Shinzhou keenly discerned that this tome could very well be the fateful instrument of his destiny. Unsure if he could even open it, he directed his focus to the book, and in the next instant, it indeed revealed its pages. The frontispiece displayed an elegantly penned line. Through compassionate endeavors, illuminate the path of virtue, perfect deeds shall shatter calamities, and one shall stand triumphantly above the myriad laws of heaven. As Shinzhou recited the verse, a flood of understanding surged within his mind, revealing the book's true nature as an extraordinary boon. In essence, performing virtuous deeds would yield tangible benefits. The mechanics are refreshingly straightforward, yet in my current state of frailty, what good can I possibly do? Truly, what a calamitous beginning! After what felt like an eternity of jostling, the carriage finally came to a halt, signaling their arrival. Sin Nail, Sin Mail. Someone called out, "Come collect the body." A flurry of hurried footsteps ensued. "What has happened to my brother?" Came the voice of Shinzhou's elder brother, Shin Mao. "He's dead. Do not linger. Carry him away." "Very well, very well." Shinzhou was once more lifted and unceremoniously deposited onto the ground. "And here, this is the funeral compensation from Lord Han to your family." The sound of clinking coins echoed. Shin Mao's tone shifted to one of unexpected delight. "Thank you, Lord Han. Let this conclude our business." As the sounds of the carriage receded, Shin Mao continued, "Wife, quickly, help me carry him to the courtyard." "Coming, coming," responded a woman's voice, and Shinzhou was hoisted yet again. He felt akin to a lifeless dog. Sighing inwardly, Shinzhou reluctantly lifted his eyelids, only to find himself gazing into the alluring visage of his sister-in-law, Tong Lian. At that moment, Tong Lian also noticed Shinzhou stirring. "Wait, Erlang is not dead yet." "Not dead?" Shin Mao clearly did not anticipate this, and after a moment of surprise, he grew conflicted. "What shall we do? I have already accepted the funeral compensation." Something felt amiss. What did it mean to have accepted the funeral compensation? From Shin Mao's tone, Shinzhou sensed trouble and summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "My wife loves me dearly. Save me, and she will reward you handsomely with silver." Though his voice was faint, it reached the ears of Shin Mao and his wife, who exchanged glances and quickly reached a decision. "Quickly, do not leave him in the courtyard. Carry him inside," Shin Mao instructed. Realizing his life had been momentarily spared, Shinzhou was placed upon a bed, and Shin Mao added, "Wife, prepare him something to eat. I will return to the Han estate to inquire about the situation." "All right." Shin Mao hurried away, while Tong Lian settled beside Shinzhou with a bowl of thin porridge. Propping him up gently as she murmured, "Come, Erlang, drink your porridge." Sensing the aroma of food, Shinzhou, famished, disregarded everything else and began to gulp it down. However, as he continued to eat, he sensed something was amiss. His sister-in-law's other hand was becoming rather adventurous, sliding along his garments, inching downward. Even Tong Lian's tone grew unexpectedly husky as she breathed softly near Shinzhou's ear. "Though Erlang's mind may be simple, he is undeniably handsome. I have long harbored a burning desire." And yet it came again. Chapter 2. Dizziness is normal. Shinzhou did not respond. Instead, he kept swallowing the kanji, his hunger gnawing at him like a relentless beast. The famished were no different from livestock. He devoured 5 bowls of rice porridge in one go, feeling a slight resurgence of strength, yet it was merely a fleeting relief. Afflicted by a grave illness, he remained exceedingly weak, unable even to rise. As his eyes wandered, he suddenly caught sight of an object on the nearby table. After a moment's contemplation, he stealthily extended his hand and grasped it. Tong Lian remained utterly oblivious, her focus solely on Shun Zhou's frail form, emboldened by the sight. Cough, enough, sister-in-law, Shun Zhou coughed. If this continues, I may very well lose my life. Tong Lian indeed noticed this, recognizing that Shun Zhou's constitution was far too feeble to withstand her whims. Lang has truly been tormented by that young lady from the Han family. She lamented, observing Shun Zhou's precarious condition, and reluctantly decided to temper her actions. As dusk approached, Shan Mao finally returned, his expression grave. Why are you the only one back? Where are the Han family members? Aren't they here to fetch Lang? Tong Lian inquired, smoothing her collar and suppressing her rising anxiety. Shen Mao did not answer. Instead, he cast a glance at Shen Zhou on the bed and beckoned Tong Lian outside. The Han family wants me to dispose of Shen Zhou, he whispered as they stepped into the courtyard. What? Tong Lian gasped. Did Lang not say that the lady from the Han family adores him? Shen Mao spat in disdain. Adore? My foot! That fool is living in the Han house like a dog. But how could the Han family entrust such a task to you? Lang is your own brother. Tong Lian protested. Shen Mao's face darkened. What of being a brother? He knew from the start that the Han family was a pit of fire, yet he still plunged Shen Zhou into it. Are you foolish? It is precisely because Lang is your beloved brother that you should negotiate for more money from the Han family, Tong Lian exclaimed, her almond eyes wide. Upon hearing this, Shen Mao broke into a grin. Rest assured, the Han family has indeed increased the payment. 100 taels. Such a sum. Indeed. With this money, we can repay a substantial portion of our debts. Then we must act swiftly, Tong Lian decisively declared. Although she had reservations about parting with Shun Zhou's handsome visage, the Han family's generous offer was simply too tempting. Shen Mao nodded. You keep watch at the gate while I carry out the deed. By the way, what is his current condition? Exceedingly weak. He cannot even cough. In short, killing him would be as easy as slaying a chicken. Very well, Shen Mao replied, procuring a cloth, dampening it with water, and turning back towards the room. Observing Shun Zhou lying motionless on the bed, Shen Mao suppressed his inner turmoil and feigned concern. Second brother, do you feel any better? No response came. Shun Zhou lay with closed eyes, breathing steadily, seemingly in slumber. This made matters considerably simpler. Shen Mao approached the bedside, continuing, Second brother, a simpleton like you living is a torment. For your elder brother's sake, you may rest in peace. I will burn money for you each year. And in the afterlife, do ensure that I win every gamble. As he spoke, Shen Mao pressed the damp cloth to Shun Zhou's mouth and nose. In that instant, Shun Zhou's eyes sprang open, and with all his might, he swung his right arm, striking at Shen Mao's neck. A clear, sickening sound echoed. Shen Mao's voice was abruptly silenced as a hairpin pierced his neck, precisely severing his carotid artery. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, and Shen Mao clutched his throat, staring in disbelief at Shun Zhou, as all his strength ebbed away like the receding tide. Perhaps it is you who should pray for your own salvation. Dear brother, Shun Zhou murmured softly, droplets of blood splattering across his handsome features, lending him an ominous air. Despite it being his first act of murder, one would expect a surge of emotion, perhaps even nausea. Yet Shun Zhou felt none. He understood that at this moment, it was a matter of survival. Either he lived, or he perished. Upon witnessing Shen Mao collapse, Shun Zhou's gaze held no trace of elation. Slaying Shen Mao was insufficient, for outside lingered a beloved sister-in-law. Having succeeded in his ambush with the hairpin, he pondered his next move. While lost in thought, he suddenly perceived a radiant golden light emanating from the record of merits in his mind. The ancient tome opened of its own accord, revealing a blank space where a phrase materialized. Help the gambler completely quit gambling. Merit value increases by 1. Merit value can be used to assist in cultivation and enhance martial arts. What? Shen Zhou was momentarily stunned, but then recollected that Shen Mao was indeed a notorious gambler, drowning in debt from his vices. The very reason Shen Mao had sold him to the Han family was to repay his debts. And he often sent Tong Lian to entertain those creditors, citing it as a means to settle gambling debts. It must be said. Although Tong Lian possessed a somewhat loose moral compass, she did indeed harbor true feelings for Shan Mao. Remaining steadfast despite the circumstances. Of course, she might also have found pleasure in it. But I digress. Could such an act actually be considered a good deed? Strictly speaking, it seemed not entirely erroneous. With the individual gone, how could he continue gambling? Shinzhou was baffled by the absurd logic of this record of merits as it continued to inscribe. Given that this is your first use of the book, you will acquire a brand new martial talent. There is a talent to be gained. Shunzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he felt a surge of information flooding his mind. Martial talent, persuasion through virtue. Persuasion through virtue. Beginner. Your physique receives a slight enhancement and is eligible for upgrade. In note, only by possessing a robust physique will others be willing to heed your reasoning. As the talent was bestowed upon him, Shunzhou felt his illness dissipating as swiftly as snow under the blazing sun. He had not merely recovered. He emerged even healthier and stronger than before. His form beneath the white garment swelled, resembling a sculpture of exquisite muscle. Experiencing an unprecedented surge of vitality, Shunzhou was utterly astonished. Was this merely a slight enhancement? He felt more vigorous than he ever had in his previous life. Tong Lian stood at the courtyard entrance, vigilantly surveying the outside. Their village was already secluded, and as dusk fell, it was unlikely anyone would be around. Surely, the deed had been done. After all, Shunzhou was but a useless invalid, and it would not take long. What a pity for such a fine visage. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a thud from within the house. As if someone had fallen. Struggling so fiercely? How could he, unable to even? Tong Lian scoffed and glanced back, only to be taken aback. A striking youth clad in white emerged from the house, striding purposefully towards her. His expression was indifferent, his dark eyes icy, and in his hand, he held an object, the stone pillow they used for sleeping. Shunzhou? What is happening? Wasn't he bedridden? As she pondered, the sight of blood on the youth's cheek and the object in his grasp jolted Tong Lian into realization. Without a second thought, she turned to flee, preparing to scream for help. Save, bang. However, as soon as a syllable escaped her lips, she felt a heavy blow to the back of her head. Causing her to stagger and fall to the ground, dazed, she heard a mocking voice. Not bad, a three-pointer. Shunzhou muttered words she could not comprehend, his breath a masculine cadence in her ears. Tong Lian felt herself lifted as Shunzhou embraced her from behind. Under normal circumstances, she would have been overjoyed, but now terror of death consumed her, for Shunzhou's right arm was tightly constricting her neck. Cough, cough. Her face flushed crimson, limbs thrashing helplessly, producing a sound akin to choking. Shunzhou, in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, murmured, Shudat's sister-in-law, be quiet, take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal, you will soon feel better. Chapter 3. Hu Isani still a child? Moments later, Tong Lian's legs kicked out, and she breathed her last. Shunzhou dragged her into the house. Having taken Tong Lian's life, the record of merits inscribed yet another line. Help Shun Mao and his wife reunite. Merit value increases by 1. Shunzhou smiled once more. This was truly splendid. He adored the book's judgment. As the saying goes, couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they do not fly apart. Thus, he did not let them part, indeed demonstrating considerable benevolence. This being the case, he thought, I must perform such good deeds more frequently. Gradually, Shunzhou comprehended everything, his eyes gleaming with ambition, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Unintentionally, he had triggered something remarkable. Dear brother and sister-in-law, your deaths were fortuitously timed. Now, what should I do next? Shunzhou's eyes glimmered with a flicker of resolve. He had unequivocally become a murderer, and the laws of the Yin Kingdom were notoriously harsh, though. Of course, this severity was primarily reserved for the powerless common folk. Unfortunately, Shunzhou was precisely such an individual of humble origins. Given this context, one might argue that his most prudent course of action would be to flee, preferably to a distant land, where he could utilize the record of merits to survive and gradually develop. Yet, the mere thought of the faces of those at the Han estate left a bitter taste in his mouth. As a beleaguered worker, he had been bullied before his transmigration, and now, after it, he found himself subjected to even greater indignities. Was his journey through realms merely a futile exercise? In his previous life, he had loving parents and family members whom he held dear, and he had accepted his fate with a submissive demeanor. Now, however, he was utterly alone, devoid of kin, yet armed with a unique advantage. Why should he be burdened with such apprehensions? Shinjo sighed deeply. Escape? Nonsense. After all, this second life was merely a stroke of luck. All I know is that I must act decisively and strike with ferocity. The universe provides sustenance for mankind, yet we owe nothing in return. A sinister smile crept across his face as he resolved. Come dawn, he would march into the city and lay siege to the Han family's doorstep. The following morning, with the crow of a rooster heralding the day, Shunzhou awoke to find himself alone in the dim confines of his home. His brother and sister-in-law had been carelessly shoved into the adjacent woodshed. Living in such close quarters with the deceased, he felt no trepidation. After all, having been driven to such extremes, what more could he possibly fear? His resentment weighed heavier than any specter. He donned a clean green robe belonging to Shun Mao, boiled a few eggs for breakfast, and thoroughly rifled through his home, pocketing a substantial amount of silver before stepping out the door. On the path ahead, he encountered two children with braided pigtails, frolicking and appearing only a few years younger than himself. At merely 15 years of age, he was still considered a minor. Upon spotting Shinjo, the children broke into smiles and scampered over, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't that the village fool? When did you return? The fool is calling for you. Don't just walk away." "Get lost," Shunzhou replied, lifting his chin and avoiding their gaze. The two children, undeterred, continued to jest. "Get lost? What are you talking about? I'm asking you a question. Hee. Dare not to answer? You'll get it with that." They began to kick at his ankles relentlessly. Such trivial harm was hardly enough to breach Shunzhou's defenses. He merely glanced over to see their mother feeding chickens in her yard, well aware of the ruckus, yet choosing to watch with amusement rather than intervene. Shunzhou was notorious in the village as the fool, and prior to his marriage into the Han family, the villagers often found amusement at his expense. He had always responded with a silly grin, silently enduring their ridicule. If the adults behaved so, the children naturally followed suit, and the bullying among them was even less restrained. With a stoic expression, Shunzhou lowered his gaze to the two children. "Do you wish to fly? Fly?" The children's eyes brightened at the prospect, and they eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes." Who among them had not dreamt of soaring through the skies in their youth? "Very well," Shunzhou declared, extending his arms and seizing the two children by their collars as if they were mere chicks. In their astonished gaze, he effortlessly tossed them into the air. Splash! With a resounding thud, the two children traced an elegant arc before plummeting into the nearby pond, their splashes mingling into a cacophony of commotion. "Shinfool, what are you doing?" The neighbor, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she raced towards him, arm raised, ready to deliver a slap. However, just as her hand was poised to strike, it was firmly grasped by a long, slender hand. Confronted by Shunzhou's icy gaze and feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from his arm, the neighbor's bravado evaporated, replaced by a palpable chill down her spine. Yet, she remained defiant, glaring at him with resentment as she stammered, Do you have no humanity? They are just children. You're quarreling with two kids. Have you no shame?" "And what of it? I am still a fool," Shinzhou replied flatly. "If you neglect your own children, then someone else shall take it upon themselves to discipline them. Now, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." In the next instant, he flung the neighbor's hand with force, sending her soaring through the air as well. "Ah!" as she screamed. She too traced a parabolic arc, landing unceremoniously in the pond alongside her children. The splashes grew louder, yet amid the chaos, Shunzhou felt an unexpected sense of relief as words in his mind echoed, assisted the two children in realizing their dreams, sent the neighbor to visit her children. Merit points increased by 3. Could it be that he had gained 3 merit points? His spirits lifted even higher. The phrase "they are just children" had been uttered countless times in his previous life, each instance becoming more nauseating than the last. Shunzhou adhered to a singular principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they do, I shall retaliate, regardless of age or gender. Equality must reign. After a journey of approximately an hour, Shunzhou entered the bustling town of Chongqing County. Rather than seeking out the Han family immediately, he resolved first to locate a weapons shop. After all, he had come for bloodshed, and it would be folly to do so without a suitable weapon. Midway through his search, he came across a disheveled old beggar squatting at a street corner. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed a silver ingot into the beggar's tattered bowl. The old beggar, momentarily stunned, erupted into a torrent of gratitude. "Thank you, young master, thank you." In his experience, kind souls typically offered only copper coins. Yet this young man was remarkably generous. Shunzhou paid little heed to the beggar's thanks, instead focusing on the record of merits in his mind. Generosity and kindness, merit points increased by 1. After a moment's thought, he bent down and retrieved the silver from the beggar's bowl. The old man's smile faltered, confusion etched on his face. What does this mean? A change of heart? In bewilderment, the beggar watched as Shunzhou repeatedly tossed the silver back and forth. Perplexed, could it be that he was merely toying with him? The old beggar dared not express his anger, while Shunzhou maintained a contemplative demeanor. The record of merits offered no further prompts. Clearly, this repetitive act was futile. He decided to try something new and tossed a second ingot into the beggar's bowl. Yet, the record of merits remained silent, so it seemed that one could not simply accumulate points from a single individual repeatedly. How disappointing! He had hoped to exploit this beggar for an endless supply of merit points, potentially crafting a being of unparalleled strength through sheer accumulation. After several fruitless attempts, Shunzhou shook his head and stood upright. The old beggar finally realized that the young man would not reclaim the silver. His aged face broke into a wide grin, and he called out, "Ah, young master, I am truly grateful. I cannot repay you. But allow me to bow in thanks. No need for such theatrics. Your old bones are better off avoiding such displays," Shunzhou interjected, halting the beggar's kneeling gesture before turning away in this world. Martial prowess was revered above all else. Formidable warriors could defy the heavens and reshape the earth. The Yin Kingdom was no exception, as even the modest Chongqing County brimmed with martial spirit, making weapons shops readily accessible. Soon, Shunzhou found himself within one such establishment. The proprietor, Manager Qian, was dozing at the counter, but sprang to life upon seeing the handsome youth enter, welcoming him with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with? We have all manner of weaponry available." Surveying the array of weapons displayed on the walls, Shunzhou pondered before asking, "Are you well versed in every type of weapon?" "Indeed. I have been in this trade for over a decade, and I can articulate the strengths and weaknesses of each weapon," Manager Qian boasted proudly. "Then tell me, what weapon excels in one-on-many combat?" Shunzhou inquired further. Considering that the Han family was a local gentry with numerous guards, he needed to prepare for the possibility of facing an entire world alone. "Without a doubt, I would advocate for the spear." Manager Qian responded promptly. "The spear is the king of weapons. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. With other weapons, one could be overwhelmed and swiftly dispatched, but the spear allows for greater maneuverability. Of course, one must possess the requisite skill to effectively wield it. Weapons are merely enhancements," he elaborated. Nodding in agreement, Shunzhou replied, "Very well, please select one for me. Given your youth, I presume you are a novice. This red tassel spear would suit you well, 7 feet long and weighing 25 pounds. Manager Qian presented the spear, placing it before Shunzhou. "It will cost you 2 taels of silver." Shunzhou grasped the spear, weighing it in his hand, then shook his head. "Too light, too light." Manager Qian blinked in surprise, then retrieved a solid iron spear weighing 60 pounds. "How about this one?" This time, Shunzhou did not even attempt a trial. He simply stated, "It's still too light. Please exchange it for another one." The shopkeeper, Qian, sincerely advised, "Young man, do not be overly proud. Wielding a weapon is not merely about picking it up. One must be able to dance with it in hand." Qian felt a hint of helplessness in his heart. He had encountered numerous arrogant youngsters who, during their selection of weapons, presented themselves as exceptional, only to end up appearing foolish when they actually tried to wield them, ultimately losing face. "Let us proceed this way." Shunzhou, uninterested in further conversation with the shopkeeper, tossed a pouch of silver from his waist. "Here are 80 taels, at this price point. Please provide me with the finest spear in your store." The shopkeeper couldn't help but marvel at the boldness of Shunzhou's action of tossing the silver, and he instantly beamed with joy, disregarding all else. "Excellent, mate. Bring out that mo-ing in this world. One tael of silver equated to 500 of Shan Zhou's previous world's currency, which explained the shopkeeper's elation. Soon after, a burly man emerged from the back room, struggling under the weight of a dark green spear slung over his shoulder. The man's face was taut, and his steps were labored as he walked. Qian immediately introduced, "What do you think of this spear? It is crafted from fine iron mixed with the resilient Tianlin wood." Weighing 300 pounds, however, as soon as he finished his introduction, Qian regretted it. Such a heavy weapon. How could this young man possibly wield it? Wouldn't he that 80 taels of silver just fly away? He should have suggested a lighter one. Lost in thought, Qian's pupils suddenly constricted. He watched as Shan Zhou silently approached the burly man and effortlessly lifted the spear from his shoulder. The youth's expression was as calm as water, and he even tossed the spear into the air, nodding. "All right, it feels quite suitable." Both Qian and the burly assistant were left dumbfounded. "Wait, you can truly lift it? Not only lift it, but even toss it like a toy? How can this 300-pound object feel as light as a bamboo pole in his hands? Have I underestimated him?" Qian quickly bowed. "I did not perceive it, young brother. Your martial prowess is quite profound." "I am not a warrior." Shan Zhou shook his head, also eager to inquire about this matter. "Might I ask the shopkeeper how one can become a warrior?" Having either tended cattle in the village or been confined within the Han household, he was utterly ignorant of martial arts. "You jest, my esteemed guest," Qian responded, his face rife with disbelief. "If you are not a warrior, how could you lift this mo-ing?" After a moment of contemplation, Shan Zhou replied, "Perhaps I possess innate strength." Innate strength. Qian was at a loss for words. Although he found it hard to believe Shan Zhou's claim of innate strength, he still warmly elaborated. To become a warrior, one must first enhance their physique. This is the first realm of martial arts, known as refining strength realm. The method of cultivation involves incessantly honing martial skills to temper one's vitality and augment strength. At this point, Qian patted his ample belly. "Do not be misled by my appearance. In my youth, I was also a refining strength realm, 9th layer warrior. So, I am currently lacking a martial technique," Shan Zhou remarked. "Do you have any martial techniques for sale?" Qian shook his head. "None. But wait a moment." He bent down and retrieved a yellowed tome from beneath the counter, placing it before Shan Zhou. "This deadly 13 spears is worth a look. I practiced it in my youth. Is it truly that good?" Shan Zhou raised an eyebrow. "After all, you are a valued customer here." Qian smiled. "Moreover, this deadly 13 spears may sound impressive, yet it is merely a basic spear technique. If you truly wish to practice martial arts, you must go to a proper sect or martial hall." Shan Zhou, who possessed nothing, did not disdain the basic technique. He reached out to take it and began to flip through the pages. The explanation of the spear technique was quite detailed, accompanied by illustrations. Shan Zhou discovered that he only needed to glance at each page for the content to imprint itself in his mind's merit record, as if it were a photocopy. This ancient tome can also be used for note-taking. This was indeed much more convenient. Shan Zhou's pace of reading accelerated dramatically, flipping through page after page without pause. The astonished Qian, watching from the side, marveled at how, had he been a modern individual, he would have exclaimed quantum reading. What kind of reading method is this? That should be sufficient in less than 10 seconds. Shan Zhou had entirely recorded the deadly 13 spears in his merit record. He certainly would not take his time studying. It was now the moment to utilize his merit points. However, his points were limited. It seemed unlikely that he would see a significant enhancement. Regardless, he would first give it a try. Merit record, allocate points. As Shan Zhou concentrated, a line of text appeared in the merit record. Consuming 4 merit points, deadly 13 spears has advanced to perfection. In an instant, Shan Zhou felt a refined martial aura coalescing within him, as if he had genuinely been practicing this spear technique day and night, reaching a state of perfection. Coupled with an increase in his vitality and musculature, he felt empowered. Is this truly successful? Merely requiring 4 merit points? No wonder it's a basic martial art. The consumption is so low. Shan Zhou was overjoyed and immediately inquired, "Shopkeeper, is there a more spacious area?" "Of course. Please proceed to the backyard." Qian quickly responded. As a weapon shop, it naturally had a space for customers to test their weapons. Shan Zhou walked to the backyard and began to wield the spear in his hand. The 7-foot-long black spear moved like a serpent emerging from its burrow, instantly creating a cascade of dark shadows that tore through the surrounding air. standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Qian felt the terrifying pressure from the spear, causing his old face to ache. His heart was filled with astonishment. You cannot tell me this is a technique an ordinary person can execute? It is merely a basic technique, yet Shunzhou has cultivated it to exude an aura of advanced martial prowess. The fifth chapter, delightful and refreshing. Shunzhou danced faster and faster, feeling an exhilarating sensation within. Was this the essence of martial arts? Truly powerful and invigorating. Then, he felt an unexpected surge of strength within his body. This power birthed from the boiling blood and energy within Shunzhou surged forth, causing his entire body to emit crackling sounds. His aura swelled dramatically, and Qian, standing at the courtyard's edge, felt as if a mountain was toppling towards him, his mind shaken, and he collapsed to the ground. "Oh dear! Please, young brother, temper your prowess," Qian shouted. Shunzhou reluctantly ceased his movements, glancing back at the shopkeeper, who was slumped on the ground. "Shopkeeper, I suddenly sense a wholly new power surging within me. What is the reason for this? You must have broken through the refining strength realm and entered the second realm, concealing truth realm," Qian replied, struggling to rise, a smile tinged with disbelief crossing his face. At that moment, his heart roared. Is this a joke? This young man, after merely practicing a basic spear technique, has directly advanced from an ordinary person to the second realm? He has surpassed an entire major realm? Is that even possible? He has spent half his life stuck in the refining strength realm. Shunzhou was indifferent to Qian's thoughts, continuing, "Please elaborate further, shopkeeper." Well, Qian struggled to suppress his astonishment, continuing to speak tremulously. The second realm, concealing truth realm, is defined by one's ability to condense martial essence. Martial essence is birthed from the body's vitality. The stronger the vitality, the stronger the essence. As Qian spoke, he cast a complex gaze at Shunzhou. Condensing martial essence is a significant test of one's innate talent. He had never reached the second realm due to insufficient talent, yet here was Shunzhou, who had. Never mind, better not to think about it. Otherwise, he would be driven to the brink of madness. Is that so? Shunzhou smiled slightly, opening his palm to reveal a shimmering golden, translucent aura flowing across his hand, radiating beauty. Through the shopkeeper's explanation, Shunzhou comprehended that the refining strength realm aimed to temper the body to meet the standards for condensing martial essence. His body, under the influence of the divine ability to win by virtue, had already met the criteria from the very beginning, allowing him to leap into the second realm directly. Now, in an ordinary state, a casual punch from Shunzhou could exert a force of approximately 2,000 kilograms. With the addition of martial essence, this strength would likely increase by 4 or 5 times. Martial essence proved to be incredibly useful. It was no wonder that after practicing an entire set of spear techniques, he reaped the rewards of his effort and sweat. Shunzhou nodded. The smile on Qian's face grew increasingly bitter. To be honest, I have never felt such a domineering martial essence as yours. Esteemed guest, you must seek out a proper martial hall for training. Otherwise, your talent will be wasted. The essence of true energy is birthed from the vitality of a martial artist, and Shunzhou's vitality far surpasses that of his peers in the same realm, exuding a formidable pressure that even those nearby can feel. In such a context, the true energy condensed by others pales in comparison before Shunzhou, aptly described by 4 words: utterly feeble. Performing good deeds is indeed a justification for being a king. I shall do so. Shunzhou nodded, albeit not at this moment. He remained true to his original intent. After all, is not the pursuit of martial prowess ultimately for the purpose of taking lives? After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper Qian, Shunzhou stepped back onto the bustling street. Not far along his path, the atmosphere suddenly grew lively. A panicked crowd surged from the distance, predominantly vendors burdened with heavy loads, resembling refugees fleeing from calamity. What could have transpired? Shunzhou immediately chose to swim against the tide, and upon turning a street corner, he discerned the source of the commotion. 7 or 8 thugs clad in black, adorned with red sashes, surrounded a woman who operated a wonton stall. The leader, a brutish man, stood beside the distressed woman, grinning maliciously as he spoke. "My dear lady, seeing how hard you toil selling wontons today, I shall waive your head fee. What say you?" The woman, possessing a degree of beauty, looked utterly terrified, lowering her head, and tremblingly responded. All right, little did she know. Upon hearing her acquiescence, the thug leader chuckled derisively. Not nearly satisfactory with that, he thrust his hand to rip away the woman's cloth shirt, causing her undergarment to spring forth. The woman immediately clasped her arms around herself, screaming, while the leader erupted into laughter. Joined by the other ruffians, nearby vendors, unable to flee in time, dared not pack up their stalls in the face of these villains, instead bowing their heads in fear of inviting disaster. Shanzhou instantly understood. Even if his previous incarnation was a fool, he was aware of the notorious Black Tiger Gang, a well-known syndicate in the city, engaged in gambling houses and other lucrative enterprises, wreaking havoc and acting with impunity. The authorities consistently turned a blind eye, even bestowing upon the Black Tiger Gang the guise of a militia, a collusion that was common knowledge. After a brief observation, Shanzhou strode forward, his eyes ablaze with determination. A member of the Black Tiger Gang quickly noticed Shanzhou. Hey, Boss Zhang, isn't that the son-in-law of the Han family? His brother owes us quite a sum. The thug leader also caught sight of Shanzhou, and while toying with the woman, he called out, Oh, isn't this the esteemed son-in-law of the Han family? Your brother owes our gambling house some money. It's time to settle up, wouldn't you agree? Even with your flirtatious sister-in-law covering part of the debt, the interest has accumulated to 300 taels. Shanzhou feigned ignorance, quickening his pace. Boss Zhang's expression darkened instantaneously. Rumors suggested that Shanzhou was a simpleton, and now it seemed to be true. This fool dared to act as if he hadn't heard. Seize him, Boss Zhang sneered. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll truly believe himself to be the Han family's son-in-law. Everyone in Chongqing County knew that Shanzhou had been cast out by the Han family. How dare he strut about like a peacock, an underling, grinning with delight at the prospect of toying with a fool. Approached Shanzhou, his face contorted into a wicked grin. Fool, didn't you hear Boss Zhang before he could finish? His words were abruptly cut off as Shanzhou grasped his face with tremendous force, driving his head violently into the ground. Without uttering a single word, Shanzhou opted for immediate action. Bang! The sound of a powerful impact reverberated as the stone-paved ground cracked beneath the force. The underling slamming down, his head partially embedded, blood and brain matter spilling forth. Eliminated a thug. Gained 10 points of virtue. Chapter 6. The Minotaur Warrior. A sudden notification echoed in his mind, causing Shanzhou to smile. Had this been his past life, he might have hesitated, but times had changed. In his previous existence, good deeds went unrewarded, yet in this life, being virtuous could truly yield benefits. After all, he possessed the record of virtue, and this time it was far more generous, granting 10 points of virtue with a single act. Shanzhou, adhering to the principle of righteous action, resolved to act decisively. With 8 more to go, it appeared he could earn quite a fortune today. As a chilling voice sounded in his mind, Shanzhou continued speaking to the astonished gathering around Boss Zhang. Simultaneously, he removed an object from behind him, gave it a gentle shake, and a white cloth fell away, revealing a dark long spear. Only then did Boss Zhang snap out of his stupor, realizing that his adversary had not even granted him a moment to speak before dispatching his subordinate. Forgoing his dalliance, he bellowed, Everyone, charge together! The surrounding henchmen shrieked in unison, drawing their knives and rushing towards Shanzhou. Are you really coming at me? Shanzhou sneered, the long spear in his hand slicing through the air as he lunged toward the foremost attacker. Thud! The man's chest crumpled like tofu, a gaping hole opening wide, and the spear's momentum remained unabated, piercing through the second thug's chest, effectively impaling them together. Unbothered, Shanzhou lifted the weapon high, stepping forward to deliver a crushing horizontal sweep. Boom! Another deafening crack tore through the air as 3 knife-wielding assailants were sent flying like rag dolls, crashing heavily onto the street, their chests grotesquely open to reveal stark white bones, clearly beyond salvation. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, and only then did Boss Zhang come to terms with the horrifying reality that this opponent was not merely a fool but a force to be reckoned with. How could this son-in-law of the Han family, who had been expelled, possess such overwhelming strength? With his subordinates being martial practitioners, facing Shanzhou was akin to kicking a dead dog. If he were truly this formidable, how could the Han family have cast him out? Bang! Amidst his thoughts, another dull thud resounded as 2 more henchmen were sent flying, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. In less than 3 seconds, all of Boss Zhang's underlings lay defeated, and his heart raced as he watched Shun Zhou casually flick the corpses from his spear, his cold black eyes locking onto Boss Zhang's gaze. "Now it's your turn," a mocking whisper echoed. Unable to withstand the overwhelming fear surging within him, Boss Zhang collapsed to his knees. "Big brother, please spare my life. I merely sought to collect a debt. I meant no harm. It is only right to repay a debt. And as the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, I beseech you to show mercy." Biffed. In the next instant, his head soared through the air. "You can personally ask Shun Mao for the money." Having warmed to the act of killing, Shun Zhou exhaled softly, wiping the bloodied spear against Boss Zhang's clothing before wrapping it back in the white cloth and slinging it over his shoulder. Eliminated a gang leader. Gained 20 points of virtue. Current virtue points, 100. How fortuitous. This record of virtue is indeed considerate. Reaching 100 points so quickly, Shun Zhou's lips curled into a smile. It seems that taking lives proves far more effective than mere reprimands. After all, a beating may result in future transgressions, but ending a life well, that is a matter for the next life. The chaos subsided in an instant, the woman who had suffered abuse cowering in a corner, trembling and weeping bitterly, while the onlooking vendors and passers-by stared in stunned silence, yet not a single soul dared to flee. "Why does no one run?" Shun Zhou inquired with interest. "Are you not afraid?" "We are afraid, but I yearn to witness their demise with my own eyes," a vendor stammered in reply. The remaining onlookers nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a joy that overshadowed their fear of Shun Zhou. When confronted by the Black Tiger Gang, the only recourse to avoid calamity was to pay a bribe. Those without money faced dire consequences, with men beaten and forced to kneel, while women were coerced into prostitution. This merely scratched the surface of the plight in Yin country, where common folk struggled to survive under layers of oppression, their dignity trampled upon without remorse. As for resistance, such thoughts were but a fool's dream. In Shun Zhou's previous world, there were instances of successful peasant uprisings, and even beggars had opportunities to rise to power. But in this realm, such possibilities were nearly non-existent. The reason was simple. It was a world dominated by martial prowess. The underprivileged possessed no extraordinary strength, their rebellions easily quelled by the elite. To attain such power required vast resources, all tightly controlled by the upper echelons, fundamentally extinguishing the possibility of uprising, unless one possessed an extraordinary advantage. Contemplating these matters, Shun Zhou inhaled deeply. Having toiled like a beast for a lifetime, he felt a certain kinship with the plight of the people. His tone softened considerably as he addressed the crowd. "Everyone? Should the Black Tiger Gang send others to seek me out, instruct them to come to the Han residence and inform them to bring their friends along." After uttering these words, Shun Zhou strode away amidst the grateful gazes of the crowd. In the Han residence of Chongqing City, within the boudoir of the esteemed Miss Han Wanner, the opulence of the decor was evident, befitting the wealth and status of the Han family, with vermilion pillars showcasing elegance. At that moment, Han Wanner was seated before her mirror, adorning herself. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes shimmered with brilliance, and her lips were a luscious red against pearly teeth. In just a few days, she was to be wed, and this time it was a genuine marriage, finally free from the daily torment of that fool. A nearby maid chimed in with a smile. Han Wanner also smiled. For indeed, although her young husband had only just passed away yesterday, she was to remarry within a week. This time, her betrothed was the son of County Magistrate Zhao of Chongqing County. They complemented each other perfectly, her family's wealth matched with his power, resulting in a harmonious union. In truth, she had already established a connection with the young master Zhao a month prior, although it had merely been an acquaintance without any impropriety, as a lady of high standing. Han Wanner held her virtue in high regard, fully aware of the tenets of propriety, integrity, and honor. Simultaneously, she understood that surrendering herself too readily would render her of little worth. As for Shun Zhou, his actions had been a desperate measure for survival, and thus did not count. Now that her affliction had been alleviated and her dim-witted husband had passed, the burdens of her past seemed to lift, allowing for the potential of a deeper connection with Zhao Ayan. The next moment, a young man clad in splendid robes, exuding an air of nobility, entered the room. Zhao Lang. Han Wanner greeted sweetly upon seeing him. This was her fiancé, Zhao Jingdat Wanner. I came to check on the preparations for our wedding, Zhao Jing said with a grin, waving his hand to signal the maids to leave discreetly. Everything is nearly ready? Han Wanner replied, the invitations have all been sent out. That's splendid. The wedding will surely be a grand affair, Zhao Jing remarked as he approached Han Wanner, gently massaging her delicate shoulder. However, it is a pity that that fool from the Shin family has passed away. His presence might have made our lives more entertaining. This. A mysterious smile played across Zhao Jing's lips, causing Han Wanner to furrow her brow slightly, having heard him mention this before. Despite his genteel appearance, Zhao Jing's character was marred by unsavory tendencies, bordering on the perverse. He delighted in humiliating the husbands of others, even crafting a device solely to pry open the eyelids of his victims, ensuring they could not close their eyes. Numerous women in Chongqing City had suffered under his malicious whims, leaving their husbands with deep psychological scars. Zhao Jing's repeated references to Shun Zhou hinted at a troubling obsession. This left Han Wanner feeling a twinge of helplessness. How could the man she was to marry still be preoccupied with such matters? She rubbed her forehead, contemplating the man she was to wed. The future did not appear as rosy as she had envisioned. Upon reflection, Shun Zhou was not entirely without merit. He was handsome, younger than Zhao Jing, and possessed talents. What a pity. With that thought, Han Wanner shook her head vigorously. Dismissing such musings, he was dead, after all. Why should she dwell on such trivialities? Her resolve crystallized. She could not afford to romanticize the past. Shun Zhou was a fool and a commoner, unworthy of her status, and was originally intended merely as a means to cure her ailments. An expendable tool. In stark contrast, Zhao Jing was the son of a magistrate, boasting martial prowess at the 7th level of the First Realm, a true prodigy of the martial arts. Contemplating this filled Han Wanner with an inexplicable sense of relief. Oblivious to Han Wanner's inner turmoil, Zhao Jing continued, by the way, Wanner, in a month's time, I shall be heading to Guanghan Palace for my studies. Hearing this, Han Wanner's heart stirred. Is that true? Chongqing County was but a minor locality within the Yin Kingdom, overshadowed by the vastness of the state it belonged to, Guanghan Prefecture, which governed 25 counties, with Guanghan Palace being the residence of its lord. Indeed, it is true, Zhao Jing replied with a smile. The master of Guanghan Palace has recognized my martial talent and wishes to take me as a disciple. A smile blossomed on Han Wanner's face as she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, that is truly wonderful. It seems our family's decision was indeed wise. Aligning with Guanghan Palace, this young man has boundless prospects. Seeing Han Wanner elated, Zhao Jing continued, however, I imagine the regulations at Guanghan Palace are quite strict. Once I arrive, I may find myself quite occupied, so this month, I intend to indulge a bit at Wanner. You alone may not suffice to satisfy me. So I hope you can understand my needs. Han Wanner's smile faltered. What could she say? He had a promising future and was the person her family wished to ally with. All she could do was nod in reluctant understanding. It seemed that in the coming month, the beautiful women of Chongqing City would once again suffer Zhao Jing's predations. That moment, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, accompanied by the anxious voice of a maid. Young master, miss, there's trouble. What is it? Han Wanner inquired hastily. That fool. He is still alive, the maid exclaimed, bursting into the room in a panic. Within the Han residence, the only person referred to as a fool was one individual. Shun Zhou? Han Wanner frowned, incredulous that he had not perished as planned. Hadn't she instructed Shun Mao to eliminate this foolish brother? He had taken the money without doing the deed. However, after learning of Zhao Jing's impending enrollment at Guanghan Palace, she had dismissed Shun Zhou from her thoughts. If he is alive, just have someone take care of him. It is a simple matter, she retorted carelessly. Wait. Zhao Jing interjected, his eyes gleaming with an unusual fervor. Don't kill him just yet. If possible, bring that fool here for some amusement. Han Wanner's expression soured. She had discerned Zhao Jing's intentions. Just as she was about to speak, the maid interrupted, her face a mask of terror. Young master, miss, it's bad. Shun Zhou is here. He's come to our door. 10 minutes earlier, the figure of the young man in a blue robe moved swiftly through the bustling crowd, drawing nearer to the Han residence. More people recognized Shun Zhou's identity. Memories of the previous day's humiliation flooded back, when he had been carried away like a discarded dog. They scrutinized him with a mix of surprise, mockery, and pity. In a nearby shop, A group of women sat together, whispering about the figure in blue. I say that the Han family's son-in-law? Indeed, that face is unmistakable. Wasn't he beaten and thrown out of the Han residence? I heard it was due to an affair with a maid and theft. But who knows the truth? How could the words of the Han family be false? The audacity of such a shameless scoundrel to return. One beautiful woman scoffed. Suddenly, Shen Zhou halted in his tracks. Turning towards the group of gossiping women, a man with nothing to lose could not tolerate even the slightest slander. Why should he endure their taunts? Hey, hey, hey! One of the women felt an inexplicable sense of dread as Shen Zhou approached. What are you afraid of? He is just a discarded fool. He can't think the Han family would support him, she scoffed, feigning calm as she called out, Darling, there's a fool who wants to harm me. Her husband, a burly bald man, emerged from the back of the shop, looking fierce. Who dares to be so brazen? The woman smirked, relishing the thought. Her husband was a martial artist and a core member of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, boasting strength at the 5th level of the First Realm. If this fool dared to cause trouble, her husband would undoubtedly beat him like a dog. As the beautiful woman reveled in her superiority, she turned to Shen Zhou, eager to see fear on his face. Yet, to her disappointment, Shen Zhou's expression remained unchanged, his advance unhesitating. Are you the one looking for trouble? The bald warrior shouted at the swiftly approaching Shen Zhou, who did not respond. Instead, his hand shot out like lightning, landing on the warrior's shoulder. With a gentle push, the imposing figure stumbled back several meters, crashing to the ground in a heap. Impossible? The bald warrior gasped in astonishment. How could such a robust figure be so easily pushed aside by this youthful lad? Before he could comprehend the situation, his beautiful wife had already been laid bare before Shen Zhou. Almost instantaneously, amidst the lady's startled expression, Shen Zhou raised his right hand and struck her face with a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, this seemingly casual blow caused the woman to crumple to the ground as if she had been electrocuted. Her countenance visibly swelling, The surrounding women shrieked in terror, rapidly dispersing like startled birds. Shen Zhou paid no heed to the others. He grasped the now swollen head of the lady, leaning in to whisper, Do you know why I struck you alone? If you wish to speak ill of others, then do so discreetly. But if your words reach their ears, do not blame them for teaching you a lesson. Wouldn't you agree? The woman, now aptly dubbed the swollen-faced matron, sobbed softly. Her head spinning, yet not fully unconscious. Thus she heard Shen Zhou's admonition clearly. His slap had been perfectly measured, leaving her dazed but uninjured. Chapter 8. Your bicycle is being pedaled by others, you scoundrel. What are you doing? A furious roar erupted from the side. It was the bald warrior, raging as he clambered to his feet, his face contorted with fury as he shouted at Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou turned to him, responding with a casual calmness. As you can see, I am disciplining your wife. What, do you wish to join in? Upon meeting Shen Zhou's tranquil gaze and recalling how easily he had been shoved several meters away, the bald warrior clenched his fists, trembling with rage, yet ultimately chose to remain still, recognizing the futility of resistance. Indeed, he was cowed. Despite being older, the youth's strength evidently surpassed his OWN. To confront him would only lead to a fate akin to that of his wife, reduced to a swollen visage. Yet, to stand idly by while his wife was struck felt utterly humiliating. The bald warrior furrowed his brow, glowering at Shen Zhou, and bellowed, You brat! Go easy on her. At that moment, the bald warrior's heart bled. Though his wife was somewhat willful and headstrong, she was undeniably beautiful. He had never dared to lay a finger on her. Yet this boy had come forth and delivered a slap without a hint of tenderness. Truly, it echoed the saying, The bicycle you are reluctant to ride is the one others will eagerly pedal. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. What nonsense was the bald warrior spouting? Had he perhaps awakened some peculiar inclination? Even Shen Zhou struggled to suppress a smirk, his spirits lifted by the absurdity of the situation. In light of the bald warrior's successful attempt at humor, Shen Zhou ceased his actions and addressed the woman he held. Having insulted someone, you ought to apologize, don't you think? Why, yes, I'm sorry. I won't do it again, she stammered, blood and a shattered tooth mingling as it spilled from her mouth. Well, acknowledging your mistake is commendable. I forgive you. Shen Zhou released her, satisfied with the outcome. assisted a gossiping woman in overcoming her malicious habit. Virtue points 1. One virtue point was not insignificant to Shen Zhou, who turned away contentedly. The bald warrior rushed to his wife's side, while the crowd hastily parted, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure who might retaliate with a single slap. Shen Zhou had already attracted enough attention, but now, following this spectacle, he had become the focal point for all present. The once derided son-in-law of the Han family appeared to be quite different from their expectations. Unfazed by the gazes upon him, Shen Zhou quickened his pace, striding towards the nearby Han residence. The young man, standing tall, began to remove the items he carried, pulling away the white cloth to reveal a dark long spear. The relaxed smile that had graced his face gradually faded, replaced by an aura of impending danger. In that moment, the eyes of all present widened in realization of Shen Zhou's intent. Initially, they had presumed his return to the Han residence was merely an attempt to ingratiate himself as the son-in-law. But little did they expect he was poised to undertake something monumental. He truly had the audacity. Was he preparing to storm the Han residence alone? Even the bald warrior was left speechless, compelled to admire Shen Zhou's courage. The Han family was a powerful local clan. Its guards comprised entirely of martial artists. How could this youth dare such a venture? The street fell silent, all eyes fixated on Shen Zhou as he drew nearer to the Han residence, none daring to utter a word of caution. Amidst the astonished gazes, Shen Zhou grasped the door knocker and rapped against the grand vermilion door of the Han estate. "Who goes there?" came the respectful voice from within. "It's me," Shen Zhou replied. "Kindly open the door." "You? The second fool of the Shen family?" The doorkeeper recognized Shen Zhou's voice, momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in astonishment, "You're not dead yet?" His tone shifted abruptly from respectful to scornful. "If you're not dead, then get lost. The Han family has no ties with you now. How dare you, a dog of a man, return here?" A mocking laughter from the maidservants mingled with the doorkeeper's derision. Though he typically cowered before patrons entering and exiting, in the face of Shen Zhou, he assumed the demeanor of a high and mighty lord. The brave confront the strong, while the cowardly lash out at the weak. Such is the nature of the world. Shen Zhou, expressionless, listened to the doorkeeper's tirade, then raised his spear, launching it towards the grand door with force. Boom! The solid wood door, reinforced with iron, crumpled as if it were mere paper, creating a gaping hole. The doorkeeper's voice was abruptly silenced, replaced by the piercing screams of women within the Han estate. Assisted the doorkeeper in correcting his foul language. Virtue points 1. Would it not be simpler to open the door without fuss? Shen Zhou murmured to himself, his gaze aflame with intensity, and then he kicked the door with all his might. Bang! The entire vermilion door exploded inward, crashing down to reveal the courtyard of the Han residence. Inside, several maidservants and attendants stared in terror at this unexpected intruder, while the spear he had thrown stood embedded in the ground nearby. Still draped with the lifeless body of the insolent doorkeeper, pierced through and utterly lifeless. "Perhaps in your next life, you should practice courtesy." The youth's countenance was stern as he approached to retrieve his spear. Seizing the moment as the maidservants and attendants screamed and turned to flee, "Murder! Quick, alert the master! Someone has come to cause trouble." The courtyard was filled with the screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs. Observing the fleeing servants, Shen Zhou did not rush to pursue. Firstly, they were insignificant players, and secondly, the Han residents reacted swiftly, as their cries echoed. More figures surged forth from all directions, creating an impenetrable barrier around the front courtyard. Clad in black martial attire, there were approximately 70 to 80 of them, each wielding a crude blade. The leader was a robust man in his 40s, his black attire accentuating his muscular physique, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. These were the guards of the Han residence, led by the most formidable martial artist among them, the house steward. As for his level of prowess, Shen Zhou could not ascertain, but it was unlikely to be exceedingly high. The entire Yin nation was vast, even surpassing the largest nations from his past life. In such a grand context, the town of Chongqing County was akin to an ordinary small town from his previous existence. How strong could a martial artist from such a locale truly be? At this moment, upon recognizing Shen Zhou, the steward's wary expression morphed into uproarious laughter. "I thought a significant figure had intruded. But it's merely you, you little brat." Shen Zhou, How audacious of you! A mere country bumpkin, and after marrying into the Han family, rather than expressing gratitude, you dare. Before the steward could finish his sentence, Shunzhou suddenly vanished from sight. The guards were caught off guard, their reactions delayed, and by the time they realized, Shunzhou had already plunged into their midst, his spear whirling. Swish! A crescent arc of light erupted among them, sending limbs flying and blood spraying in a gruesome display. In a single strike, Shunzhou had felled 5 guards. The steward's eyelids twitched. He could scarcely comprehend the speed of the youth's movements. What nonsense is this? He is merely a second-tier martial artist. How can this weak boy, who appeared on the verge of death yesterday, now seem like a completely different person? In the midst of bewilderment, the steward met Shunzhou's dark gaze, their eyes locking. Shunzhou's mocking voice echoed, "You may take your time. I shall listen while I slay." Shunzhou would not patiently await the steward's threats to conclude. Why waste time when he could seize the initiative and strike first? Chapter 9. The fool who enjoys self-destruction, you scoundrel. At this moment, the steward was thoroughly taken aback by Shunzhou's ruthless demeanor, and he immediately rallied. Charge! All of you! Attack! After a brief moment of astonishment, the dozens of martial artists present surged towards Shunzhou. However, before the front ranks could draw near, the fierce wind generated by the long spear instantly erupted, severing their heads with a single stroke. Even those attempting to launch a surprise attack from Shunzhou's blind spot were swiftly dispatched as he turned around, skewering them with his spear. The movements of the guards appeared almost comical, akin to a slow-motion film. Often, just as they raised their weapons, Shunzhou had already unleashed 7 or 8 strikes. These guards were merely first-tier martial artists. In terms of realm, Shunzhou surpassed them, and in terms of physical prowess, he utterly overwhelmed them. For Shunzhou, killing them was as effortless as slaying a stationary chicken, in less than 2 seconds. All the martial artists who had approached him were slain, leaving the remaining guards frozen in fear, as if plunged into an icy abyss, none daring to advance. What a brazen young man! Chief Steward Zeng felt a surge of anxiety. Realizing he had to act, he forcefully stepped forward, covering several meters in a single bound. Charging towards Shunzhou, he bore no weapon, for he was a weapon in and of himself. The martial art he practiced was the iron cloth shirt. Throughout his life, he had diligently honed this technique, immersing himself in medicinal baths and progressively conditioning his body against hard objects, from wooden stakes to stone walls. Now, his iron cloth shirt had reached a consummate level, his entire being felt as though clad in iron. Even strikes from blades and axes could be withstood. In that moment, Zeng's second-tier aura erupted without reservation, causing the garments of those nearby to flutter wildly. Shunzhou's brow furrowed slightly. He had always regarded Zeng as the main antagonist of this journey to the Han residence. Consequently, he reacted swiftly as soon as Zeng made his move. The combat spirit in his dark eyes surged ever higher, and his own aura ascended to a new echelon. In strategy, he looked down upon his enemies, yet in tactics, he respected them. Shunzhou resolved to exert his utmost efforts. So, this fellow is also at the second tier. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Shunzhou, Zeng's eyes widened in disbelief, an array of questions flooding his mind. Yet, with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. He launched a punch directly at Shunzhou's face. However, to Shunzhou, Zeng's movements were not much faster than those of the guards. The spear in his hand pierced through the air, arriving first and pressing toward Zeng's chest. Zeng's face lit up. He excelled in head-on confrontations, and instead of evading, he tensed every muscle in his body and charged straight ahead. This was the confidence of the iron cloth shirt. With the sound of impact, Zeng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Looking down, he discovered that Shunzhou's spear had penetrated his iron cloth shirt, skewering him through the torso and lifting him into the air. Zeng's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? My iron cloth shirt, Dodo. You've always been this bold. Shunzhou could not help but chuckle, slightly taken aback. Truly a fool worthy of a museum. Charging directly into the path of my spear. A wave of intense humiliation surged through Zeng's heart, quickly fading into obscurity. To receive such a remark from his opponent, just before death was enough to keep him from closing his eyes in peace. In truth, it was indeed the case. To the onlookers, Zheng's actions were akin to suicide. However, the guards present were acutely aware of how formidable his body was. Even the most prominent martial artists in Chongqing County would struggle to contend with him for an extended period. Yet, unexpectedly, he was dispatched by Shen Zhou in a single blow. Just how terrifying was the force Shen Zhou had applied to his spear? Slaying a second-tier villain grants 70 points of virtue. Slaying 15 first-tier villains grants 150 points of virtue. Shen Zhou's virtuous deeds were continuously recorded in the Book of Merits. These guards were unaware of how many nefarious deeds they had aided the Han family in committing. They were notoriously arrogant and overbearing, making the label of villains entirely justified. With the minor boss eliminated, Shen Zhou cast a disdainful glance at the remaining guards. Zheng's corpse conveniently slid off the spear in his hand, and combined with Shen Zhou's blood-soaked appearance, he resembled a hellish demon. The surrounding guards were already paralyzed with fear. Turning to flee, they were merely guards, not death warriors, and in such a situation, only a fool would wish to continue fighting Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou first searched Zheng's body, hoping to find any martial arts manuals. Unfortunately, apart from a few silver notes, he found nothing of value. What is this? Shouldn't the antagonist carry manuals with them, only to have them drop upon being defeated by the protagonist, with no other option? Shen Zhou continued deeper into the Han residence. The nameless minions were of little concern. He could not allow those significant individuals to escape. He would sooner forego the points of virtue from these guards than miss the chance to personally eliminate his enemies. In the grand hall of the Han residence, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe adorned with golden patterns, his belly protruding, sat at the head of the table sipping tea. He was Han Jianrong, the head of the Han family. Flanking him were a group of charming women. Han Jianrong had married 7 wives, yet due to his own shortcomings, he had only 1 son and 1 daughter. Consequently, he placed immense importance on his offspring, to the extent that they were spoiled beyond measure. When his daughter Han Wanner fell gravely ill, he had expended great effort to cure her ailment. The sudden commotion outside made Han Jianrong furrow his brows, his displeasure mounting. What is happening? Why is there such a disturbance outside? Soon, a house servant rushed into the hall, breathless, to report, "Master, it is Shen Zhou who has returned." "Shun the fool?" A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the 3rd concubine sitting beside him. "This lad is still alive. What a strange occurrence." The 2nd concubine followed suit, exclaiming, as the saying goes, "There are only overworked oxen, not worn-out fields. This Shen Zhou is still not dead. Ha ha, such is the nature of the impoverished. Their lives are cheap and easily sustained, not so easily extinguished indeed. This fellow likely comes seeking money." Seeking money? Though the Han family is large and prosperous, it does not mean that any random person can come and demand funds. The concubines immediately began to chatter, each voice rising in mockery. Han Jianrong's brows knitted tighter. These paupers are truly insatiable. Did he not receive several hundred taels from my brother, yet still feels it insufficient? How dare he come to demand more? A lowly wretch like Shen Zhou would have never dared to set foot in the Han residence were it not for the necessity of treating his daughter's illness. He had even enjoyed a brief romantic interlude with her. Such fortune was one that Shen Zhou might only hope to accumulate in 3 lifetimes, and yet he was still unsatisfied, now daring to come and take advantage of their goodwill, truly unforgivable. "Master, Shen Zhou's arrival may not be as simple as seeking money." At that moment, the house servant seized an opportunity to interject, speaking in a flustered tone. He came in and immediately killed our doorman." "What?" At this revelation, everyone present was taken aback. To them, it was already absurd that Shen Zhou was alive. Now he had the audacity to kill. Han Jianrong could not help but confirm. "Are you certain of your senses?" "You fool!" The servant nodded fervently. "I am indeed clear-headed. I witnessed him slay the man with my own eyes." Han Jianrong's brow furrowed deeply as he pressed on. "And what of Steward Zhang?" "He immediately led men to deal with it." Well then." Han Jianrong finally relaxed his expression, nodding slightly. Steward Zhang was formidable, not to mention the fact that the Han residence had dozens of martial artist guards. Although he was uncertain how Shen Zhou had suddenly become so ferocious, surely the odds were in their favor with dozens against 1. Chapter 10. You truly are hungry. This is quite interesting. A dying fool still has the ability to kill. Upon hearing this, a young man seated below became intrigued, rising to head toward the entrance. "Hey, father, I'm going to see the fun." The young man was Han Jinrong's eldest son. Han Long, during Xian Zhou's time as a live-in son-in-law, he had taken great delight in teasing the fool. For instance, he had once forced Xin Zhou to jump into a latrine, leaving him utterly filthy. And on another occasion, after being caught peeping at his father's concubine bathing, he had made Xin Zhou take the blame. Initially, Xin Zhou had been reluctant, but after several beatings from Han Long, he had ultimately been trained to obey. To lose such an obedient servant would indeed be a pity. Han Jinrong nodded, not paying much mind. Han Long hummed a tune as he exited the room, and the expressions of those in the hall relaxed. Their conversation shifted from Xin Zhou to the marriage of Han Wanner and Zhao Jing, all smiles as they discussed the bright future of the Han family. Though a doorman had just died, they were unconcerned. They could simply replace him. Yet, mere moments later, a series of wails erupted from the courtyard, shattering their optimistic illusions of the future. Those were the cries of the house servants and guards. Silence fell abruptly in the hall, and the crowd exchanged anxious glances, finally sensing a hint of tension. What is happening? Han Jinrong could no longer remain seated. He turned to the trembling servant. Are you certain that Xin Zhou came alone? Yes, the servant stammered in reply. Then what is causing that racket? Han Jinrong pressed further. The servant was at a loss for an answer, but suddenly, Han Jinrong recalled something, his face turning pale as he shouted, Quickly, quickly, go fetch the eldest young master back. Yes, master. The house servant sprang into action immediately. However, just as he reached the entrance of the hall, a dark shadow suddenly flew in from outside, crashing down upon him like a stone. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the impact, the servant was instantaneously sent hurtling backward alongside the shadow, ultimately embedding themselves into a wall, motionless. The wives and maidservants present screamed in unison upon witnessing the scene. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, a young man clad in blue leisurely walked into the hall. His strikingly handsome visage was one that everyone present recognized all too well, Xin Zhou. Without delay, Xin Zhou directed his gaze toward Han Jinrong, seated at the head of the table, and with a smile as warm as a spring breeze, he spoke. Father-in-law, weren't you looking for your son? I've personally brought him back to you. Brought him back? Han Jinrong momentarily stood in stunned silence, suddenly realizing something, and turned to look there, wedged in the wall, lay his son Han Long, entangled with the servant, intertwined in a most peculiar manner. Han Jinrong instantly comprehended the meaning behind Xian Zhou's words and let out a piercing scream. My son. Delivering a son to his father, good deed value 30. The text recorded in the Book of Merits contrasted sharply with Han Jinrong's anguished cries. Yet Xin Zhou remained unfazed. He surveyed the crowd once more, clapping his hands in amusement, and declared, Splendid, splendid. What a delightful gathering. It saves me the trouble of searching each of you out individually. However, we seem to be missing one. Where is my lady? Since Han Wanner was absent, it felt akin to a lavish feast devoid of the main course, leaving a sense of dissatisfaction. No one answered Xin Zhou's inquiry. And among them, the second concubine could no longer contain her inner terror and dashed into the inner chamber. But almost instantly, a long spear pierced the air, whistling as it struck her from behind. Impaling her body, thud, the second concubine collapsed to the ground. Slaying a malicious woman, good deed value 30. Hee, quite the profit, Xin Zhou remarked softly, observing how the second concubine vanished in an instant. The remaining individuals dared not make any further moves, each behaving as obediently as students attending a public lecture. All eyes were filled with dread as they gazed at Xin Zhou. The man they once deemed a lowly fool, whom they could insult at will, had transformed into a figure of terror. Han Jinrong trembled as he inquired, What are you here for? Xin Zhou approached him briskly, politely stating his purpose. Naturally, I have come to see my father-in-law off into the afterlife. Although I forgot to bring a bell, it matters not. I shall make you into one. Han Jinrong's body quivered, and he forced a genial smile upon his rotund face. Son-in-law, if there are any grievances, we can sit down and discuss them calmly. There's no need for weapons. Xin Zhou chuckled in response. How amusing, when I sought to reason with you, you offered me your fists. Now that I wish to use my fists, you suddenly want to reason with me. Is there any world where matters unfold so favorably? It would be far more comfortable to lie down and speak. With that, Xin Zhou seized Han Jinrong's head, giving it a gentle twist. Crack! Han Jinrong's head spun around as if it were a clock. Shen Zhou had no intention of reasoning with such a man. He was unworthy of it. Slaying a greedy and treacherous villain. Good deed value 100 DSK. Taking down this scoundrel. Truly worth it. One person counts for a multitude. Shen Zhou felt much of his pent-up resentment dissipate. With a stoic expression, after dispatching Han Jinrong, he swiftly approached the third concubine, not allowing her a moment to utter pleas for mercy before delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The third concubine fell into a pool of blood, while Shen Zhou moved on to the next individual. Raising his fist once more, each blow was decisive and unmerciful, turning the entire hall into a nightmarish execution ground. Run! Help! The remaining onlookers were already terrified beyond measure by Shen Zhou's actions. They would not simply stand by to be slaughtered. Each cried out for their mothers and fled in all directions. Yet, being mere commoners, how could they hope to escape from Shen Zhou's grasp? In no time, the hall was left with only Shen Zhou standing. The Book of Merits was filled with accounts of his good deeds. It was splendid. Each person here was worth a considerable amount, with each one toppled yielding at least 30 points of good deed value. After all, no matter how malevolent a commoner might be, they could not compare to the worth of a single finger from these nobility. However, Shen Zhou was not the only one still drawing breath. In a corner, another figure cowered like a quail, her heavily made-up face streaked with tears, trembling in fear. This was a woman, or rather a young girl of similar age to Shen Zhou, at the tender age of blossoming. She was Han Jinrong's seventh concubine. Shen Zhou did not know her name. He only knew she had been sold into the Han household due to her beauty, becoming Han Jinrong's little wife. This seventh concubine was young, naive, and possessed the simple goodness of someone from the lower strata. In the past, she had even secretly brought food to the former self, who often went hungry. As memories flashed through his mind, Shen Zhou approached the girl and asked, "Do you know where Han Waner is?" "Why, yes, I do," the girl stammered in fear, nodding her head. "She's in her boudoir in the back courtyard." "Good," Shen Zhou replied, then waved his hand. "Retrieve something of value from the Han residence, and then escape." Having said this, Shen Zhou prepared to leave. "Wait!" The petite seventh concubine suddenly called out to Shen Zhou, her face pale with trepidation. "The county magistrate's son is with Han Waner. He seems quite formidable. Be careful." The county magistrate's son. With a moment's reflection, Shen Zhou recalled that this person was quite notorious, his infamy rivaling that of the Black Tiger Gang. His notoriety stemmed from a peculiar vice. It was said he was a scoundrel with a penchant for married women, and many beautiful wives in the county had fallen victim to his vile hands. "What is he doing here?" Shen Zhou inquired. "He is to wed Han Waner next week." Shen Zhou was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "TSK, my ex-wife truly has an insatiable appetite, consuming everything in sight. But his timing is rather impeccable." Chapter 11. You have become a qualified orphan. Subsequently, Shen Zhou patted the girl's shoulder. "Thank you for the information. Hurry and save yourself." After issuing his advice, Shen Zhou strode towards the back courtyard of the Han residence. "Girl!" The young girl stared blankly at the tall figure in blue as he vanished from her sight. Only then coming to her senses, she spat at Han Jinrong's corpse and, feeling a mix of anxiety and trepidation, cautiously exited the Han residence's hall. The bright sunlight bathed her, yet warmth surged from within her heart. She was finally free, successfully assisting the girl in escaping. Good deed value 10, in Shen Zhou's mind. The prompt from the Book of Merits resonated, and he murmured, "Where is Han Waner's boudoir? I can't quite recall at the moment." The Han residence was vast, and as Shen Zhou recalled, he searched for her. Even though the former self had spent several months within the Han estate, he still had not grasped the layout. Most of that time had been spent under confinement, living like a farm animal. He could not allow Han Waner to escape. He needed to settle this grudge, or he might not sleep soundly tonight. Shen Zhou quickened his pace, and just as he meticulously searched through each room, he spotted two figures hurrying down the corridor toward him. Leading the way was a woman, slender and graceful, her hurried steps betraying her anxious demeanor. It was none other than Han Waner, the very person he had been yearning for. Shen Zhou's eyes brightened. Excellent, tonight he should be able to rest easy. Upon hearing the maid's report, Han Waner had rushed to the hall alongside Zhao Jing without a moment's hesitation. She had no thoughts of fleeing, as the maid's words seemed far too fantastical to her. Han Wanner had interacted with Shun Zhou more than anyone else in the Han household and understood him well. He was of lowly status. Foolish. Most importantly, he was an ordinary man, utterly powerless. It was utterly impossible for someone like him to storm the Han residence. Absolutely impossible. Yet, she could not shake the feeling of unease swelling within her. Just as her anxiety peaked, Han Wanner's steps came to an abrupt halt at the sight of a familiar figure. Standing right ahead, a youth clad in blue, with a face like jade, regarded her with a tranquil expression. Shun Zhou? Han Wanner instinctively called out, "Is that really you, Shun Zhou?" Upon hearing Han Wanner's address, Zhao Jing beside her scrutinized the youth from a distance. This was Han Wanner's former husband. He appeared quite immature. Yet, unexpectedly, he had the looks of a charming scoundrel. Zhao Jing felt a twinge of jealousy, yet upon realizing that such an attractive young man could only obediently wear the green hat, he felt a sense of relief. "Shun Zhou!" Han Wanner exclaimed sharply, stamping her foot in frustration. "Your audacity knows no bounds, daring to intrude into my Han residence alone. From which dog hole did you crawl in? How did you manage to reach this place?" She appeared imposing, for in front of Zhao Jing, she had to maintain a certain demeanor, without any hint of entanglement with Shun Zhou, her ex-husband. She must convey an attitude of complete severance from him. Shun Zhou smirked, feeling a surge of astonishment. Was this person truly so audacious? Unbeknownst to them, he had just hunted down their horse. Oh, it seemed they really had no idea, but that was of little concern. Let them experience the pain firsthand. With this thought, Shun Zhou swiftly approached the tude. Zhao Jing, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, couldn't help but display a pleased expression. Foolishness knows no bounds. Instead of fleeing, this idiot was coming closer to him. Thus, he too advanced towards Shun Zhou. They both rushed towards each other. A sinister glee emerged on Zhao Jing's face. "First, I shall cripple this fool. And then I will bind him, allowing him to witness how intimate Wanner and I can be." No sooner had he thought this than he stood before Shun Zhou and launched a punch. However, Shun Zhou's palm struck his face first. Bang. Zhao Jing collapsed to the ground in a heap, the earth cracking beneath him, dust swirling around. Ugh! The sharp pain surged through his head, involuntarily eliciting a groan from Zhao Jing. His arrogance instantly transformed into terror. What just happened? How could he be knocked down so easily? He couldn't even discern Shun Zhou's movements. After all, he was a martial arts prodigy from Chongqing County. Beside them, Han Wanner was also taken aback, completely dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, Zhao Jing was a 7th-level practitioner. How could he be defeated in a single blow by Shun Zhou, who had never trained in martial arts? "I had no grievances with you, merely wishing to grant you a swift end. Yet you were so arrogant as to attempt to cripple me. Then I shall be the one to cripple you first." Shun Zhou's cold voice resonated as he looked down upon Zhao Jing, then lifted his foot and stomped down. Crack! Accompanied by Zhao Jing's anguished scream. His right leg twisted grotesquely. "You bastard!" In excruciating pain, Zhao Jing bellowed, "Do you know who I am? My father, Zhao Shuanghe, is the magistrate of Chongqing County. How dare you treat me this way? I will ensure you are torn to pieces, and then I will kill your entire family. Not a single one shall escape." Who knew that upon hearing these words, Shun Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. It was truly comical to hear someone threaten him with their family. Shun Zhou's laughter left Zhao Jing in shock. His confidence waned as he realized this fool was still laughing. Was killing his family something to be amused by? Haha, among the entire Han family, you are the one who can make me laugh the most. Shun Zhou's words confirmed Zhao Jing's suspicions. He spoke as if in casual conversation, then delivered another heavy kick. Crack! Zhao Jing's other leg also snapped, his wails growing louder, his face turning ashen, his heart racing. Fool! Shun Zhou is truly a fool, completely disregarding his threats. "Please, don't kill me, young Master Shun. If you spare me, I can offer you anything. Money, power, whatever you desire." Zhao Jing, enduring the agony, began to plead. He was a clever man. Realizing his threats held no weight with Shun Zhou, he quickly shifted his tone, attempting to entice Shun Zhou with promises. Of course, it was all mere words. As long as he could trick this fool into letting him go, he would repay today's suffering 100-fold in the future. Power? Yet Shun Zhou's voice dripped with mockery. "A mere county magistrate, and you speak as if you were an emperor. I suspect you have deluded yourself into thinking you are the king of the mountain." Shun Zhou, Where are my parents? Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Jing, Han Waner suddenly shouted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Shenzhou, her slender frame trembling with rage. Shenzhou turned to the lovely lady and smiled. Don't worry, I will send you to meet them shortly. Han Waner's heart plummeted. Shenzhou's ability to take down Zhao Jing in an instant spoke volumes of his martial prowess. His words were likely true. With this thought, resentment and fury surged within Han Waner. Her expression twisted as she screamed at Shenzhou. Why are you doing this? Why do you want to kill my family? All I did was divorce you. I merely wished for you to die. After all, you won't live much longer. What does it matter? You are nothing but a fool born of a mother who abandoned you. My Han family allowed you to enjoy months of luxury and even shared a bed with a beauty like me. Was that not enough kindness? Han Waner seemed to rediscover her former attitude toward Shenzhou, her voice escalating. Without my Han family, you would be condemned to a life of servitude, never to taste wealth or comfort. Why do you repay kindness with malice? Her shrill cries overflowed with tears. As if a great injustice lay hidden within her, ready to burst forth, appearing utterly pitiful. She vented her emotions for several seconds until Shenzhou's cold laughter interrupted. A powerful sense of oppression suddenly enveloped Han Waner's heart. Her cries ceased abruptly, and her gaze cleared slightly as she realized the absurdity of her previous words and actions, for her life was still in the hands of the man before her. Her parents and brothers had been killed. Shenzhou would likely show her no mercy either. I once thought that only my world could harbor such filth. I never imagined this world could also be tainted by it. Truly unfortunate. Shenzhou uttered words that Han Waner could not comprehend, stepping forward and seizing her by the throat. Yet, to label her as filth was not entirely accurate. Individuals like Han Waner, born into wealth and privilege, were raised in comfort and luxury, ignorant of the struggles of the lower class. It seemed as if they were born to be superior, taking all they received as a matter of course. She believed that commoners were meant to be lowly, unworthy of enjoying a good life, while the elite were sacred and entitled to everything. This consciousness, born from class disparity, is deeply rooted, even in modern times. If a mere spoiled rich girl could think this way, what of those who sat even higher on the social ladder, those who occupied the halls of power? An intense pressure emanated from her throat, causing Han Waner's face to flush crimson, the sensation of impending death washing over her. I will die. I will definitely die. Cough, cough. Please, don't kill me, I beg you. Even as Shenzhou tightened his grip, an overwhelming desire to survive compelled Han Waner to stammer out a few words. Pleading for mercy, her earlier arrogance completely vanquished. The contrast was laughable. Shenzhou's teasing voice rang out. It must be said, his ex-wife was indeed quite stunning. With a curvaceous figure and long legs, she was a true beauty. With this thought, he released his grip on Han Waner's throat, instead gently stroking her head. Han Waner seized the opportunity to breathe, realizing how wonderful it was to be able to draw in air again. As she gasped for breath, she pleaded, Shenzhou, for the sake of our past as husband and wife, spare me. I will do anything you ask, then you must first satisfy me. Shenzhou replied with a meaningful tone. Gazing at Shenzhou's wickedly charming smile, Han Waner felt an unfamiliar sensation arise within her, trembling as she stuttered. You are not Shenzhou. The former Shenzhou was naive and clueless. Needing her guidance in all matters, the current Shenzhou was entirely different. Upon hearing her words, Shenzhou raised an eyebrow, a non-committal smile gracing his lips. You have a sharp eye? Then suddenly, Han Waner felt the pressure on her head intensify as he pressed her down forcefully. I am quite irate right now. Not far away, Zhao Jing's pupils widened in shock. This familiar scene made him instantly aware of Shenzhou's intentions. A wave of intense humiliation washing over him as he instinctively turned his head away. However, Shenzhou observed his actions clearly, and the next moment, his voice rang out, Turn your head back to me. Zhao Jing stiffened. The calm voice continued. Zhao Jing, you seem to enjoy this kind of spectacle, did you not? I am merely fulfilling your wish. If you wish to live, keep your eyes wide open and observe how your fiancé performs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing clenched his fists, trembling all over, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Yet he ultimately turned his head back. I live solely to survive, and besides, Han Waner has yet to become my wife. This cannot harm me, Zhao Jing shouted internally, constantly reassuring himself, yet his eyes were already bloodshot and filled with tears. If our roles were reversed, I would show you what true cruelty is. As for Han Wanner, she was on the verge of collapse. Under the gaze of her fiancé, she felt an overwhelming mix of shame and indignation. Her face flushed as she cried out, "Impossible! I am, after all, a lady of the house, and I would never stoop to such depths." Her tone was resolute, as if she were striking iron while it was hot. If she were to yield to Shan Zhou's lewd threats, what would distinguish her from the women in the brothels? Was it not so? Despite Han Wanner's ostentatious display of noble integrity, Shan Zhou remained unfazed. He wasn't angered but rather presented a tantalizing proposition. "If you serve me well, I shall grant you a chance at life. Should you refuse, I will eliminate you immediately, ensuring you can no longer flaunt any semblance of virtue." He caressed Han Wanner's cheek and added, "Consider it carefully. Is your life more precious than your dignity?" Han Wanner felt her throat constrict. Shan Zhou's words caused her to waver. Indeed, what could possibly outweigh the value of life? Reflecting on this, she turned to Zhao Jing and whispered, "Zhao Jing, you turn away, do not look." Shan Zhou fell silent, knowing Zhao Jing was a man who understood the gravity of the situation. Just as he had anticipated, Zhao Jing was unmoved by Han Wanner's plea, even though he was engulfed in despair. Survival outweighed all else. To navigate through life, one must wear a bit of green on their head. This was a phrase he had often used to mock incompetent husbands, yet now it served as a means of self-comfort. Witnessing Zhao Jing's willingness to forsake everything for survival, Han Wanner completely broke down. "Fine, I agree, she cried out to Shen Zhou in that moment. Her pride was utterly shattered by him. Nothing mattered anymore. As long as she could continue to live. In her desperation, Han Wanner knelt at Shen Zhou's feet, her hands slowly reaching towards his waist. Yet, in the next instant, she heard Shen Zhou's mocking voice, "Oh, you truly agree?" When she looked up, she found his gaze filled with derision and scorn before he suddenly kicked her. Bang! The distinct sound of bones breaking echoed through the courtyard as Han Wanner's body flew back like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against a distant wall. After a couple of convulsions, this esteemed lady of the house lay still. Elimination of a vicious, wealthy heiress, Virtue Points 80. Reuniting all members of the Han family. Virtue Points 20. Seeing the words inscribed in the merit record, Shen Zhou expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, a family should be whole. How naive and adorable was Han Wanner, still clinging to the hope of survival. Her parents and brothers were all gone. Could she bear to live on alone? Shen Zhou's gaze shifted to the increasingly terrified Zhao Jing, just as a flurry of footsteps erupted from the distance, accompanied by shouts, this way, hurry, 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 come in, come in." Shen Zhou's brow furrowed, and soon after, 100 figures surged into the courtyard. They were all clad in black attire, each bearing a heavy crossbow, the iron arrows atop measuring over 3 feet in length, glinting with a fierce cold light. This was indeed a squad of crossbowmen. The leader, a man of around 30, donned a deep blue uniform, a saber at his waist, his face sharply defined. Upon seeing this, Zhao Jing was overjoyed, shouting hoarsely, "County Lieutenant Xiao, save me, please save me, kill this scoundrel." Before he could finish, Shan Zhou seized his hair and lifted him as if he were a mere chick. "Do you know him?" "That certainly simplifies matters, young master," the distant county lieutenant Xiao called out, his facial muscles twitching in evident anxiety, before shouting at Shan Zhou, "You audacious rogue, release young master Zhao at once. Otherwise, a rain of arrows will pierce your heart." Accompanying his words, the crossbowmen all aimed their weapons at Shan Zhou in unison. What a predicament! He was relying on Zhao Jing's life to save his OWN in such a perilous situation. The young man in blue merely smiled. "Everyone, do take care. Be cautious not to hit your young master." With that, Shan Zhou took a step back, positioning Zhao Jing protectively in front of him. The county lieutenant, an assistant to the magistrate, was responsible for maintaining law and order. The response from the guards of Chongqing County was surprisingly swift, and their equipment exceeded Shan Zhou's expectations, far more refined than he had imagined. He hadn't anticipated that each would carry a crossbow. Such a weapon, in his current state, he could not withstand. Shen Zhou suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't killed Zhao Jing right away. As Shen Zhou spoke, Zhao Jing, anxious, joined in, "Don't make a move, nobody move." Zhao Jing certainly did not wish for mutual destruction, for in his eyes, his life as the county magistrate's son was worth far more than that of a mere commoner like Shen Zhou. The soldiers displayed visible tension, lowering their crossbows slightly. They understood their magistrate's temperament. Should they accidentally kill Zhao Jing, they would surely face dire consequences. Just then, another group arrived, clad in black with red sashes, the members of the Black Tiger Gang. The imposing figure leading them, broad-shouldered and stout, resembled a bear. Upon entering the courtyard, he bellowed at Shen Zhou, "You little brat, are you the one who killed my men in broad daylight?" "I do not kill." Shen Zhou replied calmly, his gaze sweeping past the man. "I only slay beasts." "What did you say?" The burly man's eyes widened in fury, astonished that this young man would still speak defiantly even in the face of death. "You courting death?" Indeed, he was courting death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Shen Zhou readily admitted, however, "With this county magistrate's son accompanying me to death, I have no qualms." As he spoke, he toyed with Zhao Jing's body as if it were a small dog. The giant's face contorted with rage, his throat dry. Though he feigned bravado, he dared not make a move. "What do you want?" "If you let young Master Zhao go, we can discuss this amicably," County Lieutenant Xiao interjected. Softening his tone, even adopting a somewhat conciliatory demeanor, Shen Zhou was taken aback by their attitudes. It seemed that the protective charm of Zhao Jing was quite effective, with the sudden arrival of these individuals witnessing Shen Zhou's violent actions. The merit record began to inscribe anew. "Your reputation has reached the first stage, initial brilliance. You have gained a legendary reward. You will awaken a martial talent unique to yourself, a martial talent unique to him." Shen Zhou's heart stirred. Could he claim the coveted rewards? With this thought, Shen Zhou grasped Zhao Jing and retreated into an adjacent room, casually throwing out a warning. "Don't come in unless you wish to see your young master's corpse." County Lieutenant Zhao's expression darkened, yet he obediently remained outside. The Black Tiger Gang members did likewise. If Shen Zhou had taken a commoner hostage, they might have simply shot them both with a volley of arrows. But he was holding the magistrate's son. That complicated matters greatly. Inside the room, the Black Tiger Gang's leader approached County Lieutenant Xiao. "Brother Xiao, I never expected the Yamen would deploy crossbowmen. Typically, such forces were only mobilized in the face of significant danger in the county town. Evidently, this situation had not escalated to that level. Indeed, when young Master Zhao was in danger, how could we remain idle?" County Lieutenant Xiao replied gravely. Upon receiving the report, Magistrate Zhao had flown into a rage. Immediately dispatching all available crossbowmen to assist, "If it were up to me, there would be no need for such fuss. With your second grade, 5th layer level, you could easily charge in and apprehend him without all this commotion." The burly man chuckled. "Deputy Leader Lin, do not jest. Did not several of your men meet their end at his hands?" County Lieutenant Xiao replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Both were astute. They had thoroughly investigated Shen Zhou's background. A penniless commoner, he had never trained in martial arts. However, the guards and the former steward who lay dead in the courtyard testified to Shen Zhou's formidable prowess. Especially the former steward, whose martial skills were exceptional. Even the two of them would find it challenging to defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. The entire situation reeked of oddity. Recklessly advancing could cost them their lives. "Indeed, it seems we both understand the peculiarities surrounding that young man." Deputy Leader Lin grinned, though he added, "However, we cannot remain in this stalemate indefinitely. I believe I have a plan that can finally be put into action." As he spoke, Deputy Leader Lin lowered his voice, ensuring only County Lieutenant Xiao, who had reached the 2nd grade level, could hear him. Noticing the other's sinister smile, County Lieutenant Zhao's interest piqued, and he inquired, "Do tell." Shen Zhou had entered a study, its shelves overflowing with books. The size of this study surpassed even that of the house he had purchased with a loan in his previous life. The life of the wealthy, whether in ancient or modern times, is invariably luxurious. He settled into the grand armchair at the center of the study, while Zhao Jing was tethered to him like a dog. "Little brother, I can swear by heaven, if you let me go, I will not hold you accountable for your crimes and will grant you 100 taels of gold." Zhao Jing continued to plead desperately. "Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue," Shen Zhou replied with a calm indifference. Instantly, Zhao Jing lowered his head, becoming quiet and compliant. Shen Zhou took a deep breath. He now appeared to be at the end of his rope. Yet he held no regrets, at least his heart felt considerably lighter. Tio lived freely and without constraint. That is the essence of truly living for oneself. Morning enlightenment, evening demised, well, perhaps not demised just yet. Let us see what the merit record reveals about his martial arts talent. Perhaps this is the key to a miraculous turnaround. Shan Zhou directed his consciousness toward the merit record, which now flowed with an extensive array of text. The martial talent you have awakened is Fourth Calamity, upgradable. Fourth Calamity? Shan Zhou was astonished. Was this not a concept he only possessed in his previous life? Why did it exist in this world as well? He immediately examined it closely. Fourth Calamity, upgradable, a survival-type talent. Upon activation, you will acquire the attribute of health points. Your health points are determined by your physical strength. When you are attacked, you will not be injured but instead lose health points. When your health points reach 0, you will die. Note, this is a divine ability that only the chosen ones from beyond can master, unique in the world. To unlock its value, please do not forget your original intention and continue to protect your country and its people. Gazing at the introduction on the page, even the usually composed Shan Zhou found his breath quickening. Health points, is this not a concept exclusive to video games? No wonder this talent is referred to as the Fourth Calamity. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shan Zhou felt a surge of power within him, a force that could only belong to a deity. He could hardly contain himself. Fourth Calamity, activate. The atmosphere was calm, with no earth-shattering effects. Only a red, transparent energy bar appeared in the lower left corner of Shan Zhou's vision. Currently, he was uninjured, thus his health was at full capacity. So this is my health bar? It looks rather flimsy, quite short, and it seems unlikely that I won't be reduced to critical health with just a mere poke. He mumbled to himself, never imagining he would awaken such a martial talent so incongruous with this world. Yet it truly aligned with his identity as a traveler. It made sense that this martial talent was uniquely his, for only he, as a traveler, could comprehend the true nature of this ability. If this talent could be continuously upgraded, could it not one day allow him to resurrect infinitely? With this talent, he could now stage a miraculous comeback. Shan Zhou began to formulate a plan. But before he could implement it, two resounding crashes erupted almost simultaneously. Boom! In front, the county constable Xiao burst through the wooden door, his robes billowing, eyes sharp, and brandishing a long knife aimed directly at Shan Zhou's head. From behind, the deputy leader Lin followed swiftly, his speed remarkable. They chose to launch an offensive, sandwiching him from both sides. Shan Zhou's gaze ignited with fervor. He stepped forward to confront the nearest adversary. The county constable Xiao, in the state of activating Fourth Calamity, he had no reason to retreat. Chapter 15. What on earth is this? With a resounding clang, the powerful blade light was seized firmly by Shan Zhou's jade-like left hand. He caught the blade with his bare hands. A flicker of astonishment crossed the face of County Constable Xiao. The opponent had managed to block his strike with just one hand, standing tall and unwavering. The immense force he applied to the blade seemed to vanish into thin air, achieving no effect whatsoever. Judging by the youth's aura, he appeared to be a second-tier martial artist like himself. Yet why was there such a disparity in strength? Almost simultaneously, Deputy Leader Lin had already closed in within half a meter of Shan Zhou, extending his large hand to grasp Zhao Jing, who lay on the ground. Zhao Jing's countenance lit up with joy upon seeing this, exclaiming, "Save me! One person restrains me, while another attempts to rescue Zhao Jing." Shan Zhou instantly discerned their intentions, but Zhao Jing, now incapacitated, was a mere waste. Attempting to take him away right under his nose was a fool's errand. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. Deputy Leader Lin's fingers curled like vicious claws. His fingertips dark, and he suddenly exerted force. Accompanied by Zhao Jing's piercing scream, his head was crushed as if it were mere foam. Shan Zhou raised an eyebrow, realizing that their true objective was not to save Zhao Jing, but to eliminate him. Earlier, these two had seemed genuinely concerned for Zhao Jing's safety, as if he were their own father, but it turned out to be a ruse. They had been played. Witnessing Zhao Jing's demise, County Constable Xiao abandoned the long knife that Shan Zhou had seized and retreated. Deputy Leader Lin followed suit, a mocking smile gracing his face. They had succeeded. Indeed, the target of their assault was not Shan Zhou, but Zhao Jing. This man was a complete pervert, his obsession with other men's wives having reached a pathological level. The sister of County Constable Xiao and the wife of Deputy Leader Lin had both fallen victim to his advances. and they could only endure and choose to forgive Zhao Jing. Had it not been for Zhao Jing's father being the highest authority in the county, they would have killed him countless times by now. This time, they finally saw their chance. In the cramped study, those outside could not discern what transpired within. Now, they merely needed to shift the blame onto this young rascal, and their plan would be complete. Both County Constable Xiao and Deputy Leader Lin exited the study almost simultaneously, while Deputy Leader Lin's smile vanished, replaced by a sorrowful cry. Young Master Zhao. Immediately following, County Constable Zhao's furious roar echoed. Bold ruffian! How dare you murder young Master Zhao? Fire arrows, avenge young Master Zhao. With a command from County Constable Xiao, the crossbowmen present froze momentarily. They had clearly heard the anguished scream, which undeniably belonged to young Master Zhao. But why not release the arrows? County Constable Zhao's further inquiry interrupted the crossbowmen's hesitation, and they pulled the triggers. In the next moment, countless crossbow bolts rained down upon the study like a torrential black storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The study, crafted from fine Nanmu wood, was pierced as easily as if made of paper, and in the blink of an eye, the entire room was riddled with holes. County Constable Xiao gracefully landed nearby. His face a mask of grief and fury as he observed the scene, yet internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of glee. The crossbowman wielded a weapon known as the meteor crossbow, which possessed immense power. For low-tier martial artists, it was an indisputable instrument of death. With over 100 arrows raining down, that young rascal would undoubtedly perish, leaving no evidence behind. As he pondered, Deputy Leader Lin approached his side. His expression as grave as County Constable Zhao's, yet Xiao could distinctly hear him speaking in an upbeat tone. County Constable Xiao, our cooperation this time has been delightful. County Constable Zhao's expression remained unchanged as the volley of arrows concluded, and silence enveloped the now tattered study. Leading the way, County Constable Xiao drew a sidearm from a nearby constable's waist and, alongside Deputy Leader Lin, strode into the study. Upon reaching the doorway, the sight that met their eyes was Zhao Jing's lifeless body. His skull shattered, his form riddled with arrows, resembling a porcupine, blood flowing profusely, creating an intensely acrid odor. Witnessing this, both County Constable Xiao and Deputy Leader Lin tightened their expressions, not because the corpse's appearance horrified them, but because they must contain their mirth in front of the onlookers. He is dead. That little scoundrel is finally dead. Excellent, splendid. Their grudge of infidelity has finally been avenged. This also counts as eliminating a scourge for Chongqing County. Upon this realization, an unprecedented sense of justice surged within them. Suppressing their inner jubilation, the two maintained blank expressions as they entered the study, conducting a brief search before effortlessly uncovering another corpse in the corner. Shan Zhou's body. That little brat sure knows how to hide, Deputy Leader Lin exclaimed first. Shan Zhou's body curled in the corner, with only 8 or 9 arrows embedded in him, a stark contrast to the porcupine-like Zhao Jing. It should be noted that over 100 arrows had been fired into this study. Still not adept enough at evasion. County Constable Xiao scoffed, rubbing his forehead. He knew that while they had relished the moment, they would soon face the wrath of County Magistrate Zhao. Even though he had already passed the blame onto Shan Zhou, this mission of reporting back would likely not turn out well for him, especially considering it was his own son who had perished. Nevertheless, it was something that he would have to confront eventually. It was better to focus on more uplifting matters, such as making money. With the Han family completely wiped out, their assets had become ownerless. Naturally, a significant portion would flow into the county magistrate's pocket, but it would be splendid if he could fish in troubled waters first. Aside from the prospect of wealth, there was another advantage that should not be overlooked, which was the secret possessed by Shan Zhou. How had this fellow transformed overnight from a simpleton into a martial artist of the second realm? If he could uncover the mystery behind it, perhaps his own cultivation could experience a tremendous leap. As the county constable pondered, he heard the voice of Vice Leader Lin. County Constable Xiao. Would you mind if I inspect the corpse? Indeed, this scoundrel was also fixated on this matter, but given the circumstances, it was unlikely he could monopolize it. Please, go ahead. Vice Leader Lin approached Shan Zhou's corpse with a smile, his hands reaching towards the body. Yet almost simultaneously, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Their minds exploded with incredulity, transforming their disbelief into a paralyzing fear of the unknown. The instant Shan Zhou opened his eyes, he sprang into action, his movements swift as lightning, seizing Vice Leader Lin by the throat and squeezing forcefully. Chapter 16. The Legendary Durability King. Vice Leader Lin had immersed himself in martial arts for many years. Even though he was now terrified to the point of wetting himself, his body instinctively fought back, his broad, dark hand striking down towards Shun Zhou's shoulder with overwhelming force. Lin had mastered the iron palm technique, and all his skills resided in those iron hands. Previously, he had effortlessly killed Zhao Jing. However, Shun Zhou stood unyielding, allowing the blow to land upon him. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. What should have been a strike capable of breaking bricks seemed to vanish into the void, landing lightly on Shun Zhou as if he were receiving a gentle massage. Those unaware would think he was being treated to a relaxing session. A look of astonishment spread across Vice Leader Lin's face. Upon delivering that strike, he felt his own throat shatter simultaneously, killing the Second Realm Gang leader. Virtue points 100. This Vice Leader Lin was evidently as wicked as Han Jinrong, a true villain, earning Shun Zhou a bountiful 100 virtue points, which delighted him immensely. Under the talent of Fourth Calamity, even though Shun Zhou had been pierced by several arrows, he had not succumbed to death. He did not suffer injuries, nor did he possess any fatal wounds. For him, arrows of equal power striking his body or his head made no difference. Both would only deduct the same amount of health. In the lower left corner of his vision, Shun Zhou's health bar was no longer full but had lost a quarter. Though it appeared short, it was surprisingly resilient. It seemed he could withstand dozens of arrows before truly dying. This guy. What a legendary durability king he was, Shun Zhou sighed, which was also the reason he chose to endure that strike from Vice Leader Lin. In the state of Fourth Calamity, he could entirely exchange injury for injury, even life for life. Just as Shun Zhou dispatched Vice Leader Lin, County Constable Xiao seized the opportunity to turn and flee. At that moment, he was filled with unprecedented horror. Having served nearly a decade in the government, rising from constable to head constable, and now to county constable, he had handled over 100 cases and considered himself well-versed in various scenarios. But he had never encountered such a scene. To be shot in the head and yet remain alive. This fellow was not human. The bizarre situation extinguished Zhao's fighting spirit. He could no longer afford to think. His eyes fixated solely on the increasingly near exit. If he could reach that place, if he could escape outside, there were still hundreds of crossbowmen at his command. He could still turn the tide. The sunlight spilling from the doorway had already illuminated County Constable Xiao. The door was within arm's reach, but a tremendous force suddenly surged from behind him, clamping down on his left arm like a tiger's grip. Shun Zhou was faster, seizing him from behind. Apologies, but this path is closed. The cold voice sent shivers down Zhao's spine. He did not look back, and with all his might, he swung his knife downwards. The fierce aura of a Second Realm 7th layer erupted explosively, and in the face of this life-and-death crisis, this slash unleashed unprecedented might, arguably the strongest strike he had ever delivered. Clang! The blade's momentum shattered, sending a powerful feedback through his hand, causing Zhao's throat to ache painfully, nearly losing his grip on the knife. Yet, he could clearly sense that his fierce slash had been momentarily delayed, slicing through tendons and bones. He had indeed severed one of Shun Zhou's hands. Success? A surge of joy filled Zhao's heart, but he quickly realized that the immense force gripping his left arm showed no signs of relenting. Even yanking him back, his body was forced to spin halfway in the air, and he beheld the cold-faced youth before him, whose arms remained intact. Not only had they not been severed, but there was not even a scratch, only a tear in his sleeve. What was happening? I clearly severed your. Zhao's horrified voice abruptly halted as Shun Zhou's fist crashed violently against his face. Bang! The avalanche-like force descended, caving in Zhao's face, and he fell heavily to the ground like a boulder. Shun Zhou's movements did not cease. He drew back his arms as if pulling a bow, his fists imbued with formidable strength, descending upon County Constable Xiao like a tempest. Shun Zhou didn't know any martial arts. But even if he employed the most rudimentary techniques, he could still rely on brute force to smash his opponent to death. Bang, 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 bang. The explosive sounds of his fists echoed through the study until a line appeared in the merit record. Slaying the Second Realm corrupt official. Virtue points 100. Shun Zhou exhaled a breath of foul air. In the blink of an eye, Both Vice Leader Lin and County Constable Xiao had been forcefully killed by him in a manner of exchanging wounds for wounds. Thank you both. You have taught me how detrimental it is to be overly complacent, and I shall remember the lesson you imparted. Shen Zhou spoke earnestly. The path of vengeance had been too smooth, even somewhat unstoppable, which had led him to become a bit overconfident. Relying solely on brute force without employing his intellect had resulted in being outwitted by these two, who had plotted to use him as a pawn. Had it not been for awakening the fourth calamity, he would likely be feasting by now. County Constable Xiao and Vice Leader Lin had served to temper his arrogance. Shen Zhou immediately began to search the corpses. Earlier, these two had rummaged through him, and now he would return the favor, calling it even. Unfortunately, aside from money, he found nothing of value. Why had these individuals not developed the good habit of carrying their martial arts with them? It seemed he would have to employ a bit of cunning next. Outside the study, in the courtyard, over 100 crossbowmen and members of the Black Tiger gang exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss. Within half a minute of County Constable Xiao and Vice Leader Lin entering the room, their startled cries and agonized screams had echoed out, sending the gathered personnel into a panic. What was happening? Had both leaders been attacked by Shen Zhou? Impossible. Under a rain of arrows, how could Shen Zhou still be alive? Everyone's expressions turned uncertain as they cast anxious glances towards a middle-aged officer present. The head constable of Chongqing County. With Xiao absent, he held the highest authority here. The head constable swallowed hard, maintaining his composure as he declared, "Everyone, raise your crossbows and prepare to fire." But no sooner had he spoken than a figure staggered out from the study door. This figure was neither County Constable Xiao nor Vice Leader Lin, but rather the one they least wanted to see. Shen Zhou emerged, standing tall, his clothes tattered and smeared with blood, his disheveled appearance starkly contrasting with his upright posture. Most striking were the arrows embedded in his body. 2 arrows pierced through his skull, 2 more through his chest, yet he still stood there, perfectly intact. In an instant, the courtyard filled with over 100 people fell silent as the grave. All present could only think the same thought. Why is he still alive despite this? Chapter 17. What are you playing at with a few $100 a month? None of those present had ever witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. Feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity, as Shen Zhou stepped out of the study, they also noticed he seemed to be dragging 2 heavy objects. Wait a moment, those weren't objects. Those were County Constable Xiao and Vice Leader Lin. Both drenched in blood, their wide-open eyes devoid of any life, resembling 2 dead dogs that refused to close their eyes, being dragged along by Shen Zhou in that moment. Everyone held their breath, standing frozen in place. Utterly bewildered, their faces betraying their shock, County Constable Xiao and Vice Leader Lin had actually been eliminated. Amidst countless stunned and terrified gazes, Shen Zhou's indifferent voice rang out, "Weapons of mortals are useless against me." As he spoke, he reached up to slowly extract the 2 long arrows from his forehead, a scene so horrifying it sent chills down everyone's spines, like a nightmare overshadowing their minds. He had actually pulled the arrows out of his own head? "Your attacks cannot harm me. They will only provoke my ire, and the consequence of angering me is with that." Shen Zhou waved his hand, sending the 2 corpses soaring into the air before they landed beside the gathered officials and soldiers, clearly demonstrating to all present what the consequence of provoking him would be. Thus, if one wishes to avoid death, they should remain obediently in place. I am a good person and shall not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Frankly speaking, for a mere few hundred coins a month, what are you risking your lives for? Am I right? Shen Zhou's teasing voice continued, enveloping the courtyard with an aura reminiscent of a great demon. The soldiers' hearts raced, their faces drained of color, feeling as though the bows and crossbows in their hands were unbearably heavy, rendering them incapable of lifting them. The scene before them was utterly beyond their comprehension. Although they could not grasp the significance of the few hundred coins Shen Zhou mentioned, they understood the essence of his words. Given their meager salaries, it was hardly worth risking their lives. They had no obligation to confront an enemy they could not hope to defeat. The middle-aged captain, who led the group, remained silent, while the other soldiers dared not move, not even to breathe in the midst of this profound silence. Shen Zhou strode out of the courtyard as if no one were present, and all stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on the youth's retreating figure. It was only when the boy vanished around a corner that the palpable, terrifying pressure in the air finally dissipated, prompting a collective sigh of relief and an instinctive sensation of having survived a calamity. At that moment, the middle-aged captain finally snapped to attention, trembling as he shouted, "Quick! Quick! Inform the magistrate. Something grave has occurred." Shun Zhou did not exit through the grand gates of the Han residence. Instead, he scaled a wall about 10 feet high to make his retreat. After flaunting his bravado, he found the thrill exhilarating. Within that courtyard, there were over 100 crossbowmen. Should a conflict arise, his health would be akin to a candle flickering in the wind, unable to withstand even a few rounds of combat. Thus, he could only stage a survival crisis to intimidate this group of ruffians. It was evident that Shun Zhou's display of intimidation was at its peak. Extracting arrows from his head and discarding corpses had utterly terrified the soldiers, who dared not move a muscle throughout the ordeal. Upon arriving outside the Han residence, Shun Zhou no longer strolled leisurely but began to run, deliberately choosing secluded alleyways for his escape. Nevertheless, even this commotion attracted the attention of several passers-by, who, upon seeing him with multiple arrows embedded in his body and covered in blood, instinctively distanced themselves. At this moment, Shun Zhou's mindset shifted. This ancient martial world now felt more like a game to him. Especially after awakening the talent of Fourth Calamity, he had initially contemplated disregarding life and death to vent his pent-up frustrations, but now he found himself wishing to linger in this world a bit longer. As he pondered while advancing, he entered a narrow alley when a sudden noise arose above. Quick-witted, Shun Zhou caught a falling pole with ease. Looking up, he saw a delicate face peering out from a second-floor window of an old building. Her expression tinged with a hint of apology. "I beg your pardon, I am in the midst of drawing the curtains." Shun Zhou immediately recognized her as the woman who had previously sold wontons on the street. Fate, it seems, is indeed mysterious. The young woman evidently recognized Shun Zhou as well, her initial apology transforming into astonishment upon seeing his battered state. Her beautifully arched eyebrows quickly furrowed in concern, and she clenched her fists. Appearing conflicted about something, yet soon made a decision. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she urgently implored, "Young hero, please come to my home and take refuge for a moment." Shun Zhou was taken aback. Although he had previously aided her, it was merely a fleeting encounter, and yet she was willing to risk her safety to shelter him. It seemed the adage good deeds beget good fortune sometimes holds true. However, the manner of their meeting felt strangely familiar. "Very well," Shun Zhou replied after a moment of contemplation. He indeed required a temporary sanctuary. "Please wait a moment while I come down to open the door." "There is no need for that." Shun Zhou propelled himself off the wall, effortlessly leaping through the second-floor window. Upon landing inside the room, he realized that his abrupt entrance was somewhat discourteous, but he dismissed the thought. Having arrived, he could not leave only to re-enter. The woman did not seem to mind his rudeness. Instead, she anxiously gazed at him. "Young hero, should I summon a doctor for your injuries?" At present, Shun Zhou had only removed 2 arrows from his forehead, while the others remained embedded in his body, presenting a gruesome sight. "There is no need," he waved dismissively. "But you are bleeding," she exclaimed. "It is not my blood. Yet you have several arrows lodged in you." "That is of no consequence," Shun Zhou replied nonchalantly. "Just pull them out. Just pull them out." The woman appeared perplexed, as if he had been skewered like a candied hawthorn. "Removing them would only hasten your demise, would it not?" Without engaging in further discussion, Shun Zhou commenced the miraculous demonstration, swiftly extracting the remaining arrows from his body. The woman gasped in horror, instinctively covering her mouth. As Shun Zhou executed the task with remarkable speed and efficiency, as if the arrows were not piercing him but someone else. This scene not only left the woman in awe, but also evoked a profound admiration within her. Observing the deadly sharp arrows, each with barbed tips, she recognized that the youth must be enduring unimaginable pain. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his expression steady and calm. Truly a man of valor. This only served to deepen her respect for Shun Zhou. In reality, however, Shun Zhou felt no pain at all, having suffered no injuries, and thus remained blissfully unaware of the elevated perception she held of him. Before long, all the arrows had been removed and discarded onto the floor. Shun Zhou stretched, relieved that his body was no longer burdened by the excess metal, and discovered that the health bar in the lower left corner of his vision, which had been reduced to 1/3, was now beginning to recover slowly. He observed that at this rate, It would likely take the better part of a night for his health to fully replenish. Was this the legendary method of breathing to regain health? Truly, the fourth calamity was extraordinarily formidable. However, it appeared that only by extracting the projectiles could he begin to heal. It seemed the body could not regenerate health while under continuous assault. Indeed, pulling them out made all the difference. The woman stood there, utterly astonished, observing Xianzhou's vibrant demeanor, noting that the sites where the arrows had been lodged showed no sign of bleeding, as if he had not even sustained wounds. Was the disparity in human resilience truly so vast? Young hero, you must surely have divine protection. Otherwise, this defies all logic. The woman marveled, even contemplating reaching out to touch Xianzhou's robust physique in curiosity, yet refrained due to her modesty. You may consider me favored by the divine, Xianzhou nodded. Such matters were not to be explained to others. Chapter 18. The most base of beasts who has intruded? Just then, a furious shout erupted from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Shortly thereafter, Xianzhou witnessed a man clambering up the staircase. The man was of short stature, with a rather unattractive face marred by a blend of suspicion and anger. Wielding a kitchen knife in hand, his legs appeared somewhat impaired, making the ascent laborious as he struggled to make his way up the stairs. The woman, seeing this, quickly approached. "Hush! Keep your voice down. We must not alert outsiders." The man, halfway up the stairs, craned his neck and caught sight of a well-groomed youth standing on the second floor. After a brief moment of surprise, he questioned, "Who is he?" "This is the benefactor who saved me on the street." The woman promptly clarified, "I saw the benefactor in distress and invited him to seek refuge in our home for a moment." The man paused, then urged urgently, "Quick, help me up." The woman assisted him in climbing the stairs. And upon reaching the second floor, the man immediately bowed to Xianzhou. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my beloved." "That is hardly necessary," Xianzhou gestured dismissively. His act of saving was not one of life and death, merely a response to a situation where the Black Tiger Gang sought to rob someone. However, he found it surprising that these two were a couple, as they appeared rather mismatched in appearance. Even his own brother, Shen Mao, despite his flaws, managed to attract the likes of Tong Lian, who possessed a bit of beauty in the modern world. He would have assumed the man was wealthy, but this household did not seem to fit that description. The room was dimly lit, with a single oil lamp unlit, and the sparse furniture was rather rudimentary, indicative of an ordinary family in Chongqing County. "My name is Jiang Sui, and this is my husband, Wu Haisheng." The woman began to introduce herself. The man, Wu Haisheng, was not particularly loquacious, merely nodding repeatedly with a bashful expression. He had been napping on the first floor when he suddenly heard voices from above. Particularly the phrase "pull them out" being repeated frequently, Wu Haisheng's temper flared, and he assumed that intruders had broken in to harm his wife, prompting him to rush upstairs with a knife. Resulting in this awkward misunderstanding, "Young hero, I presume you are hiding from the pursuit of the Black Tiger Gang?" Jiang Sui inquired with concern. "Partly," Xianzhou replied. "Partly, indeed. After vanquishing the members of the Black Tiger Gang, I ventured into the Han residence and took more lives." Jiang Sui and Wu Haisheng were both taken aback. "Which one did you kill?" "Every single one." At this revelation, the couple was utterly astounded. Does this mean that the Han family was annihilated single-handedly by Xianzhou? This individual truly embodies the essence of a killing deity. Hence, you must understand that keeping me here poses a considerable risk. Xianzhou added, "I do not wish to implicate you too. I kindly ask that you prepare a new set of garments for me, so I may change and depart, since I am already staying." "What difference does the duration make?" Jiang Sui responded with a carefree smile, displaying a hint of masculine fortitude. "The young hero has saved me, and such kindness surely warrants repayment. Moreover, upon hearing that the young hero single-handedly obliterated the Han family, I feel compelled to applaud. Thus, you must stay a while longer." "Indeed," Wu Haisheng, with fervent eyes, nodded earnestly. The Han family was a prominent and tyrannical clan in Chongqing County, preying mercilessly on the impoverished, who naturally harbored no fondness for them. It was not merely the Han family. Xianzhou continued to issue a warning, for the son of the county magistrate of Chongqing has also met his demise. Upon hearing Xianzhou mention this, Jiang Sui and her husband were momentarily stunned, then suddenly became animated. "Are you saying that Zhao Jing was killed by you?" Wu Haixing stammered, his lips trembling. Shan Zhou nodded. He was not the one who dealt the fatal blow. But the blame heaped upon him was inescapable. In the next moment, the couple unexpectedly embraced, their tears flowing with joy. "My dear, how wonderful, that scoundrel Zhao Jing is finally dead. Indeed, the heavens have eyes." Jiang Sui and her husband's reaction left Shan Zhou somewhat bewildered, but he quickly recalled Zhao Jing's notorious reputation, and upon observing Jiang Sui's beauty, he understood that it seems yet another family has been victimized by Zhao Jing's malevolence. Such a wretch, it is no wonder he is infamous. How many women in Chongqing County have suffered at his hands? With him, the county magistrate and Lin, the deputy leader, conspiring to assassinate him, there are indeed 2 more victims here. Shan Zhou could not help but feel a surge of anger. A villain of such vile character, eliminating him would surely yield a significant increase in virtue points, yet he had not met his end by Shan Zhou's hand. Reflecting on this, Shan Zhou suddenly considered that merely dispatching Shao County Lieutenant and the others would be too lenient. These individuals had thwarted his righteous endeavors. However, upon further contemplation, if Zhao Jing was such a fiend, then his progenitor, County Magistrate Zhao, must be even more formidable, a true scoundrel among scoundrels. Instantly, the gloom in Shan Zhou's heart dissipated. A new target had emerged. The couple wept in each other's arms for several minutes before calming down, then promptly turned to Shan Zhou, kneeling in unison. "Thank you, benefactor, for ridding us of that scoundrel. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten." When they mentioned that scoundrel, their teeth nearly ground together, and Jiang Sui had bitten her lip until it bled. "Rise, both of you," Shan Zhou gestured dismissively. "Rogue like Zhao Jing deserves to be eradicated by all." He added a classic martial arts line. Given the gravity of the situation, such a renowned phrase felt appropriate. Shan Zhou did not inquire about Jiang Sui and Wu Haixing's plight. Some memories are better left unrevived, as recalling them only deepens the pain. Noticing Shan Zhou's disinterest in prying further, Jiang Sui gazed at him with increasing gratitude. Then rose from the floor. "I shall fetch a new outfit for the young hero." "Very well." Shan Zhou nodded. "Young hero, you must be hungry. I shall prepare a bowl of wontons," Wu Haixing interjected. "Agreed." Shan Zhou did not decline. Chapter 19. Surviving in turbulent times, due to Wu Haixing's ill-fitting clothing, Jiang Sui rummaged through the cabinet for quite some time before finally locating a faded gray shirt that had been laundered excessively. "This was the attire worn by my father during his lifetime. If the young hero does not mind, no matter." Shan Zhou reassured her, expressing that he held no reservations about wearing the garments of the deceased, as he had donned such before. Following this, Shan Zhou was warmly welcomed by the couple. He first took a brief wash to cleanse himself of the blood, then donned the new attire. Afterward, Wu Haixing presented a steaming bowl of wontons. "My culinary skills are modest, far inferior to those of larger establishments. It may not suit the young hero's palate, so I ask for your understanding," Wu Haixing said nervously, rubbing his hands together. Shan Zhou picked up a wonton with chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and immediately smiled. Excellent, he spoke the truth. Although the taste of these wontons could not compare to those from his past life, considering the ancient context and the disparity in seasonings, they were quite commendable. After swallowing a wonton, Shan Zhou paused momentarily, observing whether his health would diminish. One must harbor no ill intent, yet remain cautious. Despite Jiang Sui and her husband's overwhelming gratitude, Shan Zhou remained vigilant. It was not that he judged them with a narrow mindset, but rather that the actions of Shao County Lieutenant and his accomplices had left a profound lesson. However, his concerns were unfounded. After consuming a wonton, his health remained robust, and not only did he not lose any vitality, but his recovery rate even increased slightly. It seems that nourishment indeed enhances recovery speed. This was a promising discovery. Having confirmed its safety, Shan Zhou began to indulge heartily. Soon, the bowl of wontons was completely devoured, and Wu Haixing, perceptive as ever, swiftly served Shan Zhou a second bowl. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui engaged Shan Zhou in conversation about her background, revealing more of the couple's story. Jiang Sui originally hailed from another region and had relocated with her parents 2 years prior, intending to seek refuge with relatives in Chongqing County. Alas, they encountered bandits along the way, resulting in the tragic loss of her parents, and it was Wu Haixing who saved her that time. Wu Haixing was still a martial artist, single-handedly slaying several bandits, but he sustained severe injuries to his left leg, rendering him disabled and struggling to walk. Grateful for his rescue, Jiang Sui took on the responsibility of caring for Wu Haisheng, and from that point onward, the couple was inseparable. Wu Haisheng abandoned martial arts and turned to making wontons. Due to his mobility issues, he could only prepare the wontons and seasonings at home, leaving Jiang Sui to sell them in the market. Though their lives were simple and impoverished, they found happiness until one fateful day when Zhao Jing, on a leisurely outing, encountered Jiang Sui selling wontons on the street. Thus began another nightmare. The man protected his wife once, but found himself powerless to shield her a second or even a third time. Jiang Sui summoned her courage, tears streaming down her face as she recounted the horrors she had endured, while Wu Haisheng curled up, hiding in the shadows cast by the stove. I am but a useless waste. After a long silence, Wu Haisheng finally uttered those words, deliberately avoiding Shan Zhou's gaze, his eyes betraying feelings of inferiority and anger. This sense of inadequacy likely stemmed from comparing himself to Shan Zhou, feeling useless and ashamed. Simultaneously, he was enraged at his own helplessness, aware that it was his wife who required rescuing from another. Yet Shan Zhou did not perceive him as useless. He recognized the courage within this man, who had given his all. The fault lay not with him but with the world. Had Shan Zhou not possessed his unique advantages, he too would have faced a grim fate from the outset. This was not an era where one could rely solely on personal strength to conquer fate, at least not for the common folk. Without extraordinary fortune, those at the bottom would likely remain forever trapped in their plight. Shan Zhou wished to offer words of comfort, but when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Each person knows their own warmth and coldness, and what value do others' reassurances hold? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy until a sudden loud knock echoed at the door, accompanied by several furious shouts. "Open the door, quickly!" The couple immediately tensed, and Wu Haisheng spoke urgently. "My dear, quickly take the benefactor upstairs to hide. I will handle this." "Very well," Jiang Sui promptly agreed, casting a pleading glance at Shan Zhou. Shan Zhou swiftly rose to his feet. Upon opening the door, they encountered 3 fierce-looking constables standing outside. "Why did it take you so long to open the door?" One of them inquired. "Esteemed officers, I am afraid my legs are quite unsteady." Wu Haisheng replied nervously, gesturing toward his injured leg. As Wu Haisheng explained, the 3 constables pushed their way into the house, and the leader wasted no time, commanding, "Search the premises." "No, no, no," Wu Haisheng hastily interjected. "What is the meaning of this, officers? Why the sudden search? Earlier this morning, the entire Han family, including the old and young, was brutally murdered, and the perpetrator is still at large. The county magistrate has ordered a thorough search of every household in the county. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Wu Haisheng immediately feigned terror. Such a heinous individual. "I would never dare to harbor. The officers searching my home would be a complete waste of effort. Your word carries no weight." The leading constable let out a cold chuckle as he observed the bitter countenance of Wu Haisheng. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, sighing, "We are merely acting on orders. We do not wish for this course of action. After all, we are all fellow villagers, and it would be unfortunate to let matters escalate. My brothers and I have already dealt with dozens of households. We are both weary and parched. Our meager monthly salaries hardly suffice, yet we scurry about like dogs." The head constable spoke at length. While Wu Haisheng nodded in agreement, "Yes, yes." Noticing Wu Haisheng's apparent lack of understanding, the constable furrowed his brow. "Do you still not comprehend? If something were to be inadvertently damaged in your home, do not blame me." "Oh dear, Sir Constable, now I understand," Wu Haisheng exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He then produced a handful of copper coins from his pocket, pressing them into the constable's hand. "Toiling so hard on your duties, this is but a small token of appreciation. Shall we share a cup of tea to quench our thirst?" The 3 constables, now grinning from ear to ear upon receiving the coins, had no desire for tea and promptly turned to leave, heading to the next household to continue their extortion. On the second floor, Shan Zhou listened intently to the commotion below, his heart devoid of emotion. Indeed, as the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked rafter. Those in power exploit the common folk, and their subordinates are hardly better. However, Shan Zhou suppressed his inner turmoil. To act rashly now would only entangle him and his wife in danger. These constables were ultimately insignificant to him. It was the county magistrate who posed the real threat. To catch the thief, one must first capture the king. Chapter 20. There will always be malcontents who seek my demise. Perhaps the county magistrate of Chongqing was currently fuming, his anger palpable, but his subordinates were of a different mindset. Why should I concern myself with your troubles? It is your son who perished, not mine, they thought, prioritizing their own financial gain. Moreover, the criminal's exploits were so terrifying that should such a malevolent presence be unearthed from a dwelling, it would be them who would suffer the consequences. Only a fool would diligently execute orders. A wise man would turn a blind eye. Thus, the storm was swiftly and effortlessly quelled. Jiang Sui promptly spoke. Young hero, it would be wise for you to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. Zhao Shuanghe is a vengeful man. If you provoke him even slightly, he will unleash a ruthless retaliation, especially considering the death of his son. Furthermore, such a major case will inevitably attract the attention of higher authorities, leading to even greater complications. While it was true that Chongqing County lacked formidable martial artists, the next tier, Guanghan Prefecture, was an entirely different matter. Indeed, Wu Haixing nodded in agreement, beginning to devise a plan for Shanzhou's escape. Perhaps we could hire a carriage to escort the young hero out of the city? Jiang Sui shook her head. A carriage would be too conspicuous. The checkpoints at all major exits in Chongqing County are undoubtedly stringent and unreliable. The couple diligently pondered ways to assist Shanzhou, while he himself lamented, when will the cycle of vengeance cease? One must eradicate the roots of this strife swiftly. Jiang Sui and her husband were momentarily taken aback. Shanzhou's words seemed to suggest he had no intention of fleeing. Indeed, he continued, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need to leave the city. I still have matters to attend to here. Zhao Shuanghe was a man who harbored grudges. Was Shanzhou any different? He despised holding on to past grievances, yet there were always fools who chose to cross him. Having just avenged one grievance, another had already surfaced, with the annihilation of the Han family, the death of Zhao Jing, and now the emergence of the Black Tiger Gang, as well as County Magistrate Zhao. There will always be malcontents who seek my demise. He had only recently awakened the fourth calamity and could not endure such indignities. Rather than wait anxiously for retaliation, it was far better to take the initiative and eliminate these weeds. Furthermore, he could amass considerable merit points in the process. Allowing these ruffians to live was a blatant disrespect to the record of meritorious deeds in his mind. Preparing for action, Han Sui and her husband discerned Shanzhou's intentions. Their benefactor was indeed valiant, contemplating not escape but a continued offensive. As ordinary individuals, they could not sway Shanzhou's decision. Jiang Sui immediately stated, in that case, benefactor, should you persist in this course, please exercise caution. Shanzhou nodded and turned to Wu Haixing. Old Wu, you were once a martial artist. You must be well acquainted with the martial arts schools in Chongqing County. Yes, I possess some knowledge, Wu Haixing affirmed. Pray tell, which schools in the city are considered formidable, and where are they located? At present, Shanzhou was only proficient in a basic martial art, Deadly 13 Spears, and his martial resources were severely lacking. When confronted by Lin County's constables, he had relied solely on his talents of virtue subdues all in the fourth calamity. Now, having accumulated a considerable amount of merit points, it was essential to enhance his combat prowess, ensuring a more secure approach when storming the county office. Very well, Wu Haixing began to explain. Chongqing County boasts 3 martial arts schools, the Black Tiger School, the Jixing School, and the Jingwu Hall. The Black Tiger School is affiliated with the Black Tiger Gang, with its master being the gang leader. The Jixing School has branches in various counties throughout Guanghan Prefecture and is said to have a significant background. The Jingwu Hall lacks any notable connections, its territory is smaller than the others, and it is managed by a single individual, yet I believe it to be the most formidable of the 3. Shanzhou nodded, understanding Wu Haixing's perspective. In a place like Chongqing County, rife with treachery, one must have power and influence to navigate the complexities. The county magistrate held absolute authority, and the Black Tiger Gang terrorized the populace, making it exceedingly difficult to operate a martial arts school here. The fact that the Jingwu Hall had established itself in such a chaotic environment spoke volumes about its master's strength. Wu Haixing continued, I trained at the Jingwu Hall. When it first opened, various factions attempted to disrupt its operations, yet the master single-handedly repelled them all. Furthermore, the master is kind-hearted, treating every student equally, regardless of their background. And the fees are quite reasonable. Wu Haixing spoke highly of the Jingwu Hall's master, but Shenzhou was indifferent to the master's character. He required no instruction in martial arts. Good individuals could remain, while the bad ones would be eliminated to garner merit points. Since Wu Haixing claimed the Jingwu Hall was the strongest, he resolved to verify this claim that very evening as night fell. The bustling sounds of the Jingwu Hall filled the AIRDIN, the rudimentary training ground. Crafted from muddy earth, numerous students, both male and female, were drenched in sweat as they practiced against wooden dummies. The students hailed from the common folk of Chongqing County, and with their daytime labor, they could only spare a few hours in the evening to hone their skills. They did not aspire to become legendary warriors. They merely sought to learn a few techniques to protect themselves in these troubled times. On a raised platform at one end of the training ground stood a stunning young woman clad in black martial attire. Her beauty was striking, and with her arms crossed behind her back, she exuded an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. For first-time visitors to the Jingwu Hall, it would be hard to imagine that this seemingly 20-year-old woman was the master of the hall, Lin Yujing. From her vantage point, Lin Yujing observed the performance of each student, occasionally nodding or offering guidance. The students who received her instruction looked at her with profound gratitude. When fatigue set in, the students gathered to chat. And the topic of the day was none other than the massacre at the Han residence. This news had spread throughout Chongqing County, quickly becoming a favorite topic of conversation among the townsfolk. "Does anyone know who was responsible?" a young man proclaimed from the center of the crowd, his expression brimming with pride, suggesting he had some insider knowledge he wished to share. Who was it? Don't keep us in suspense," the other students urged, their curiosity piqued. Relishing the attention, the young man divulged, it was the young master of the Han family. This morning, many saw him carrying a gun towards the Han residence. Moreover, on his way, he casually dispatched several Black Tiger gang thugs, prompting the gang to seek revenge, only to suffer a devastating counterattack, losing even their deputy leader. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd erupted in cheers, their faces illuminated with joy, as if celebrating a festival. The young man waved his hand, signaling for silence, and the throng obediently quieted down, allowing him to continue. But the most thrilling part, Zhao Shuanghe's wretched son happened to be at the Han residence and was effortlessly dispatched by that young master. Ha ha ha! His laughter only incited louder cheers from the students. Ha ha! What a splendid deed! Absolutely marvelous! Double happiness! When I return home, I'll slaughter the chickens I have in my yard to celebrate. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena was abuzz with lively chatter, leading one to believe that a celebratory banquet was underway. The common folk felt emboldened to converse freely within the confines of the Jingwu Hall. For in other public spaces, they maintained a guarded silence, refraining from discussing matters of state to avoid giving petty individuals any opportunity to exploit their words and bring calamity upon themselves. This was a long-established habit. The Jingwu Hall provided them with a sense of comfort, free from the oppression of those in power. The hall's owner, Lin Yujing, was approachable, standing on equal footing with the common people. "Is that Han family's son-in-law truly so formidable? I recall him being rather foolish," someone mused with evident skepticism. Immediately, another voice countered, "Foolish? No, he embodies the wisdom of seeming simple-minded. Indeed, he has swiftly eradicated a significant threat in our city. He is a true hero. Let me tell you, if that esteemed gentleman were to visit my home, I would treat him like royalty. You think so? If the young lord truly came to your abode, I wager you'd be so frightened you'd soil yourself." Laughter erupted once more, and Lin Yujing, silently observing the banter, couldn't help but smile at the jovial atmosphere. Yet, her attention was soon drawn to several officers approaching from a distance. Ahem! Lin Yujing cleared her throat gently, and as if receiving a cue, the crowd fell silent almost instantaneously. The jubilant cheers were abruptly silenced, their playful expressions replaced by a somber seriousness, reminiscent of a teacher entering a study hall. Before long, the officers reached the entrance of the martial arts hall, first greeting Lin Yujing with friendly fist salutes before announcing, "The county magistrate has issued an edict. Beginning today, a curfew will be enforced in Chongqing City. We kindly request that everyone return home immediately. Otherwise, you will be charged with the crime of disturbing the peace." Upon hearing these words, the faces of those gathered changed drastically. They could easily surmise the true intent behind the magistrate's imposition of a curfew. Concern for the Han family's young lord began to creep into their minds. The crowd swiftly dispersed, leaving the spacious martial arts hall empty save for Lin Yujing. She closed the hall's doors and made her way to the rear courtyard. Having established herself in Chongqing County for many years, Lin Yujing had developed her own network of information. She was well aware of the intricacies surrounding the Han family massacre. The perpetrator, Shen Zhou, was indeed the Han family's son-in-law, expelled from the family just yesterday, yet today he had annihilated the entire household. There were numerous peculiarities. He had been on the brink of death when cast out, yet had now transformed into a formidable force. Despite never having trained in martial arts, he had managed to vanquish multiple warriors with overwhelming prowess. Most astonishing of all was that, according to the officers on the scene, Shen Zhou had been shot through the head and chest with crossbow bolts yet remained alive and unharmed. The first two details were already outrageous, but this last revelation was utterly preposterous, so absurd it was almost laughable. However, she couldn't help but wonder if Shen Zhou's emergence would introduce further complications to Chongqing County. Perhaps she could seize the opportunity to achieve her long-held ambitions. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Yujing suddenly halted, for she noticed someone seated on the stone bench in her courtyard. It was a strikingly handsome youth clad in gray, resting his head on his right hand, exuding an air of languid ease. When had this boy infiltrated her home? Lin Yujing's vigilance heightened, but upon noticing her entrance, the youth roused himself, greeting her with a warm smile. "Hello, I am Shen Zhou. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Yujing's heart raced. The youthful figure before her, with his vivid lips and pearly teeth, was indeed Shen Zhou. He had sought her out. The deceptive nature of appearances was striking. In that moment, she failed to associate this seemingly harmless boy with the notorious killer spoken of by the officers. It was only when he revealed his identity that she grasped the terrifying reality of his presence. A chill ran down her spine, as if a thorn had lodged itself there, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. The flowers and trees in the courtyard began to tremble violently, while Lin Yujing herself emanated a series of cracking sounds. The plants closest to her withered and curled as if scorched by flames. It was evident that Lin Yujing had lost her composure, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Lin Hallmaster, your demeanor is rather alarming. I implore you to remain calm," Shen Zhou quickly reassured her. "Though my entrance may have been somewhat presumptuous, I bear no ill intent." Prior to his arrival, Wu Haixing had mentioned that the owner of the Jingwu Hall was a strikingly beautiful young woman, leading him to immediately recognize Lin Yujing, a young girl, as the hall master, who had managed to establish herself in Chongqing County for several years, surely possessed some skill. Indeed, heroes and talents were plentiful in this world, and one should not underestimate them. Lin Yujing's right hand had subtly found its way to the hilt of her blade, and although Shen Zhou spoke of being frightened, his expression remained remarkably relaxed. The more at ease he appeared, the greater the pressure on Lin Yujing. After all, the rumors surrounding him were exceedingly ominous. As a well-educated young man of the new century, Shen Zhou adhered to the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, treating others as they treated him. This time, he sought her assistance, thus he was unerringly sincere. Yet, the weight of his infamous reputation loomed large in Lin Yujing's mind, causing her to instinctively prepare for an escape at the slightest provocation. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Lin Yujing inquired coolly. "I believe I have no grievances with you." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Shen Zhou, scrutinizing his every movement. If he made even the slightest misstep, she would not hesitate to flee. "I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble," Shen Zhou sighed, rising from the stone bench to clarify his purpose. "Lin Hallmaster, I seek your assistance in my cultivation." "Assist you in your cultivation?" Lin Yujing furrowed her delicate brows. "With your capabilities, why seek my help?" "There is no need for modesty, Hallmaster. I have come to you out of admiration," Shen Zhou replied earnestly. "Moreover, it seems you harbor a misunderstanding of my prowess. I may appear formidable, yet I am merely a novice at the initial stage of the second realm." As he spoke, Shen Zhou subtly revealed his aura, confirming his status as a novice in the second realm, far beneath Lin Yujing's level. "Then how is it that your combat abilities are so extraordinary?" Lin Yujing pondered, quickly deducing the key. "Have you awakened your martial talent? Remarkably, you are aware of martial talent?" Shen Zhou nodded, confirming her suspicions. "I see now." Lin Yujing's expression softened with understanding. "No wonder you are capable of such feats. It appears your awakened martial talent is indeed terrifyingly potent." She was quite familiar with the martial realms of the three officers, each of whom was no less capable than Shinjo, yet he had managed to achieve 3 kills, which spoke volumes. By any chance, have you awakened your martial talent as well, Hall Master? Shinjo inquired in return. Yes, Lin Yujing admitted, martial talent is a divine gift bestowed upon mortals, and those who awaken it are exceedingly rare. With varying degrees of strength, yours is particularly strong. Shinjo grasped the implications. While others had awakened their talents through personal effort, he had relied on the merit record. Exceedingly rare? He mused. No wonder it's considered a golden opportunity. Allowing me to accomplish feats beyond the reach of others, I suppose I owe a debt of gratitude to the heavens. Shinjo casually remarked, So, Hall Master Lin, would you be willing to assist me? Could she dare to refuse? Lin Yujing contemplated, yet outwardly nodded. Of course, what do you wish to learn? Shinjo's impressive track record left her with no room to decline. For the sake of her own safety, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Whatever is most powerful, I shall learn that, he responded, akin to the Monkey King seeking the wisdom of Bodhi ancestor. 72 transformations surpassing 36? Yes, that will do, Lin Yujing then asked. Have you practiced any breathing techniques? Breathe techniques? I have never even heard of them, Shinjo replied, shaking his head. To be honest, I have only trained in one martial art, the 13 lethal spears. Lin Yujing furrowed her brow. That sounds impressive. Well, it's a basic martial art. I acquired it as a bonus when purchasing weapons from a vendor, Shinjo explained. Lin Yujing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Shinjo's martial talent was indeed formidable. She had best not harbor any ill intentions. Understanding his veiled warning, she regarded him thoughtfully and elaborated. Once you have condensed true essence within your body, you will need breathing techniques to regulate it, integrating it into your limbs and bones to fortify yourself, which is also crucial for combat. The cultivation of the second realm involves using true essence to temper the bones, and this requires the application of breathing techniques. Lin Yujing meticulously explained the methods for cultivating the second realm, while Shinjo listened intently. Understood. Then please provide me with a breathing technique, he requested. Very well, please wait a moment, Lin Yujing replied. Lin Yujing cast aside her words, turning to enter a room. When she emerged, she cradled a heavy tome in her hands. This was the breathing technique I practiced, the Ziyang Dian Gang Shu, which also served as the ancestral martial art of the Lin family. An ancestral martial art? Shinjo was somewhat taken aback. It was unexpected that the other party would reveal such a family treasure. He never anticipated that the head of the Lin family would be so earnest. With an impassive expression, Lin Yujing responded, Faced with the threat to my life, I must do my utmost. Although Shinjo appeared to be a novice in martial arts, Lin Yujing sensed that he was not as simple as he seemed. Ordinary tactics would likely not suffice to deceive him. Indeed, it was true. The strength of a martial art could be discerned without needing to learn it. Shinjo could ascertain it directly through Gongda Lu. The head of the Lin family was certainly a clever individual. Shinjo nodded, pondering, Why does this sound like something a villain would say? Moreover, I dare to make a request of you, Lin Yujing added without hesitation. Speak. Shinjo replied succinctly that I hope that we can collaborate to deal with the county magistrate of Chongqing. Lin Yujing's words were shocking. Her hands tightened around the book, and a flicker of hatred crossed her otherwise expressionless face. I want to personally sever that corrupt official's head. Thus, the cycle of vengeance continues. Shinjo mused, then shook his head. No, is it that you're afraid? A shadow of disappointment crossed Lin Yujing's eyes. Shinjo had killed Zhao Shuang's son, and to her, that placed him firmly against Zhao Shuang. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which was why she was willing to present her family treasure, to gain a formidable ally. However, she did not expect Shinjo to reject her so outrightly. It seemed that even the boldest individuals had their limits. If you are unwilling, then so be it. It's just that I inadvertently revealed my true purpose for lurking here, which complicates matters. While Lin Yujing was lost in her troubled thoughts, Shinjo continued, You may observe from the sidelines, but the head of Zhao Shuanghe must be taken by me. What? Lin Yujing momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Are you saying that I must personally kill Zhao Shuanghe? Shinjo clarified. This is no joke. The heinous county magistrate must be worth considerable merits. How could I entrust the head to someone else? No matter how intense your hatred may be, it's not permitted. Does this mean you agree to cooperate with me in slaying this villain? Lin Yujing asked, tentatively. Of course, but the head must remain mine. Shen Zhou insisted emphatically. His original intention was to kill the official, and having an ally on the way was certainly acceptable. As long as the head was his, fine. It's yours, all yours, Lin Yujing quickly replied. Visibly elated, she excitedly exclaimed, it doesn't matter whose hands Zhao Shuanghe dies by. I merely wish for him to perish, swiftly and miserably. It seemed that Lin Yujing harbored a deep-seated grudge against the county magistrate. Shen Zhou had no desire to pry into her private matters, so he continued, may I now take a look at your family treasure? Of course. With a temporary alliance established, Lin Yujing's demeanor softened, and she placed the tome on the stone table before Shen Zhou. Even within the entirety of Guanghan Prefecture, Meiziang Diangang Shu ranks among the foremost. Lin Yujing added, a hint of pride gracing her features. Quite charming, indeed. Is it truly that formidable? It seems I have indeed made the right choice in coming to Jingwu Hall. Shen Zhou's satisfaction grew as he opened the tome, only to furrow his brow. What purpose does this serve? I asked. This written in Chinese characters? Upon closer examination, it was indeed Chinese characters, yet he could not comprehend them when strung together. Moreover, the thickness of the tome was nearly that of a dictionary. Shen Zhou sighed inwardly. In his past life, he had never enjoyed reading, and this habit evidently persisted. However, it mattered not. Gongda Lu would carry him forward. Shen Zhou was too disinterested to scrutinize it closely, opting instead to quickly glance through it and imprint its contents into Gongda Lu. Observing Shen Zhou's rapid page-turning, Lin Yujing thought nothing amiss, assuming he was merely skimming to confirm the authenticity of the manual. After laboriously flipping through half the tome, Shen Zhou pinched the bridge of his nose and glanced up, only to find Lin Yujing's captivating gaze fixed intently upon him. What are you staring at? Shen Zhou queried in confusion. Are you worried I won't fulfill my promise to kill Zhao Shuanghe? Rest assured, we can act tomorrow afternoon, provided you are not afraid of death, Lin Yujing replied, shaking her head immediately. That is not my intention. Rather, this breathing technique is exceedingly difficult to learn. Mastery cannot be achieved in a short time. If there are aspects you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Wait, did you say we would act tomorrow afternoon? As she continued to explain, Lin Yujing suddenly realized something was amiss. Indeed, what of it? Shen Zhou retorted. It's too hasty. Lin Yujing frowned. Too hasty? Were you not just saying you wished for him to die as swiftly as possible? However, the issue lies in how rushed this is. Acting now is genuinely perilous. Lin Yujing's tone became urgent as she sat beside Shen Zhou. You may not be aware of Zhao Shuanghe's background, so let me elaborate. Aside from the capable Shao County Lieutenant, Zhao Shuanghe commands the Black Tiger Gang, whose leader has reached the pinnacle of the second realm in martial arts, far surpassing that Shao County Lieutenant. Furthermore, Zhao Shuanghe himself poses a threat. Although he presents himself as an ordinary person, I know he is actually a martial artist of the third realm. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest in this county. Moreover, according to my investigations, Zhao Shuanghe may even be colluding with demons. Demons? This revelation surprised Shen Zhou. He had assumed this world was devoid of such creatures. After all, in his 15 years of memories, he had neither seen nor heard of any demons. Of course, this could also be a reflection of his limited exposure, as he had not traversed the entirety of Chongqing County. Yet, with Zhao Shuanghe as a third-realm martial artist and a leader of the Black Tiger Gang, not to mention the possibility of demons, the merit points amassed would be. Taking a deep breath, Shen Zhou finally acknowledged, understood, in that case, we must revise our timeline. That's good to hear. Lin Yujing nodded, relieved. However, before she could finish her thought, Shen Zhou continued, let's set it for tomorrow morning. Lin Yujing? What? Why does it seem to be moving forward instead? She couldn't help but raise her voice in inquiry. Isn't this to allow you to exact your revenge swiftly? My intentions are good. No, this is far too rushed. Lin Yujing fervently shook her head. Killing an official appointed by the court is no jest. We require a meticulous plan. While your intentions are commendable, do not act just yet. When Shen Zhou initially declined to eliminate Zhao Shuanghe, Lin Yujing thought that even the boldest among them had their limits, but now she realized that Shen Zhou's audacity knew no bounds. While her imagination was the one constrained, he had made a decision and was ready to roll up his sleeves and act immediately. Time is of the essence. Delay invites change, Shen Zhou insisted. Shaking his head, in a few days, the court will undoubtedly dispatch stronger martial artists, making it all the more troublesome to eliminate Zhao Shuanghe then. Lin Yujing was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Shan Zhou was merely reckless, yet she found him to be both bold and astute. His words were entirely accurate. Before taking action, Shan Zhou would indeed consider the matter thoroughly. With 2 lifetimes' worth of experience, he possessed a measure of wisdom. However, his extraordinary intellect informed him that employing his extraordinary strength would suffice. Naturally, this was contingent on mastering the breathing technique. With this thought in mind, Shan Zhou increased his pace in turning the pages. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yujing finally spoke. "What you say makes sense, but I still feel this is not entirely safe. Please be silent." Shan Zhou could no longer endure her words. He waved a hand dismissively. Interrupting Lin Yujing, "You sit here quietly and wait. You will soon see whether this is safe or not." Chapter 23. Did I skip part of the plot? Lin Yujing fell silent. According to Shan Zhou's intentions, he aimed to master the Ziyang Diangang Shu today? Wasn't that a fantasy? If one were to rank breathing techniques, her family's Ziyang Diangang Shu would undoubtedly be first-rate. Lin Yujing spent 5 years cultivating the Ziyang Diangang Shu to a minor success. For Shan Zhou to reach her level would likely require years of effort. Young people possess high aspirations, believing themselves to be exceptionally gifted. Once he formally begins cultivating the technique, he will likely soon relent. Lin Yujing thought. With this mindset, she obediently waited, only to be left in shock the next moment. Shan Zhou activated Gongda Lu, transforming the 800 merit points in his account into a mysterious and profound power that surged into this formidable breathing technique. The pages of the Record of Virtue became densely inscribed with text. Consuming 5 points of virtue value, you have learned the method of breathing and refining true essence, which flows through your body like blood. Pumped from the Dantian. Consuming 20 points of virtue value, you have become well-versed in this breathing technique. With every breath, you engage in the practice, and to your astonishment, you discover that your true essence now carries the power of electricity, enhancing both your muscular strength and neural response speed. Purple Sun Electric Aura Technique, Beginner. Was it truly necessary to expend 25 points of virtue value just to reach the beginner level? The disparity between this technique and the previous one is indeed vast. Shan Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, reminiscing about how his 13 deathly shots only required 4 points of virtue value to reach perfection. Yet, this technique is astonishingly powerful, capable of generating electric currents from true essence. Has he not become akin to an electric eel? At the novice stage, the electricity merely enhances physical strength and reaction speed. What lies ahead? Shan Zhou was filled with eager anticipation and continued to invest his virtue value. Consuming 50 points of virtue value, after years of diligent training, you can now project the electric current from your body, allowing it to paralyze your enemies during close combat, thereby restricting their movements. Level up, Purple Sun Electric Aura Technique, Proficient. You can now paralyze your enemies? Let us press on. Consuming 100 points of virtue value. The might of the electric current within you intensifies, allowing you to deliver shocks that can injure or even kill your foes instantly. Purple Sun Electric Aura Technique, Minor Mastery. Consuming 200 points of virtue value. Your mastery over the electric current has reached an unparalleled level. You can release the accumulated electric current in an instant, striking down enemies from a distance. Purple Sun Electric Aura Technique, Major Mastery. Striking down foes from a distance? Shan Zhou envisioned himself in battle, akin to Pikachu unleashing 100,000 volts. Let us continue. Consuming 400 points of virtue value, you have completely mastered this breathing technique, and the electric current within you greatly enhances your speed and neural responsiveness, allowing you to unleash vast arcs of electricity to slay multiple foes. Purple Sun Electric Aura Technique, Perfection. Transforming from single target to area of effect. As the Record of Virtue inscribed these words, Shan Zhou felt the true essence surging through him like a roaring river, coursing into his limbs with each breath. Moreover, with but a thought, the true essence could morph into a torrent of terrifying electric current. Shan Zhou was immensely thrilled. He finally understood why this technique could be regarded as a family heirloom. It was simply too formidable. It was a completely different concept from his previous 13 deathly shots, which belonged to the realm of martial arts, whereas this had transcended into the realm of the fantastical. Now, it was time to test it. In the next moment, Shan Zhou's once pitch-black pupils transformed into a dazzling gold. Enveloped by a radiant golden light, boom! The air crackled as the electric current surged, Visible arcs of gold danced around Shan Zhou like wild serpents. The ground cracked, and the flowers in the courtyard were instantly reduced to dust by the overwhelming current. For a brief moment, the entire courtyard shone as brightly as day, and Shan Zhou, cloaked in golden light, resembled a super scion descending upon the world. How conspicuous! Shan Zhou realized that he was akin to a firefly in the dark night, and if others noticed him, it would spell trouble. He had not forgotten his status as a fugitive. He quickly reigned in his aura, and the golden light dissipated. Biske. Even without real combat, the visual effects alone were shockingly powerful. He couldn't help but marvel. With such a monstrous breathing technique, how could ordinary martial artists possibly contend with him? No wonder Lin Yujing claimed that the Purple Sun electric aura technique was among the elite even across the entirety of Guanghan Prefecture. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shan Zhou turned to Lin Yujing, only to find her frozen in disbelief. Her eyes widened in shock, an overwhelming sense of astonishment washing over her, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. If she wasn't mistaken, Shan Zhou's state just now was the manifestation of the purple gold guardian that could only be exhibited after mastering the technique. But how could this be possible? Hadn't he merely skimmed through the manual? Why had he already cultivated it to such a level? Was she dreaming? Or had she inadvertently skipped a portion of the narrative? In Lin Yujing's dazed gaze, Shan Zhou casually returned to sit on the stone bench, responding nonchalantly. So, what do you think, Guildmaster Lin? I told you, today would be secure. If you have any questions regarding this breathing technique, feel free to inquire. His words echoed her own. Lin Yujing trembled internally, unable to respond, murmuring instead, "You are not human. You are a monster." She was left in a state of disarray, as Shan Zhou had dealt her a monumental blow. Right? According to the officials of Chongqing County, even if you were shot through the head and heart with crossbows, you would not perish. Could that possibly be true? Lin Yujing suddenly recalled another question. Roughly so. Shan Zhou nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Hiss. Lin Yujing inhaled sharply. What sort of martial talent could achieve such feats? Why did every one of his abilities seem disturbingly extraordinary? After an internal outcry, Lin Yujing continued to wallow in her emotions. Chapter 24. Aren't we friends? After achieving perfection in the Purple Sun electric aura technique, his combat prowess soared yet again, coupled with winning hearts with virtue and fourth catastrophe. Shan Zhou, who constantly reminded himself not to underestimate the heroes of the world, found himself feeling somewhat elated. However, his virtue value was nearly depleted, and he would need to perform good deeds again. Meanwhile, Lin Yujing had come to her senses, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clenched her fists and proclaimed, "Let us do it, starting tomorrow." She had emerged from her state of melancholy. Now was not the time to envy his talent, for she had realized she had latched onto a wealthy benefactor. It was with someone like Shan Zhou, a monster, that she could successfully seek revenge. The old adage of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, or a gentleman's revenge is never too late, could all go to hell, if it weren't for her inferior strength compared to her enemies. Who wouldn't want to behead their foes on the spot, relishing in swift retribution? A child who can be taught. Shan Zhou nodded. Having just mastered a formidable martial art, he too felt eager to test his skills against an enemy. However, he reminded himself not to act recklessly. Lin Yujing advised, "Let me first ascertain Zhao Shuanghe's plans for tomorrow, and then we shall act." Agreed. Shan Zhou replied, recognizing that with Lin Yujing as his strategist, gathering intelligence on the enemy and brainstorming strategies could be entrusted to her. Driven by her vendetta, she would undoubtedly excel beyond him in the outskirts of Chongqing City, within a long-abandoned, dilapidated temple. Before dawn broke, a rough, filthy hand shoved Dog Boy awake. "Rise, Dog Boy, it is time to work." Dog Boy, still half asleep, replied, "Grandpa, let me sleep a bit longer." Dog Boy was not originally named Dog Boy, nor was the man he referred to as Grandpa his actual grandfather, just 6 years old. Dog Boy had heard his father say that his mother died during childbirth. Last year, he learned from an old beggar that his father was killed by members of the Black Tiger Gang on the streets. Thus, he had become an orphan, lost and confused. Starving and on the brink of death, the old beggar had saved him, and from that moment onward, they began living together. The name Dog Boy was also given by the old beggar, who said it was a fitting name, easy to care for. Hadn't he mentioned that begging on the streets would make them appear more pitiful, thus potentially garnering more alms, the old beggar patiently explained. According to his theory, if they went out early in the morning, passers-by would mistakenly believe they had spent the night in the cold corner of the street, thus evoking sympathy, which would lead to more donations. However, Dogboy was skeptical, as they often went out early, yet still returned with nothing. But he did not dare to defy the old beggar, for he knew that this was the only person who had shown him kindness in the world. "I understand, Grandpa," Dogboy replied obediently, preparing to rise from the pile of straw. "Oh, never mind." The old beggar suddenly changed his mind, pressing down on Dogboy's shoulder, smiling. "Little pup, you can rest a bit longer today." A glimmer of tenderness flickered in the old beggar's murky eyes. Initially, he had taken Dogboy in because he recognized the potential for sympathy that a child could evoke. After all, children were naturally predisposed to elicit compassion and were born beggars by nature. In some regions of Yin country, to garner sympathy, they would even resort to self-mutilation. The old beggar could never bring himself to do such a thing. He merely hoped that having a child accompany him would yield more alms. However, as time passed, a bond had formed between the two. The old beggar, also alone and without support, had instinctively begun to regard Dogboy as his own grandson. If his own grandson occasionally slacked off, that was naturally forgivable. Half asleep, Dogboy felt a surge of joy at the old beggar's words and nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Grandpa. If you encounter any strangers, you should hide behind the statue and avoid causing trouble." "Understood, Grandpa," Dogboy obediently affirmed. "Good." The old beggar then moved on his own, cradling a broken bowl in his arms as he ventured into the wind and rain outside the dilapidated temple. The dog-child closed his eyes once more, surrendering to a fitful slumber. Yet, his rest was anything but peaceful as thoughts of his grandfather, alone and begging outside, filled him with guilt for lounging in the warmth of the hay. After a brief respite, he sat up, picking up a cold bun he had acquired the previous day, and began to gnaw on it. He resolved to finish the bun before venturing into the city to reunite with his grandfather. As he munched, he noticed a figure entering the temple from outside. Remembering the old beggar's admonition, he quickly concealed himself behind the statue. With the faint light filtering in, he discerned that the figure appeared to be a child. Roughly his height, dressed in a black cloak, the child's features remained obscured. "How boring, how boring!" The cloaked figure spoke in a peculiar, unrefined manner. Though the voice was undeniably youthful, it was indeed a child of similar age. Venturing out alone, could they, like him, be an orphan? While he pondered this, the cloaked figure suddenly exclaimed, "Aha!" and turned towards him. Discovered. The dog-child felt no fear. He picked up a shard of stone from the ground. Reasoning that a child was unlikely to overpower him in a scuffle, in an instant, the cloaked figure sprang before him, exclaiming, "Ha ha, I found you." The voice brimmed with delight, as if they were playing hide and seek. Momentarily at a loss for words, the dog-child soon dismissed his confusion upon glimpsing the figure's appearance. To his astonishment, the entire being was covered in orange fur, glistening and sleek, and atop its slightly bent neck sat a cat's head. Startled, the dog-child fell to the ground, utterly bewildered that such a creature could exist, resembling a small cat. The figure, however, made no move to advance, instead observing the fallen dog-child with amusement and covering its mouth as it giggled. "You are such a coward. My name is Hong Hong. What is yours?" The dog-child had no intention of engaging with this bizarre child. He wished to rise and flee, yet his trembling legs refused to cooperate. With wide, blinking eyes, Hong Hong implored, "I'm so bored. Will you play with me?" "Play? Nonsense." Finally, his legs rallied, and the dog-child struggled to stand, turning to run outside. Just as he reached the temple doorway, he heard a soft sobbing behind him. Wah wah wah. Someone was crying. The dog-child halted, glancing back to see that Hong Hong had not pursued him but was instead standing still, wiping tears from her eyes. Why does everyone hide from me?" Hong Hong muttered, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I just want to play with you all. Why does everyone avoid me?" These words struck a chord in the dog-child's heart. How he longed for a playmate. Yet, the harsh reality was that he had no companion aside from his grandfather. Was Hong Hong similarly lonely, isolated in her existence? And given her peculiar appearance, perhaps her plight was even more dire in that moment. A sense of shared sorrow enveloped the dog-child. Observing him pause, Hong Hong's face lit up with anticipation. Will you play with me? The dog child chose silence, and as he remained unresponsive, Hong Hong added, Oh, I have something. I heard you all love this. As she spoke, Hong Hong pulled a sparkling object from her cloak. The dog child's eyes widened. It was a silver ingot. Despite her odd appearance, she possessed great wealth, something he and his grandfather desperately needed. If you play with me, I will give you this. Hong Hong held the silver ingot aloft. Is it truly? The dog child asked, excitement bubbling within him. Of course. Hong Hong nodded fervently. Very well, the dog child agreed. A single ingot would suffice for him and his grandfather to live comfortably for some time, sparing them from braving the elements on the streets. For the sake of money, he felt compelled to take the risk. Drawing a deep breath, he mustered his courage and stepped forward to Hong Hong. She, in turn, graciously extended the silver ingot to him. Here, the dog child quivered as he accepted it, feeling as though he were in a dream, having come into unexpected fortune. Yet before he could fully grasp the situation, Hong Hong abruptly seized his hand, her sharp claws digging into his skin. Startled, the dog child heard her exclaim, So, what shall we play now? Without waiting for a response, she tugged him out of the temple, her strength rendering him powerless to resist. Truth be told, the dog child had never truly played before. He racked his brain for activities he thought might bring joy. Thus, he first played jianzi, shuttlecock kicking, with Hong Hong, then swung on swings, and finally took her to fly kites in the city, before treating her to a large, red candied hawthorn skewer. These were the most delightful activities he could fathom, though he wondered if Hong Hong would share his enthusiasm. Fortunately, she seemed equally inexperienced in the ways of the world. Laughing heartily throughout their escapades, however, when they ventured into the city to buy candied hawthorns, Hong Hong suddenly became withdrawn, her small form shrinking beneath her black cloak. What is wrong? The dog child inquired, puzzled. My parents told me I mustn't let others see my face. It will frighten them. Hong Hong explained in a hushed tone, her voice laced with insecurity. Indeed, Hong Hong's appearance could be unsettling to others. Her situation was perhaps more tragic than his own. No, that wasn't right. She was better off, as she had silver and parents. The dog child sighed quietly before asking, Then why did you let me see your face? Because I think you are wonderful at this. A sweet smile broke across Hong Hong's feline visage. The unexpected compliment made the dog child's cheeks flush, and he soon realized that Hong Hong's face became increasingly adorable the more he gazed upon it. After all, cats were inherently charming creatures, especially kittens, which were even more delightful. Are we friends now? The dog child summoned his courage to ask. Friends? Of course. Hong Hong nodded vigorously. With her affirmation, a wave of happiness washed over the dog child. At long last, he had found his first friend. Hong Hong swiftly devoured the skewered candied hawthorns, patting her belly in satisfaction before declaring, Let us return to the temple. Why return to the temple? The dog child queried, puzzled, as it was merely a resting place for him and his grandfather. Not a venue for merriment. After playing, we need to eat, Hong Hong replied. When the dog child awoke, he vaguely perceived a small shadow nearby. The shadow clutched something, seemingly gnawing on it, the sound of munching reverberating in the air. A foul stench permeated the surroundings. As his vision clarified, he recognized the shadow as Hong Hong, who sat beside him, greedily chewing on what appeared to be a human leg. The dog child's face contorted in horror as he trembled, instinctively wanting to escape. Yet, he quickly realized he could never stand again, for his legs were gone. A tidal wave of agony surged through him as the grim truth dawned. Hong Hong was consuming him. The very friend he had just made was now feasting upon him. Tears streamed from his eyes, yet the heartache eclipsed even his physical suffering. In a voice fraught with disbelief and sorrow, the dog child cried out, Hong Hong, we were friends, weren't we? Hong Hong paused her chewing, casting a languid glance at him, her feline eyes narrowing into a malicious grin. Friends are delicious, she replied. Chapter 25. In a world of monsters and chaos within the dilapidated temple, the sounds of feasting persisted for some time before finally subsiding. Hong Hong let out a satisfied burp, her expression reflecting contentment. It turned out that friends were such delectable fare, tender and succulent, far surpassing the taste of candied hawthorns, especially the soft, delicate innards, which were truly the most exquisite delicacies. Gazing at the bare skeleton before her, she pouted in disappointment. It had vanished all too soon. Alas, her parents had instructed her to remain discreet. Or else she could have indulged even more joyously, for there were plenty of friends to be found here. Hong Hong had always been clever, ever mindful of her parents' teachings, which allowed her to feast only on the smaller of the townsfolk while diligently concealing her identity to avoid detection. After her meal, she once more shrouded her petite frame within her voluminous black cloak and turned to exit the crumbling temple. She was ready to seek out her next friend. Meanwhile, the old beggar was in high spirits. As noon approached, a remarkably handsome young gentleman generously bestowed 2 silver ingots upon him. 2 ingots would sustain him and his grandson for several months. Initially, he had intended to bow in gratitude, but the young man had outright declined, leaving the old beggar feeling as though he were dreaming. Such benevolence still existed in the world. The old beggar sighed deeply within himself. Once the young noble departed, he promptly tucked 2 silver ingots into his pocket. He was well aware that one must not flaunt their wealth, especially in the bustling county of Chongqing, where many like him roamed. One could never be sure if someone would become envious and attempt to seize his hard-earned coins. I must return to the dilapidated temple to find my grandson. No more steamed buns for us today. We shall dine at a restaurant and enjoy a sumptuous meal. Just as the old beggar declared such lofty intentions in his heart, he quickly reconsidered, realizing the extravagance would be too costly. Perhaps it would suffice to share a couple of bowls of wontons at the market with his grandson. With this thought, he set off eagerly from the city towards the temple. However, upon reaching the entrance of the crumbling shrine, he was assailed by an overwhelming stench of blood. The joy on the beggar's face vanished instantly. He furrowed his brow and hurried inside. The temple was devoid of any human presence. Yet the odor of blood only grew more intense. He groped his way through until he arrived behind the idol. There, he beheld a gruesome skeleton lying in a pool of blood. Boom! The old beggar felt as if his head had been violently struck, causing his mind to spin. He nearly lost his footing. No, it cannot be. Oh, not think such thoughts. This skeleton cannot belong to Gua. Gua must have simply gone out, searching for him. This is someone else's remains. Surely, he frantically reassured himself, yet tears began to flow uncontrollably. For the size of the bones, they appeared to belong to a child. Moreover, beside the skeleton, the tattered burlap, torn into strips, still bore the faint outlines of numerous patches, the very patches he had sewn himself. One by one, confronted by the cruel reality, the old beggar broke down into heart-wrenching sobs. The lights in the magistrate's office burned throughout the night. The atmosphere within was stifling, akin to the oppressive calm before a tempest. Heavy enough to suffocate. The county clerk, Shang Wanshu, nervously reported to the shadowy figure behind the desk. "My lord, since yesterday afternoon, I have led a search for Shan Zhou for an entire day and night. Yet we have found nothing." Zhao Shuanghe did not respond. Seemingly oblivious to Shang Wanshu's words, his eyes closed, his expression devoid of emotion. Shang Wanshu could not let the silence linger. He steeled himself to continue. "From what I can observe, it seems we must await the arrival of reinforcements from Guanghan Palace to bring that villain to justice." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuanghe finally stirred, opening his bloodshot eyes and fixing a piercing gaze upon Shang Wanshu. The intensity of Zhao Shuanghe's stare made Shang Wanshu's scalp prickle. Finally, Zhao Shuanghe sighed. "Old Shang, you have been by my side for 10 years now. Wait a moment, isn't this the standard line for preparing to eliminate a traitor?" Shang Wanshu trembled, dropping to his knees before Zhao Shuanghe. "My lord, please quell your anger. It is not that we are unwilling to exert ourselves. It is merely that the enemy's movements are elusive and difficult to track. Moreover, they have slain several formidable warriors in the county, and even survived a crossbow bolt to the head, resembling a demon. This is truly beyond our capacity to handle. Jinger has met with misfortune. I am deeply saddened as well. I watched him grow up. He is like a son to me. I implore you, my lord, to take care. Take care of your mother." Zhao Shuanghe violently interrupted Shang Wanshu, erupting in fury as he smashed the pinholder on the desk against Shang Wanshu's head. Caught off guard, blood spurted forth, and Shang Wanshu clutched his head, not daring to move, remaining kneeling on the ground. Zhao Shuanghe's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed, "Spare me your platitudes. It is easy for you to say, but you have not lost a son. I truly wish to slay your son right now, so you may experience the agony of such a loss." Shang Wanshu was horrified by this threat, urgently prostrating himself before Zhao Shuanghe. "I understand my mistakes, I understand." He knew Zhao Shuanghe's temperament. This old scoundrel was capable of anything. The twisted nature of Zhao Shuanghe's son bore a significant resemblance to his father's character. Shang Wanshu knocked his head against the ground in desperation, his earlier injury bleeding profusely, but he did not cease his actions, for he understood he was fighting for his son's life. Zhao Shuanghe remained silent, looking down upon Shang Wanshu's disgraceful display, seemingly intent on allowing him to kneel there until he collapsed from exhaustion. Just as Shang Wanshu felt dizzy from the repeated blows, Zhao Shuanghe's cold voice finally broke the silence. "Enough. Rise. Do not embarrass yourself further. Thank you, my lord." Shang Wanshu exhaled a sigh of relief, interpreting the words as a sign that Zhao Shuanghe would not harm his son. Trembling, he stood up, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Embarrass himself in front of whom? It was only then that he noticed two figures standing at the doorway of the study. To call them humans would be a misnomer. They possessed human forms, yet were decidedly not human. Rather, they were two cat demons. Both clad in identical black robes, the one on the left was a towering figure, muscles rippling beneath its dark fur, while the one on the right was petite and delicate, resembling a night sprite with sleek orange fur. The audacity of these demons to appear openly within the magistrate's office was staggering. The male cat demon happened to lower its head, locking eyes with Shang Wanshu, and just one glance sent shivers down his spine. Greed, cruelty. Its gaze was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. "What are you staring at? Get out!" Zhao Shuanghe's sharp rebuke snapped Shang Wanshu back to reality. "Yes, pardon me. Please allow me to pass," he mumbled, lowering his head and covering his face as he squeezed past the two cat demons. They paid him no mind, allowing him to exit the room. Once in the courtyard, Shang Wanshu exhaled heavily, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Thankfully, the outcome appeared favorable. Both his and his son's lives should be spared. However, he could not help but lament. This was madness. Zhao Shuanghe had truly lost his mind. To avenge his son, he was willing to consort with demons. Shang Wanshu had sensed something was amiss before, but he had never anticipated Zhao Shuanghe would go so far as to summon demons into the office. What on earth was he to do now? Suddenly, a series of drumbeats echoed from outside, causing the already alarmed Shang Wanshu to jump in place. Yet he quickly realized it was merely the sound of the announcement drum at the magistrate's gate. Who was beating the drum? He inquired as he stepped outside. Soon, a constable rushed over to report, but as he approached, he caught sight of the blood streaming down Shang Wanshu's head and exclaimed in surprise, "My lord? Your head? Forget about my head for now." Shang Wanshu waved his hand dismissively. "Tell me, who is beating the drum outside?" "It is a beggar. He claims his grandson has been killed," the constable replied. "Tell that beggar to leave." Shang Wanshu snapped, his anger flaring. "Our lord has just lost a son. We have no time to concern ourselves with someone else's grandson." Zhao Shuanghe was already beginning to lose his sanity, and if that beggar continued to beat the drum, it was likely that he would soon face a similar fate. However, the constable looked conflicted and fearful. "But my lord, that old beggar has brought his grandson's remains. There is nothing left but the bones, and the rest of the body has vanished. Even the flesh has been completely stripped away. I suspect, most likely, it was devoured by some monster." As he spoke, fear spread across the constable's face, while Shang Wanshu stood in stunned silence. A monster? Were there not already two of them within the magistrate's office? Chapter 26. Framing Shang Wanshu was still in a state of bewilderment when he heard the study door creak open behind him, followed by Zhao Shuanghe's cold inquiry. "What is the reason for the drumming outside?" Shang Wanshu's heart leaped, and he quickly composed himself, turning to report patiently. "It is as follows, my lord. Cannibalistic demons?" Zhao Shuanghe remained expressionless after hearing Shang Wanshu's report, coldly snorting. It must be Shan Zhou's doing. He was originally a foolish child, but after falling into the path of darkness, he has gone mad, killing people and now, it seems, has begun to devour them. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanshu cursed inwardly. This old scoundrel was attempting to shift the blame onto Shan Zhou. The true perpetrator lay within his very office. The uninformed constable, however, found some logic in Zhao Shuanghe's words. After all, Shun Zhou's sudden emergence was indeed suspicious, and recalling the terrifying scene from yesterday when he had yanked the crossbow bolt from his head. He appeared no different from a demon. Post a notice, publicizing Shun Zhou's heinous acts of cannibalism, and warned the populace to be cautious. Zhao Shuanghe commanded further. Yes, Shang Wanshu replied, his inner discontent remaining unvoiced. Outwardly, he dared not show any signs of defiance. Zhao Shuanghe nodded, preparing to leave when suddenly he recalled something. You mentioned that the old beggar's grandson was left as nothing but bones? Indeed, my lord. The state of his demise appears quite tragic. The constable nodded. Even he, having dealt with many corpses, felt a chill run down his spine. Very well, bring forth those bones as well, so the populace may fully grasp the terror of Shunzhou. Zhao Shuanghe added. This I did not comprehend. I am at your service. Shenzhou, oh Shenzhou, I wonder who would dare to harbor you now. Zhao Shuanghe mused coldly, turning back to re-enter the study, leaving behind the pained and bloodied Shang Wanshu, whose head continued to bleed, along with the oblivious constables. You both heard what was said outside, did you not? Upon entering the study, Zhao Shuanghe directed an inquiring gaze toward the two cat demons before him. We heard it. The female cat demon spoke first, her voice gentle and melodious. It must have been my daughter's doing. She has always been overly indulged and a bit mischievous. Upon arriving in your territory, she likely could not resist and thus indulged herself. Her expression remained placid, even carrying a hint of a smile, as if she found her daughter's mischief to be a trivial matter. What? Did my little girl eat someone from your county, and you intend to escalate matters? The male cat demon chimed in, his countenance slightly displeased as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Shuanghe. Zhao Shuanghe did not dwell on the matter overly much. He merely stated, as long as you assist me in capturing that Shenzhou, you may consume as many souls as you desire. The cat demon couple's eyes brightened at once. The envoy from Guanghan Palace will take at least 2 days to reach Changqing County. You must capture him within this time, Zhao Shuanghe added emphatically. Shang Wanshu was correct. After the death of his son, his heart became utterly disordered, and his actions were no longer as meticulous as before, now tinged with a madness born of desperation. Zhao Shuanghe longed to rend Shenzhou into 1,000 pieces immediately. Do not worry, Lord Zhao. Our clan possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell, the female cat demon replied. As long as you provide me with an item he has previously used, we shall be able to capture him and present him before you today. Yet, do not be careless. According to my subordinates' reports, that Shenzhou is somewhat peculiar. Even if shot through the head by a crossbow, he does not die. Zhao Shuanghe spoke in a grave tone. Heh! The male cat demon scoffed at this remark. Merely an illusion, a trick to deceive those ignorant two-legged sheep, but it cannot fool us. The notion that one could survive being shot through the head by a crossbow, even among our demon kind, is unprecedented, and of course, there are indeed individuals in this vast world who might possess such extraordinary vitality, but they would have to be of a high caliber, if such a formidable being truly existed. Then within the entire Guanghan prefecture, there would be no one capable of contending with him, let alone be hunted by a mere county magistrate. The only reasonable explanation is that it is an illusion. Zhao Shuanghe nodded, clearly in agreement with this assessment. The soldiers in the county are merely mediocre warriors. A slight illusion could easily deceive their eyes. If a volley of arrows were loosed at that time, Shenzhou would undoubtedly meet a fate of no burial place. Unfortunately, his subordinates were simply too foolish. Nevertheless, Shenzhou has slain 3 second-tier warriors, a verifiable accomplishment, showcasing his formidable strength. Hence, Zhao Shuanghe sought the assistance of the demon clan he had been covertly contacting. These 2 cat demons are solidly 3rd-tier demons. However, Lord Zhao, why must you insist on having us take action? At this moment, the male cat demon inquired. After all, in 2 days, Guanghan Palace will send someone to handle this matter. Your actions may inadvertently expose yourself. Collaborating with demons is a grave crime in the Yin Kingdom, one that could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. You do not understand. Zhao Shuanghe shook his head. The master of Guanghan Palace is renowned for cherishing talent. His palace has been established as an academy to gather various martial arts prodigies within the province. This Shenzhou is but a mere child, yet he has slain so many second-tier warriors, which speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent for cultivation, I fear. He may be recruited by those above. Once he is recruited, the blood feud for his son will likely never be avenged. The entrance of the magistrate's office. An old beggar, clutching the remains of a dog, was smeared in blood. He had not been allowed inside and could only wait outside. Moments later, a group of constables emerged. The old beggar hurriedly approached, targeting the leading figure, and cried out, "Constable, you must take charge for me. You must capture the murderer." The leading middle-aged constable took a few steps back in disgust and coldly replied, "What charge? That monster not only devoured your grandson but also killed our county lieutenant and the son of the magistrate. It is not a simple matter." The old beggar was momentarily stunned, realizing that the constables already knew who the murderer was, and that the perpetrator was so heinous as to murder so many people. "It's him." In his confusion, the middle-aged constable pointed a finger. The old beggar then followed the direction of the constable's finger, his gaze landing on the bulletin board at the magistrate's office. There, a wanted notice was affixed, depicting a youth with a jade-like complexion, with the following words inscribed below: "Suspect Shan Zhou, approximately 15 years of age. This villain has cruelly slain dozens in the city, a grave crime. Any with information, please report to the authorities for a reward of 500 taels of silver and 10 acres of good land. Harboring him is a crime equivalent to that of the thief." The old beggar was instantly struck dumb, for the youth in the portrait was familiar to him. "Impossible! It cannot be him!" the old beggar suddenly exclaimed. He recalled that just yesterday, the youth had rewarded him with 2 ingots of silver and had kindly reminded him to take care of his health. How could such a benevolent person commit murder? Who else could it be? Just as he was pondering, a constable snorted coldly, stepping forward to add a few lines to the wanted notice. "He has a taste for human flesh, utterly deranged. No different from a beast." "Constable, could there be some mistake?" The old beggar could not help but inquire. "There is no mistake," the middle-aged constable affirmed, turning to the old beggar. "By the way, leave your grandson's remains here, right beneath the bulletin board." "Why?" The old beggar's heart trembled, hastily protecting the corpse in his arms. The fate of the dog had already been so tragic. He only wished for it to find peace in the ground, to grant the dog its last tranquility. "This is evidence of Shan Zhou's cannibalism. It must be kept," the middle-aged constable coldly snorted. Casting a glance, and several constables beside him moved forward. "Gentlemen, I implore your leniency." The old beggar hurriedly pressed 2 ingots of silver into their hands. This was all he could do at present. "You, old beggar, are rather well off." The middle-aged constable regarded the old beggar with some surprise, swiftly snatching the silver. Seeing the constable take the money, the old beggar let out a sigh of relief, thinking that with the money, they would surely take action. However, he then saw the middle-aged constable shaking his head and saying, "However, the magistrate's orders cannot be ignored. Seize that wretched bone." Chapter 27. A single strike to kill the Jingwu Hall was left with only Shan Zhou. Lin Yujing had hung a sign stating, "Closed today," at the entrance early in the morning and then hurriedly left, claiming she was going to gather intelligence. She hoped Shan Zhou could temporarily hide here. They would discuss killing Zhao Shuanghe when she returned, which wouldn't take long, probably just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Shan Zhou had no objections. If all preparations could be made before taking action, that would indeed be better. However, as he waited, Shan Zhou began to feel his stomach rumble. He was hungry. He had not eaten anything all day. Killing was a laborious task, and he needed to replenish his strength beforehand. Since Shan Zhou had promised Lin Yujing, he naturally would not leave Jingwu Hall. He would see if there was anything edible here. Shan Zhou wandered into the kitchen, quickly discovering some noodles, remembering that there were several chickens kept in the courtyard. "Forget it, the title of chicken thief is rather unflattering. I'll just make some noodles." The kitchen was stocked with many jars and bottles, presumably containing seasonings. Shan Zhou sampled each one, confirming its contents. After all, he was not afraid of poisoning. After a night's rest, his health was fully restored, and a little blood loss was inconsequential. Soon, a steaming bowl of noodles was prepared, and Shan Zhou sat at the stone table in the courtyard, devouring it heartily. My culinary skills remain as impressive as ever," Shan Zhou exclaimed, reminiscing about how his hobby in his past life had been cooking, only to have become too busy with work later, leaving him no time to prepare meals for himself, forcing him to rely on takeout, laden with oil and salt. The long-term work stress combined with an unhealthy diet had thoroughly wrecked his body. Having lived 2 lives, Shunzhou finally realized that nothing in this world is more important than oneself. If one does not care for oneself, one faces damnation. As he pondered, Shunzhou suddenly noticed a small figure deftly vaulting over the wall and bouncing into the courtyard. The figure was clad in a black robe and appeared to be a child. Yet this 3-meter-high wall was certainly not something a child could scale, so fragrant. The figure sniffed eagerly, continually exclaiming. Its gaze drawn towards Shunzhou. Shunzhou squinted, for he discerned that beneath the black robe lay a feline face, a demon. Shunzhou's experiences far exceeded those of the dog. He recognized it immediately. After all, one need not have eaten pork to know what a pig looks like. He had previously heard Lin Yujing mention that Zhao Shuanghe might be colluding with demons, yet he never expected that a demon would come seeking him. However, the appearance of this cat demon was surprisingly not terrifying at all. This might be attributed to Shunzhou's experiences from 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he had encountered countless depictions of monsters, some of which were horrifying and grotesque, rendering him somewhat immune to fear. If the individuals obsessed with auspicious creatures from his past were to catch sight of this little cat demon, they would likely be overjoyed. As Shunzhou gazed at Hong Hong, she too was examining the young man before her. She had been drawn here by a delightful fragrance, and upon leaping over the wall, she discovered a new friend. He appeared to be slightly older than her previous companion, but not by much. However, he exhibited a remarkable audacity, showing no fear of her whatsoever. Noticing the absence of others around, she mused this friend could be a meal. Yet before indulging, she felt compelled to inquire about the delightful object he held in his hands, which emitted such an enticing aroma. With this thought in mind, Hong Hong opened her mouth to speak. But before she could finish her sentence, she observed the handsome youth raise a finger in the distance. What was he about to do? Zing! A brilliant golden light erupted. In the midst of Hong Hong's terrified gaze, a golden arc of electricity suddenly shot forth from the tip of that youth's finger, racing towards her at an astonishing speed. Bang! Hong Hong barely had time to comprehend the trajectory of the arc, as her vision was instantly enveloped by golden light, and then she succumbed to unconsciousness so feeble. Watching the charred cat demon sprawled on the ground, Shunzhou was somewhat taken aback. He had merely been testing his abilities. Yet he had unwittingly dispatched her with a single strike. Lin Yujing's words had proven true. This Ziyang electric barrier technique was indeed explosively powerful. Moreover, the exhilaration of effortlessly eliminating an opponent with a mere flick of his finger was undeniably satisfying. Stunned, a first-tier man-eating cat demon, Virtue Points 10. The notification from the record of meritorious deeds caused Shunzhou's heart to tighten. A man-eating cat demon? Shunzhou's heart sank. This cat demon appeared to be in its juvenile stage, yet it had already consumed humans. Such creatures could not be spared. Shunzhou flicked his finger, causing golden light to burst forth once more, only to extinguish moments later. He reconsidered. This cat demon was far too small, and simply killing her would yield little gain. It would be far more advantageous to use her to lure out her elders and eliminate them altogether. With this thought, Shunzhou resumed his meal, continuing to savor his noodles while allowing the small cat demon to lie alone in the courtyard. Chapter 28. Action, action! Before long, another graceful figure vaulted over the wall and landed in the courtyard. Having finished his noodles, Shunzhou, now reclining on the grass and admiring the clouds above, remarked, Lin Guanzhu, do you leap over walls to return home? Cough, cough. It is indeed more convenient this way, Lin Yujing replied, her primary motivation being her laziness to open the door. Then she frowned. Wait a moment. Why do I smell something burnt? Oh, I just had a little encounter with a cat, Shunzhou answered. Encounter with a cat? Lin Yujing was unfamiliar with this phrase, but she soon caught sight of a small figure lying in the courtyard. The figure was charred on the outside, yet due to its vigorous vitality, it remained alive. Upon recognizing the cat face beneath the black robe, Lin Yujing's expression turned serious. I see the cat demon. Now she understood what Shunzhou meant by having encountered a cat. She had not anticipated that the other party would arrive so quickly. Lin Yujing continued, they even managed to find your location with such accuracy. Indeed, Shunzhou nodded. Thus, I acted swiftly as well. The Yang Yongxin method is truly formidable. However, Lin Yujing questioned, given that they know how to deal with you, Why did they only send a first-tier little demon? There was a hint of confusion in her tone. Clearly, they have stronger entities at their disposal. Stronger entities? Shinzhou inquired. Yes. Lin Yujing nodded. According to the intelligence I've received, Zhao Shuanghe has indeed colluded with demons. He is part of a pair of demon cats. This little one must be their offspring. The larger ones have yet to arrive, and the small one came seeking death. However, this can be utilized. She shifted her tone, clenching her fist. With the little one in our possession, the two larger ones will inevitably hesitate to act, and we can use her to threaten them, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. As she spoke, Lin Yujing's expression darkened into a sinister smile, rendering her beautiful face somewhat menacing, resembling that of a cunning femme fatale. You should be cackling with a kekekek laugh. Shunzhou thought to himself, before asking, What else have you discovered? Lin Yujing continued. An old beggar brought his grandson to the yamen. His grandson appeared to have been eaten by a demon, leaving nothing but a bare skeleton. Zhao Shuanghe immediately accused you and spread this information. That old dog truly speaks without a shred of evidence. Shunzhou chuckled, yet his face bore no trace of anger. He had no desire to be upset over the words of a dying man, as it would spoil his mood. However, speaking of consumption, Shunzhou glanced at the small cat demon lying in the courtyard. It was likely her doing. The seemingly adorable cat demon was, in fact, a man-eating monster, truly. Those who are not of my kind must have a different heart. What else? Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, Zhao Shuanghe has summoned 2 cat demons to kill you. They will be conducting a search within the city alongside the Black Tiger Gang. Furthermore, Zhao Shuanghe is scheduled to hold a funeral for his son at noon today. Shunzhou sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. Excellent, we have gathered the intelligence. Let us take action. A funeral? Heh, why not just hold a joint funeral for the father and son? That would save some expenses. Today, Chongqing City felt particularly desolate. The streets were devoid of vendors, most shops remained shuttered, and a sense of unease permeated the air. This oppressive atmosphere stemmed from multiple sources: the treacherous Zhao Shuanghe, the nefarious Black Tiger Gang, and Shunzhou himself. Initially, the common folk had cheered Shunzhou's actions, celebrating him as a hero for eliminating their hated adversaries, whether it was the Han family or Zhao Jing. However, this admiration transformed when a new notice appeared on the county office's bulletin board this morning. Shunzhou eats people. Initially, they scoffed at this claim, but beneath the wanted poster lay a gruesome skeleton of a child, purportedly the remains of someone Shunzhou had devoured. This revelation shook their convictions, leading them to question whether Shunzhou was truly a hero, or merely a monster disguised as one, indiscriminately killing and consuming. Consequently, the citizens of Chongqing City found themselves fearing yet another figure. Today, the streets were nearly deserted. Observing the desolate scene outside the window, Wu Haisheng spoke up, his gaze reflecting concern. My dear, that notice from the yamen. Nonsense. Before Wu Haisheng could finish, Jiang Sui interrupted coldly. What, do you also doubt that our benefactor would commit such heinous acts? If he truly ate people, then we would have long been his next meal. No, perhaps we would have already been discarded in the latrine. Wu Haisheng managed a bitter smile. My dear, please choose your words more elegantly. That was not my intent. I know this is the county magistrate's scheme. I'm merely worried about our benefactor's safety. Hearing Wu Haisheng's words, Jiang Sui's expression also turned grim. Indeed, when they parted ways with their benefactor, she had noticed his demeanor suggested he was prepared to confront that vile magistrate. Now, with Zhao Shuanghe's current behavior, he likely could not contain himself. Would he succeed? Just as apprehension filled the air, the sound of thunderous hooves erupted from outside, accompanied by Wu Haisheng's voice laced with intense animosity. The Black Tiger Gang's people. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui's body began to tremble slightly. She too approached the window. Peering outside, 3 horse-drawn carriages approached in a straight line from the distance. Surrounding the carriages were burly men clad in black, wielding crude blades, alongside soldiers dressed in dark clothing, armed with heavy crossbows. Altogether, there were nearly 100 individuals. It was unmistakably the members of the Black Tiger Gang and some officials. The Black Tiger Gang's stronghold was not within the county, but rather at a small fortress over 10 miles outside the city. Now, the majority of their forces had entered the city. The purpose of their arrival was self-evident. In the first carriage, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Li Qing, sat across from his deputy, Zhao Zhiming. During significant events within the gang, the three leaders would convene. Now, only two remained. Zhao Zhiming, in his 40s, had a shifty appearance, and his eyes were filled with fear. I say, leader, why are we cooperating with those two creatures? Zhao Zhiming could not help but feel fear, for in the rear third carriage sat two cat demons. It's not my business. It was Zhao Shuanghe who summoned them, Li Qing replied. His face darkened. In his 50s, his cheeks were lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes shone brightly. He has gone mad over his son's demise. Zhao Shuanghe had informed Li Qing that these two cat demons could track Shun Zhou's whereabouts and would assist in capturing him. Li Qing's task was to wander through the city with these two cat demons. Although he longed to refuse, the Black Tiger Gang had committed numerous unsavory deeds for Zhao Shuanghe over the years, binding him to them like a grasshopper tied to a string. However, boss, this is undeniably perilous, Zhao Zhiming continued, his voice trembling. Those two cat demons are currently feasting. Indeed, at that moment, the two cat demons were hiding in the carriage, devouring humans. Had it not been for prior instructions to his subordinates not to investigate the situation inside the carriage, the surrounding gang members would have been terrified beyond measure. What of eating humans? You often kill, do you not? Li Qing appeared unconcerned. What is the difference between being killed and being eaten? As for those consumed, they were merely individuals I casually abducted from the streets. No matter, we can conveniently shift the blame onto that Shun Zhou. A sinister smile crept across Li Qing's face. For this man-eating fiend, devouring a single child is hardly sufficient. Surely he must feast upon several more. Quite so, Zhao Zhiming nodded in agreement. Seeing that his boss was unperturbed, he too relaxed, allowing the two cat demons to eat. Once they were satiated, they would likely refrain from consuming him. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Zhao Zhiming prepared to depart. In the face of imminent danger, it was wise to conserve one's energy, Li Qing offered a reminder, knowing that Zhao Zhiming had procured a beautiful maiden for himself in his carriage. Fear not, boss, with my prowess, it shall be concluded swiftly. Zhao Zhiming chuckled and descended, returning to his own carriage. Soon, the carriage began to sway, and after a moment, a woman's piercing scream echoed, followed by silence once more. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, Shun Zhou and Lin Yujing stood and sat, respectively, surveying the approaching convoy. Members of the Black Tiger Gang. Lin Yujing spoke first. According to my intelligence, the two cat demons are likely among them. We must devise a means to separate the cat demons from the Black Tiger Gang members. Eye in her hand, she held a small creature, the very cat demon still ensnared in unconsciousness. Let it be? Shun Zhou shook his head. Sometimes excessive caution proves detrimental, manifesting as hesitation, and hesitation leads to defeat. Such grandiloquent words. Lin Yujing thought to herself before inquiring. What then shall we do? I shall take the lead. You follow behind, Shun Zhou replied. Is it not fortunate that we possess the kitten? If a conflict arises, we can use it to threaten the two cat demons. Do you not have a more detailed plan? Yes, we shall act according to the circumstances. Is this not even more vague? Before Lin Yujing could voice her concerns further, Shun Zhou was already in motion, arcs of electricity enveloping him like golden streams. In the next moment, the golden light shot through the air like a meteor, directly piercing into the street ahead. Chapter 29. Reduced to cinders, in the convoy, the members of the Black Tiger Gang surrounding the third carriage furrowed their brows, their faces paling as they instinctively distanced themselves from the carriage. They had caught a whiff of the overwhelming stench of blood and heard the continuous sounds of chewing emanating from within. The noise sent chills down their spines. Had it not been for the presence of the gang leaders, they would have fled in terror. Coupled with the news released earlier today about Shun Zhou's cannibalistic tendencies, Shun Zhou could hardly be inside the carriage, as they had set out to capture him. Therefore, what was within the carriage? The members of the Black Tiger Gang were not foolish. An ominous speculation began to form in their minds. Yet no one dared to voice it. As long as the occupants remained inside the carriage, they could feign ignorance and avoid further complications. Inside the carriage, the female cat demon was ravenously gnawing on a human arm, while the male cat demon consumed a soft piece of liver. The innards were the most delectable and nutritious part, reserved solely for the leading male of their kind. At that moment, their appearance was a far cry from the genteel facade they had presented when meeting Zhao Shuanghe. Now, they had reverted to their true nature, as they indulged The cat-demon couple's nostrils flared simultaneously, and they inhaled deeply, their bloodthirsty eyes suddenly regaining a glimmer of clarity. Cat demons possessed an acute sense of smell. Even amidst the overwhelming stench of blood, they could detect any scent within a 500-meter radius, and now, they had caught a whiff. Shanzhou's scent. He was approaching with alarming speed. The two cat demons immediately abandoned their meal and shrieked in unison. Shanzhou is coming. The piercing, shrill cries startled the horses that were cautiously advancing, causing them to stumble. Simultaneously, both gang leaders within the carriage were jolted, peering out. In the next instant, their pupils constricted as they beheld a figure enveloped in golden light descending from the distant rooftop. It was a young man, strikingly handsome, with arcs of electricity crackling around him, as if a celestial being had descended. It was Shanzhou. He had not chosen to hide but dared to launch a preemptive strike. Yet why did he appear thus, shrouded in golden light? This detail had not been mentioned in the intelligence reports. Li Qing had no time to ponder this question, for Shanzhou was drawing nearer. His own golden eyes fixed intently upon him. Shanzhou was coming straight for him. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Li Qing, a profound sense of threat causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Tiger Fiend, manifest. Li Qing immediately summoned his most powerful trump card. Behind him, a colossal tiger with wings materialized. This magnificent creature stood over 10 feet tall, bursting forth from the confines of the carriage, emanating a ferocious aura as it roared toward Shanzhou. Roar. Shanzhou remained expressionless, his long fingers crackling with electricity as he reached out. The ferocious flying tiger opened its gaping maw, infused with a terrifying, murderous energy, merging into Li Qing's right arm, forming an iron fist that surged toward Shanzhou. Boom. The two forces collided, a fierce gale erupting, sending the carriage and surrounding individuals flying in all directions. Boss, I am here to assist you. Zhao Jiming reacted swiftly, emerging from the carriage at the first sign of Li Qing being attacked, charging toward the massive cloud of dust ahead. The breathing technique Li Qing practiced was the Tiger Fiend Pounce, which, when mastered, could summon a flying tiger to assist in battle, enveloped in terrifying malice, each strike imbued with immense power, rendering it invincible. Thus far, no enemy had survived after witnessing the manifestation of the flying tiger. This time would surely be no exception. Having personally witnessed Li Qing triumph in countless battles, Zhao Jiming was filled with confidence. With him and the two cat demons aiding, this fight would be won. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed the dust cloud ahead being instantly dispersed by a surge of power. The scene was chaotic, as if a typhoon had swept through, with carriages and horses toppled to the ground, leaving only one person standing resolutely, a young man in a gray shirt, arcs of electricity dancing around him like lively serpents, held a charred corpse in his hand. To be precise, it was a charred body. The remains were blackened, resembling overcooked charcoal. The original garments burned to tatters by the electric current, leaving only tattered strips of fabric. In such a state, even the identity and gender were utterly indistinguishable. A strong, acrid smell of charred flesh assaulted Zhao Jiming's senses, causing him to halt abruptly, trembling uncontrollably. What was happening? Had the battle concluded so swiftly? And why was it that the one remaining standing was not the boss? Where was the boss? Surely it could not be the corpse held by this young demon. Although his mind screamed in disbelief, the cruel reality had already shattered Zhao Jiming's composure. Just a moment ago, the boss had been bravely unleashing the Tiger Fiend Pounce, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to a pile of cinders. Too fast, too sudden. What manner of martial arts was this? So terrifyingly powerful, wielding the forces of thunder and lightning. A tiger? Could a tiger truly withstand 100,000 volts? The young man's mocking voice cut through the air, jolting Zhao Jiming back to reality. Now was not the time to marvel at such matters. In a flash, Zhao Jiming made a decision, roaring. Members of the Black Tiger Gang, heed my command. Shanzhou has appeared. Attack! Having shouted this, he turned and fled. With the boss he had revered being effortlessly slain and reduced to a charred corpse, Zhao Jiming had no courage left to continue fighting. Let the younger members take the lead while he made his escape. Yet as he harbored such thoughts, he caught sight of all around him fleeing. Whether they were members of the Black Tiger Gang or government officials, all were in retreat. They were not a disciplined force. The so-called officials were merely a rabble, upon witnessing their leader turn to cinders in an instant, where was the fighting spirit left? Even with over 100 crossbowmen present, even if they all shot at once. They lacked the courage to even attempt it against Shenzhou. Clearly, neither Li Qing nor Zhao Shuanghe were competent commanders. Observing the disintegration of this coalition of bandits and soldiers, Shenzhou exhibited no surprise on his face. This was precisely why he had not considered their presence during his actions. During his last visit to the Han residence, he had already witnessed the frailty of these individuals, rendering them inconsequential. This time, there was no need for him to exert any intimidation. They scattered of their own accord. But who could truly say they were in the wrong? They were merely seeking self-preservation. Shenzhou cast a glance at the blood bar in the lower left corner. Bolstered by the Ziyang electric force technique and an elevation in his realm, his physical attributes had significantly improved, resulting in an expansion of the blood bar as well. Even after enduring a full-force punch from Li Qing. Accompanied by the Tiger Demon Avatar, he had lost a fair amount of health, approximately 1/10. By his estimation, Li Qing possessed a modicum of strength, yet it was still far from sufficient in comparison to him. Slaying the peak bandit of the second realm, good deeds value 150. Observing the text on the record of virtues, a smile crept onto Shenzhou's lips. After all, he was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. And this wave of good deeds had reached a new high. Chapter 30. Hakimi was somewhat lacking in affection. Just then, Shenzhou's pupils constricted, and the smile on his lips froze. From the carriage opened by Zhao Jiming, he beheld a familiar figure. It was a girl roughly his age, possessing an enchanting visage but appearing somewhat frail. She was stripped bare, her body marred by numerous intersecting wounds, some still oozing blood. The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes had long since lost their sparkle, staring vacantly at the sky. Unfortunately, her gaze was obstructed by the carriage's roof, and she could no longer behold that expanse of heaven. Just yesterday, she had cautioned Shenzhou earnestly and cautiously to be wary of Zhao Jing. In turn, Shenzhou had advised her to grab something valuable and flee immediately. Alas, the girl ultimately could not escape. Perhaps she had fled the Han residence but could not escape this world. The wretched souls of this world, akin to weeds, could be uprooted by a mere gust of wind. Shenzhou inhaled deeply, gently closing the girl's eyes, then removed his outer robe to drape it over her exposed form. The sounds of fleeing footsteps echoed in his ears, heightening his agitation. A bunch of cowards, each one so fearful of death. Seeing everyone in flight, Zhao Jiming cursed angrily, quickening his pace. His mind remained clear. In such circumstances, he only needed to run faster than the others. With his strength in the second realm, no one here could outrun him. His chances of survival surpassed all present, however. Just as this thought arose, a piercing, anguished sound suddenly erupted behind him, rapidly approaching, reminiscent of thousands of birds singing in unison in his ears. Zhao Jiming felt a shiver run down his spine. It was the sound of Shenzhou unleashing his technique. The sound was too distinctive and pronounced. That bastard had abandoned everyone else and was coming straight for him. It was over. He was doomed. A potent sense of death loomed over Zhao Jiming, and at that moment, the roof of the carriage was suddenly lifted, and two cat demons, one large and one small, leapt into the air. The male cat demon, muscles bulging, charged towards Shenzhou like a tank, crushing everything in its path, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, the female cat demon moved with the grace of willow catkins, swift as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages, appearing at Shenzhou's side in the blink of an eye. Her aura was that of the second realm's 5th level, yet her physique was extraordinarily impressive, possessing a hand of thunder and lightning. She was formidable. Even if they were in the third realm, a one-on-one confrontation might not guarantee victory. Together, they could give it a try. The male and female cat demons quickly assessed Shenzhou's combat prowess while in the carriage and devised a battle plan. Their coordination was seamless. The male cat would launch a frontal assault, while the female would conceal herself on the flank, waiting for Shenzhou to reveal a weakness to strike. With their exquisite teamwork, they had even jointly slain peak warriors of the third realm. Shenzhou, initially pursuing Zhao Jiming, frowned, surprised to see that amidst the chaos of fleeing individuals, only these two cat demons remained faithfully committed to their mission. What had Zhao Shuanghe promised them, or were demons simply single-minded? In terms of keeping promises, they appeared to be more reliable than this group of humans. However, the appearance of these two cat demons Perhaps something more intriguing could be arranged. Lin Guanzhou, bring forth the good things you have on hand. Shunzhou halted his pursuit and called out. Why not see what I have first? Came the cold voice of Lin Yujing from not far away. The two cat demons abruptly halted their advance, their bodies stiffening as they turned their heads, revealing expressions of extreme displeasure. A beautiful young woman stood 100 meters away, and in her hands, she held their daughter. The diminutive form of the little cat demon swung back and forth in Lin Yujing's grasp, resembling a cat toy. Hong Hong. The female cat demon trembled and cried out, while the male cat demon seethed. His fury palpable. In truth, they had already caught the scent of their daughter nearby, but to prevent her from becoming embroiled in the conflict, they had deliberately chosen to overlook her. After all, any unnecessary movements at that moment could easily alert the enemy, allowing them to exploit the situation. Yet, unexpectedly, the very scenario the cat-demon couple dreaded the most had come to pass. The enemy's accomplice had managed to capture Hong Hong first. Noticing the expressions of worry and fear on the faces of the two cat demons, Shunzhou realized his tactic was effective and continued, Do not act rashly, Madam Cat. You wouldn't want to see any harm befall your daughter, would you? The appearance of this cat-demon couple intrigued Shunzhou immensely. The male cat demon stood as robust as a tiger, exuding immense pressure. The female cat demon, on the other hand, was exceptionally slender, possessing a figure that even the most renowned Victoria's Secret models would envy. Was this the legendary advantage of their race? If this were his previous world, many would surely covet the female cat demon's form, such is the nature of depravity in this world. However, what captured the most attention were the streaks of blood adorning these two cat demons. With bits of flesh and entrails still clinging to them, it seemed they had quite the feast within the carriage. I say, Lin Guanzhou, a family reunion. Such a warm scene. Why do you still let them sleep? Shunzhou's voice grew increasingly cold. Wake that kitten. Understood? Lin Yujing nodded, an arc of electricity flashing in her hand, and the previously unconscious Hong Hong jolted awake. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Upon awakening, Hong Hong experienced momentary memory loss, but it quickly returned to her. She caught a whiff of an enticing scent, turned into the courtyard, and spotted a young man, wanting to devour him, only to be struck unconscious. As her memories resurfaced, her surroundings became clearer, and Hong Hong saw her anxious parents in the distance. Only to realize that her nape was being gripped tightly by someone. In an instant, she understood her predicament. Her expression turning fierce as her paw pads extended sharp claws, she turned to claw at Lin Yujing. Still trying to claw at me? Lin Yujing frowned, not indulging this little cat demon, as her palm's purple electric arc surged in intensity. Zap! Hong Hong was suddenly jolted, her body convulsing as she let out a series of pitiful cries. Well done, daring to resist. This Hakimi is truly lacking in affection, Shunzhou remarked with a nonchalant expression. Devoid of any sympathy, it must be said that electric shocks were quite suitable as a form of punishment. A single jolt could cause immense suffering. Chapter 31. The frenzied opponent Stop it. Let her go. Upon witnessing their daughter being tormented, the female cat demon's eyes reddened instantly as she screamed hysterically at Lin Yujing. The male cat demon clenched his fists tightly, steam billowing from his nostrils, ears, and mouth, truly enraged to the point of losing composure. If you release our daughter, we can spare your life. The male cat demon managed to maintain his composure, fixing his gaze on Shunzhou. Speaking firmly, he could discern that Shunzhou was the one in command. Heh, your threats are truly terrifying. Shunzhou replied with a sardonic smile, raising a finger towards a figure that was nearly out of sight. If you want your daughter to live, bring that person back to me, you bastard. Don't think you can threaten us just because you have our daughter. The male cat demon glared fiercely at Shunzhou. Shunzhou seemed to disregard this remark. Continuing, I will count to 3. If you do not retrieve her, your daughter's life will be forfeit. 3. As soon as he uttered 3, the female cat demon transformed into an orange flash, dashing toward the direction Shunzhou pointed. Ah! A wail escaped Zhao Zhiming in the distance. 10 seconds later, the female cat demon returned, clutching the bloody deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang, and with a forceful toss, hurled Zhao Zhiming at Shunzhou's feet. Having resisted slightly during the capture, the female cat demon had given him a lesson, directly severing one of his legs. At this moment, despair engulfed Zhao Zhiming. He had almost escaped this perilous place. Who could have anticipated that this cat demon would drag him back? When did this monster betray us? Shouldn't they be here to assist in eliminating Shenzhou? Lost in thought, Zhao Zhiming lifted his head, and his gaze fortuitously met Shenzhou's eyes. Those were eyes of an extreme coldness, reminiscent of the icy depths of the Nine Nether Glacier. Zhao Zhiming felt a chill run down his spine, as if his heart had plummeted into an abyss, yet he feigned composure, forcing a smile he believed to be amiable. Young hero Shun, we have no enmity between us. Spare my life. I was merely following the orders of my leader and the county magistrate. I was coerced by them. Strictly speaking, I am also a victim. Before he could finish his plea, Shenzhou pointed a finger at his forehead. Golden arcs of electricity danced and flickered at his fingertip, and the moment they made contact with Zhao Zhiming's body, they erupted violently, transforming into countless minuscule currents that spread across his skin, coalescing into a dense net of electricity that ensnared him completely. Zhao Zhiming's body stiffened suddenly, the muscles of his face contorted in agony, and his throat emitted a gut-wrenching scream. The scream, barely escaping, was interrupted by spasms of electricity, sounding both ludicrous and unbearably tragic. Shenzhou did not relent. Instead, he gradually increased the voltage, more golden arcs continuously flowing from his fingertips. Zhao Zhiming felt as if every pore was being pierced by steel needles, every inch of his skin seared by a fierce blaze. The brilliance of the electric currents intensified, and the crackling sounds grew increasingly jarring. Zhao Zhiming's body turned as red as a boiled lobster, emitting billowing smoke, only to begin charring in the next moment. His expression shifted from terror to despair, and finally to a murky, desiccated gaze. Kill the second-tier bandit leader. Virtue points 100. By the time Shenzhou withdrew his finger, Zhao Zhiming had been reduced to a charred husk, with only the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the black smoke rising to attest to his existence in this world. Shenzhou took a full minute to execute him, a minute that must have felt like an eternity of torment for Zhao Zhiming. This brat. The couple of cat demons watched this scene with grave expressions, astonished that this seemingly inexperienced youth could roast Zhao Zhiming to a crisp with electricity, ultimately reducing him to a pile of charcoal. When he dispatched Li Qing, he had clearly been able to kill instantly. Yet now, facing this leader, he chose a slow roast, evidently intent on torturing his opponent. This little devil appeared tender and innocent. Yet his methods were ruthlessly cruel, and now, their daughter was ensnared in the grasp of such an adversary. The two cat demons felt an overwhelming pressure, a foreboding sense that this enemy was far more formidable and unpredictable than any faced before. I have brought the person you requested back. Now, can you release my daughter? The male cat demon inhaled deeply and addressed Shenzhou first. After killing Zhao Zhiming, Shenzhou seemed to have regained a semblance of joy. A sinister smile creeping onto his face as he casually replied, "What are you dreaming of? Why would I waste such a useful hostage after using them just once?" Shenzhou felt a sense of comfort akin to his previous experience in the Han residence. Having a hostage truly made him feel at ease, allowing him to maintain control during battle, avoiding a passive stance. He was genuinely grateful for the heaven's favor in delivering this little cat demon right to his doorstep. "What do you intend to do next?" The male cat demon's eyes blazed with fury, realizing that if the opponent continued to hold on to Hong Hong, they would be powerless to act, mere puppets at his mercy. This could not continue. The male cat demon recognized that, given the cruelty of Shenzhou's actions, it was nearly impossible to expect him to willingly release Hong Hong. They must take the initiative. With this thought, the male cat demon exchanged a knowing glance with the female cat demon. As partners, she instantly understood. They needed to find an opportunity to snatch Hong Hong away from that woman. However, just as they were formulating this plan, Shenzhou's cold voice cut through the air. "Lin Guanju, detach one of that little cat demon's legs." Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing furrowed her brow. "Do we really have to do that? It would be so bloody. We might as well just fry her completely." Crack! Lin Yujing's palm glowed with purple electricity once more, accompanied by Hong Hong's heart-wrenching scream. In an instant, one of her arms was thoroughly charred. "Hong Hong! You bastards, you will pay for this." Upon witnessing their daughter lose a limb, the two cat demons howled in agony, their fur bristling, standing on end like steel needles, their bodies arching in distress. Undoubtedly, they were in a state of rage and terror. a quintessential display of their cat demon lineage's fury. Yet, Shun Zhou remained unmoved by the cat demon's wrath, his voice calm as he stated, "Do you think I am blind, witnessing your silent exchanges? You demons have no wit, attempting to signal each other in front of me, clearly plotting something." Although he was unaware of the cat demon's schemes, he resolved to retaliate, punishing their daughter in the process. Chapter 32. You cannot protect anything. Stop shocking me. Stop shocking me. Father, mother, save me. Please, hurry. The tormented Hong Hong began to scream hoarsely, perceiving the woman holding her as a complete demon, who wasted no time in electrocuting her. First, she had been rendered trembling from the shocks, and now her arm was rendered useless. A cute little cat demon like her should surely be cherished by humans, shouldn't she? She should be treated like that little beggar before. Hong Hong was well aware of her own limitations. She was still young and weak, deliberately targeting human children. Firstly, human children were no match for her, and secondly, their vigilance was significantly lower than that of adults. Faced with her adorable, big-eyed visage, they were utterly defenseless. Thus, she had approached Xin Zhou, believing him to be another human child. Who could have known, who would have guessed that this individual was a war god? Ah! The sight of their daughter's desperate pleas drove the male cat demon to roar in fury. "You wretched fiend, do not harm the innocent, you beast! How dare you speak such words?" However, the male cat demon's furious roar was met with Shun Zhou's merciless laughter. How laughable! Did you ever consider the innocent when your family feasted on human children? Now you audaciously shout in indignation. You are a demon today, and you will always be a demon, regardless of age. You are merely fodder to be slaughtered. Xin Zhou, in his previous life as a beleaguered worker burdened by loans and debts, had experienced resentment. Yet, upon witnessing those who sought vengeance against society, he felt nothing but disgust. Rather than applause, after all, if one seeks revenge, let it be directed at their enemies. Slaughtering innocent bystanders is merely the act of a coward. He acted ruthlessly, but not for the sake of killing. He simply wished to avoid repeating the mistakes of his past life, aspiring to live more joyfully and openly. Nothing more. As his words hung in the air, Shun Zhou grinned wickedly and charged at his opponent. "Let us engage in a battle of men. If you win, I shall release your daughter. You seek your own demise." The male cat demon roared in response, his already formidable physique swelling like a balloon, rapidly expanding from over 2 meters to more than 4. The sense of oppression escalated dramatically, resembling a small mountain. This flesh mountain charged toward Shun Zhou, each step creating a crater beneath it, shaking the ground violently. The two figures collided with tremendous force. The male cat demon's razor-sharp claws slicing through the air like a scythe, aimed directly at Shun Zhou. Bang! However, this exhilarating strike was halted midair as Shun Zhou raised his right arm, blocking the male cat demon's formidable attack with ease. The male cat demon was utterly astonished. Who was truly the monster, himself or this youth? The assault he unleashed with all his might had been effortlessly caught. How powerful was this little devil? Then, the male cat demon noticed something alarming. His sharp claws had deeply pierced the youth's right arm, yet there were no wounds or traces of blood. Why was this child unharmed? The male cat demon recalled Zhao Shuanghe's earlier warning, that even a headshot would not kill this person. Could it be that this was not an illusion, but the truth? How absurd! While he was still in shock, a scream echoed from the distance. Ah, it was Lin Yujing. She had once again electrocuted one of Hong Hong's legs. The sound of Hong Hong's scream sent a jolt through the male cat demon's heart, causing him to instinctively turn his head. Seizing this moment, Shun Zhou's right hand glowed with golden light, crackling electricity coiling and condensing into a blade of light, distorting the surrounding space. He swung his right hand forward in a horizontal slash, leaving behind a golden trail as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart. Swoosh! Because of his distraction, the tomcat demon abruptly felt his robust body lose balance, and with a heavy thud, he fell to the ground. "This is my husband." No. From afar came a sorrowful cry, but this time it was not Hong Hong, but his wife. The fallen tomcat demon incredulously lifted his gaze, only to behold a figure standing before him. The figure stood upright, yet at the waist, there was an exceedingly flat and enormous gash. With no blood spilling forth, only a charred expanse as for the part above the waist. It had completely vanished, so, it was true. Was he bisected? The Tomcat demon instantly realized what had transpired. The sensation of death washed over him like a tidal wave. But more potent than the fear of death was an overwhelming rage, an uncontainable fury. That woman in the distance had distracted him by harming his daughter, and in this moment, this little wretch seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. How unfair! A despicable scoundrel, scheming against me. Is this what you call a battle between men? A profound indignation filled his mind as the Tomcat demon summoned the last of his strength to roar at Shenzhou. Indeed, a battle between men should not unfold in such a manner. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, reached the ears of the Tomcat demon. But you are merely a tomcat. Do you even qualify as a man? Shenzhou spoke icily. Heh, a beast like you, devoid of intellect, truly cannot protect anything. These words were akin to a lethal dagger, piercing deeply into the heart of the Tomcat demon, to the point where tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Yes, he was dying, his daughter remained in the hands of the enemy, and what would become of his wife? He truly could protect no one, neither daughter nor wife. Chapter 33. Martial talent had the couple united in their assault from the very beginning. Even if they could not rescue their daughter, they would not be in such a dire predicament now. But alas, it was too late. The enemy had utilized various cunning schemes to bring about his demise. Leaving only his wife utterly alone and defenseless in that moment, the Tomcat demon's heart turned to ash on the brink of death. He turned his gaze towards the distant Mother Cat demon, who was already in tears. And with the last remnants of his strength, he cried out, "Run, run quickly." He had come to the realization that rescuing Hong Hong was impossible. His only hope now was for his wife to survive. Just as he uttered these words, Shenzhou struck again, severing his terrifying head with another swift blow. I have no time to watch your display of marital affection. Slain a three-realm cat demon? Virtue points 250? No. The Mother Cat demon, having witnessed the entire scene from a distance, was on the verge of collapse. Her eyes brimmed with boundless resentment as she glared viciously at Shenzhou. Don't look at me with those eyes. If I didn't know better, I might think you were the innocent victims here. Shenzhou met the Mother Cat demon's fierce gaze with indifference, even extending his hand with a smile, saying, "Madam Cat, your husband is dead. You wouldn't want your daughter to leave you too, would you? Join me. I am willing to adopt you both. In truth, I have always had a fondness for cats." Having witnessed Shenzhou's brutal actions, the Mother Cat demon was far from believing his deceitful words. She cast a sorrowful gaze towards Hong Hong. "I'm sorry, my daughter. I'm so sorry. I will avenge you." No sooner had she spoken than the Mother Cat demon transformed into a streak of orange light, swiftly darting away. Shenzhou furrowed his brows. She was fleeing rather quickly. What a derelict mother. Abandoning her daughter to escape alone. His original plan had been to use Hong Hong as bait to eliminate the Tomcat demon first, then deal with the Mother Cat demon, but he had not anticipated her choice to forsake her child. "What about the little one now?" Lin Yujing inquired, lifting the small cat demon in her hands. "Mother," the small cat demon Hong Hong murmured softly, her father dead and mother abandoning her, she was engulfed by an overwhelming blow. Rendered in a daze, on the verge of tears, she had become utterly useless. Shenzhou remarked, stepping towards the small cat demon, pointing a finger at Hong Hong's forehead. A bolt of electricity pierced through the small cat demon's head. Slain a one-realm cat demon, virtue points 50. When Shenzhou had killed Li Qing and Zhao Jiming, he had forced electricity into their bodies, incinerating them to ashes, which had been a tremendous waste of true essence. Thus, he adopted a different method, concentrating the high-voltage current in his palm, transforming it into an electric knife for combat. This technique was somewhat akin to Raikiko's lightning blade from Naruto. You could have just asked to kill. Why come personally to do it? Upon witnessing Shenzhou's actions, Lin Yujing softly remarked, "I took care of it effortlessly." She discarded the small cat demon's corpse aside. "You handled it, but how can I collect virtue points now? Even a mosquito is meat." Shenzhou silently complained before saying, "Thank you very much. Our cooperation just now was quite effective." Utilizing Hong Hong to such great advantage, he had effortlessly slain the three-realm cat demon, which made the task significantly easier. The distinction between mindless brute force and calculated aggression was indeed substantial. Lin Yujing shook her head. It was but a trifling matter, no need for thanks. One must admit, Shenzhou had begun to appreciate Lin Yujing. She, like him, showed no mercy towards evildoers or foreign beings, displaying a complete lack of compassion throughout. Kill when necessary, threaten without hesitation, and resort to underhanded tactics without a second thought. However, Lin Yujing bore a deep-seated grudge, suggesting she too had her own story, her painful experiences likely surpassing Shen Zhou's. Developing such a character is quite understandable. Now, shall we go after Zhao Shuanghe? Lin Yujing said, her eagerness palpable indeed. Shen Zhou nodded. If I am not mistaken, that cat demon must also be seeking him out. Shen Zhou could discern that the cat demon family shared a profound bond. Having just slain the husband and child, the mother's desire now was likely not mere survival, but revenge. Alone, she could not achieve this. Thus, she would naturally seek the most powerful and influential individual in the city for assistance. Zhao Shuanghe was the best candidate, as it was this employer who had caused her family to meet such a tragic fate. She would surely seek retribution. Let us go. We have already lingered here for far too long. Shen Zhou stated, directing his gaze towards the direction of the yamen. Walking would take too long. Let us use my pet. Lin Yujing smiled slightly, then raised her right hand. In the next moment, Shen Zhou witnessed a black orb coalescing in her palm, which rapidly expanded, with dark light surging forth like a tide. Amidst the radiance, a brilliantly colored large bird emerged. Lin Yujing had summoned a bird demon out of thin air. What kind of technique is this? Shen Zhou's eyes lit up. Impressive. Can I learn it? You wish to exploit my technique. Lin Yujing thought to herself, shaking her head. You cannot learn it, for this is my martial talent. Martial talent? Indeed, my martial talent is the ability to command demons. Chapter 34. Sudden surge in power. Upon hearing Lin Yujing's words, Shen Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Such a martial talent existed. He had thought his own awakening was peculiar enough. Yet the local's talent was equally remarkable. Why didn't you use it earlier? He inquired. Before acting, you were incessantly reminding me not to steal your kills, were you not? Lin Yujing replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. Since you instructed me so, I naturally complied. Moreover, you were so quick with your kills that I had no opportunity to intervene. From the onset of the battle, Lin Yujing had assumed a supportive role, assisting Shen Zhou throughout. That is indeed the case. Once again, I thank you for your assistance, Lin Pavilion Master. Shen Zhou acknowledged with a nod. Lin Yujing returned the gesture, and one could not help but note that she found the young man before her somewhat inscrutable. In conversation, he was gentle and courteous. Combined with his handsome appearance, he truly embodied the image of a refined gentleman, instantly endearing him to others. Yet when facing adversaries, he transformed entirely, adopting a ruthless and decisive demeanor. With a tongue sharp enough to pierce through defenses at will, which side truly represented Shen Zhou's authentic self? Lin Yujing hesitated for a moment, then recalled a scene she had witnessed earlier. Shen Zhou had removed his long robe and draped it over the lifeless body of a young girl. Ah, it seems he is actually quite a gentle person. Lin Yujing shook her head, casting aside her wandering thoughts, and continued. My martial talent allows me to forcibly subdue any demon that defeats me. Therefore, if we encounter that mother cat demon again, I hope you can spare her life. Shen Zhou. Your martial talent sounds like something from Pokemon. Seeing Shen Zhou remain silent, Lin Yujing inquired. What do you think? Well, you look quite like a bird, you feathered demon, Shen Zhou remarked as he turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. Time is fleeting. We should take action. Such a clumsy shift in conversation. Very well, Lin Yujing chose to remain silent, instructing the bird demon to crouch down, allowing both of them to ascend onto its back. In the next moment, the bird demon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. The battle drew to a close. The streets returned to their previous desolation, but minutes later, curious onlookers began to emerge cautiously. This skirmish had unfolded on the streets of Chongqing County, where numerous residents lived nearby, yet they had remained unscathed. The street brawls in Chongqing County were not uncommon, and the locals had honed their skills in evading such conflicts. At the first sign of trouble, they fled. Some brave souls even lingered at the periphery to witness the entire spectacle. As the people gathered on the streets, they gained a clearer understanding of the situation. 3 carriages lay utterly incapacitated, and several corpses were carelessly strewn about. Most of the bodies were so charred that their identities were unrecognizable. But 2 in particular were horrifying to the common folk. They were the remains of 2 monsters, one large and one small. The larger was bisected at the waist, its head severed. while the smaller bore a gaping wound on its forehead. "My goodness, those are two cat demons," someone exclaimed. "What on earth transpired? Even demons have emerged?" Another inquired anxiously. "It was Shen Xiaoxia and Lin Guanzhu fighting against the Black Tiger Gang," a young man interjected. "Did you not know?" Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention towards him. Noticing that most were unaware of the events, the young man basked in the attention, hands on his hips, and laughed. "A bunch of cowards. Too afraid to even watch." He then proclaimed loudly, "These two charred bodies are the leader and deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang." The demons fled from their carriage. They were all slain by Shen Xiaoxia. "I witnessed it myself." With his declaration, the crowd erupted into fervor. "Good heavens, the leaders of the Black Tiger Gang are dead? Ha ha ha, what a relief, what a relief." They were astonished to discover that the Black Tiger Gang harbored demons. They truly deserved their fate. Does this mean that it was not Shen Xiaoxia who devoured that child, but rather these demons? As the crowd debated, a voice cried out, "Everyone, come look over here." The onlookers hurried to one of the carriages, and even from a distance, the stench of blood was overwhelming. Approaching closer, they beheld a horrifying scene. The carriage was filled with dismembered human limbs, mingled with blood and bones scattered everywhere. This nightmarish tableau left everyone's faces taut, with some even retching. The young man, his face pale, remarked, "This carriage belonged to the slain demons." In that moment, realization dawned upon the crowd. It was indeed the demons who consumed humans, and they had been concealed within the Black Tiger Gang. Clearly, they had misunderstood Shen Xiaoxia. He was a good person, a true hero. The official notice was nothing but slander, a baseless accusation. From now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of Shen Xiaoxia as a man-eating demon will have to answer to me, Butcher Zhang San. Indeed, Zhao Shuanghe is a scoundrel. Shen Xiaoxia is our true righteous lord. The crowd grew increasingly animated, their voices rising in fervor, as Shen Zhou's image was exalted in their hearts. "But where has Shen Xiaoxia gone now?" someone inquired. All eyes turned once more to the young man, who scratched his head and replied, "When they left, I heard them discussing going to deal with the county magistrate." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Each person exchanged glances, speechless. Simultaneously, they began to pray inwardly, "Heavenly Lord, please protect Shen Xiaoxia and help him vanquish that wretched magistrate." At that moment, Shen Zhou was entirely unaware that in the hearts of the Chongqing County residents, he had transformed into a figure resembling a saint. He was perched atop the bird demon, soaring alongside Lin Yujing towards the county office. The bird demon, known as Lingqing, though lacking in combat prowess, was capable of traversing vast distances with ease, making it ideal for travel. Lin Yujing explained, "It took considerable effort for me to capture it." "Indeed, it is quite convenient," Shen Zhou mused, gazing down at the city of Chongqing with a sense of wonder. Not only was this mode of travel comparable to that of an automobile, but flying through the sky also instilled a sense of envy within him. After all, traversing the air was far swifter than on land. There were no detours, no traffic jams, and the elevated vantage point offered significant advantages. Alas, this creature was not his own. "Lin Guanzhu, how many Pokemon do you currently possess?" Shen Zhou inquired. "What do you mean by Pokemon? How many demons have you subdued?" Lin Yujing chuckled softly. "Not many. Just 4. That's quite impressive. You should consider abandoning your martial pursuits and become a summoner instead." Lin Yujing noted another peculiarity. Shen Zhou frequently spoke in ways she found incomprehensible. Previously, when he mentioned Hakimi, she had not understood and felt too embarrassed to ask, fearing it would reveal her ignorance. As the next wave of battle commenced, she resolved to elevate her own understanding. She had already mastered the breath control method, and advancing her realm should be straightforward. Shen Zhou focused on the merit record. After consecutively slaying Li Qing, Zhao Jiming, and the 2 cat demons, his merit points had reached 530. He pondered how much this would enhance his abilities. Filled with anticipation, he began to allocate his points. As his thoughts coalesced, the merit record once again manifested words. "You have successfully mastered a powerful breath control method, granting you perfect command over your internal true essence, enabling you to ascend to the second realm, 5th stage. Next, you merely need to refine your bones." After condensing his martial true essence, the subsequent training would involve using that essence to refine his body from the inside out, beginning with his bones. Consuming 240 merit points, you have successfully refined your trunk bones with pure true essence. Your body begins to transform, emanating a rich, almost elixir-like aura from within, fragrant and alluring. You have successfully ascended to the second realm. 7th stage. Consuming 270 merit points, your robust true essence has refined all 206 bones in your body. Your skeletal structure undergoes a complete transformation, the solidified strength of your bones resulting in a qualitative leap in the resilience of your flesh. You have officially entered the third realm, 1st stage. As this final announcement resonated, Shun Zhou's momentum surged like a tidal wave, instantly shattering previous boundaries, propelling him toward even greater heights. He felt an exhilarating warmth coursing through his entire being, as if his internal true essence were an endless ocean, and beneath his tender skin lay bones as resilient as jade. Both think he had directly entered the third realm, experiencing the surging vitality and true essence within him. A look of rapture adorned Shun Zhou's face, and his health bar swelled significantly, now occupying a third of his field of vision. At this length, he would likely need to endure 1,000 arrows before being felled. Shun Zhou couldn't help but marvel at his newfound resilience. It seemed he had truly become a formidable entity, yet this was a welcome change. He had always suffered from a fear of insufficient health points. During gaming sessions, a mere loss of health would send him into a frenzy, demanding immediate healing from his support. Now, with this substantial health bar, it instilled a profound sense of security. Chapter 35. Is the martial path your family business? While Shun Zhou reveled in his newfound realm, Lin Yujing was utterly stunned. She had felt the palpable change in Shun Zhou's aura throughout the entire transformation. In that brief span, he had transitioned from the second realm, 5th stage, directly to the third realm. For a moment, she questioned her own perceptions. No, let me sense it again. It truly is the third realm. What on earth were you doing just now? Lin Yujing managed to suppress her astonishment and inquired. Shun Zhou glanced at her, replying, I was training. I thought it unwise to confront Zhao Shuanghe without further preparation. Why do you make training sound so simple? Lin Yujing exclaimed in exasperation. Is this really training? This is like sipping water. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Why does it seem to transform into a smooth highway for Shun Zhou? It was the same with his previous learning of Purple Yang Thunder technique. And now this. Is martial arts your family business? Why not? Shun Zhou replied, his expression remaining unfazed. All of this is the result of persistence and hard work, the fruits of countless battles. I have earned this reward. Ha! Your audacity could withstand even the mightiest grandmaster. How utterly shameless! Lin Yujing took a deep breath and, seizing the rare opportunity for levity, let out a curse. Indeed, that is a fact. Shun Zhou found himself in considerable agreement. For his vitality remained intact. As long as his health was not depleted, his pride would remain unscathed. However, this was merely the truth. Lin Yujing couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, I have encountered many prodigies, yet I believe that upon meeting you, they would all be compelled to acknowledge you as a genius. Shun Zhou chuckled softly. Thank you for your kind words, Lin Guanzhu. Were it anyone else, they would surely become elated by such praise, but I am different. I pride myself on my humility. Humph. You had better be genuinely humble. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, the county office of Chongqing came into view. Simultaneously, they spotted an orange figure darting swiftly along the street below. It was the cat demon, recklessly charging forward, fully exposing herself to the gaze of the surrounding townsfolk. The common people were startled by the sudden appearance of the cat demon, screaming and scattering in all directions, igniting chaos throughout Chongqing City. We've located the cat demon. Lin Yujing promptly resumed her usual seriousness, stating sternly, You were right, Shun Zhou. That cat demon is indeed fleeing towards the county office. Indeed. Shun Zhou nodded gently. The cat demon had initially fled for some distance, yet even so, the two of them managed to catch up. This was not due to their speed exceeding that of the demon, but rather because they could fly directly without detours. Surely, flying was both convenient and swift. With a renewed sense of awe, Shun Zhou reined in his irrelevant thoughts and commanded, Dive down. Understood? Lin Yujing nodded, immediately guiding her feathered companion into a rapid descent. The townsfolk, already terrified by the cat demon, were now further alarmed by the sight of a massive monstrous bird descending from the sky. causing their fear to escalate. Heavens, there are demons in the sky. It's a bird demon. Run, the demons are invading our county town. The people fled even faster, wishing they had been born with additional legs. Though they frequently endured beatings from the county office and the Black Tiger Gang, it was indeed their first encounter with a demon on the streets. The cat demon, hearing the commotion behind her, turned and beheld a colorful monstrous bird descending at an angle, with a young man and woman standing atop its back. So, Madam Cat, we're heading the same way. Would you care for a ride? Noticing the demon's gaze, the young man even smiled and waved, greeting her amicably. However, the cat demon perceived no warmth in his gesture, for only moments prior, he had slain her husband, first bisecting him and then beheading him, ruthless and decisive. Moreover, she clearly saw that the young man's other hand was emanating a sharp, explosive sound, with golden light radiating from his palm, arcs of electricity twisting and contorting. A spear formed suddenly, forged purely from condensed lightning. The bystanders dodged with remarkable timing, evidently accustomed to the art of escape. With no one around the cat demon, it was time to strike. In the next moment, having assessed the situation, Shun Zhou swiftly took aim. Raising the lightning spear in his hand, the cat demon's pupils constricted. Whoosh! A thunderous sound filled the air as the golden spear shot forth from Shun Zhou's grasp, hurtling directly towards the cat demon. The speed was astonishing. There was no chance to evade. Boom! The golden lightning erupted in a violent gust of wind, creating a massive crater in the street upon impact. The surrounding space crackled with residual arcs of electricity, illuminating the area with a brilliant glow, and then, from the billowing smoke, the cat demon burst forth. Her right arm, along with a portion of her body, was charred black, and one of her eyes was completely blinded. At that moment, the cat demon's heart was gripped by terror. Shun Zhou's lightning spear had not struck her directly but had detonated nearby. Yet, even so, the shockwave had inflicted this grievous injury upon her. A devastating blow. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could not fathom the sheer terror of Shun Zhou's lightning technique. Previously, when her husband was slain, the cat demon had merely viewed the young man as a despicable and shameless foe who relied on underhanded tactics. Now, it seemed, even if her husband had fought Shun Zhou head-on, he would likely not have stood a chance against such a formidable opponent. Such monstrous strength, coupled with a twisted disposition that delighted in cunning strategies, was truly terrifying. Why? Why did they have to encounter such a being? Had they known, they would never have ventured here to meddle. The cat demon inhaled deeply, dispelling her feelings of regret. Now was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to focus on her escape. It was close, so close. The county office was already within sight, and she was nearly there. If she could just reunite with Zhao Shuanghe, there would still be hope. Zhao Shuanghe was also a third-tier martial artist, while Shen Zhou was merely second-tier. There was still a chance. Tisk, missed my shot, but after reaching the third tier, the power of this lightning has indeed grown. On the back of the bird, witnessing the scene unfold, Shun Zhou sighed. This was his first attempt at such a feat, and he had missed entirely. It was a pity, for he had no technique to speak of. Relying solely on raw power. Beside him, Lin Yujing bit her lip, rendered speechless. At present, she could not even condense a lightning spear, while Shun Zhou not only could but could also hurl it. Observing the lack of progress in her ancestral techniques after years of cultivation, she felt an irksome sense of inadequacy as Shen Zhou displayed such prowess. Moreover, logically speaking, the Ziyang lightning technique should manifest as a purple lightning spear, yet Shun Zhou's was golden, a sign of qualitative change arising from quantitative accumulation. Lin Yujing understood that even if both perfected this technique, the power of her lightning would likely pale in comparison to Shun Zhou's, for his true essence was simply too profound. One shot missed. Let's try again, Shen Zhou said softly, once more condensing a new lightning spear in his hand. Do you have enough true essence left for such play? Lin Yujing couldn't help but inquire. I can manage a few more shots. Shun Zhou replied. How many exactly? Dozens, perhaps. Shun Zhou refrained from providing an exact number, but Lin Yujing felt disinclined to press further. After all, continuing to inquire would only bruise her pride. Chapter 36. The Celestial descends. The old beggar, bruised and battered, curled up in the corner of the county office, his small eyes filled with hatred and sorrow, fixated on the corpse beneath the notice board in the distance. He had previously attempted to reclaim his grandson, but had failed and was beaten by the constables, leaving him unable to stand for the time being. The words of that young master from yesterday rang true. At my age, I should refrain from attempting tricks. The old beggar chuckled bitterly to himself. Indeed, the gates of the county office were south-facing. Without money, one would not be allowed to enter. Had he foreseen such a tragic outcome, he would have refrained from reporting to the authorities and rather found a place to bury his grandson's remains, ensuring a peaceful resting place. Now, with his grandson taken and left to rot under the scorching sun, the benefactor who had previously given him money was now being slandered as a man-eater. And even the 2 silver ingots gifted to him had gone to waste. Was it not said that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds punished? The heavens are unjust. Yes, he sighed abruptly. The old beggar noticed figures emerging from the county office. They hung white cloth on the plaque and replaced the lanterns with white ones inscribed with the character for mourning. A funeral was about to be held in the county office, for the deceased was the son of the county magistrate. The old beggar had only just learned of this, and upon reflecting on the matter, the self-deprecating smile on his face transformed into one that bore a hint of sincerity. "Heh, serves him right," he muttered quietly. Today, the county office of Chongqing City was devoid of its usual solemnity. The servants moved about with grim expressions, bustling here and there. They erected a mourning pavilion in the back courtyard, and mourning flags were raised in every corner, even in the public hall. In principle, such places were not permitted for funerals, yet, like other laws of the Yin Kingdom, Zhao Shuanghe paid no heed to this rule. At the center of the mourning pavilion lay a finely crafted Nanmu coffin, surrounded by the prominent gentry of Chongqing City. Each of them donned exquisite silk garments, representing the most distinguished figures in the city. The son of the county magistrate had passed away, so it was only natural for them to attend, for any lapse in etiquette could provoke Zhao Shuanghe's wrath. He was known for his petty nature and ruthless methods. How unpredictable life is. I never expected young Master Zhao to depart so suddenly. Indeed, such an exceptional young talent, heaven truly envies the gifted. The guests lamented the death of Zhao Jing, though in truth, they felt a sense of joy within. Some among them had wives or concubines who had been insulted by Zhao Jing, and with the fall of the Han family, the substantial cake that once belonged to them could now be shared among themselves. The latter was a significant incentive, large enough to make them almost grateful to Shun Zhou. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuanghe slumped in a chair at the back of the mourning pavilion, entirely devoid of his former pride. He appeared as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Occasionally, a few guests approached to offer their condolences. "Zhao Darren, please accept my deepest sympathies. Indeed, you must not falter. What would become of Chongqing County if we were to lose you? Our esteemed magistrate? The common folk would be utterly heartbroken." Zhao Shuanghe was all too aware that such praises were but empty flattery. With a darkened expression, he offered no response, leaving the sycophantic guests in an awkward silence. Meanwhile, Shang Wanshu, with his head wrapped in white cloth, observed silently, his expression tinged with disappointment. Why had that old fellow ceased his vigorous assault with the ink pot? He had seemed so animated in his previous outburst. However, he quickly composed himself, lowered his head, and approached Zhao Shuanghe, whispering, "Sir, the time is nigh." Zhao Shuanghe nodded, rising from his chair and clearing his throat. Ahem, the sound of his voice. The murmurs of the guests ceased instantly. All eyes turning toward the local sovereign of Chongqing County in their gazes. There was envy, fear, jealousy, but above all, an unmistakable reverence. Zhao Shuanghe relished this attention, for it affirmed his authority remained paramount, at least within the confines of this modest county. Amidst the solemn faces, he retrieved a sheet of paper from his sleeve and began to recite the eulogy. "My son Zhao Jing, today your soul returns to the heavens, as your father. My heart is shattered, and tears flow like rivers. I remember you as a child, brilliant and kind, valuing friendship and righteousness, living a life of integrity, yet falling victim to treachery." The entrance of the yamen. An old beggar, slumped in a corner, suddenly heard distant cries of panic. He looked up, only to see a monstrous creature charging toward him. The creature resembled a cat, albeit with half its body singed, its terrifying visage sending the gatekeepers fleeing as it barreled into the courtyard. Before the beggar could fully comprehend, a magnificent bird followed closely behind, resplendent in plumage. Upon the bird's back stood a striking youth, exuding an aura of authority, brandishing a golden spear that shimmered as if a celestial being had descended. Within the yamen, the atmosphere of the funeral had reached a fever pitch, with sobs echoing among the guests, some even wailing uncontrollably. Zhao Shuanghe, reading the eulogy, felt tears welling in his eyes, nearly unable to continue. He inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he uttered the final lines. "Your father will forever remember you. Long for you. Rest in peace, my son." Yet, before he could finish, a thunderous voice boomed from the heavens. "Your son cannot rest." This voice, as if spoken from the very mouth of divinity, abruptly interrupted the funeral. Before anyone could grasp the situation, the cat demon burst through the door and dashed into the courtyard. Amidst the terrified gazes of those around, the cat demon's scorched visage was etched with profound fear. She stumbled into the courtyard, quickly scanning the crowd before crying out to Zhao Shuanghe, "Save me, Zhao Shuanghe, save me!" In an instant, a golden lightning spear plummeted from the sky with cataclysmic force, aimed directly at the cat demon. Boom! In that moment, the cat demon found herself before Zhao Shuanghe, yet simultaneously, Shun Zhou had succeeded in plunging the spear into her body. The two parties had converged, boom. As the golden spear struck the cat demon, it exploded, radiating blinding light, arcs of electricity cascading like waves, ensnaring nearby officers and several guards in the process. The once vibrant courtyard was transformed into a deep crater, the surrounding flora reduced to charred remains. And a few bodies lay twisted and lifeless, those of the guards. As for the cat demon at the epicenter of the explosion, she was left in disarray, her form scattered. Slain 4 first-tier corrupt officials. Benevolence points 30. Slain 3-tier cat demon. Benevolence points 250. Heavens! This sudden turn of events left all present utterly shocked, as if they had been struck by a spell of paralysis, rooted to the spot. A demon had intruded, followed by a divine thunderbolt that instantly vanquished the invader. Was this divine retribution? As they pondered, a pair of youths, a boy and a girl, descended upon a bird, circling above the courtyard. The boy's countenance was all too familiar to the assembled crowd, for his portrait adorned the notice board at the yamen. Shunzhou. It became clear that the punishment did not originate from the heavens, but from this very demon. A chilling silence enveloped the gathering, hearts plummeting in trepidation. "Zhao Shuanghe, your time has come." Lin Yujing spoke first, her cold gaze fixed firmly on Zhao Shuanghe, each word resonating with fierce conviction, her body trembling with barely contained rage. Upon hearing her words, the crowd stirred, a realization dawning. They were here to confront Zhao Shuanghe. There he was, in their midst. Quickly, they clamored to push Zhao Shuanghe forward, those nearest to him frantically attempting to shove him into the open. Their singular thought was to distance themselves from him, hoping to avoid any bloodshed upon themselves. "Brother Shun, and this young lady, there are debts to be settled, and that scoundrel has long been a thorn in our side. Indeed, this corrupt official has committed countless atrocities. He deserves to meet his end. Please, do us a favor and bring justice for the people of Chongqing County." Witnessing the guest's sudden fervor, Shun Zhou could not suppress a smile. This spectacle was rather entertaining, and he even found some attempting to curry favor with him. Just moments ago, they had been weeping for Zhao Shuanghe's son, yet now they clamored for his demise, all while denouncing him as if they were champions of justice. Such swift changes in demeanor were a testament to human nature. Had it been Shun Zhou's inclination, he would have prepared another lightning spear to strike Zhao Shuanghe immediately after vanquishing the cat demon. However, he opted to delay, for this was a moment of vengeance for Lin Yujing, who might wish to express her thoughts before the final act. Lin Yujing had bestowed upon him the ancestral technique of the Xiang Thunder form, a kindness he would not forget. While Zhao Shuanghe's head would not be handed to Lin Yujing, a modicum of compassion was still within his purview. Hearing the crowd's vitriol, Shang Wanshu quickly stepped back. For as Zhao Shuanghe's confidant, he was acutely aware that the magistrate still held hidden cards. Indeed, the next moment, Zhao Shuanghe's furious voice erupted. "You are courting death." His robes billowed as a wave of energy surged forth, coalescing into blades that sliced through the surrounding guests. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as those who had pushed him recoiled in disbelief, falling to the ground with expressions of utter shock in that instant. Zhao Shuanghe's mid-tier third realm aura erupted without restraint. Faced with the threat of death, He had nothing left to conceal. Not only would he not hide, but he would also eliminate all who dared oppose him. This bunch of sycophantic, duplicitous scoundrels deserve to die. This our magistrate is quite decisive. This transformation of anger into blades must be a technique he has mastered. Shan Zhou narrowed his eyes, noting the speed and power were commendable, yet still paled in comparison to his perfected Xing Thunder form. Lin, do you have any final words for your nemesis? He inquired of Lin Yujing, sensing the time for her revenge was drawing near. No, she shook her head, her eyes filled solely with rage. I have nothing to say to him. I only want him dead. Now, immediately. Lin Yujing rejected the conventional path of revenge. Why relive past grievances? That would only deepen her suffering. For her, every second of her enemy's continued existence would be a torment. Very well, then keep your distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Shan Zhou advised. Are you still worried about me? Lin Yujing raised an eyebrow, surprised by his sudden concern. More so for your bird. Such a convenient means of transport would be a pity to lose, I understand. With a swift motion, Shan Zhou leaped from the bird's back. Landing gracefully on the ground, at the same time, he cast a glance toward Zhao Shuanghe, who was now fixated on him with a sinister grin. You, young man, dared to seek me out when I had not yet come for you. It appears you truly do not understand the meaning of death. This statement sounds somewhat familiar to me. A smile also graced Shan Zhou's face as he dug into his ear, then feigned sudden realization. Oh? I remember now, when your son first encountered me, he said the same thing. And guess what? He ended up on his knees, begging for mercy, like a dog wagging its tail in front of me. I didn't indulge him. I first broke his legs and then humiliated his fiancée right before his eyes. In a desperate bid for survival, he even applauded and cheered for me. Your son truly is quite amusing. Among all the people I have slain, he has brought me the most amusement. Reflecting on it now, I can't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Shan Zhou laughed recklessly, his seemingly casual remarks, combined with the utmost derision etched on his face, igniting Zhao Shuanghe's fury to a boiling point. You filthy bastard. Zhao Shuanghe bellowed, his voice filled with anguish as a swirling mist of white energy enveloped him. Coalescing into a glaringly bright blade, preparing for a powerful strike. Oh, by the way, your son had some last words before he died. Would you care to hear them? Shan Zhou suddenly interjected. The last words of Jing'er before death? Zhao Shuanghe was momentarily taken aback, causing his momentum to falter in that brief pause. Shan Zhou's body radiated a golden light as he raised his right hand, a golden thunder spear forming with a resonating hum. With a cold smirk, Shan Zhou swung the spear with all his might and hurled it forward. The spear cleaved through the air, a dazzling streak of lightning descending upon Zhao Shuanghe. Chapter 38. You are like a dog too. The thunder spear arrived in an instant, causing Zhao Shuanghe's pupils to constrict. At the critical moment, the swirling white energy around him collapsed, reforming into an ancient, massive shield that stood defiantly before him, exuding an air of inviolable authority. Spear versus shield. Which is stronger? The answer soon became clear. Boom. The thunder spear crashed down with unyielding force, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and a violent impact, shattering the massive shield into fragments. A visible shockwave spread forth, sending everything in the courtyard flying, akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempest. Zhao Shuanghe himself was no exception. Amidst the explosion, he was hurled backward, crashing heavily against a wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his body numb, and a large patch of his skin was charred. The ambush failed. You old fool reacted rather swiftly. I thought I could dispose of you in one blow. A hint of regret laced Shan Zhou's voice amidst the thick smoke. You scoundrel! At this moment, Zhao Shuanghe was seething with rage, infuriated by the fact that his adversary had used his son's last words to distract him, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. This wretch. So treacherous. It was fortunate that he reacted quickly, immediately employing the fog condensing illusion technique to shift from offense to defense, just barely blocking Shan Zhou's thunder spear strike. Yet even so, the white fog giant shield he conjured was obliterated by such overwhelming force. It was a first for him. The opponent's techniques were terrifyingly powerful, and his own strength was equally formidable, not to mention his cunning and underhanded tactics. Just 2 days ago, this fellow was merely an ordinary person. No, not even that. He was a fool. How did he transform into such a monstrosity? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Shuanghe forced himself to calm down. The opponent's offensive power was formidable, but his fog-condensing illusion technique was equally ruthless. If he could not defend against Shan Zhou's methods, then Shan Zhou could not defend against his. Now it was a contest of two fragile beings attacking each other, with victory hinging on who could deliver the first lethal blow. Whoever seized the initiative would emerge victorious. Zhao Shuanghe performed a graceful maneuver, stabilizing his form as the white mist surged around him, wrapping him in a shroud of white light, charging toward Shan Zhou. Shatter the stone and split the earth. The white mist spiraled, converging at Zhao Shuanghe's fingertip, his right index finger aimed at Shan Zhou's brow. Shan Zhou remained calm, allowing this finger imbued with terrifying power to land upon his forehead. Yet this strike, capable of shattering stone and severing gold, was as ineffective as a stone sinking into the sea. The energy seemingly swallowed up without causing a ripple. Simultaneously, Shan Zhou swiftly grasped Zhao Shuanghe's outstretched hand. Got you! In that instant, a brilliant flash erupted. Terror flickered across Zhao Shuanghe's face as he forcefully swung his right arm. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. Zhao Shuanghe retreated violently, his right arm severed, leaving a gaping, bloody wound that continued to bleed profusely. He had cut off his own arm. Zhao Shuanghe understood all too well that at that moment, had he not decisively severed his own right arm to escape Shan Zhou's grip, he would have been reduced to cinders. Oh, you truly had a trick up your sleeve. Shan Zhou, having not moved an inch, held Zhao Shuanghe's severed arm, his expression indifferent as he remarked. With such mediocre skills, you dare seek vengeance for your son? What gives you the confidence and courage? While speaking, Shan Zhou toyed with Zhao Shuanghe's severed arm, folding the four fingers down while leaving only the thumb exposed. Then, using Zhao Shuanghe's severed hand, he gave him a mock thumbs down. Shan Zhou's seemingly deranged actions caused Zhao Shuanghe's face to twitch, his entire being trembling, his expression contorted as if wearing a mask of agony. If he had been immersed in thoughts of revenge moments ago, he now felt a creeping fear of Shan Zhou. He had initially believed that Shan Zhou, like him, could not withstand each other's attacks. But why, when he unleashed that finger strike, did Shan Zhou remain unperturbed? As though nothing were amiss? Zhao Shuanghe was terrified. Excellent, this is the expression I relish, seeing others in torment yet utterly powerless against me. Shan Zhou observed every nuance of Zhao Shuanghe's expression, tossing aside the severed arm. A mocking smile gracing his lips as he continued. Let me inform you, so you won't be left in the dark after your demise. Once I slay you, I shall leave your and your son's corpses exposed on the street, just as you have done to others. Are you looking forward to it? Shan Zhou's malicious words nearly shattered Zhao Shuanghe's psychological defenses. He resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell. Fear not, fear not. Zhao Shuanghe continuously reminded himself. Succumbing to fear would mean losing his will to fight, and losing that will was tantamount to declaring his defeat. He still sought vengeance for his son. And he wished to survive. Furthermore, he had yet to unleash his trump card. He could still turn the tide. How dare this fresh-faced brat bark at me? With that thought, Zhao Shuanghe straightened his posture. His aura suddenly shifting. He drew forth the white mist from within himself and the surrounding space, condensing it entirely within his left palm. This was the ultimate technique of the fog-condensing illusion technique. Exhaustively draining himself to gather all the white mist into one, compressing it infinitely to brew a cataclysmic attack, though using this technique would leave him in a state of weakness for several months. Zhao Shuanghe cast aside such concerns. It was either Shan Zhou's demise or his own. In an instant, a radiant orb of light, resembling the sun, emerged from his palm, growing increasingly bright and resonant. Just as this move was nearing completion, Zhao Shuanghe suddenly heard a sound slicing through the air. Looking up, he saw a colossal object hurtling directly toward him. It was his son's coffin. Look, your son is flying in the sky. He's coming for you. Accompanied by Shan Zhou's taunting voice, Zhao Shuanghe's defenses crumbled in an instant, his heart quaking as his tightly wound nerves relaxed slightly, causing the brilliant orb he had conjured in his palm to dim. Bang! The coffin crashed heavily onto Zhao Shuanghe, whose already weakened state from extracting his true essence rendered him utterly defenseless, and he was easily toppled to the ground. Ugh! Zhao Shuanghe emitted a muffled groan. Feeling an overwhelming weight, as though he were about to split apart from the pain. This was the aftereffect of executing a supreme technique, and to make matters worse, this technique had been interrupted by Xinzhou. Preventing its successful deployment, he had ultimately been undone by Xinzhou's mocking words, his mental state destabilized, leading to the failure of his technique. With your move requiring such a lengthy charge, do you think I'm a fool? Standing by and watching you play. Xinzhou's leisurely voice echoed again as he strolled over to Zhao Shuanghe, looking down at him from a superior height. Chapter 39. Actions speak louder than words, with the ultimate technique meant for turning the tide failing to manifest. It signified that Zhao Shuanghe had no remaining chance of victory in this battle. His face turned pale as he struggled to rise from the ground, but as he barely propped himself up, a foot came crashing down upon his head, forcefully pinning it to the earth. Times have changed, old fool. It's no longer fashionable to charge up for an attack, but rather to strike with zero-frame initiation. The owner of the foot continued to mock him, and even though Zhao Shuanghe could not comprehend the words, he felt an unprecedented wave of humiliation wash over him. Tears streamed from his reddened eyes, his sobs growing louder and louder. Zhao Shuanghe wept. This man in his 40s appeared as vulnerable as a child bullied by adults. Even at his son's funeral, he had not cried with such profound sorrow. How humiliating, utterly humiliating. Zhao Shuanghe became acutely aware of his disgraceful display. He yearned to suppress his sobs, yet found it utterly impossible. His heart was overwhelmed with a sense of profound injustice. Why, oh why, was he subjected to such brazen insults and assaults by a mere child? In the sky, Lin Yujing observed this scene from her elevated position, her expression tinged with astonishment. The volume of Zhao Shuanghe's cries reached her ears even from her lofty perch. To Lin Yujing, Zhao Shuanghe was a ruthless and cunning adversary, one who required years of meticulous planning to outmaneuver. Yet here was this formidable foe, reduced to tears by Xinzhou? No, it was also plausible to say he was merely crying. For Xinzhou's words were as venomous as they were sweet, launching wave after wave of psychological assaults on Zhao Shuanghe. If she were in Zhao Shuanghe's position, Lin Yujing mused, she too might have lost her composure under Xinzhou's relentless verbal onslaught. For the first time, she recognized that language could wield immense power, capable of influencing one's mindset in the midst of battle, thereby determining the outcome. She resolved to learn the art of conversation from Xinzhou, for it was undoubtedly an invaluable skill. How astonishing it was to witness a grown man weep so profusely. Xinzhou furrowed his brow, for he found the sound of crying particularly irksome. Whether from women or children, it was enough to disturb his peace, let alone the sight of an older man weeping. Even Zhao Jing, who had always feared for his life, had not wept when Xinzhou had shattered his legs. He had thought his son to be the epitome of uselessness, yet here was this father demonstrating even greater ineptitude. Xinzhou pinched the bridge of his nose and looked up at Lin Yujing hovering above. Lin Guanzhu, is there anything you wish to convey to our esteemed county magistrate? Lin Yujing shook her head in indifference. Very well, I can no longer bear to listen. Xinzhou raised his right hand. Arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips. The ominous sound of electricity, a harbinger of death, surged through the air, filling Zhao Shuanghe's heart with a suffocating sense of despair. He choked back his sobs, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to grasp Xinzhou's foot that pressed upon his head, pleading for mercy. Young hero, I beg you, spare my life. I acknowledge my wrongs. In that moment, he transformed into a pitiful figure akin to his son, begging for mercy in his final moments. No, you merely realize that your end is nigh. Xinzhou recited this iconic line, pressing a finger to Zhao Shuanghe's forehead. He returned the gesture in kind, but Zhao Shuanghe lacked Xinzhou's formidable resilience. In an instant, the electric arc pierced through his skull. A notification echoed in Xinzhou's mind. Merit record indicated that he had slain the notorious county magistrate of Chongqing, earning a staggering 1,000 in merit points. The sheer amount of merit points revealed the depth of Zhao Shuanghe's crimes. Tio put it in perspective. The highest merit points previously recorded had been just over 200 for a cat demon that had presumably devoured countless souls. Yet Zhao Shuanghe's transgressions dwarfed that figure by fivefold. Xinzhou exhaled softly, steadying his emotions. The bounty of merit points had indeed taken him by surprise. Regardless, he had successfully defeated the final boss of the Chongqing County quest solo. At that moment, Lin Yujing descended from the sky. approaching Shenzhou as she gazed upon Zhao Shuanghe's lifeless body, murmuring, "Thank you, Shenzhou de Tio Lin Yujing." The events of the past few days felt dreamlike. She had resolved to devote her life to the pursuit of vengeance, only to find her enemy suddenly eliminated. Her heart, while elated at the fulfillment of her revenge, also surged with an intense emptiness. Leaving her bewildered, it was merely mutual assistance. Shenzhou waved off her gratitude, regarding the encounter as a transaction in which he had gained the upper hand. Lin Yujing shook her head, casting aside her feelings of emptiness, and smiled. "I expected you would reduce Zhao Shuanghe to ashes, yet you have left him with a whole corpse." Zhao Shuanghe had merely suffered a small wound to the head, while his arms remained intact. Severed by his own hand, am I truly perceived as such a brutal individual in your eyes? Shenzhou countered, sighing, "It is not that I wish to do so. Rather, I intended to leave this opportunity for someone else." "Someone else?" she inquired. "Indeed, for instance, I have no interest in desecrating corpses," Lin Yujing declined. "Your disinterest does not reflect the sentiments of others," Shenzhou replied. "Others?" Lin Yujing was puzzled by Shenzhou's implications, but he offered no explanation. Instead, his gaze shifted to a flower bed in the corner of the courtyard, where a middle-aged man was discreetly concealed. This man was none other than the county deputy. "Shang Wanshu, quit hiding. Come out." Shenzhou called out. It must be tiring to crouch like that. Shang Wanshu emerged, trembling. Prior to Zhao Shuanghe's attack, he had concealed himself, managing to survive amidst the chaos. "I recall you are also an official. Are you not?" Shenzhou scrutinized Shang Wanshu, noting that killing an official often yielded a larger bounty of merit points compared to an ordinary person. Shang Wanshu felt as if he were being eyed by a ravenous tiger. He fell to his knees, pleading, "Young hero Shun, spare my life. Though I am a deputy, I am not of Zhao Shuanghe's ilk. Ling Guanzhu, you must not slay me. Such treachery is unbecoming of a hero." "I have never claimed to be a hero," Lin Yujing thought, but still implored, "Shenzhou, I beseech you, spare him. He serves as my informant within the government, so he was an undercover agent." No wonder Lin Yujing had access to such detailed information. Having infiltrated the inner workings of the government, Shenzhou withdrew his gaze from Shang Wanshu, who felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He breathed a sigh of relief, emboldened, and advised, "You two should leave swiftly. Killing a magistrate is a grave offense, tantamount to treason, punishable by the extermination of one's entire family. As a representative of the emperor's authority, the murder of a magistrate was a direct affront to the imperial power. Let them come. I am the sole occupant of my household," Shenzhou replied nonchalantly. "One person feasts, and the entire family is not hungry." Though Lin Yujing did not comprehend the notion of a household register, she understood the essence of his words and nodded in agreement. "Let them come. My family would likely have no objections." After all, her family had perished many years ago. Shang Wanshu fell silent, realizing they were both orphans. Yet did they truly regard life and death so lightly? Moreover, even if they did not consider their own fates, could they not spare a thought for his? If those sent from above captured them, they would inevitably expose him, leading to his own demise. Ignoring Shang Wanshu's internal turmoil, Shenzhou seized Zhao Shuanghe's corpse and then collected Zhao Jing's body from the toppled coffin. With a corpse in each hand, Shenzhou strode purposefully out of the magistrate's office. "Where are you going?" Lin Yujing inquired, puzzled. "To Kaishiku," Shenzhou responded. He had promised Zhao Shuanghe he would display the bodies of this father and son in the streets, and he intended to keep his word. Chapter 40. Grateful citizens throughout the city. Shenzhou walked through the streets, two corpses in tow, with Lin Yujing trailing closely behind. Their footsteps echoed clearly in the stillness of the deserted streets. Following the large-scale patrol of the Black Tiger Gang and the intrusion of demons into the county, the townsfolk had retreated into their homes, fearful and closed off. The once bustling streets now lay eerily quiet. Gradually, however, this silence began to shift. Initially, curious yet cautious eyes peered out from behind the doors and windows of homes, accompanied by murmurs of discussion. In no time, several brave souls ventured outside, gazing at Shenzhou and the two corpses he carried. Their faces reflecting shock and disbelief, as more townsfolk emerged onto the street, their collective gaze fixated on Shenzhou. A sense of awe and incredulity permeated the air. The street remained hushed until suddenly someone shouted, "Zhao Shuanghe is dead! Zhao Shuanghe is dead! Come quick and see!" With that proclamation, the street erupted into a cacophony of excitement, and the fervor quickly spread throughout the entire town. It was as if an invisible call had beckoned them. More and more citizens emerged from their homes, forming a vast throng converging on Shanzhou's position. There were elderly individuals with canes, strong young men, and women cradling children. The once desolate street transformed into a bustling crowd in the blink of an eye. They clustered around Shanzhou, yet deliberately left enough space, walking and loudly discussing. It is Zhao Shuanghe, truly Zhao Shuanghe. He has perished, slain by the valiant Shun. What shall we call him, young hero? He ought to be called Shun the hero. Indeed, Shun the hero. Previously, it was that cat demon that consumed humans, and it was also Shun the hero who vanquished it. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang too. Shun the hero is our great savior. As more and more individuals joined the procession, the entire Chongqing city became a scene of desolation, with citizens of all ages, regardless of gender, following Shanzhou to the vegetable market. Throughout, Shanzhou remained silent, casually discarding the corpses of Zhao Shuanghe and his son at the street's edge before turning to depart. As he left, the surrounding populace surged forward. Their pent-up indignation could no longer be contained. They all roared and wept, countless hands and mouths tearing and gnawing at the corpses of Zhao Shuanghe and his son. On the periphery of this crowd, Jiang Sui and Wu Haixin clung tightly to one another. Weeping bitterly, not far from them, an old beggar held the bones of his grandson, tears streaming down his face. Dogwa, can you hear? Shun the hero has avenged you. You may depart in peace. All of this left Lin Yujing at a distance, utterly stunned. At this moment, she comprehended Shanzhou's earlier words, understood why he spared Zhao Shuanghe's corpse, and realized whom Shanzhou intended to grant the opportunity. Shanzhou, was this also part of your scheme? Lin Yujing approached Shanzhou, softly inquiring, her face alight with excitement that was momentarily hard to quell. About that. Shanzhou nodded. In his original expectation, the populace would surely unleash a furious posthumous assault on Zhao Shuanghe and his son. Yet he had not anticipated such an extreme reaction. It was as if they yearned to tear his flesh, drink his blood, pull his tendons, and grind his bones to dust. However, considering the 1,000 points of virtue Zhao Shuanghe had amassed, it seemed to clarify everything. This wretched world, humanity, is truly unworthy. The act of retribution commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Soon, the corpses of Zhao Shuanghe and his son were completely obliterated by the throngs, leaving not even a single hair at the scene, achieving a true obliteration of evidence. However, the citizens did not disperse thereafter. The bustling crowd, led by a venerable elder, approached Shanzhou. The elder first bowed to Shanzhou, then, with a thud, knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face. Shun the hero, the grateful citizens of the city are eternally indebted. We are profoundly grateful. Countless others echoed the elder's sentiments, kneeling in a cascade. A glance revealed a sea of heads, dark and dense. Lin Yujing, standing beside Shanzhou, wore a complex expression, gazing at him with eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Shanzhou inhaled deeply. All of this was merely for personal vendetta. Yet in the end, he had inadvertently transformed into a great hero. How to put it? This feeling is rather pleasant. At that moment, the book of virtue in Shanzhou's mind radiated golden light, and once more, words danced across its pages. Your esteemed name has reached the second stage, somewhat renowned, acquired legendary reward. You may upgrade one of your martial arts talents. Chapter 41. Is it all because of you? Has the fame upgraded? What unexpected good news! Shanzhou felt a surge of delight. It seemed that with the expansion of his reputation, he could reap further rewards. It appears necessary for his benevolent name to echo far and wide. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Observing the throngs kneeling before him, Shanzhou clapped his hands and simply stated, "All right, everyone, please rise." He did not utter phrases like stand up. No kneeling, nor did he proclaim anything akin to do nobles possess any virtue, much less call for collective rebellion. For Shanzhou understood that such words were far too advanced for the populace of this era. Their consciousness had not yet awakened. Moreover, even if they did awaken, what of it? It is no exaggeration to say that a martial artist of Zhao Shuanghe's caliber could single-handedly slay the entire county's populace if he had boundless energy. And Zhao Shuanghe was merely a minor county magistrate. The chasm between the powerful and the downtrodden was indeed vast, not to mention the imperial authority that loomed above the powerful Shun the hero. Your great benevolence is something we shall never forget. This kindness, even bowing to you in gratitude, is not excessive. It is the only thing we can do for you. The elder continued, remaining on his knees, unwilling to rise, with the other citizens following his lead. Fine. If you won't leave, then I shall depart. Shenzhou, seeing this, felt no inclination to engage in further conversation, turning to leave while his thoughts drifted back to the Book of Virtue. The elevation of fame allowed him to upgrade his martial arts talent. Currently, he possessed 2 talents, Winning Hearts with Virtue and Fourth Calamity. Winning Hearts with Virtue, currently manifested as a simple enhancement of his physique, while an upgrade might reveal additional abilities. Fourth Calamity, on the other hand, could transition Shenzhou towards the realm of a game player. After some contemplation, Shenzhou decided to upgrade Fourth Calamity. This martial arts talent was intriguing and powerful, and he was quite fond of it. Upgrade, Initiate, with a thought, new text appeared on the Book of Virtue. Fourth Calamity upgraded to 2nd level. You have awakened a new talent. New ability, Eye of Calamity. Eye of Calamity. You can discern the basic information of any living being and see through their attitude towards you. New abilities. Weakness, Blink, Weakness. Reduces the target's movement speed by 50%, diminishes their combat power by 30%, lasting 3 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes, Blink. Instantly move a short distance in any direction, cooldown, 5 minutes. The next moment, Shenzhou felt a shift in his field of vision. He saw a line of green text hovering above each person's head. Chongqing City Citizen Liu Fuxing, Chongqing City Citizen Wang Monsong, Chongqing City Citizen Yang Xiaomei. This was the power of Eye of Calamity, capable of revealing the identity of others while also allowing him to gauge their attitude towards Shenzhou based on the color of their names. Pink denoted trust, green indicated friendliness, blue represented neutrality, orange signified hostility, and red conveyed murderous intent. It felt akin to the names of NPCs in a game. Shenzhou glanced at Lin Yujing beside him, master of Jingwu Hall. Lin Yujing? Pinked, he could not help but find the name oddly peculiar. It felt as though he were playing some romantic game. Lin Yujing slightly furrowed her brow, sensing a hint of disdain in Shenzhou's gaze. Forget the colors, this was indeed a valuable tool. With these eyes, discerning people's intentions became significantly easier, and its functionality was quite commendable, Shenzhou mused. Then there were the other 2 abilities, Weakness and Blink. Were these not classic summoner skills? Not only did they share names, but their effects were similar. Weakness could greatly diminish the target's combat capability and speed, nearly incapacitating them for 3 seconds, while Blink allowed for instantaneous movement without a trace. Equally potent, encountering a formidable foe, one could directly execute a combo of Blink and Weakness. That would likely suffice. Quite nice. This upgrade yielded considerable rewards. A flicker of surprise surfaced on Shenzhou's typically calm visage. Upgrading, Fourth Calamity, and holding a wealth of virtuous points made Shenzhou feel as though he were swimming in riches. Just as he reveled in this pleasant mood, he suddenly perceived a line of text appearing on a distant rooftop. Disciple of Marquis Chengwu of Guanghan Palace. In Sherwuum? Is there someone there? In Shenzhou's view, the rooftop appeared utterly empty, devoid of any presence. Yet that line of text stood out conspicuously. Someone was concealed atop the roof, and their stealth was remarkable. Had it not been for the power of Eye of Calamity, Shenzhou would have never discovered them. Moreover, judging by the name, are they here from above? Shenzhou understood that Chongqing County was a subordinate county of Guanghan Prefecture, and Guanghan Palace served as the government office of Guanghan Prefecture. Its highest ruler was the Marquis Chengwu. Glancing again at the color of In Sherwu's name, orange, hostile, TSK. They arrived rather swiftly, Shenzhou mused. What arrived so quickly? Lin Yujing inquired, having overheard Shenzhou's words. People from the court, Shenzhou replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing's heart immediately bristled with caution, yet she maintained a facade of composure. Where? Playing hide and seek on the rooftop, Shenzhou answered. What shall we do now? Observing the unfolding events with a tranquil demeanor, one might wonder what tricks he intends to play. Shouldn't the prudent course of action be to flee instead? Lin Yujing found herself somewhat surprised. I say, you can't possibly be contemplating a direct assault, can you? I would like to, but one must possess the requisite strength. Shenzhou shook his head, acutely aware of his own limitations. Armed solely with the merit record, he was far from being a match for an entire dynasty. At least not at this moment. In his immediate line of sight, there was but one anomalous name, Yin Shiwu, indicating that only one individual had come from the opposing side. Now, with Shan Zhou having made his appearance, feigning weakness, and assessing his health bar, he noted that after several fierce battles, he had only sustained about a sixth of his total health and losses. Still quite resilient. Given these circumstances, there was little reason to fear a one-on-one confrontation point. One could question whether the Guanghan Palace was brimming with confidence or merely arrogance for sending but a single representative. Yet, this suited him perfectly. What a delightful surprise to witness such a grand spectacle upon my arrival. Yin Shiwu lounged leisurely atop a beam, surveying the scene below with an air of superiority. He had received orders from Marquis Chengwu to come to Chongqing County to investigate a gruesome massacre. The perpetrator's tale was indeed peculiar, transforming overnight from an ordinary individual into a second-tier martial artist. Furthermore, it was rumored that this young man could withstand a fatal arrow to the head, displaying a vitality surpassing even that of demons. Such circumstances had piqued the interest of the regional lord, Marquis Chengwu, prompting his dispatch to ascertain the truth. Little did he expect that upon arriving in Chongqing County, he would witness something even more astonishing. The townsfolk were bowing in reverence to the notorious murderer. Seemingly not coerced but genuinely devoted. This starkly contradicted the reports from the county office. The criminal had slain so many. Logically, he should inspire dread and terror, not admiration from the populace. Observing the youth who was being revered like a deity, Yin Shiwu's interest intensified. Let us see how this unfolds. With a light leap, he descended from the rooftop and approached Shan Zhou. Surrounded by a throng of oblivious townsfolk, not a single soul noticed his presence. The martial arts he practiced, known as shadow kill technique, allowed him to manipulate light and shadow. His specific skill, shadow escape, enabled him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. Only those who specialized in detection techniques or possessed a higher realm of cultivation could possibly perceive him. Yin Shiwu soon found himself within 30 meters of Shan Zhou, allowing him to scrutinize the youth's every move. The young man's features were strikingly handsome, with an innocence that made it difficult to associate him with a murderous fiend. It would be prudent to intimidate him slightly, to gauge his courage. One could only hope he was not merely a coward who preyed on the weak, or else this encounter would prove utterly uninteresting. With this thought in mind, Yin Shiwu proclaimed in a booming voice, "Shan Zhou, you have heinously slaughtered the entire Han family, a crime most egregious. I represent the Guanghan Palace, and I have come to apprehend you. Surrender at once." His voice echoed powerfully, resonating as if it were thunder from all directions. The gathered townsfolk were startled, raising their heads in fear and scanning their surroundings. Lin Yujing's heart raced. She knew the officials had arrived. But where were they? Her gaze darted about, yet she failed to catch even a hint of their presence. Shan Zhou, too, furrowed his brow, his face betraying a tense anxiety as he surveyed the area. Soon shifting to confusion, "You cannot find me. I am everywhere." Yin Shiwu was quite pleased by Shan Zhou's reaction, his tone laced with a peculiar amusement, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. In the absence of a visible form, such a situation could indeed instill great pressure. At this moment, Lin Yujing felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively drawing closer to Shan Zhou as her palms began to twist into black whirlwinds. A flicker of fear crossed Shan Zhou's face as well. Is he truly afraid? Lacking any semblance of courage, he appears to be just another martial artist with a modicum of talent, slaughtering the ordinary. Yin Shiwu couldn't help but spit in disdain. He had dealt with countless such individuals before. Before he could finish that thought, Shan Zhou spoke up, "Sir, please spare me your intimidation. I am rather timid, and should you frighten me further, I might be compelled to retaliate." "Retaliate?" Yin Shiwu scoffed. "What audacity! You, in your cowardice, dare to speak of striking back? Very well, come forth. I am eager to see how you—" Before he could finish, a chilling sensation coursed down his spine. For in that instant, he witnessed Shan Zhou, having suppressed his fear, flash him a smile. This caused Yin Shiwu's heart to skip a beat. In that fleeting moment, Shan Zhou vanished from sight, reappearing directly before him as if materializing out of thin air. When had this occurred? Yin Shiwu's pupils dilated. He had failed to track Shan Zhou's movements. Even realizing what had transpired, without uttering a single word, Shan Zhou's right hand pressed against Yin Shiwu's chest. Golden arcs of electricity surged from his palm, enveloping Yin Shiwu in an instant, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Boom! The resplendent attire of the flying fish he wore was instantly reduced to ragged shreds, leaving him charred from head to toe. At that moment, he felt as if countless ants were gnawing at every inch of his skin, completely losing control over his body as he convulsed uncontrollably. Yin Shiwu writhed, staring in horror at the figure before him. Shan Zhou withdrew his hand, adjusting his cuffs as he gazed down upon him with an expression of indifference. What pretense are you putting on before me? Is everyone in the Guanghan Palace as ineffectual as you? Chapter 42. The speed of transformation? Yin Shiwu, now collapsed on the ground, struggled to maximize the output of the shadow kill technique, desperately channeling his vital energy to resist the paralysis caused by the electric shock. Regaining control of his body, he executed a series of frantic rolls on the ground, quickly distancing himself from Shan Zhou. Though his movements were somewhat comical, he had little time to care. Enduring sensations akin to being set aflame or sliced by blades, Yin Shiwu sprang to his feet, panting heavily, his fear unmistakable. This young rascal had seen through his shadow escape. What was worse, he had even acted, displaying a range of emotions, fear, tension, so convincingly. Yin Shiwu had been completely deceived by the performance. Just as he was in the midst of posturing, Shan Zhou had launched a surprise attack, rendering him half incapacitated. While he could still move, engaging in combat was out of the question. Wasn't this fellow merely a second-tier martial artist? Judging by the terrifying aura emanating from him, he had evidently reached the third tier. How could the magistrate of Chongqing County have misinformed him so gravely? Wait, how could this youth have attained the third tier at such a tender age? And what was that bizarre method of movement? It was so swift that it was practically invisible. A torrent of questions surged through Yin Shiwu's mind, leaving him utterly befuddled, and he found the youth before him increasingly inscrutable. Oh? Observing Yin Shiwu recover so swiftly, Shan Zhou raised an eyebrow, equally surprised. I retract my previous statement. It seems the people of the Guanghan Palace possess some merit after all. Although Shan Zhou had not struck with full force, his intent had been to disable Yin Shiwu's ability to fight, yet he had not anticipated such a quick recovery. However, your rolling technique is rather impressive, akin to that of a dung beetle. Shan Zhou, known for his gentle demeanor, added this remark. Lin Yujing, astonished by Shan Zhou's sudden strike that had revealed Yin Shiwu, nearly burst into laughter at his comment. Truth be told, it was quite an apt description. Infuriated by being likened to a dung beetle, Yin Shiwu trembled with rage, clenching his fists, his cold gaze fixed on Shan Zhou. You insolent brat, do you have any idea of the consequences of assaulting a member of the Guanghan Palace? And do you not realize, Shan Zhou retorted with a smile, that you currently resemble a petulant child threatening to tell their parents when they cannot win a fight? Moreover, was this not your own request? Besides, I am already deemed a heinous criminal. What more punishment do you wish to impose upon me? Yin Shiwu was left speechless. Every word Shan Zhou uttered was irrefutably logical, leaving him unable to counter. He sensed the situation becoming increasingly precarious. The reputation of the Guanghan Palace could not overshadow this young man, and engaging in combat seemed futile, especially against someone so callous. He could not afford to provoke him further. After all, he had not come here to deliver his own head in a whirlwind of thoughts. Yin Shi had already made his decision. He took a bold step forward and bowed deeply to Shan Zhou, saying, I sincerely apologize, Hero Shun. I admit that I was rather overconfident just now, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Shan Zhou, taken aback, thought, is the change so swift? Just a moment ago, I was a brat, and now I'm referred to as Hero Shin? We've barely been acquainted for half a minute. This is quite the display of flexibility. At that moment, the surrounding common folk began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This stranger, suddenly called out by Shan Zhou, was no ordinary individual. He was sent by the court to apprehend Shan Zhou. Realizing this, the townspeople reacted fervently. This official, Hero Shan, is ridding us of harm, vanquishing the scourge of our Chongqing County. I beseech you to be merciful and spare him. An elderly man exclaimed, bowing his head in reverence to Yin Shi. Indeed, this esteemed gentleman, Hero Shan, is a benefactor. He acts solely for the welfare of the people of Chongqing County. Please, do not lay a hand on him. Grant him a chance to live. A chorus of voices echoed in support, urging mercy for Shan Zhou. Under the elderly man's leadership, the rest of the townsfolk joined in, kneeling in supplication. The marketplace was soon filled with fervent voices, with the people bowing before In Shi. Even Shan Zhou, who considered himself devoid of connections in this world and had grown somewhat callous, felt a tumult of emotions upon witnessing the townsfolk kneeling in his defense. In any realm, the majority of the populace remain straightforward. They are loyal to those who treat them kindly. Those in power often rise upon the hopes of the people, only to betray them once they achieve success. Even In Shi, a warrior from the Guanghan Palace, had never experienced the sight of thousands of citizens bowing before him. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, he felt both flustered and wronged. Unable to contain himself, In Shi exclaimed, "Please, everyone, see clearly. He is the one attacking me. I have not retaliated in the slightest. What kind of favor are you asking for? This is not about him sparing Shenzhou. It is about him seeking a way to survive." As he realized that neither strength nor public sentiment was on his side, In Shi dropped the pretense, revealing his true intentions. "Let me clarify, Hero Shun. I am not here to apprehend you. I am here to recruit you." Recruit? Indeed, Lord Chengwu is ever eager for talent. He established Guanghan Palace to gather gifted individuals and cultivate young warriors. My mission here is twofold: to investigate the case and to assess you. If you are indeed among the talented, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join Guanghan Palace. Shenzhou, at merely 14 or 15 years of age, had already attained the level of a third-realm warrior. Surely, he was a genius. Thus, this operation was undoubtedly a recruitment endeavor. A murderer like me can be recruited, Shenzhou retorted with a smirk, sensing an ulterior motive in In Shi's words. In Shi swallowed hard and quickly added, "Those who are truly vicious are indeed eliminated by Lord Chengwu, not recruited. However, Hero Shun, given the goodwill you have garnered from the people, I trust you are no villain." In Shi's words were sincere, and Shenzhou noticed that the color of his name above his head had shifted from orange to blue. From adversarial to neutral. It seemed that In Shi was not lying. "I understand," Shenzhou replied. Hearing this, In Shi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the hostility from Shenzhou diminish significantly. Excellent, his life was safe for now. He then formally extended the invitation to Shenzhou. "So, Hero Shun, would you be willing to join Guanghan Palace?" Of course, Shenzhou nodded. He had no reason to refuse. In this world, martial arts resources were predominantly concentrated within the court, with a small fraction in various sects and an exceedingly minor portion trickling down to the common folk. The higher the level of martial arts, the more it was tightly controlled and kept secret by the authorities. It was akin to the cutting-edge technologies of his previous world, deemed classified by nations. If one wished to learn, one had to strive to ascend and become part of their interests before they would be willing to share knowledge. The merit record could not directly provide him with martial arts techniques. Having acquired the Purple Sun electric technique from Lin Yujing this time was already a stroke of luck, and such fortune might not come again. Moreover, even if Shenzhou found himself dissatisfied with Guanghan Palace in the future, he could simply leave without a care for the laws of Yin Nation. The rules of Guanghan Palace would hold no weight for him. Chapter 43. A bath together. Excellent. Seeing Shenzhou agree so readily, In Shi gave him a thumbs up. "I believe that with your talent, Hero Shun, and a bit more effort, you could certainly become a direct disciple of Lord Chengwu. Thank you for your kind words." Shenzhou replied with a smile. He had no interest in becoming a direct disciple, but having made a promise, he felt it prudent to maintain a courteous faade. He then turned to address the crowd of Chongqing citizens. This time, he stood tall, inhaled deeply, and solemnly bowed to the multitude. "I, Shenzhou, express my heartfelt gratitude to all the elders and fellow townsfolk for pleading on my behalf. Please, I implore you all to rise. Your kneeling makes my conscience uneasy." The townspeople had chosen to treat him with sincerity, and he felt it only right to reciprocate with the same respect and honesty. Yes, everyone, please rise," In Shi echoed. "I can also assure you that your Hero Shun will be safe." He understood Lord Chengwu's temperament. The latter was a once-in-a-century genius who despised evil. Such a person would surely appreciate Shenzhou's merits. Upon hearing their words, the townsfolk began to assist one another, gradually rising from the ground. Their faces adorned with smiles. In a world of martial prowess, they possessed no means of resistance. When faced with injustice, The only recourse was to kneel and plead, hoping that the corrupt officials would show some mercy or that more individuals like Shen Zhou would emerge. How tragic. However, Hero Shen, I must thoroughly investigate the events surrounding the case in Chongqing County. Yin Shi shifted the conversation, addressing Shen Zhou. This way, I can report the details of the incident to Lord Chengwu. I suppose I should first locate your county magistrate. There's no need to look for him. Shen Zhou shook his head. Yin Shi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The magistrate is no more, Shen Zhou explained. No more? Yin Shi quickly deduced the reason behind the magistrate's disappearance, astonished. You didn't kill him, did you? I did. Gasp. He had only been gone for a day and a half, and yet this boy had accomplished something so monumental. What about the body? Yin Shi pressed. The body is also gone. The body can't just vanish. Yin Shi was even more perplexed. Did you scatter his ashes? That's not Shen Zhou's issue. Before Shen Zhou could respond, the elderly gentleman who had just risen interjected, It is our issue. For that wretched magistrate has been divided and consumed by us. Yin Shi's expression froze, and after a moment, he comprehended the implication of the old man's words. They had actually eaten him. What profound enmity must exist. And it wasn't just one person. The entire county had partaken. At that moment, he finally understood why the entire town was bowing to Shen Zhou and hailing him as a hero. To rid the people of harm. Especially when that harm was embodied by the leader of a county. Such a deed indeed justified the title of hero. Yin Shi's gaze toward Shen Zhou transformed. Just then, Shang Wanshu came rushing over. Stumbling as he approached, Hero shunned, he greeted Shen Zhou before turning to Yin Shi. I am Shang Wanshu, the deputy magistrate of Chongqing County. If there are any inquiries, I am at your service. However, he was unsure of Yin Shi's identity. As a legitimate official finally appeared, Yin Shi, who had been maintaining a humble demeanor before Shen Zhou, regained some of his former arrogance. He reached for his waist, seemingly searching for something, but after a few futile attempts, realized he had nothing. Where's my badge? It's over there, Shen Zhou pointed out kindly, and Yin Shi turned to see his badge lying on the ground nearby. Only then did he realize how disheveled he appeared. His entire body covered in soot, his clothes resembling tattered rags, with only a few strips clinging to him in a desperate bid for survival. He had focused entirely on dealing with Shen Zhou, oblivious to his own embarrassing predicament. Now, upon Shen Zhou's reminder, Yin Shi felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. He was practically exposing himself before the crowd. Instinctively, Yin Shi covered his rear and cast a glance at the onlookers, only to find them all wearing expressions that suggested they were stifling laughter. At this moment, with his face blackened, no one could clearly discern his appearance. Revealing himself was of little consequence. Shen Zhou, attempting to console him, remarked that this was not disgraceful. Yin Shi rolled his eyes in response. You really have a knack for comforting people. Should I thank you for that? He recalled that his current state was largely due to Shen Zhou's influence. Questioning why this fellow could speak so nonchalantly, Shang Wanshu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly trotted over to retrieve the waist token that had fallen. It turned out to belong to the esteemed guards of the Chengwu Wei from the Guanghan Palace. Upon glancing at the inscription on the token, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The Chengwu Wei served as the personal guards of the Chengwu Marquis, a force of considerable stature within Guanghan Prefecture. Second only to the Marquis himself, even a county magistrate would dare not offend them. With great respect, Shang Wanshu handed the token to Yin Shi, who merely grunted in acknowledgement as he accepted it. May I inquire how to address you, my lord? Shang Wanshu asked. For now, let's keep it a secret. Yin Shi waved him off. A secret? How mysterious. Shang Wanshu mused, only to hear Yin Shi add, by the way. After a long day of travel, I find myself rather fatigued. Please arrange a room for me. I wish to bathe and change. Fatigued? You mean you got beaten up and want to tidy yourself up? Shang Wanshu silently scoffed, yet outwardly responded, Of course. Please prepare one for me as well, Shen Zhou interjected. I truly am fatigued and would appreciate a relaxing bath. What do you mean you are truly fatigued? Aren't you just highlighting my shortcomings? Yin Shi pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of displeasure. You must be worn out from killing, I presume. Shang Wanshu internally lamented, yet continued to maintain his enthusiasm, stating, Very well. I shall prepare accommodations for both esteemed gentlemen at once. Shortly thereafter, in a guest room of an inn, Shun Zhou and Yin Shi sat opposite one another, each soaking in their own wooden tub. Initially, they were to bathe separately, but Yin Shi insisted on moving into Shun Zhou's room, claiming that as future colleagues, they should foster a closer bond. "Oh, quite a fine physique you have. You appear rather sturdy," Yin Shi remarked, surveying Shun Zhou with a peculiar smile. Having washed his face clean, Yin Shi appeared to be in his mid-20s, possessing a youthful visage that could be described as somewhat handsome. "Nantong, roll out," Shun Zhou replied coolly. If he were to witness the name above Yin Shi's head turn pink, he vowed he would slay him on the spot. "What is Nantong?" Yin Shi expressed confusion. But Shun Zhou, lacking the inclination to explain, was soon interrupted by Yin Shi's discovery. "Wait a moment. Why are there rose petals in your bath, but none in mine?" Yin Shi exclaimed, displeased. Shun Zhou's tub was lavishly adorned with petals, whereas his own was merely filled with water. Shun Zhou remained silent, merely casting Yin Shi a knowing glance. Understanding dawned upon Yin Shi. Indeed, Shun Zhou was regarded as a hero by the citizens of Chongqing County, and such preferential treatment was only to be expected. Although it was merely a few additional petals, his heart swelled with envy. What a curious sensation! Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Shi. Affiliated with the Chengwu Wei of Guanghan Palace, he continued, regaining his composure. I am also a disciple of the Chengwu Marquis. A hint of pride illuminated his face. After all, among the hundreds of thousands in Guanghan Prefecture, few could claim such a distinction. "I truly feel pity for your master," Shun Zhou replied, to which Yin Shi's pride evaporated instantly. "Ahem, Shun hero, could you share how you underwent such a remarkable transformation?" Feigning ignorance, Yin Shi posed a question. "According to the intelligence from the county office, it was said that Shun hero, you were rather, not particularly bright in the past." He carefully selected his words before continuing. "Moreover, you were an ordinary person. How did you? I awakened my martial talent." Shun Zhou anticipated the question and swiftly elucidated. "My martial talent is quite unique, and everything I have achieved is thanks to it." Previously, Shun Zhou had discussed with Lin Yujing that some individuals are born with martial talent, while others experience a sudden awakening. The types of martial talent are diverse and unfathomable, often defying classification. Although the world referred to it as martial talent, Shun Zhou perceived it more akin to supernatural abilities, capable of explaining everything. Given the extraordinary nature of this talent, Yin Shi regarded Shun Zhou's words with unwavering belief, only to exclaim repeatedly, "I suspected as much, but your martial talent is astonishingly powerful." He found it incomprehensible how such a martial talent could allow Shun Zhou to ascend from an ordinary individual to a third-tier martial artist in merely 2 days. It was simply outrageous. Why was it that he lacked such incredible martial talent? By the way, Shen Xiaoxia, could you recount your experiences of combating crime, or rather, vanquishing evil? Yin Shi inquired further. Shen Zhou observed that this fellow had a knack for socializing, utilizing their shared bathing time to interrogate him, a tactic that avoided appearing impolite. However, Shun Zhou had nothing to fear, so he recounted the events, confident that he had only eliminated those deserving of such fates. "I see, so this corrupt magistrate was indeed colluding with the demon race." After hearing the details, Yin Shi narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. He truly sought his own demise. "Shun hero, you acted rightly. The demon race feasted upon humans and bore a deep-seated enmity against them. Any collaboration with the demon race equated to treachery against humanity, a consensus shared not only within the Yin Kingdom but across the world." Yin Shi committed Shun Zhou's account to memory, knowing he could not rely solely on Shun Zhou's narrative without consulting others. After their baths, both donned fresh garments, and Yin Shi promptly set off to seek out Zhao Shangwanshu for further inquiries. However, before departing, he donned a mask. He had suddenly realized that Shun Zhou's earlier remarks held a kernel of truth. As long as he concealed his face while leaving, the people of Chongqing City would remain unaware that it was he. Yin Shi, who had embarrassed himself. How clever of me. Once Yin Shi departed, Lin Yujing came to visit Shun Zhou. She appeared hesitant, struggling to find the right words. "Speak." Shun Zhou urged succinctly. "I was wondering, could you assist me in speaking with that member of the Chengwu Wei? I would like to gain entry into the Guanghan Palace." Lin Yujing finally articulated her intent. Having avenged her great enmity, she found herself at a crossroads in life, and upon witnessing Shun Zhou receive an invitation from the Guanghan Palace, she too wished to seize the opportunity. However, she was uncertain if her aptitude was sufficient, hence her request for Shan Zhou's assistance, of course. It's no trouble at all, Shan Zhou readily agreed. Having received her ancestral martial arts technique and fought alongside her against numerous foes, they had forged a bond as comrades. Such a request from a comrade was one he would surely fulfill. Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing smiled brightly, sincerely thanking Shan Zhou. Though he was fearsome toward enemies, being friends with him was genuinely delightful. Their interactions were pleasant, often eliciting laughter from her, and he bore none of the airs typical of a martial expert. Before long, In Shi returned, his masked visage equally filled with cheer. After engaging in conversation with Shang Wanshu, he visited several townsfolk, confirming Shan Zhou's assertions. The Han family and the Black Tiger Gang had been terrorizing Chongqing County, and Zhao Shuanghe's collusion with the demon race was indeed notorious. They were all deserving of death. With ample evidence at hand, the material proof had been consumed, but there was no longer any doubt. They could finally conclude their mission and return home. If the Marquis of Chengwu were to learn that he had brought back such an impressive individual, he would likely leap for joy. Haha, In Shi mused contentedly, and promptly sought out Shan Zhou to inform him that they could set off for Guanghan Palace. Shan Zhou also took the opportunity to relay Lin Yujing's request to him. Upon hearing this, In Shi, witnessing Lin Yujing's anxious expression, waved his hand grandly. Absolutely no problem. He also divulged an intriguing tidbit. You see, don't think of Guanghan Palace as some exalted place. Let me tell you, one can gain entry simply by paying. Paying to gain entry? Such a revelation took both Shan Zhou and Lin Yujing by surprise. Indeed, Guanghan Palace has been actively recruiting talents. In Shi explained, they welcome voluntary applications. Yet one must undergo an assessment. For those unwilling to take the test, it is possible to leverage connections and pay a fee. Though, it is not a small sum. For instance, the son of the magistrate here has already paid the fee. Yet he has not made his way here, only to be dealt with by Shining Xiang. Now that he is deceased, I shall simply replace his name with that of this Miss Lin. Chapter 45. Revealed. The city of Guanghan is quite a considerable distance from Chongqing County. This time, In Shiwu took over a day to travel from the state city. His leg strength surpasses even that of a horse. However, on the return journey, there is no need to rush. The three of them comfortably settled into the carriage, proceeding leisurely. Originally, Lin Yujing intended to utilize her bird demon for the journey, as it possesses great speed. But In Shiwu declined. Within the boundaries of the state city, summoning a bird demon carries significant risk, as one could easily be mistaken for an enemy and shot down from the ground. In Shiwu preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. It is better to return safely. The journey was silent, and after approximately 5 days, the city of Guanghan finally appeared before the 3.it is an imposing and magnificent giant fortress. Its scale dwarfing that of Chongqing County by more than tenfold, resembling a colossal beast of brick and mortar, instilling a profound sense of pressure. The road leading to the city gate is remarkably wide, akin to the gaping maw of a giant beast, continuously swallowing the carriages and crowds. Even Shan Zhou, who was once a modern man in his past life, couldn't help but be awestruck by the city's grandeur. The carriage swiftly entered the city, which bustled with activity. The streets were vibrant, with buildings lining either side, at least 3 or 4 stories high. Furthermore, Shan Zhou observed that most of the common folk within the city were martial artists. Despite being predominantly at the first realm, their physiques were significantly superior to those of the residents of Chongqing County. Living in such a place felt rather pleasant. Shan Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. After half an hour of navigating through the state city, the carriage finally halted in front of a resplendent mansion. This was Guanghan Palace, the most powerful establishment in the entire Guanghan state. In Shiwu remarked, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Shan Zhou surveyed the surroundings. The Guanghan Palace was grand and imposing, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an air of solemnity and majesty. Shortly, I shall escort the two of you to the Tianjiao camp, the place within the palace dedicated to the concentrated training of martial artists, which also serves as the reserve camp for the Chengwu Guard. In Shiwu continued. Tianjiao camp? The name is rather impressive, Shan Zhou commented. Naturally, a name must resonate. Only then will others be willing to join, and merely the title itself is worth a considerable sum. In Shiwu chuckled. Many go to great lengths to gain entry into Tianjiao camp. Even merely mingling within it adds to one's prestige, making it considerably easier to find work. Indeed, the Tianjiao camp is a coveted destination for martial artists throughout Guanghan State. Lin Yujing added. Shunzhou nodded in understanding. It was akin to a diploma, much like being an alumnus of Peking University. It certainly sounds impressive. By the way, Shining Xiang, I have a request, In Shiwu stated once more. Speak. Well, once we enter, could you refrain from mentioning that you bested me? In Shiwu rubbed his hands together, adopting a conciliatory tone. You see, I maintain quite an esteemed reputation before others, and if this matter were to leak, it would greatly tarnish my image. Although In Shiwu believed that had it not been for Shunzhou's ambush, he would not have lost, the fact remained that he had indeed been defeated. Lin Yujing stifled a smile, while Shunzhou readily agreed. Of course, no problem, he resolved to cultivate a good relationship with In Shiwu. Having an additional friend could only be advantageous. Thank you, then let us proceed. Upon exiting the carriage, In Shiwu revealed himself, and the guards at the entrance immediately granted them passage, allowing the trio to enter Guanghan Palace. They ventured deep into the palace until In Shiwu's voice rang out. Here we are. This is the Tianjiao camp. Shenzhou and Lin Yujing leaned forward with eager anticipation, only to be momentarily taken aback. For the Tianjiao camp was an immense and expansive platform. The ground was paved with hard obsidian, each slab polished to perfection, fitting seamlessly together as if it were a vast expanse of black ice. Surrounding it were dilapidated straw huts, drafty and worn, while inside were small wooden houses complete with courtyards. In the center of the platform stood a 3-story pavilion. Is this truly the Tianjiao camp? It seems incongruous with its name, Shunzhou remarked, noting that the flooring was indeed of higher quality, yet the surrounding environment was even inferior to his home in Chongqing County. Haha, a harsh environment is essential to temper one's will. In Shiwu replied with a smile, I am more inclined to suspect that the individuals responsible for constructing this place were merely greedy. Shunzhou retorted, considering the nature of the Tianjiao camp's entry fees. It was indeed a possibility, be lenient. I too came up through such conditions, and with your abilities, you should merely be passing through here and will likely join the Chongwu Guard in no time. In Shiwu reassured. The three of them disembarked from the carriage. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met by 2 individuals, a middle-aged man and a young man clad in green. Master In, you've brought back 2 prodigies this time. The middle-aged man greeted In Shiwu with enthusiasm upon seeing him. It is Master Zhong, In Shiwu replied, smiling as he nodded at the middle-aged man. In Shiwu can even be referred to as a master? Shunzhou cast a curious glance at him, while In Shiwu promptly averted his gaze. Shunzhou turned his attention to the middle-aged man. Zhong Ming, steward of Guanghan Palace, the young man in green, Bai Feng, heir to the Bai family martial arts school in Yulin City. This young man is Bai Feng, a prodigy I discovered in Yulin City. At merely 15 years of age, he has already attained the 6th level of the second realm. Zhong Ming promptly introduced the young man behind him, his tone laced with pride. Bai Feng, exhibiting the poise of a talented youth, cast a nonchalant glance over Shunzhou and the others, but upon seeing the beautiful Lin Yujing, a flicker of admiration crossed his features. He then elevated his chin, maintaining a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the world. This young man clearly harbors feelings, attempting to impress the beautiful woman before him. Shunzhou easily discerned his intentions. Hearing Zhong Ming's words, In Shiwu felt a surge of delight, recognizing that it was time to display his prowess, and calmly stated, achieving such cultivation at 15 years of age is commendable. Is that all? Zhong Ming appeared somewhat unconvinced. I wonder how the 2 prodigies Master In has brought back compare. Energized, In Shiwu replied, this young man to my left, Shining Xiang, is also 15. Yet he has reached the 3rd realm. Upon uttering these words, Zhong Ming was taken aback, while the aloof Bai Feng nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. Master In, you must be joking, Zhong Ming exclaimed incredulously. Joking? I have no time for such frivolities. In Shiwu scoffed dismissively, glancing at Shunzhou, his eyes conveying a fervent message. Very well. Shunzhou sighed, finally allowing his aura to be unveiled. The 3rd realm, Chapter 46. You truly dare to challenge. Upon sensing Shunzhou's aura, both Zhong Ming and Bai Feng's expressions drastically changed. He truly is at the 3rd realm. What a joke, achieving such cultivation at 15. How is this even possible? Both were filled with disbelief, and Bai Feng's expression resembled one who had just ingested 2 pounds of fly droppings, feeling utterly humiliated by his earlier demeanor. Observing their reactions, In Shiwu felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and with a calm demeanor he instructed, All right, Shining Xiang, Miss Lin, you may enter. Remember to report to the central pavilion first. Perform well, as I have high hopes for you. With that, Yin Shiwu elegantly waved his sleeve and executed a graceful turn, exuding the aura of a master. This moment truly allowed him to bask in the limelight. Shan Zhou chuckled softly, then entered the Tianjiao camp alongside Lin Yujing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. Zhong Ming urged Bai Feng, pushing him forward. Establishing a good rapport with Shining Xiang will be beneficial for you. Bai Feng nodded eagerly, promptly following suit. Shining Xiang, my name is Bai Feng. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Bai Feng, shedding his previous reticence, boldly initiated conversation with Shan Zhou. Yes, I am Shinzhou, Shan Zhou replied. Shinzhou? ISNT at Shining Xiang? Bai Feng expressed surprise, having been curious why someone would dare to adopt such an audacious name. That's merely his nickname, Lin Yujing explained with a smile. A nickname like Hero? ISNT, that even more impressive than having Hero as a name. As the trio entered the Tianjiao camp, they encountered numerous young individuals, most in their teens, making Lin Yujing the eldest among them. These young martial artists were also sizing up Shinzhou and his companions. 3 newcomers have arrived, and one of them is a beauty. Did they gain entry through payment or sheer strength? Probably through strength. I saw Master Yin and Master Zhong at the entrance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of most young martial artists grew serious. There are 3 ways to enter the Tianjiao camp: by paying, through examinations, or by recommendation. Generally, those who enter as the third group possess the greatest strength. Ignoring the gazes of those around them, Shinzhou and his 2 companions stepped into the 3-story building at the center of the Tianjiao camp. Upon entering, they beheld a young man clad in dark silver flying fish attire. Seated cross-legged on a mat with his eyes closed, the young man emitted a continuous series of humming noises, reminiscent of an engine, seemingly engaged in his cultivation. Shan Zhou glanced up at the young man's head. Disciple of Chongwu Marquis, Shirimo. Another newcomer, I see. The young man slowly opened his eyes and regarded Shan Zhou and his companions, appearing somewhat displeased at being interrupted during his practice. I am Shirimo, the head of the Tianjiao camp. I will now inform you of the rules here. Shirimo proceeded to elaborate at length. In essence, the Tianjiao camp is akin to a school. Here, one can learn various martial arts and receive a monthly stipend of silver and precious herbs. Both the martial arts and the herbs are considered extremely valuable, often deemed priceless in the marketplace. The only point worth mentioning is that the stronger one is, the better the treatment. The top 15 in the Tianjiao camp enjoy more comfortable wooden lodgings, receiving a monthly allowance of 10,000 taels of silver, along with superior martial arts and herbs. As for the others, they are relegated to dilapidated thatched cottages, with their allowance dwindling to mere hundreds of taels. The disparity in treatment is stark. Those thatched cottages look scarcely habitable. I thought they were restrooms. Upon hearing Shirimo's introduction, Bai Feng clenched his fists, feeling a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. As the young master of a martial arts school, his family was well off, and finances were not a concern. However, the living conditions were abysmal. Those thatched cottages were small and rudimentary, resembling tents in their miserable state. Barely providing any cover, Lin Yujing also furrowed her brows, feeling even more inconvenienced as a woman. Shirimo noticed the expressions of both individuals and let out a cold chuckle, continuing, do you wish for better treatment? It is simple. You may challenge the top 15 members of the Tianjiao camp. If you win, everything they possess here will belong to you. Here, strength reigns supreme. Now, you may either challenge the top 15 or choose a thatched cottage at random. Close your mouths and lie down quietly. After delivering these words, Shirimo closed his eyes once more, signaling his disinterest in further engagement with Shan Zhou and his companions. Bai Feng, feeling helpless, prepared to turn and leave. But he noticed that Shan Zhou remained rooted in place. Shan Zhou's stillness prompted Lin Yujing to stay put as well. I have a question. Shan Zhou finally spoke. Bai Feng immediately realized that Shan Zhou was a genius who had reached the 3rd realm at the age of 15. If he couldn't tolerate this situation, then Shan Zhou would certainly be even less inclined to endure it. Shan Zhou must be seeking information about the top 15 members of the Tianjiao camp to issue a challenge. There was no doubt about it. Spit it out quickly, Shirimo interjected, his tone growing increasingly impatient from the interruption of his practice. Shan Zhou continued, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed that your quarters are the most favorable. If I defeat you, do I get to reside in your room? Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's expression shifted to one of disbelief. his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Good heavens, he thought he had seen Xian Zhou's arrogance peak, only to discover that his audacity surpassed even that. You challenge the students, yet here you are directly challenging the instructor? Lin Yujing's lips twitched, revealing a resigned expression that seemed to say, I knew it. This time, even Shurimo, who had been exuding boredom, was taken aback. He opened his eyes, astonished as he appraised Shenzhou, a smile breaking across his face. Well, you truly have the gall to say that. This is the first time I've encountered such an audacious student. Audacious? You've been acting quite haughty from the very start, Shenzhou replied with a smile, unfazed. Even if you were the instructor, courtesy is in order. What is it? Are all disciples of Chengwu Marquis strutting about with their tails in the air? Tsk. A mere child is to teach me manners? How amusing. Shurimo stood up leisurely, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Fine, I accept your challenge. However, as the instructor, it would be unfair for me to fight you directly. That would be bullying. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. With a resounding snap, the humming noise emanating from him grew louder, and the surroundings transformed dramatically. The doors and windows vanished, replaced by an oppressive darkness. The ceiling, floor, and even the walls were engulfed in black. Shurimo, who had been standing before them, disappeared from sight. What on earth is happening? Where have we been taken? Bai Feng was startled by the sudden change, while Lin Yujing's face mirrored her unease. A moment later, Shurimo's teasing voice echoed around them. This is my martial art. I have now imprisoned all three of you here. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can escape, I will concede. If you cannot, you shall remain here for 3 days and nights as punishment. Chapter 47. This young man is quite humble. Is there truly such a martial art in this world? One that can conjure a shadowy prison to trap individuals within? Bai Feng and Lin Yujing were astonished by Shurimo's technique, and Bai Feng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had believed he had been sufficiently arrogant while in Lin City, but in comparison to Shenzhou, it was as if he were in an entirely different realm. Having associated with Shenzhou, he had not anticipated that the latter would provoke the head of the Tianjiao camp so soon. Being confined for 3 days and nights was manageable, but having angered the instructor, how could he continue to survive here? Bai Feng had hoped to graduate successfully and join the Chengwu Guard. Should he apologize to Shurimo now, claiming he was merely an innocent bystander? With no ties to Shenzhou in that moment, Bai Feng's thoughts raced, but the next instant, he heard Shenzhou's calm voice beside him. Close your eyes. Close my eyes? What purpose would that serve? Have you closed them? Shenzhou asked again. Yes, Lin Yujing replied obediently. Bai Feng, however, scoffed inwardly, wondering if closing his eyes would somehow render the dark prison ineffective. Before he could finish his thought, he was suddenly blinded by an explosion of golden light. The blinding brilliance seared his vision, causing him to shield his eyes in agony. In that moment, the shadowy prison illuminated as brightly as day, perhaps even more brilliantly, as if a miniature sun had been forcibly crammed into the confined space. Shenzhou stood bathed in the boundless electric light, transforming into a true beacon of radiance. A genius, indeed. Pride is acceptable, but excessive arrogance borders on hubris. Inside the small building, Shurimo surveyed the cramped black prison before him. Shaking his head slightly, he had dealt with numerous arrogant troublemakers within the Tianjiao camp, yet he had to admit that this newcomer was the most audacious of them all, while other troublemakers merely clashed with fellow students. This one dared to challenge him directly. To Shurimo, the principle was simple. If you are weaker than me, I can insult you and demean you at my whim. This was not merely his belief. It was the very law of survival in this world. Strength reigns supreme. 3 days in confinement should teach him a lesson. If he remained unrepentant, further confinement would be necessary. Shurimo had his own methods for dealing with troublemakers. He cast aside his thoughts and resumed his seated meditation on the mat, continuing his cultivation. However, just as he settled in, his eyes sprang open once more. Something was amiss. By the time he realized this, it was already too late. In that instant, he was engulfed by a dazzling golden light, followed by the resounding roar of an explosion boom. Struggling against the searing pain of the light, Shurimo forced his eyes open, his muscles tensed, veins bulging, and a black barrier forming around his body in full defense. Yet, the anticipated attack never came. Amidst the blinding light, Shurimo discovered that Shenzhou had somehow appeared before him. towering over him with an imposing presence. The shadowy prison Shiramo had constructed had been shattered within the first second, and the ensuing shockwave reverberated throughout the building. The commotion attracted the attention of the other students outside, who heard a sharp rumble emanating from the central building, followed by a burst of golden light that quickly extinguished. What just happened in the building? Why is it flickering? Some students speculated. Could it be that Lord Shur has broken through again? It must be, indeed. Lord Shur is impressive. Has he elevated his realm yet again? I wonder when we will reach his level. Amidst the admiration of the students outside, their idol, Shiramo, found himself with dry lips and a complex gaze fixed on Shanzhou before him. His shadowy prison had been so effortlessly dismantled and Shanzhou's sudden appearance exuded an overwhelming pressure. In that instant, if Shanzhou were to attack him, Shiramo lacked the confidence to withstand the onslaught. Behind them, Lin Yujing had only just opened her eyes, recognizing their familiar surroundings, and she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Shanzhou had indeed accomplished the impossible. His performance always exceeded her expectations. As for Bai Feng, he was currently rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes and wailing, "My eyes! My eyes!" Lin Yujing's mouth twitched slightly. Shanzhou had already reminded her twice, yet she still refused to close her eyes. Was this not courting disaster? At this moment, Shanzhou had reigned in the golden aura that enveloped him, appearing calm and collected as he greeted Shimo. "Lord Shur, I should have escaped within 2 hours." "Correct? Not even 2 minutes have passed," Shimo mused internally, taking a deep breath. "Oh, that's it? You have reached the third realm." The aura emanating from Shanzhou made Shimo realize this, but given that the other party was merely at the initial stage of the third realm, it should not have been so simple for him to break free from his confinement. Honestly, why are these young people more extraordinary than the last? Shimo sighed inwardly before nodding. "I accept my losses. From this moment on, you may reside in this loft, but only on the first floor. Furthermore, you are free to insult or belittle me. I will bear it without a hint of resentment, nor will I retaliate against you. I vow this as a member of the Chengwu Guard." Though his words bore an undertone of veiled threat, Shanzhou recognized their sincerity. His gaze remained fixed on Shimo, or rather, on the blue name hovering above Shimo's head. It remained blue. It had not turned hostile, indicating that Shimo indeed harbored no ill will. It seemed that the disciples of the Chengwu Marquis were all rather eccentric yet sincere in their willingness to amend their ways. Reflecting on this, Shanzhou shifted his demeanor. "I apologize. I was indeed a bit reckless earlier. I also appreciate your leniency, Lord Shur, for competing with me in such a manner. If it were a real fight, I would surely be no match for you." My remark about staying here was merely a jest. Shimo understood that Shanzhou was providing him an easy way out. His previously grim expression softened. This young man might be the most headstrong disciple he had encountered thus far, yet his eloquent words were genuinely impressive. Rather than feeling angered, Shimo found this young man commendable and humble. "Well then, let us consider this matter settled," Shimo said, a smile breaking across his face. "What is your name?" "Shinzhou." "Shinzhou, With your capabilities, I believe we will soon be able to collaborate effectively." Shimo nodded. "Now, go and choose a wooden cabin for your residence. As a disciple of the Chengwu Marquis and a member of the Chengwu Guard." Shimo's words signified a considerable recognition of Shanzhou. "Understood." Shanzhou nodded. Originally, he could have effortlessly escaped from the prison Shimo had constructed with a mere flicker, yet to project a sense of grandeur and pressure, he opted for a forceful breakthrough. He had regained his dignity, teaching a peak third-realm martial artist the value of politeness. Goodness points increased by 20. A notification from the merit record chimed in, and Shanzhou sighed. He had begun to regard 20 points of goodness as somewhat trivial. Nonetheless, one should not disregard even the smallest acts of kindness. As he departed, Shanzhou thoughtfully picked up Bai Feng, who had fallen to the ground. "Who would have thought? You couldn't even best the instructor of the Tianjiao camp." As the three exited the loft, Lin Yujing immediately exclaimed, her emotions tumultuous despite having anticipated this outcome. No, it was merely a counter to one of his moves. "It hardly signifies defeat," Shanzhou replied, fully aware that both sides had only been sparring, far from engaging in a true battle. However, it was worth noting that he had already faced 2 disciples of the Chengwu Marquis, defeating each in turn. "I hope I won't have to fight anymore." Chapter 48. The taunting accomplice. At that moment, Bai Feng's irritation subsided. and he swiftly scrambled to his feet. His bloodshot eyes were filled with admiration as he gazed at Shen Zhou. "Brother Shen, you are truly remarkable." Lord Shi couldn't even contain you. His address shifted from Shen Zhou to Brother Shen, and Bai Feng's name transformed from blue to green. He felt immensely fortunate that he had not begged for mercy from Shimo earlier or distanced himself from Shen Zhou. Otherwise, he would have missed out on a grand opportunity. The fact that Shen Zhou could easily breach Shimo's restrictions foretold an illustrious future. He needed to firmly attach himself to this promising ally. Shen Zhou glanced at Bai Feng, pondering how they were both 15 yet he was already calling him brother. He also noticed that Bai Feng's title had subtly changed from Young Master of the Bai Family Martial Arts School to Tianjiao Camp Student. It appeared that the naming system prioritized the most significant identity of an individual. Clearly, being a student of the Tianjiao camp held more weight than being a mere martial arts school young master. "Weren't you told to cover your eyes?" Shen Zhou inquired of Bai Feng. "Well, I was just a bit slow to react." Bai Feng awkwardly scratched his head. "I did mention it twice, why hearing isn't the best." "Then why practice martial arts if you're this fragile?" Bai Feng fell silent. Yet his demeanor inspired Shen Zhou to conceive a new technique, employing electricity to create a dazzling light that would blind an opponent. It reminded him of the solar flare from Dragon Ball, but that was a discussion for another time. The immediate priority was to find suitable accommodations. Shen Zhou had no intention of residing in a shabby straw hut. He surveyed the area and indeed discovered that the Tianjiao camp had precisely 15 wooden cabins, each marked with a numerical designation, indicative of strength, with lower numbers suggesting greater prowess. "Have you decided which one to choose?" Lin Yujing noticed Shen Zhou's gaze and asked. "Naturally, the first one," Shen Zhou replied, striding toward the cabin ranked first. He acted decisively. Shen Zhou and everyone else here shared a common sentiment. As geniuses, they must be audacious and seize every opportunity, aiming for the best. The cabin area, reserved for the top 15 students, was seldom approached by others. Upon witnessing Shen Zhou's approach, the surrounding youths began to react. Hey, that kid is heading toward the cabin. It seems he's gearing up for a challenge. Isn't he a newcomer? Daring to challenge the top 15 on his first day? How bold. What do you know? This is the spirit of a rookie. Go for it, buddy. I believe in you. Me too, brother. Just go for it. We'll cover your medical expenses and provide sufficient medicinal herbs. The surrounding youths displayed expressions of amusement, chattering and cheering. More individuals, having heard the commotion, emerged from their straw huts. Watching someone challenge the top 15 was one of the few entertainments in the Tianjiao camp. That's how life is. It's short, and one must learn to find joy in others' endeavors. Some students even began to place bets on the outcome of Shen Zhou's challenge. Not only ordinary students, but also some of the top 15 emerged from their cabins, likely the very targets of Shen Zhou's challenge. Their expressions varied. Some were disdainful, others focused, and some cautious. But when they noticed Shen Zhou making a beeline for the deepest cabin, their astonishment grew. Wait a moment. This kid actually intends to challenge the first-ranked Mo Wuhan. He.S. even bolder than I imagined. Haha, what audacity. Trying to be the boss on his first day? The chatter among the students elicited a smirk from Bai Feng. Was this what they called audacity? So what if Brother Shen challenged the top student? If they witnessed even Lord Shi being subdued by Shen Zhou, they would likely be terrified. Lin Yujing cast a knowing glance at Bai Feng. Recognizing his excitement, it was evident he was fully immersed in Shen Zhou's perspective, relishing the moment. Shen Zhou, of course, overheard the students' discussions but paid them no mind. They could chatter as they pleased, as long as they refrained from personal attacks. Who was this fool, rushing to challenge the first rank, eager to get beaten up? Newbies are always like this, full of bravado. Once he receives a good thrashing, he'll learn some humility. Well, whatever they say, he is following through. That was to be expected, as the majority of students here were gifted elites from various regions of Guanghan Prefecture, accustomed to being invincible among their peers. Their egos had flourished, leading them to look down on others. This was the so-called pride of genius, a rarity like Shen Zhou's humility. Shen Zhou turned his gaze, swiftly locking onto the two speakers, Tianjiao Camp student Zhuang Yu and Tianjiao Camp student Yuan Yifei. Both were among the top 15, ranked 13th and 14th, respectively. Shen Zhou strode purposefully toward them. Target shifted. You must prioritize attacking that taunting subordinate. Oh, this kid is heading our way. Perfect. Let us give him a taste of his own medicine. As Shen Zhou approached, Zhuang Yu and Yuan Yifei displayed no signs of trepidation. tightening their fists and adopting stances in readiness for confrontation. As members of the top 15, they were confident in their abilities. Otherwise, they would not have dared to mock him. Confronting a newcomer, is it not as simple as taking advantage? Shinjo swiftly approached the two individuals, pointing casually at one of them. I challenge you. The moment the word you escaped his lips, Shinjo abruptly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the only thought racing through Zhuang Yu's mind was, where did he go? This is bad. In an instant, Shinjo reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that struck Zhuang Yu's back with the force of an explosive, sending shockwaves through the air. Bang! Zhuang Yu was violently slammed onto the hard obsidian floor, instantly falling silent and motionless. He didn't even catch a glimpse of Shinjo before he was knocked unconscious by a single kick. What the hell is happening? Beside them, Yuan Yifei was utterly astonished, feeling as if the world around him had blurred, with Shinjo replacing Zhuang Yu in an instant. Sensing the malicious intent in the other's gaze, Yuan Yifei took several steps back, trembling as he stammered, Hey, buddy, if you've hit him, you can't hit me too. Chapter 49. A king of hell has arrived, brother. You have successfully challenged Zhuang Yu and become one of the top 15 students, which means you can no longer challenge anyone else. You can only challenge once a day, so you can't hit me. This is the rule of the Tianjiao camp. Yuan Yifei swore he had never spoken so fluently in his life. As if reciting a rapid-fire verse, the imposing demeanor of his opponent left him no choice but to cite the rules, hoping to dissuade Shinjo. However, Shinjo's response was not words but a fist as large as a sandbag. Rapidly expanding in Yuan Yifei's vision, a terrifying gust of wind surged towards him. In sheer terror, Yuan Yifei instinctively unleashed his strongest martial skill. He hunched his body, and the surface of his skin transformed as if it were made of obsidian, revealing a thick, translucent turtle shell adorned with sharp spikes, appearing nearly indestructible. Martial skill. Spiked turtle shell, yet, Shinjo's fist showed no signs of slowing down. It hurtled forward with avalanche-like force, with a crack. The visible shockwaves radiated outward, and that punch shattered Yuan Yifei's thorny turtle shell, crashing into his chin without any deceleration. Bang! Yuan Yifei soared into the air, flying more than 5 meters high before crashing back down, immediately drifting into a slumber reminiscent of an infant. Yifei, indeed, is capable of flying. Teaching the two second-realm martial artists a lesson in humility, virtue points increased by 15, accompanied by the notification from the merit record. The two previously mocking companions now lay sprawled in disarray. Dio, I really need to adhere to the rules to strike you. The mere irritation you caused me is sufficient justification. Shinjo snorted coldly, withdrawing his gaze from them and casually straightening his disheveled attire. Among the top 15 of the Tianjiao camp, those ranking at the top were generally quite low-key, whereas these two, ranked 13th and 14th, were excessively arrogant. It resembled a gaming scenario where the opponent with outstanding stats remained silent, while the one with abysmal performance incessantly provoked. A classic case of being both inept and loud. After Shinjo's swift education, these two would likely adopt a more humble demeanor moving forward. With Shinjo's lightning-fast defeat of the two students, the entire Tianjiao camp fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the students were remarkably vivid. Indeed, there were fools who relied on money and connections to enter, but those who ranked within the top 15 were undoubtedly the Siermi de la Siermi of the entire Guanghan prefecture. Each of them was formidable enough to earn respect. For instance, Yuan Yifei had invested all his attributes in defense, his turtle shell technique being exceedingly troublesome. Yet, what happened? He was effortlessly obliterated by a single punch from the newcomer, collapsing like a lifeless dog. Looking at the newcomer's palm, it remained as fair as jade, with barely a scratch. What kind of prodigy has emerged? They hadn't even opened the betting lines. And the battle was already concluded, resulting in a double knockout. It was not only the ordinary students who were awestruck. Even the top 15 prodigies in attendance wore grave expressions, feeling a chill run down their spines. In Shinjo's bout, they sensed his realm, the third realm. Only 2 students in the Tianjiao camp had reached the third realm, and both were older than Shinjo. Furthermore, considering his propensity for violence at the slightest provocation, it felt as if a king of hell had arrived. As the saying goes, one must slay a chicken to warn the monkeys. Shinjo's display of power instantly rendered the other students in the Tianjiao camp exceedingly polite, even avoiding polite eye contact with him. Shinjo, nonchalantly picking up Yuan Yifei, hurled him far away. This 13th hut was now his, and he would not allow anyone to sleep on his territory. He then called out to Lin Yujing in the distance. "Lin, let's head inside." Lin Yujing nodded. "All right." Shun Zhou turned and entered the wooden hut, while Bai Feng continued to marvel. "Wow, so strong. Shun Gu is truly formidable." However, when Shun Gu entered the hut, he didn't even acknowledge him, suggesting that he didn't regard him as one of his own. I must strive harder. Just as he pondered this, Bai Feng noticed Lin Yujing suddenly springing into action. She quickly walked to the 14th hut, picked up Shuang Yu, and, mimicking Xian Zhou's earlier actions, tossed him out. Then, Lin Yujing turned and entered the 14th hut. This series of actions left Bai Feng dumbfounded. What the heck? Picking up the spoils. Is this how it works? Is this Lin's sister truly so clever? Why hadn't he thought of that? Not only Bai Feng was taken aback, but the surrounding ordinary students were equally astonished, as the beautiful girl effortlessly claimed a spot without expending any effort. Envy and resentment. Should they attempt to challenge her now? However, recalling that she seemed to be with that terrifying newcomer. Never mind, they were accustomed to their straw huts and weren't in a hurry. On the other side, Shun Zhou entered the wooden hut and surveyed the interior. A bed, a wardrobe, a few tables and stools, quite simple, yet far superior to those rickety straw huts. Indeed, everything is relative. Additionally, Shun Zhou discovered a medicinal herb on the table, distinctly different from ordinary herbs, exuding a mysterious charm. Even though he knew nothing about herbs, he recognized it as a ginseng. This must be the medicinal herb distributed by the Tianjiao camp each month. Why was it left here unattended? Well, he would gladly accept it. Now, how should it be consumed, raw, cooked, or steeped in liquor? As he pondered this, Lin Yujing suddenly knocked on the door. That's Shun Zhou. I've claimed the 14th hut. Upon entering, Lin Yujing immediately stated, her tone seeking approval. Is that all right? Shun Zhou readily agreed. Of course. After all, he could not occupy 2 huts alone. By the way, Lin, you arrived just in time. How should I consume this herb? He gestured towards the ginseng on the table. Lin Yujing turned to look and her eyes lit up. Wow, 100-year ginseng. Just look at the roots and patterns. It must be at least 500 years old. She couldn't help but exclaim, truly remarkable. The Guanghan Palace provides such precious herbs to its students. You can consume it directly, but it's best to take it before practicing, as that yields the best results. This must have been left behind by Yuan Yifei. He hadn't consumed it yet before Shun Zhou knocked him out and tossed him out. Later I should return to check if Shuang Yu left any valuable herbs behind as well. All right. Shun Zhou nodded, indicating his understanding, and decided to keep the ginseng for now. Now that he had a place to stay and some herbs, it was time to focus on studying diligently. With that thought, Shun Zhou stood up and headed outside. Where are you going? Lin Yujing inquired. Of course, to study diligently. Care to join? Sure. Chapter 50. Formidable Martial Arts. As the two stepped out of the wooden hut, they witnessed a fierce battle concluding outside. The combatants were Bai Feng and another student named Lu Yiming, who ranked 15th in the Tianjiao camp. This was likely a challenge initiated by Bai Feng. Shun Zhou hadn't seen the entire process. He only noted Bai Feng standing resolutely with blood on his clothes, while his opponent bowed in defeat. Bai Feng had successfully triumphed over his opponent, ascending into the ranks of the top 15. It seemed this genius from Lin City truly possessed some genuine skill. After winning the challenge, Bai Feng didn't choose to enter the wooden hut immediately. Instead, he hurried over to Shun Zhou. Shen Gu? We neighbors now. Indeed, they were neighbors. The 3 of them had become the bottom trio among the top 15 geniuses upon their arrival at the Tianjiao camp. I'm heading to the central pavilion to study martial arts. Want to join? Shen Zhou extended the invitation to Bai Feng. Absolutely. Bai Feng nodded eagerly, feeling a surge of emotion. Shun Zhou had proactively invited him. Their relationship had taken a step closer. The 3 of them headed toward the central pavilion together. Inside the pavilion, Shirimo was still sitting cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. Upon noticing Shan Zhou and the others arrive, he smiled and spoke. What brings you here, Lord Shi? We wish to learn martial arts techniques. Shan Zhou expressed his intentions. Unlike their first encounter, this time both parties appeared much more amicable. Shan Zhou approached interactions with a reciprocal attitude. If you were courteous, so would he be, for it is only proper to return courtesy. Very well, Please follow me upstairs, he said. Shiramo immediately rose to his feet. The four of them ascended to the second floor, where Shiramo introduced, "This is the library. You may freely browse all the martial arts texts contained herein. As for whether you can successfully cultivate them, that depends on your own talents and fortune. Freely browse." Shinjo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, this exceptional camp was not without its merits. As he could learn at will. Wasn't that precisely why he came here? Lin Yujing and Bai Feng also smiled, delighted to behold the rows of exquisite martial arts manuals before them. They had never experienced such abundance. Even though both Lin Yujing and Bai Feng hailed from martial arts schools, their humble establishments offered little more than basic techniques of the first realm, with scarcely any from the second realm. In comparison to the official texts, it was akin to the heavens and the earth. However, the sheer volume of manuals left them momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Shinjo felt similarly. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. By the way, Lord Shur, do you have any incomplete martial arts? Incomplete martial arts? Shiramo looked somewhat perplexed. Yes, those that are indeed formidable but are marred by illegible characters or missing sections, rendering them impossible to fully cultivate? Shiramo shook his head. No. All our techniques are preserved in excellent condition. None at all. Shinjo furrowed his brow. He recalled that protagonists in novels often cultivated such incomplete techniques. Why does your Guanghan Palace keep all these techniques in such pristine condition? What about extremely powerful techniques that come with great risks, capable of claiming lives in an instant? Shinjo posed a second question. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng were rendered speechless. What peculiar request was Shinjo making? Wouldn't a conventional technique suffice? Why seek out danger? Well, there is indeed such a thing, Shiramo responded affirmatively. With the multitude of martial arts in the world, peculiarities abound. Many creators pursued sheer power, resulting in significant flaws in other aspects, and those who attempted to learn them invariably suffered dire consequences. Could I take a look? Shinjo quickly inquired, his interest intensifying. This was precisely what he sought. After all, with the record of merits in hand, flaws were of little concern. Techniques like these, once their deficiencies were mitigated, would undoubtedly become formidable weapons. Shiramo fell silent, suddenly pondering if this young man might be a bit unhinged. Nevertheless, he complied with Shinjo's request and retrieved a somewhat thin manual from a corner. Here you go. This manual appeared somewhat old and moldy, suggesting it had not been perused in quite some time. Excellent, excellent, Shinjo thought, recalling from his previous life that such battle-damaged tomes were often treasures. Upon receiving it, he discovered the cover bore a single character, Jean. Was the title of this martial art so casual? Indeed, Shiramo nodded. It is said this technique was created over a century ago by a martial arts master who dedicated his life to the art of striking. He painstakingly compiled it. Sounds quite impressive, Shinjo remarked, raising an eyebrow. Even more so, one day while pondering this martial art, he accidentally cleaved himself in two, his body reduced to shreds. Do you know why it's called Jean? It is because the master perished before he could bestow a proper name upon it, and later generations simply named it as such. Seeing Shinjo fall silent, Shirmo's expression brightened as he continued. Since it was created by a master, numerous individuals sought to cultivate it, and, well, their fates were rather similar. The better ones ended up with various injuries, while the unfortunate ones were quite literally scattered like flowers in the wind. Shirmo's phrase about flowers in the wind was particularly evocative. It conjured vivid imagery in Shinjo's mind. This brought to mind news from his past life about a case where a man had been stabbed multiple times, and the police ruled it a suicide. Little did he expect such absurdity existed here. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng's faces turned pale at the revelation. Were all creators and learners of this technique doomed? Was this truly martial arts, more akin to a death ledger? So, Shinjo, are you certain you still wish to learn it? Shiramo inquired with a grin. Whether I learn it or not is another matter. I just want to take a look. Shinjo was not deterred by the grim warnings. With his golden finger in hand, why would he fear such things? Moreover, he had the fourth calamity to shield him. Let them strike. It would be a test of his endurance against the technique's severity. From another perspective, this martial art held considerable value. As Shinjo perused it, he remarked, after all, not a single person who has studied it has left a negative review. Shiramo opened his mouth in surprise. Hissed, you do have a point. Chapter 51. Who can slay me? The Jean manual was not particularly thick, and soon Shinjo had finished reading it. After recording it in the record of merits, he returned it to Shiramo. You are quite self-aware, Shiramo returned it, having assumed Shinjo would give up after a mere glance. Bai Feng nodded in agreement, convinced that Shinjo wouldn't entertain such reckless thoughts. Techniques with a survival rate of 0 were hardly worth pursuing. However, Lin Yujing felt an unusual sensation. She recalled how Shinjo had learned her family's purple sun lightning technique under similar circumstances. After reading it, he had mastered it. With that thought, Lin Yujing anxiously watched Shinjo, fearing he might turn into a pile of flesh at any moment. Shinjo glanced at Lin Yujing, puzzled by her morbid expression. Ignoring her, he asked, Lord Shi, are there any similar martial arts? I am not concerned with the difficulty or side effects. My sole focus is their power. You are truly unrelenting. Shiramo sighed, recognizing the logic in Shinjo's reasoning. Generally speaking, the more perilous the technique, the greater its power. It was merely a matter of whether one possessed the aptitude to wield it. Shinjo appeared intent on pursuing this unconventional path to its fullest. Fortunately, I have managed this library for many years and am well acquainted with its manuals. Otherwise, your request would have stumped anyone else, Shiramo chuckled. Even if the esteemed Lord Chongwu were to come personally, it would be no easy task. Thank you, Lord Shi. I shall remember your kindness. Shinjo replied, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Were any ordinary student to say such a thing, Shiramo would likely dismiss it with a laugh, but Shinjo's words held potential for the future. Thus, Shiramo began rummaging through the surrounding area, gradually retrieving 5 or 6 manuals, encompassing various types such as lightness techniques and body refinement. Here are the selections. I must caution you that while the side effects of these manuals are not as severe as that of Jean, you should still exercise caution while practicing, Shiramo advised. Even if you cannot perish, becoming a cripple is still a significant issue. Should you feel your cultivation going awry, come to me immediately, understood? Understood, Shinjo affirmed, fully aware of the risks, and began to examine each manual one by one. Feidu Fuzhou allows practitioners to tread on snow without a trace, crossing rivers effortlessly. Upon reaching full mastery, one can exert force multiple times while floating. Tai by Yu Xiangju makes the practitioner's flesh as tough as bronze, impervious to flames when cultivated to perfection. Excellent, Shinjo thought, finding these introductions quite promising. He resolved to make the most of the record of merits' recording function. First, he would document several manuals in the record of merits, and later decide whether to learn them based on circumstances. Observing Shinjo's actions, Lin Yujing and Bai Feng also began consulting Shiramo, preferring his insights over selecting for themselves. Shiramo readily agreed, and as they conversed, Shinjo successfully recorded the manuals in the record of merits. Very well, I now possess my own repository of manuals, he mused. Lord Shi, I have one more question. How does one cultivate to the third realm? Shinjo humbly sought guidance once more. The second realm involves refining the bones with true essence, while the third realm entails refining the blood, Shiramo promptly explained. The two are collectively referred to as jade bones and silver blood, both requiring the participation of the breathing method. The method you cultivate is quite formidable, and the quality of the blood you refine will likely surpass that of ordinary third realm practitioners. Shiramo began to elucidate the details to Shinjo, who listened attentively, understanding that he only needed to grasp the operational aspects. The rest would be left to the record of merits to accomplish. With the selection of techniques completed and the cultivation method mastered, Shinjo departed alongside Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. However, upon their departure, Shimo discovered a perplexing issue. According to the regulations, the manual could indeed be taken away, provided that the students did not remove it from the camp. Yet, Shinjo, he had not taken a single one. This rascal had made him search for the manuals for quite some time, continuously flipping through them, only to end up with nothing. Was this some sort of joke? Had he merely engaged in a futile endeavor? Brother Shin, why did you not bring back a single martial arts manual? Outside the attic, Bai Feng, seeing Shinjo with empty hands, inquired in astonishment. Shinjo offered no reply, merely returning a smile. He chose not to elaborate. He had to maintain his formidable and enigmatic persona, lest he tarnish his reputation as a genius. In other words, he was putting on an act. Each of the three had made gains, and upon returning to the camp, they promptly retreated to their respective quarters to cultivate. Shinjo sat cross-legged on his bed, examining the merit value. In his record of merits 1315 points. Initially, he thought this was a substantial amount. But now, With so many martial arts techniques occupying his mind and the necessity to elevate his realm, he suddenly felt it insufficient. He resolved to enhance his cultivation level first, for compared to techniques. The realm was an essential requirement, capable of providing a comprehensive elevation. He first consumed the 500-year-old ginseng, and thus commenced a new round of cultivation. Consuming 150, you mobilize your true essence through the breathing technique to filter your blood. Through your efforts, and with the aid of the medicinal effects, you successfully expel all impurities from your blood, giving birth to a strand of silver radiance within. You have ascended to the third realm? Third layer. Consuming 250, through your relentless and tenacious refinement day and night, more silver radiance emerges from within you. You have ascended to the third realm, sixth layer. Consuming 450, your blood has undergone a complete metamorphosis, resembling a silver ocean, surging and boiling within your internal world, and your five senses have been significantly enhanced. You have reached the pinnacle of the third realm. At the moment the series of texts appeared, Shun Zhou felt an unparalleled strength surge into every cell of his body. The silver blood intertwined with his white jade bones, while his five senses were greatly amplified. Even the most minute particles of dust in the air became vividly clear to him, and he could detect the heartbeat of the surrounding students. Glancing at the transparent health bar in the lower left corner of his vision, he noted that it occupied half the width of his field of view. Given the length of this health bar, it could only belong to a boss. At that moment, Shun Zhou longed to shout, "I am at the pinnacle of the third realm. Who dares to challenge me? Who can defeat me?" After calming his exhilaration, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected to elevate an entire realm once more." It seemed that each time he leveled up, he soared from the beginning to the end in a manner that was both simple and brutal. If he had known, he would have sought Shimo's guidance on how to cultivate in the fourth realm, though he wondered if Shimo truly understood, as he recalled that Shimo was also merely at the pinnacle of the third realm. As he continued to cultivate, his realm had already caught up to that of the instructor. His cultivation was not yet concluded, and Shun Zhou glanced at the balance in the 465 it had diminished significantly. He shook his head. It appeared that mastering the remaining techniques would be a tall order. He decided to experiment with the technique, which Shimo had extolled as particularly formidable, igniting his curiosity. He simply had to give it a try. Chapter 52. Initiate the God-slaying technique. Shun Zhou took a deep breath. God-slaying technique, activate. Consuming 300, you open this fearsome martial arts manual, discovering that its profound principles are exceedingly extreme, requiring you to transform everything into an unparalleled weapon. Every inch of skin, every sinew, every movement, and even every thought glimmers with a chilling blade light. You must sacrifice your entire life, solely for a single slash. Moreover, you find that the cultivation method is extremely challenging and perilous. A slight misstep could lead to your own demise. However, possessing the fourth calamity, you can completely disregard these risks, allowing you to experiment with cultivation at will within your body. Upon reading the series of phrases inscribed in the, Shun Zhou revealed a gratified smile. Indeed, it was exactly as he had envisioned. This self-assurance came from the fourth calamity, granting him the freedom to act boldly. Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly noticed a reaction from his health bar. Over half of it began to diminish in small segments. This sight left him astounded. Was the reaction truly this severe? Wait a moment, are you certain I can disregard these risks and proceed? Why does it feel so risky? The response from his health bar had never been this dramatic, even when he was attacked by the cat demon or Zhao Shuanghe. Shun Zhou felt a twinge of anxiety, his gaze fixated on the health bar. If it dropped to a quarter, he would decisively halt. Fortunately, the health bar stabilized after only a fifth of its length diminished, and the displayed another message. You have preliminarily grasped the method to execute. Entry level. What nonsense is this? Merely entry level. Shun Zhou couldn't help but exclaim internally, consuming 300 and having his health bar reduced by a fifth. Yet it was only entry level. Just as he finished lamenting, he felt an indescribable strength surging within him. This powered in the next moment, Shun Zhou lightly moved his finger, boom. The ground before him erupted violently. A gash approximately 1 meter long suddenly appearing. With a mere gesture, he could unleash a slashing strike. Shun Zhou gasped in astonishment. What on earth is this? It's utterly monstrous. It was astonishing to realize that this was merely entry-level. No wonder the survival rate for practitioners of this martial art was zero. The risks were ludicrously high, yet the effects were equally extraordinary. Shenzhou had made up his mind. This martial art would undoubtedly become his primary focus. It was an impeccable match for him. Not to mention the power it wielded, the sheer sneakiness of it was off the charts. With just a flick of his finger, one could be cleaved in two. An absolute stealth attack skill. Shenzhou relished the idea of ambushing and sneaking up on foes, as it made battles all the more intriguing. He truly hoped a student would come challenge him, having just performed such a feat upon arriving at the talented camp. It was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to approach him anytime soon. Moreover, the crucial factor was that his had been nearly exhausted. Most of the students in this talented camp were mere youngsters, lacking the malevolence of individuals like Zhao Shuanghe. Even performing a single good deed was akin to climbing a mountain. Now that he had learned martial arts and elevated his realm, perhaps it was time for a tactical retreat. As Shenzhou pondered, he suddenly heard a shout from outside. Lord Shi has issued a decree, summoning the top 15 talents to the central attic for an urgent discussion. Urgent matters? Although he was uncertain what it entailed. As one of the top 15, Shenzhou felt compelled to respond. He gathered his thoughts and exited the wooden cabin, joining Lin Yujing and Bai Feng as they made their way back to the central attic. A considerable number of students were already waiting there. Upon seeing the trio, most averted their gazes and lowered their heads. After all, they had witnessed Shenzhou's violent exploits, and sharing a space with him made them somewhat uneasy. However, there were still a few students who had not been present at the time, one of whom, a young man, remarked in surprise, "Oh, the top 15 have changed dramatically. All three of these are new faces." He wore a gentle smile, holding a folding fan in his hand, and bowed toward the trio. "I am Lu Tianrang. May I ask for your names?" Lu Tianrang, 19 years old, ranked second in the talented camp. With strength reaching the third realm, second layer. I am Bai Feng. Bai Feng responded first. Lin Yujing, and this beside me is Shenzhou. Lin Yujing nodded toward the young man while introducing Shenzhou. Bai Feng noted this and committed it to memory. Indeed, a stoic powerhouse like Shenzhou would disdain self-introductions, necessitating someone else to speak on his behalf. This was akin to being a messenger. And to deepen his friendship with Shenzhou, he would have to see such opportunities in the future. It seemed that this Lin Dejia was quite adept at flattering Shenzhou. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained together for so long. It appeared that three formidable individuals had joined the talented camp. Lu Tianrang continued, fanning himself. "This is a fortunate turn for our Guanghan Palace." Shenzhou cast a glance at him. Lu Tianrang gave off an air of pretentiousness. However, it mattered little. Let him be. Everyone had the right to put on a fade as long as it wasn't mocking. "Wait a moment, where is Mo Wuhan? Is he late again?" someone inquired. "He always arrives last for meetings, just to make a grand entrance," another person scoffed. Just as they were speaking, a long-haired youth stepped into the attic. His hair flowing elegantly and his features strikingly handsome, resembling a leading man from a period drama. Mo Wuhan, the top talent in the camp, 17 years old, with a cultivation level of the third realm. Fifth layer. Upon Mo Wuhan's arrival at the venue, his calm gaze swept across the room, surveying all with an air of indifference. He paid little heed to the three newcomers, his eyes lingering momentarily on Lin Yujing. Ah, it seems there is yet another pretentious one among them. Once all the top 15 had gathered, they commenced discussions regarding the purpose of this gathering. Shenzhou appeared somewhat listless, feeling as though he were a grown-up playing house among children. Fortunately, this sense of boredom did not persist for long, as the illustrious Shimo made his entrance. Lord Shimo. The geniuses present bowed in deference. Shimo then elucidated the reason for this assembly. Lord Chengwu Ho shall emerge from seclusion in half a month's time, and he will select one or several of you to become his disciples. This announcement. The eyes of the assembled talents sparkled with excitement. For an ordinary martial artist to receive guidance from Lord Chengwu Ho would be a dream fulfilled. And now they had the chance to be his disciples. What an honor! However, prior to this, there exists a critically significant assessment for you all. Shimo's tone shifted. The Guanghan Palace will grant you a perilous opportunity for real combat. You shall venture to the Honglin mountain range. To exterminate demons. At this moment, Shenzhou's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Aside from Shenzhou, who wore an expression of unbridled excitement, the other students exhibited a range of emotions, some eager to engage, while others appeared apprehensive. Prior to joining the Tianjiao camp, each individual's circumstances were markedly different. There were seasoned veterans like Lin Yujing, who had faced life and death struggles, and novices like Bai Feng, who had yet to encounter any demons. Although they all bore the title of genius and appeared comparable in strength, the reality was otherwise, as mindset and experience also significantly influenced battle outcomes. A more experienced and composed second-tier martial artist could indeed slay a third-tier adversary without it being unusual. This was akin to the scenario in Lian Chengju, where the four masters of falling flowers and flowing water faced the blood knife ancestor and ended up being outmatched. Shimo observed the expressions of the students and continued. Lord Chengwu Ho hopes to ignite your potential through this practical exercise and cultivate your combat experience. After all, the essence of martial arts lies in vanquishing foes and exterminating demons. If you merely engage in friendly sparring within the camp, it would be akin to being utterly useless. To encourage everyone, the Guanghan Palace established a reward system based on points. For each first-tier demon you slay, you will earn 1 point. For a second-tier demon, 2 points. And for a third-tier demon, a whopping 20 points. Third-tier demons? Some students gasped in astonishment. It was known that only a few among them had achieved the third tier. What, are they afraid? Shimo scoffed. Keep in mind that you are in the Tianjiao camp, and you are all regarded as geniuses. Engaging in battles across tiers should be a standard operation for you. Moreover, even if you cannot manage one-on-one, do you not know how to work together? The students fell silent. Shimo's assertion was undeniably accurate. As elite talents, they had been selected from a pool of millions. Their inherent strength was assuredly superior to that of their peers within the same tier. Yet, having given them a stern warning, it was time to offer a bit of sweetness. With this thought, Shimo proceeded. You will not labor in vain. The points you earn can be exchanged at the treasure hall of Guanghan Palace for a variety of items. It is worth noting that the items housed in the treasure hall are the most coveted treasures of the entire Guanghan Palace. There lie top-tier martial arts, superior medicinal ingredients, and rare treasures you have never encountered before. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes gleamed with desire, their previous concerns swiftly forgotten as they eagerly prepared for the upcoming challenges. After all, those were the pinnacle martial arts of Guanghan Palace, the very essence of Guanghan Prefecture as heritage. The allure was truly irresistible. Shenzhou raised his hand. Lord Shimo, may I inquire if there are martial arts even stronger than Zhan within the treasure hall? Shimo cast him a curious glance before nodding. Of course. In his view, Zhan was hardly worthy of being termed strong. Those who had learned it had all perished, and no one had ever successfully executed it. Could such a thing possibly be associated with strength? With that, Shenzhou too felt a surge of excitement. Shimo's words tantalized the crowd, and seeing the students' eager expressions, he nodded in satisfaction. The demon extermination will take place in 3 days. Use these 3 days wisely to prepare. Upon leaving the pavilion, the news quickly spread throughout the Tianjiao camp. Only the top 15 members would participate in this demon extermination operation, inciting envy and resentment among the remaining students. Naturally, they were also quite tempted by the rewards from the treasure hall, yet they were not without opportunity, for 3 days remained. If they could successfully challenge and surpass the top 15 within this time frame, they could replace them in the demon extermination mission. To secure this precious slot, they had to initiate challenges. The best targets for such challenges were undoubtedly Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. Logically speaking, these two, having recently arrived and occupying the bottom ranks of the top 15, should be the softest targets. Of course, Shenzhou, being an extraordinary anomaly, did not count. Bai Feng had only fought once, while Lin Yujing had not fought at all. Having merely coasted into the top 15. Previously, the students had refrained from challenging Lin Yujing out of fear of Shenzhou's formidable reputation, but now the situation had changed. Faced with immense temptation, they felt compelled to try their luck. Number 14, I challenge you. A loud declaration rang out in the camp. The challenger was named Lu Chuan, a tall figure wielding a pair of ornate axes, emanating an imposing presence. The camp buzzed with excitement as most students gathered to watch. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yujing emerged from her wooden cabin, her expression as serene as ever. Clad in azure attire, her ink-black eyes mirrored the tranquility of autumn waters. Her skin fair, embodying classical beauty. Simply gazing into Lin Yujing's eyes caused Lu Chuan's bravado to diminish significantly. His face flushed with nervousness, revealing a man evidently unaccustomed to female company, deeply entrenched in his martial pursuits. Calm, She is merely beautiful. I must not show mercy. I must unleash my utmost strength to secure this spot. As Lu Chuan encouraged himself, a fleeting glance caught his eye, and he noticed Shan Zhou standing nearby. Observing him, his prior determination dissipated, replaced by heightened anxiety. If he were to defeat Lin Yujing, would Shan Zhou retaliate against him? Do not be tense, Lin Yujing spoke, seemingly sensing his trepidation, her voice soothing. Rest assured, he is he, and I am I. If you truly defeat me, Shan Zhou will not take issue with you. I guarantee it with my integrity. I understand. Lu Chuan nodded, reassured by her earnestness, and thus steeled himself, raising his axes and assuming a stance. However, Lin Yujing then shifted the conversation. If you wish to win against me, first overcome this. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed forth a black sphere from her palm. What is this? Lu Chuan wondered, but before he could ponder further, the black sphere expanded and exploded, revealing a colossal creature. It resembled a moving hill, towering over 5 meters in height, clad in resilient armor. Its eyes burning like fierce flames, and most strikingly, a razor-sharp horn atop its head gleamed ominously. It was a rhinoceros demon. Wait, why is a demon appearing? What is happening here? The emergence of the rhinoceros demon startled the onlookers. Yet recognition quickly dawned on some. This is the young lady's martial talent. Such an impressive martial talent, capable of commanding demons. Lu Chuan was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that he was to battle a fearsome demon. Come forth, Lin Yujing commanded with a wave of her right hand, a hint of spirited elegance gracing her stunning visage. Fall beneath the iron hooves of my Pai Chun. Roar. In the next moment, the demon, akin to a tank, charged toward Lu Chuan, who promptly capitulated. With another wave of her hand, the demon named Pai Chin transformed back into a black sphere, melding into her palm. Aware that, due to her position in the rankings, many would soon challenge her, she chose to reveal a fraction of her prowess to deter further troublemakers. Though her cultivation talent might not be top tier, she considered her martial talent to be exceptional, even if it still paled in comparison to Shan Zhou. Indeed, Lin Yujing's hidden strength was evident. Shan Zhou nodded in agreement. This pokeball was truly convenient, eliminating the need for him to intervene in battle. Moreover, judging by Lin Yujing's demeanor, she likely had more tricks up her sleeve. Following this battle, no students dared challenge Lin Yujing again, resulting in Bai Feng becoming the unfortunate target of everyone's challenges. The past 3 days have been White Peak's most hectic, with challengers arriving at intervals to test his mettle. Fortunately, the Celestial Camp enforces a regulation stating that one cannot challenge the same individual within a span of 2 hours. Otherwise, the relentless barrage would surely wear him down. During this period, Shan Zhou took the opportunity to observe White Peak's battles. To his surprise, this lad wielded a bow, conjuring a violet longbow with his left hand and using true essence as arrows to launch attacks from afar. Clearly, White Peak possessed remarkable martial talent, functioning as a formidable ADC. Through his relentless efforts, he exhibited rapid progress, ultimately managing to retain his position at the very bottom of the rankings. As the 3 days swiftly passed, the roster of the top 15 remained unchanged. On that morning, a group led by Shirimo departed from Guanghan Prefecture in several horse-drawn carriages. Their destination was the expansive and dense Honglin mountain range, which bordered Songyan County in Guanghan and extended to another prefecture of the Yin Kingdom. Jiawei Prefecture. It was said that fearsome demons lurked within the mountains, posing great danger. However, they would not venture too deeply. Their mission was to eliminate the man-eating monsters that had emerged from the mountains, thereby safeguarding the nearby villages and towns. Shan Zhou, Lin Yujing, White Peak, and Lu Tianrang shared a carriage, accompanied by a bald youth named Xiang Yang, who ranked 4th in the Celestial Camp. Shan Zhou and Lin Yujing were not particularly talkative, while White Peak, usually a chatterbox, had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep the moment he boarded the carriage, too tired even to flatter Shan Zhou. Throughout the journey, most of the conversation was carried on by Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang. I've heard that Jiazhu has been plagued by natural disasters in recent months, leaving many citizens homeless. Perhaps this is why the demons in Honglin mountain range can no longer contain themselves, Lu Tianrang remarked, clad in white robes, fanning himself with a folding fan, maintaining his flamboyant demeanor. However, he soon shifted his tone, but I have faith in the court. They will surely find a way to properly resettle those affected by the disasters. Both natural calamities and man-made disasters can be overcome. Beside him, Shun Zhou listened silently. Jiaowei Prefecture was indeed facing turmoil. The evils that flourish in chaotic times far outnumber those in peaceful eras. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to visit there in the future. That is indeed the case, Xiang Yang, seated opposite, agreed with Lu Tianrong. To be honest, compared to other prefectures, Guanghan is far better off. Under the leadership of Lord Chengwu, our Guanghan prefecture is truly flourishing, and the populace enjoys a peaceful and prosperous life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing could not suppress a faint, cold smile. Her life experiences did not quite align with Xiang Yang's rosy portrayal. Xiang Yang noticed her reaction and frowned. What are you laughing at? Do you dare show disrespect to Lord Chengwu? Are you questioning his abilities? Do you think he has not done enough? A native of Guanghan, Xiang Yang's home was near the Guanghan Palace. Growing up, he had always heard tales of Lord Chengwu's prowess and witnessed the prosperity around him, leading him to become an ardent admirer. He could not tolerate any disrespect towards Lord Chengwu, not even from a beautiful lady. Lin Yujing frowned, yet before she could speak, Shun Zhou interjected coldly, "Your skill in casting aspersions is quite remarkable. You speak without hesitation, don't you? Should you utter another word, I will take it as an affront and throw you off this carriage." Xiang Yang trembled, obediently falling silent. Despite his fourth rank, he realized he was not Shun Zhou's match and deemed it prudent to avoid conflict. Such individuals reminded Shun Zhou of the bothersome keyboard warriors of his past life, who, rather than engage in constructive debate, would hastily label someone and then take the moral high ground to unleash their vitriol. Such scoundrels deserved a good dose of reality to bring them to heel. "Let us not quarrel, shall we?" Lu Tianrong interjected, maintaining his gentle smile as he turned to Shun Zhou. "Shun Zhou, I assent to it. We are all companions here. Why not speak politely? There is no need to be so confrontational." Just then, a sharp, crisp sound resonated within the carriage, causing Lu Tianrong's eyes to widen in shock as he instinctively covered his lower face. His once vigorous fan had suddenly snapped in two, along with, shockingly, his mouth. Blood began to drip profusely. The elegant Lu Tianrong felt a searing pain in his mouth, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events until he met Shun Zhou's calm gaze. Shun Zhou's eyes were tranquil, yet his voice was chillingly cold. "If you continue to show bias, it will not only be your mouth that bleeds. It is precisely because we are companions that you can still breathe and hear my admonishment. Do you understand?" The entire situation had been instigated by Xiang Yang's provocation, yet this scoundrel had the audacity to criticize Shun Zhou. Did he speak to Lin Yujing with any courtesy? Pretending to be just, he was merely covertly favoring his friend, a type of person far more detestable than a mere keyboard warrior. It was only then that Lu Tianrong realized it was Shun Zhou who had attacked him, severing his fan and injuring his mouth. But when had this occurred? He had been completely unaware. What on earth was happening? His mind raced with confusion and fear, compelling Lu Tianrong to quiet down. He discreetly retrieved a healing pill and began to tend to his wound. "Do you understand me?" Shun Zhou's voice echoed once more, like the whisper of a demon. Lu Tianrong's heart raced, and his entire body trembled as he fought against the pain. He managed to force out 3 words through his torn lips, "I understand." Only then did Shun Zhou divert his gaze, casting a glance at Xiang Yang, who, upon witnessing Lu Tianrong's fate, sat upright like a well-behaved child, hands resting on his knees, no longer daring to utter a word. At this moment, Lu Tianrong felt profoundly aggrieved. This whole debacle had begun with Xiang Yang, and yet he had merely received a reprimand, while he bore the brunt of the punishment, even losing his cherished fan. Yet, he could hardly argue, as he had indeed spoken with ulterior motives in defense of Xiang Yang. Being publicly exposed and reprimanded was, quite frankly, his own fault. With a resentful glance at Xiang Yang, Lu Tianrong thought, "I defended you, and I end up getting hurt, while you don't even dare to utter a word." Xiang Yang, sitting with perfect posture, gazed straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to Lu Tianrong's silent plea. Lin Yujing exhaled softly, a smile gracing her features as she gave Shun Zhou a thumbs up. "Well done, Shun Zhou. You accomplished what I could not. Had it been me, I would have likely ended up arguing with Xiang Yang for ages." Shun Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, believing that among friends, there was no need for formalities such as thanks or pleasantries. However, Lin Yujing fell into contemplation, pondering the nature of Shun Zhou's martial arts. What had he just employed? It was so bizarre and terrifying, striking Lu Tianrang without any visible movement. Lin Yujing knew Shan Zhou well enough to realize that before joining the Celestial Camp, he had only practiced Xiang Electric Force and another skill called Deadly 13 Shots. The latter was capable of delivering invisible attacks, suggesting Shan Zhou had only recently mastered it. Wait a moment. The shape of that wound. Suddenly, a bold idea blossomed in Lin Yujing's mind. Meanwhile, White Peak finally awoke from his slumber. Stretching his arms, he glanced around in confusion. Why is it so quiet? We were being considerate of your sleep. So we kept quiet to avoid disturbing you, Lin Yujing quipped, her mood much improved as she teased him. White Peak felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this. He turned to Shan Zhou. Speaking earnestly, Brother Shin, you are truly kind to me indeed. Shan Zhou nodded solemnly, acknowledging the sentiment. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at Songyun County. The county magistrate warmly welcomed them into his office. But the group remained cool and distant, merely nodding in acknowledgement of his hospitality. The magistrate was accustomed to such behavior from the officials above him, yet he noticed one young man who stood out. As he had been staring at him throughout, that gazed it was as though he intended to devour him whole, and this involuntarily instilled a sense of dread in the county magistrate. The pressure exerted by the youth surpassed even that of the leader. Lord Sherd, I said, Shen Zhou, cease your staring. Even the magistrate is intimidated by you. Beside him, Lin Yujing, who had been observing Shen Zhou intently, could not help but interject. Surely you are not contemplating eliminating the local officials upon your arrival? Of course not, Shen Zhou denied. I am merely taking a casual look. I ask that truly just a casual glance. Your eyes have not strayed from the magistrate for a moment. Fortunately, the magistrate is an old coot. Otherwise, one might suspect you harbored ulterior motives towards him. There was no helping it. Having tasted the sweetness of power, Shen Zhou now regarded the magistrate as if he were a walking embodiment of 1,000 virtuous deeds. Yet he understood well that not every magistrate was as tyrannical as Zhao Shuanghe. Though rare, there indeed existed good officials in this world. Good officials are as scarce as first-class protected species. One would feel remorseful for inadvertently slaying one. Thus, Shen Zhou merely observed, harboring no thoughts of action. By the way, Shen Zhou, have you truly mastered that technique, the slaughter? Lin Yujing inquired quietly. Yes, Shen Zhou nodded. Through relentless research and effort, I have finally achieved a monumental breakthrough in this martial art, progressing from nothing to something. Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He truly succeeded. That technique, which had a survival rate of 0, has actually been mastered by Shen Zhou? A monster, she murmured softly. Shen Zhou chuckled. Next time, choose a more flattering descriptor. I am quite weary of that term. By the way, Tianrang, why have you remained inside the carriage these past few days? A voice suddenly inquired from a distance, questioning Lu Tianrang. Typically, everyone would step out of the carriage for fresh air during their journey, yet Lu Tianrang had remained nestled inside the cart, akin to a refined young lady. I was honing my skills at a critical moment. I cannot afford any interruptions. Lu Tianrang fabricated an excuse, yet in truth, he was waiting for the wound on his face to heal. Although Shen Zhou had slashed his mouth, for a martial artist of the third realm like Lu Tianrang, healing would take merely a few days. He refrained from emerging, much like the previous Yin Shiwu. Fearing a loss of face and prestige, Lu Tianrang explained, he stole glances at Shen Zhou, silently praying that the latter would not expose his deceit. However, Shen Zhou could not be bothered with him. He was a person who repaid grievances on the spot. In his view, delivering a blade to the opponent had already resolved their conflict. He would not cling to the matter like a scorned lover. Naturally, such matters might concern others who feared potential covert retaliation, but for Shen Zhou, it was not an issue. He possessed a divine skill, the Eye of Catastrophe. Lu Tianrang's name remained blue above his head. If he were to be struck by Shen Zhou's blade, changing to orange or red, he would unhesitatingly launch a follow-up attack. The group spent only a brief moment at the magistrate's office before proceeding, under the guidance of the local county constable, to the site of the demonic disturbance. This place was known as Luli Village, where some scantily clothed farmers were laboring in the fields. Upon noticing the appearance of officials, they gradually gathered, standing silently at the sidelines to observe. This is the place. The constable led them to a thatched hut. This is the farthest reach of those demons. and this household has been devastated by them. The constable's voice was low and somber. Shiramo nodded, stepping forward to push open the wooden door. Inside the cramped, dank hut, a foul odor assaulted the senses. Sunlight streamed in, yet it was tinged with a dim, crimson hue. Inside, it was impossible to discern whether the mixed remnants were flesh or entrails, scattered everywhere. The expressions of those present varied dramatically. Xiang Yang and Bai Feng appeared pallid, while Lin Yujing and Mo Wu Hin maintained a stoic demeanor. Shan Zhou stepped past Shiramo and entered the thatched hut first, scrutinizing the environment with great care. He recalled how meticulous the cat demons of Chongqing County had been when devouring their victims, leaving nothing but bare skeletons. Yet here, blood and viscera were strewn about haphazardly. If the cat demons had killed for sustenance, the demons here had acted purely for amusement. How brazen, with this thought, a cruel smile crept across Shan Zhou's lips. Chapter 56. You are all mere mortals. Outside, the constable spoke again. There is another village beyond Luli village, but the demons struck swiftly and under the cover of night. We were unable to respond in time. The entire village was devoured. His voice suddenly choked with emotion. Later, we gathered reinforcements, but after the demons had slaughtered the villagers, they retreated back into the treacherous Honglin mountain range. That cursed place is rugged and perilous. And even with crossbows, our brothers, no need to elaborate. Shiramo interrupted the constable, turning to face the assembled prodigies, and issued a solemn command. All members of the prodigy camp, heed my call. We shall move out immediately to eradicate these demons. Yes, the response was somewhat feeble. Most of the prodigies appeared uncertain. Initially, they had been eager to claim the treasures of Guanghan Palace, but the grisly scene before them had dragged them back to reality. The majority of their battles in life had been mere sparring matches. Now, to thrust them into genuine combat. Observing the demeanor of the crowd, Shiramo sighed. Yet he understood that these young talents were still mere seedlings. They required growth and encouragement. Just as he was preparing to offer some motivational words, someone unexpectedly clapped Shiramo on the shoulder. Lord Shir, I shall take my leave first. Your motivational speech can be left for these mere mortals to hear. The youth in the green robe stepped out of the hut, calmly regarding Lin Yujing. Lin, shall we proceed together? Very well. Lin Yujing nodded, her palm conjuring a dark orb, which she then tossed, summoning the Ling Qing bird demon. Shan Zhou was slightly taken aback. Lin Yujing was remarkably attuned to his intentions. He had yet to speak, and she had already summoned the bird demon. Indeed, having such a perceptive teammate is quite advantageous. The two of them leapt onto the bird's back in succession. Wait a moment, Xin Ge, take me with you, Bai Feng immediately called out upon witnessing the scene. Lin Yujing's inquisitive gaze turned to Shan Zhou. Shan Zhou replied, You cannot handle the high-level scenario. Bai Feng wore a puzzled expression, and Shan Zhou, uninterested in explaining, merely nodded. Fine, come aboard. Excellent, Bai Feng exclaimed with delight. Leaping onto the bird's back, in his view, accompanying a powerful ally like Shen Zhou would significantly reduce the risks they faced. In the next moment, the Ling Qing soared into the sky, carrying Shan Zhou and the others toward the Honglin mountain range. Observing Shan Zhou's swift departure, Shiramo opened his mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. Truly, some perish from drought while others drown in floods. While some were too fearful to approach, others were anxious about being left behind. Mere mortals, how dare anyone address me in such a manner? Among the crowd, the handsome Mo Wu Hin muttered to himself, snorting disdainfully before vanishing into a fleeting shadow as he rushed into the distance. TSK, this Shan Zhou lad is quite harsh with his words. I certainly do not wish to be labeled a mere mortal, Liu Tianrang grumbled, resuming his elegant demeanor as he swiftly followed in Mo Wu Hin's footsteps. As one of the top 3 prodigies of the prodigy camp, he had no desire to let Shen Zhou steal the spotlight alone. Tianrang, wait for me. Xiang Yang took a deep breath and followed closely behind. Not only they, but the remaining prodigies also fell silent, turning to leave without uttering a word. Shan Zhou's remarks had evidently struck a chord with everyone. They were the top 15 prodigies of Guanghan Prefecture. Throughout their lives, they had been showered with accolades and praise. Yet now, they had been reduced to mere mortals in Shan Zhou's words. How could they possibly swallow such an insult? In an instant, all the prodigious youths vacated the area entirely. Seeing this, Shiramo couldn't help but chuckle. Splendid, simply splendid. Shunzhou's casual utterance proved far more effective than any lengthy motivational speech he could deliver. "Wow, is this what flying feels like? It's exhilarating." In the sky, Bai Feng exclaimed in awe. It was his first experience of flight, and he was filled with excitement. "You shouldn't have come up here." Lin Yujing shook her head. "Why not?" Bai Feng queried, puzzled. "Because this is a high-level scenario." Lin Yujing reiterated Shunzhou's words. In the past, she had struggled to comprehend Shunzhou's peculiar expressions, but now, it seemed she was beginning to grasp their meaning. Bai Feng remained perplexed, casting a questioning look at Shunzhou, hoping he would clarify. However, Shunzhou was focused on surveying the ground below. With his peak third realm vision, he could perceive everything with crystal clarity. However, as Shunzhou traversed a dense thicket, his line of sight was momentarily obstructed. Yet, this posed no concern, for a series of crimson names abruptly materialized before him. First Realm Ape Demon, Second Realm Ape Demon, Second Realm Wolf Demon, First Realm Rabbit Demon. These were not mere names, but genuine manifestations of demonic entities. A wider grin spread across Shunzhou's lips as elation and excitement surged within him, with the vantage of aerial observation coupled with the ability of Eye of Calamity. It was as though he had been granted a divine perspective, rendering all surrounding demons utterly exposed. He descended swiftly. Towards that patch of woods, Shunzhou pointed in a direction. "Excellent," Lin Yujing responded promptly, and Ling Qing immediately dove towards the designated area. "Has Brother Shan found the demons?" Bai Feng too grew anxious, raising his left hand high, as a purple crossbow swiftly coalesced, entering a state of readiness in an instant. At that moment, Shunzhou made his move, executing a somersault and leaping directly from the back of the bird. Below him, two ape demons were entangled upon a tree, lost in their own indulgence. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desires, and with ample sustenance available, the two demons, having gorged themselves, engaged in the propagation of their lineage. So engrossed were they in their activities that they failed to notice the commotion in the sky. In the next instant, Shunzhou appeared beside them, lightly tapping his toes on the tree trunk, passing by without a trace of hesitation. Yet, at the very moment he descended, the two demons, previously entwined in their fervor, abruptly halted their movements. Their expressions froze, a straight vertical line appearing across their bodies, and moments later, blood erupted like a fountain from that very line. Chapter 57. The Demon Slayer has arrived. Slay Second Realm Ape Demon. Good deed value 70. Slay First Realm Ape Demon. Good deed value 20. A notification echoed in Shunzhou's mind, indicating that the overlapping position of the two ape demons had allowed him to achieve a double kill with a single strike. How considerate! He felt a rush of joy, his steps unceasing as he continued to maneuver toward the next location. This spectacle of slaughter was merely in its infancy. Within the dense forest, a wolf demon squatted in a thicket, feasting upon the remains of an elderly woman. Suddenly, its ears perked up, and it raised its massive head, its pupils reflecting the image of a human boy. The boy's expression was one of sheer terror. Appearing exceedingly frightened as he hurriedly scurried forward, it seemed he had lost his way in this forest, running aimlessly, and astonishingly, he was headed straight towards the wolf demon. How reckless! After a brief moment of surprise, a gleeful expression emerged on the wolf demon's face. Fortunately, it was not a modern being. Otherwise, it would have surely exclaimed, "Delivery at your doorstep." The wolf demon promptly discarded the decaying flesh in its grasp and lunged hungrily towards the distant boy. A human child was far more delectable than the elderly woman it had been consuming. Alas, just as it leaped through the air, darkness enveloped its vision, plunging it into an abyss. The last thing it heard was a calm voice. Third. All that remained was the bisected corpse of the wolf demon, its entrails strewn about, while the boy maintained his frightened demeanor, proceeding to the next location. The woods were not particularly vast, yet they were remarkably dense, providing excellent concealment for the demons. However, before Shunzhou's Eye of Calamity, this place was no different from an endless plain. He could discern the precise locations of every demon, which was why Shunzhou refrained from unleashing a full barrage. He did not wish to inadvertently scare the demons, causing them to scatter and complicating the chase. He must not disturb their nest. Shunzhou acted as though he were an ordinary person, resembling a child who had strayed into a lost forest, intentionally drawing closer to the demons. His baiting strategy proved exceedingly successful. Upon spotting the terrified, solitary boy, every demon would rush over, eager to savor a taste of fresh meat. The outcome was invariably, rush forward, be dismembered. Rush forward, be dismembered. Any demon that ventured within 3 meters of Shan Zhou would undoubtedly be cleaved in two, yet their bodies and blood would never come into contact with him. Not even brushing against the hem of his clothing. A true hunter often appears in the guise of prey. During this time, Shan Zhou skillfully executed his slicing technique, a martial art that was covert, instantaneous, devoid of any wind-up, and only emitted the faintest sound upon cleaving through an opponent. Its sole drawback was a relatively short attack range, but that mattered little, for he had merely begun to master this martial art. At this moment, the forest lay in utter silence. From the outside, one could discern no hint of slaughter, for each demon was dispatched in an instant by Shan Zhou, their deaths so swift that they could not even utter a cry. Nevertheless, some demons sensed that something was amiss. A red fox revealed its true form from its human guise, its face contorted in a fear that was almost human-like, as it scurried on all fours through the woods. Along its path, the red fox stumbled upon several corpses, more accurately, a multitude of dismembered bodies. Each corpse had been cleaved in twain, and not merely halved at the waist, they had been vertically sliced in half. From brain to tail, from top to bottom, they lay split open, entrails scattered like tofu. This horrifying scene nearly drove the red fox to the brink of collapse. Initially, it could not fathom why so many demons had inexplicably perished. And in such silence, it was only moments ago, when it witnessed a wolf demon attempting to approach a human child, only to be cleaved in two, that the realization dawned. A powerful human warrior had invaded, and this warrior had disguised himself as a child, using himself as bait to lure them in before slaying them. Despicable human, the red fox cursed, and upon grasping the terrifying nature of the human child, it wisely refrained from charging forward, instead opting to retreat into a nearby cave. Within the cramped cave, aside from itself, there lay a somewhat frail gray fox, curled up in the depths, clutching a tender piece of human liver in its mouth. Beneath the gray fox, 2 palm-sized fox demon pups clung to one another, suckling. "What's wrong?" the gray fox inquired upon noticing the red fox's frantic demeanor. "A very powerful human warrior has arrived," the red fox replied anxiously. "Most of the demons in this forest have been slain by him. That human is nothing short of a demon slayer. We must remain silent and hide here. He shouldn't discover us." The gray fox's eyes widened in terror, and it nodded, refraining from uttering another word. Just seconds later, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed around them. They could discern it was the unmistakable sound of bipedal creatures. The accursed demon slayer was drawing near. The 2 fox demons dared not breathe a word, but the human warrior seemed to have sensed something amiss, with footsteps growing ever closer and slowing down. Ultimately coming to a halt, "I'll draw him away." At that moment, the red fox whispered decisively. "What?" The gray fox shook its head in terror. "No. He clearly suspects something. If this continues, we will all perish." Yet the red fox spoke resolutely, its eyes filled with the resolve of self-sacrifice. "You and the pups must survive." After imparting this final instruction, the red fox sprinted out of the cave without hesitation. The gray fox, tears streaming down its face as it watched the red fox's retreating figure, stood frozen, unable to act. It could not betray the red fox's intentions. For the sake of the pups, it could not perish here. It must raise the pups to adulthood. The gray fox's only recourse was to pray that the red fox could escape the human warrior's grasp. Pray that they might reunite one day. Hisses! Yet in the next moment, a piercing shriek reverberated through the surroundings, akin to a multitude of birds converging in the forest, all simultaneously crying out. Both the gray fox in the cave and the red fox that had just dashed outside heard this sound. "What is that noise?" they wondered. As this thought crossed their minds, a blinding golden light enveloped their vision. Boom! Slay Second Realm Fox Demon, good deed value 75. Slay First Realm Fox Demon, good deed value 20. Reunite the Fox Demon family, good deed value 10. In an instant, the area ahead was shrouded in dust and debris. As Shan Zhou stood not far away, the golden light dissipating from his hands, his expression one of indifference. "Let us resolve this last few in one fell swoop." As if enacting a tragic farewell, they seemed so terrified of separation. Thus, one thunderous blast shall ensure your eternal reunion. This family of fox demons was the last of the demons in this forest. Shunzhou surveyed the area, finding no more red dots in his line of sight. Hence, he felt no fear of disturbing their nest while exterminating them. Now, to examine his gains. Shunzhou delightfully focused on the merit record. Noting his current good deed value, 825 points, he had slain nearly a dozen demons in this forest, yet regrettably, these demons were of relatively low rank, the highest among them being merely of the second realm. It seemed they were merely the cannon fodder dispatched from above to serve as the vanguard, hence their low levels. It appears that whether one is human or demon, survival at the lower echelons is exceedingly challenging. However, to put it in perspective, the number of benevolent deeds generated by a dozen man-eating demons pales in comparison to that of Zhao Shuanghe alone. Remarkably, Zhao Shuanghe's intrinsic value continues to ascend. The reality is that these demons possess meager powers and lack the ability to wield grand-scale demonic arts, necessitating a painstakingly gradual approach to their lethal endeavors. In contrast, an individual like Zhao Shuanghe can simply issue a command, potentially leading to the ruin of numerous households. The threat posed by minor demons is insignificant compared to the peril he represents. Presently, Shunzhou has managed to secure a modest gain, and it is indeed time for a delightful enhancement session. His output is maximized, as both the techniques Zhan and Ziyang Diangang Shu stand as premier methods of slaughter. In terms of physicality, with Ida Furan and DC Tianzai, there is no immediate cause for concern. With that being said, it is time to augment his speed. After cultivating Ziyang Diangang Shu, Shunzhou's velocity among peers is commendable, yet, who wouldn't desire to be swifter? Thus, the decision is made. Fei Du Fu Zhou, Chapter 58. The hexagonal warrior without hesitation, Shunzhou vigorously channels the recently acquired benevolent deeds into this new endeavor. A notification from Gong Dalu promptly follows. Consuming 20 points of benevolent deeds. You diligently train in this challenging martial art, striving to mobilize your entire true essence according to the text. While integrating its unique body technique, you faintly sense a lightness akin to that of a swallow. Fei Du Fu Zhou entry level, the consumption, while not on par with Ziyang Diangang Shu, is still substantial. Onward. Consuming 100 points of benevolent deeds, you finally enable the flow of true essence within your body, harmonizing with the essence of the winds in this world, thus propelling yourself forward with greatly enhanced speed. Fei Du Fu Zhou small success. Wind essence. What is that? Is it the same as the lingering essence of the wind? That indeed sounds promising. Shunzhou admits his confusion but resolves to press on. Consuming 200 points of benevolent deeds, you can now effortlessly synchronize with the wind essence around you, further enhancing your speed, allowing for a single leap through the void. Fei Du Fu Zhou major success. Excellent, a double jump achieved. Let us continue. Consuming 400 points of benevolent deeds, you now perceive that it is no longer you cooperating with the wind essence, but rather the wind essence cooperating with you. Your current state can be encapsulated in a verse. Soaring from the cliff, light as a feather, fleetingly traversing the void, boundless in intent. Fei Du Fu Zhou perfection. As Gong Dalu elaborately documents this progression, Shunzhou feels an almost imperceptible resonance with a certain element of the cosmos. Yet, given his current realm, he can only vaguely sense this phenomenon. Unable to articulate it clearly, let us give it a try. In the next moment, Shunzhou activates Fei Du Fu Zhou, his form launching forth like an arrow piercing the air, rendering him invisible to the naked eye, leaving only a lingering silhouette in his wake. At the pinnacle of the third realm and with Fei Du Fu Zhou in its perfected state, even the previously formidable third realm cat demon, at full speed, would find itself eclipsed by Shunzhou's current prowess. He now possesses no weaknesses in any aspect. He has truly become the embodiment of a hexagonal warrior, Bai Feng, perched upon the back of a bird, with a longbow in hand, anxiously surveys the dense forest below. Since Shunzhou leapt down, not a sound of battle has reached their ears, as if he had vanished entirely. Should we not search for Shango? What if there are too many demons below and he cannot hold his own? Bai Feng expresses his concern, only to notice Lin Yujing beside him, already seated and immersed in her own cultivation. It seems that Ning is surprisingly relaxed. Is that really necessary? Perhaps sensing Bai Feng's gaze, Lin Yujing utters, I'm not worried about Shunzhou. I've witnessed his terrifying strength, particularly now that he has just mastered Zhan. When a prodigious individual acquires an extraordinary technique, it's quite alarming. Why greater concern lies with the demons in the woods. Or rather, I should worry about myself. After all, this mission's accolades are calculated based on the number of demons slain. Yet accompanying Shinzhou, it seems I am unlikely to earn any points. Though Shinzhou treats his allies well, his obsession with personally beheading each enemy is quite pronounced. He takes issue with anyone else intervening. Suddenly, Lin Yujing recognizes a key oversight. The Guanghan Palace sent them to slay demons, but how would they quantify their achievements? Typically, in battle, one would sever an enemy's left ear to count their kills. Yet there are no specific directives from Guanghan Palace. Just as she ponders this, Bai Feng's voice breaks through. Lin Jia, why not let me down? I need to find Xinggu. You really intend to go? Lin Yujing is taken aback. Are you two that close? Not particularly. Bai Feng scratches his head, but we are comrades. I cannot disregard a comrade's life or death, can I? I must check on him. Lin Yujing gazes at him in surprise, not realizing this boy had such a sense of loyalty. Just as she prepares to respond, a deafening explosion reverberates nearby. A boom. Bai Feng immediately tenses, while Lin Yujing squints, swiftly maneuvering her feathered companion toward the source. They soon arrive at the scene, gazing down to find the forest has been blasted into a deep crater, with surrounding trees flattened. Why heavens, such destructive power! It must be an exceedingly fearsome demon. Bai Feng stammers, feeling his grip on the bow falter. This moment, he comprehends the meaning behind Shan Zhou's earlier mention of a high-end battle. Given the area of effect, even if he attempted to evade from start to finish, he would likely fall victim to some unforeseen collateral damage. Lin Yujing, however, detects an eerily familiar aura emanating from the residual arcs of electricity surrounding the crater. Ziyang Dian Gang Shu, without a doubt. This is a technique employed by Shenzhou. Yet, the might of this lightning far surpasses what he demonstrated against Zhao Shuanghe. Merely days have passed. Ziyang Dian Gang Shu has reached perfection under Shenzhou's cultivation, and its potency has surged once more. Could it be that Shenzhou's realm has advanced again? But he only broke through to the third realm a few days ago. This is utterly outrageous. Will there be no respite for other prodigies? Lin Yujing's scalp tingles, and in the next instant, a figure suddenly bursts forth from the woods, soaring skyward toward their position. Ah! The sudden appearance of this figure startles Bai Feng, who, without a moment's thought, fires a blue arrow. Alas, the figure's speed is too great, and his shot goes wide. As Bai Feng prepares to shoot again, a bony hand swiftly clasps his bowstring. The figure has inexplicably appeared beside him. Bai Feng's pupils dilate, his mind goes blank, and a flurry of images flash before his eyes. What are you doing attacking your own? A familiar voice resounds, and Bai Feng turns to find Xian Zhou's exasperated expression. Xinggu? Bai Feng is initially stunned, then his legs weaken, and he collapses onto the bird's back, exhaling heavily. Damn, I thought I was a goner. He had assumed a terrifying enemy was upon them. Your mental fortitude leaves much to be desired. Xingzhou pats Bai Feng's shoulder. He hadn't even gone all out, yet this boy had attacked in sheer panic, unable to distinguish friend from foe. When did you learn to fly? Lin Yujing inquires, astonished, considering they are still 200 meters above the ground. Shenzhou, however, shakes his head. I cannot fly. I merely took the opportunity to cultivate a movement technique while slaying demons, allowing for a brief moment of levitation. Very well, Lin Yujing nods, a hint of numbness crossing her delicate features. She is becoming accustomed to Shenzhou's nonchalant portrayal of his training as though it were as simple as drinking water. Bai Feng, on the other hand, is taken aback by this revelation. He gapes, unable to comprehend how one could trivialize such an arduous endeavor as mere happenstance. Chapter 59. What audacity do these insignificant creatures have to provoke my ire? However, Shenzhou, have you encountered a formidable opponent in this forest? Lin Yujing inquires further. Why did you unleash such a powerful technique? A powerful technique. Shenzhou is taken aback, unaware that he had utilized anything extraordinary. Observing Shenzhou's perplexed expression, Lin Yujing gestures toward the still smoking crater below. To unleash such a formidable attack indicates a demon worthy of your serious consideration, does it not? Shenzhou lapses into silence, pondering could it be that this was merely a standard attack. If he were to disclose that he used this technique to dispatch a couple of first and second realm minor demons, would Lin Yujing's composure shatter? Confronted with this thought, Shan Zhou refrains from revealing the harsh truth to Lin Yujing and simply nods. I suppose so. The opponent is indeed quite troublesome. Without Lin Yujing prompting him further, he turned his gaze back to the still cowering Baifeng and chuckled. Get up, buddy. Are your legs still weak? Baifeng let out a sheepish laugh before finally standing upright once more. You needn't blame him too harshly. He was just about to rush down to save you. Lin Yujing chimed in with a smile. I asked that so? Shinzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise at the boy's unexpected willingness, though he seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly looked down. Almost simultaneously, a voice called out from below. Hey, you three! Hearing this, Lin Yujing and Baifeng lowered their heads, only to see a young man in white standing atop the trees. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, emanating an invisible aura that caused the surrounding branches to sway. First in the celestial camp, Imo Wuhan. Did you slay the demons in this forest? Imo Wuhan's face was as cold as ice. His tone devoid of any emotion. Shan Zhou nodded lightly. Good. With a flick of his sleeve, Imo Wuhan pointed forward with his right hand, declaring, I intend to head in that direction. From this moment on, the three of you are to vacate the area and must not appear in my sight. As he spoke, Imo Wuhan's imposing aura surged, radiating an overwhelmingly fierce energy characteristic of a formidable warrior at the third realm. Fifth level. While Imo Wuhan believed he was indeed stronger than Shan Zhou and his companions, he recognized that they possessed the ability to command demons and could fly through the air, making their movements swifter and more convenient. Thus, he resolved to keep his distance from them. Otherwise, he would remain in their wake and hardly be able to slay many demons himself. However, as the foremost talent in the celestial camp, Imo Wuhan harbored his own pride. He typically operated alone within the camp, dismissing any challenges that arose and never bothering to witness them. Imo Wuhan had virtually no friends within the celestial camp, nor any interpersonal connections, but what did it matter? When it came to distributing elixirs, he always received the most, and when selecting techniques, he chose only the finest. The other talents were only worthy of using what was left behind by him. Throughout his life, Imo Wuhan had never yielded to others. Rather, it was others who ought to yield to him, and this occasion would be no different. Furthermore, Imo Wuhan distinctly remembered that the young man before him, Shan Zhou, had referred to him as a mortal prior to their departure. Mortal. Just the thought of that term ignited a surge of anger within Imo Wuhan, a genius who floated above the clouds like him. How dare this boy insult him with such a lowly expression? This was precisely why Imo Wuhan had displayed such overwhelming dominance upon his arrival. If the other party had any sense, they would humbly withdraw after being humiliated. If not, he would ensure Shan Zhou experienced just how formidable a mortal could truly be. Lin Yujing remained expressionless, saying nothing, but her gaze towards Imo Wuhan resembled that of someone looking at a corpse. Sensing the charged atmosphere, Baifeng spoke up. I say, Imo, you're being a tad too domineering, aren't you? Even if the other party is the top talent, we were here first, and who decreed that we must heed your commands. Suddenly, a deafening roar of wind filled the air, sharp as a blade, causing Baifeng's cheek to sting painfully, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. What is happening? Baifeng thought, bewildered, and quickly opened his eyes, only to discover that the figure standing atop the trees was no longer Imo Wuhan, but Shinzhou? Huh? How did he suddenly change like that? Where's Imo Wuhan? Baifeng frantically looked around, finally spotting him not far away on the ground. That moment, the top talent of Guanghan Prefecture was performing a handstand. His feet pointed skyward while his head was deeply embedded in the earth. Just moments ago, he had appeared like a celestial being with his flowing hair, but now he seemed like a beggar. Covered in dirt, Baifeng's pupils constricted, and he swallowed hard, feeling as though he were trapped in an unreal spectacle. In a way, did Imo Wuhan just fall like that in the blink of an eye? No, it would be more accurate to say he was toppled. Shan Zhou's speed was astonishing. The first talent of the celestial camp had been dispatched with such ease, teaching the third realm martial artist humility through action. Virtue points 10. Upon hearing the notification from the merit record, Shan Zhou gazed at Imo Wuhan, who resembled a jester on the ground, and a cold, mocking laughter escaped him. It seems I truly underestimated myself. Now even the likes of you dare to make demands in my presence, Imo Wuhan. still partially conscious and groaning in agony, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration swell within him. Previously referred to as a mortal by Shan Zhou, he had now been demoted to the status of a stray dog. Yet the problem was, against Shan Zhou, he truly was akin to a stray dog, easily dispatched with a kick. It had happened too swiftly. Shan Zhou's speed was astonishing. When he had been attacked, Mo Wuhan could barely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. His body hadn't even had time to react, and he hadn't been able to mobilize his techniques before being reduced to this pitiful state. In that moment, Mo Wuhan finally comprehended Shan Zhou's assessment of him. It was not disdain or belittlement. Rather, for Shan Zhou, it was simply the most honest and direct evaluation. Terror, despair, and defeat flooded his heart as Mo Wuhan succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 60. The Guardian in the Shadows, a Stray Dog. Baifeng muttered the phrase, realizing that the esteemed first talent of the Celestial Camp had been reduced to such a title before Shan Zhou. However, it made sense. Shan Zhou dispatched strays with a single kick, and so too did he with Mo Wuhan. There was truly no distinction between the two. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have completely failed to perceive Shan Zhou's strength. Only those young elites who prided themselves as talents understood the true terror he embodied. It echoed the saying, "If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you do cultivate, you see me as a mayfly encountering the vast sky." I say, Shan Zhou, is this truly advisable? Baifeng could not help but voice, "Isn't Mo Wuhan considered one of our companions? Have you ever seen companions speaking so condescendingly to one another?" Lin Yujing snorted coldly, sighing with an air of maturity. The young people of today are far too in need of temperance. With a bit of martial talent and no experience of the world's harshness, they end up like Mo Wuhan. Shan Zhou opened his mouth, realizing that Lin Yujing had already articulated his thoughts, and he felt no desire to dwell on it. With a swift motion, he floated back to Lin Yujing's side. "Lin, shall we continue our journey?" "Of course." Lin Yujing nodded, and with that, Ling Qing took flight once more, carrying Shan Zhou and the others through the forest as they advanced. Shortly after their departure, a silver figure suddenly emerged from the nearby woods, swiftly arriving beside Mo Wuhan. Upon witnessing Mo Wuhan's deplorable state, the silver figure couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is truly ruthless and precise. No wonder Brother Yin specifically instructed me to accompany him. Otherwise, with any other members of the Chengwu Guard, I wouldn't have been able to keep up." He pulled Mo Wuhan from the ground, delivering a few slaps to rouse him. However, Mo Wuhan remained blissfully unaware. "Sound asleep. What are you pretending for? If you can act so well, do it in front of the demons. Why put on a show in front of your own people?" The silver figure shook his head and fed Mo Wuhan a medicinal pill. "Wake up. Guanghan Palace sent you to kill demons and hone your skills. What business do you have napping here?" The moment the pill was consumed, Mo Wuhan began to stir. Seeing this, the silver figure nodded and vanished once more. At that moment, Shan Zhou and his companions had completely exited Songyan County and found themselves in the buffer zone between Songyan County and the Honglin Mountain Range, where the terrain was complex, and traces of human excavation were nearly invisible. Shan Zhou spoke up, "I possess a martial talent that allows me to perceive the traces of any demons, enabling me to locate them swiftly from the air." "I see." Lin Yujing replied calmly, nodding in understanding. "No wonder you were able to detect the demons in the forest so effortlessly." Baifeng exclaimed, "Wow, Shan Zhou, your awakened martial talent provides unparalleled reconnaissance capability." Lin Yujing cast him a glance, noting how the newcomer was still in awe of Shan Zhou's extraordinary strength, while she, as a seasoned player, had grown desensitized to it. Shan Zhou continued, "When I find more demons, I will leave them for the two of you to handle." With Mo Wuhan's unexpected interference, Shan Zhou realized he had neglected an important matter. He had partnered with Lin Yujing purely for her bird demon, intending to use her as a free driver, as hunting demons this way was far more convenient. However, this resulted in Shan Zhou doing all the slaying while Lin Yujing earned no points at all, rendering her merely a tool, which felt rather unethical. How could he partake in a feast while smashing the pot? His actions were no different from those he sought to combat. As friends, it was only right to uplift one another and develop together. "All right." Lin Yujing nodded gently, fully aware of Shan Zhou's sentiments. A wave of introspection washed over her, leading her to contemplate that perhaps the greatest nightmare in this world is to become Shan Zhou's adversary. Conversely, The utmost fortune might be to be counted among his friends, or at least that was her belief. The first 2 decades of her life had been shrouded in darkness, devoid of hope, until she encountered Shanzhou, which made her feel that life had finally begun to blossom with brightness. Shanzhou. Repressing her musings, Lin Yujing suddenly recalled something. Our mission this time is to slay monsters. But the Guanghan Palace did not specify how we should record our achievements in this endeavor, did it? Indeed. With Lin Yujing's reminder, Bai Feng also came to the realization. Merely slaying monsters, yet no one knows how many we have vanquished. Shinzhou, however, appeared unfazed, stating, because there will be someone recording it in secret. Recording in secret? There are members of the Chengwu Guard keeping watch. They are both documenting our exploits and ensuring our safety. In truth, since arriving in Songyan County, Shanzhou had discerned the hidden presence of the Chengwu Guards thanks to his ability, the Eye of Natural Disasters. That's how it is, Lin Yujing thought. Finally enlightened. The Chengwu Guard is the personal guard of the Duke of Chengwu, and even their weakest members are at the pinnacle of the Third Realm. With their protection, this journey to slay monsters in the Tianjiao camp, though seemingly fraught with peril, is actually well within our grasp. As she pondered, Shanzhou squinted, for he had noticed another name emerging below. There is someone, Shanzhou remarked. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng looked down and indeed spotted a man dressed as a commoner. Ragged and weary, squatting by a small creek and drinking water while glancing around nervously. I in such a desolate place. There is someone, Bai Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Let us go take a look, Shanzhou commanded. All right, Ling Qing swiftly descended. The man drinking water was startled by the sudden appearance of the bird monster and turned to flee, but he clearly lacked any martial prowess and was quickly surrounded by Shanzhou and his companions. Do not be alarmed, Shanzhou spoke first. We are human. The man rubbed his eyes, and the tension in his body seemed to finally ease as he collapsed to the ground. Wonderful. I have finally encountered living beings, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Sir, how did you end up here? Bai Feng inquired. Lin Yujing handed the man a large cake from her belongings. The man accepted the cake and began to devour it, speaking as he ate. My name is Yu Fengyan, a villager from a nearby settlement. Just 2 days ago, a multitude of monsters suddenly emerged from the mountains, attacking our village. My entire family was captured by a horde of rat demons. I struggled with all my might to escape from their lair. As he spoke, Yu Fengyan became increasingly agitated, grabbing Bai Feng's hand and pleading, since you 3 are so formidable, could you please rescue my wife and daughter? If they are not saved soon, they will surely be devoured by those monsters. Certainly. Bai Feng immediately nodded. That is precisely why we are here. Is the demon's lair far from here? Shinzhou inquired. Not far, just a few hundred steps away. The rat demons are dwelling in a large underground cave, and my family is tied up there. Furthermore, there are over a dozen others stored there as food reserves. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng clenched his fists, anger flashing across his face. Shinzhou decisively nodded. Lead the way, thank you so much. Yu Fengyan expressed his gratitude profusely, momentarily forgetting the cake in his hands as he guided Shinzhou and the others onward. Chapter 61. It is you who should report to King Yin. Soon, the quartet arrived at the mouth of a canyon. Inside that cave, trembling, Yu Fengyan pointed towards a distant location behind a large rock, his face filled with terror. Shinzhou and the others looked and indeed spotted a pitch-black cave concealed by trees. Even from a distance, they could faintly smell the foul odor wafting from within. Shungo, what should we do now? Bai Feng asked eagerly, glancing at Shinzhou. Shall we charge in? Lin Yujing frowned. I think it's best not to act recklessly. However, Shinzhou turned to Yu Fengyan, asking, You said your family is in this cave? Indeed. Yu Fengyan nodded, anxiety etched on his face. I beseech you 3 to assist me. At this, Yu Fengyan began to kneel, but Shinzhou quickly supported him, saying, There is no need for that. I am always happy to help others and do not seek grand gestures of gratitude. His tone suddenly turned cold, however, since you are so worried about your family. Allow me to take you to save them. With that, Shinzhou abruptly seized Yu Fengyan by the neck and hurled him outward. This action shocked everyone present, and in the frightened gaze of Yu Fengyan, he was flung into the air, landing squarely in an open space before the cave. The next moment, the seemingly solid ground beneath him gave way like mud, causing Yu Fengyan to sink into it. Simultaneously, several claws emerged from the muck, holding him tightly. It's me, It's me! Yu Fengnian cried out in terror as the claws tore at his flesh. I was thrown over here. The ones you seek are over there. Behind that large rock, at this moment, Lin Yujing and Bai Feng finally realized that Yu Fengnian was actually a mole for the monsters, a human traitor. His intention was to lead Shinzhou and his companions into the treacherous mire ahead. Fortunately, Shanzhou had seen through his ruse. Fool! A shrill voice echoed from the swamp, and the next instant, several rat demons erupted from the mud. Each one was about the size of a child. Small yet fierce, with sharp beaks and teeth, some even wielding knives and swords as weapons. Upon seeing these rat demons, Shanzhou swallowed hard but restrained the urge to strike, then said, "You too, take action." "All right." Lin Yujing nodded, her right hand waving as the formidable and ferocious Bai Chan reappeared. The rhinoceros demon let out a roar and charged at the group of rat demons, engaging them in fierce combat. "I'll handle this here. You two go into the cave." Lin Yujing turned to Shanzhou. "There are surely many monsters inside." Shinzhou, ever mindful of his companions, was not one to act without regard for others. When it came to gaining experience points, they would share the rewards together. "Very well," Shinzhou replied without hesitation, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, his choice of friends had always been impeccable in his previous life. Although his closest friends were not wealthy heirs but rather ordinary workers, they supported one another through hardships in this life. It remained the same. "Brother, prepare for takeoff." Shinzhou casually grabbed Bai Feng, using the skill Flying Fairy to transform their forms into fleeting shadows, darting past the throngs of monsters and into the cave. Immediately, darkness enveloped them, accompanied by a foul, nauseating stench. Bai Feng covered his nose, raising his left hand as a crossbow materialized at his wrist, emitting a faint purple glow that illuminated their surroundings. "Not bad," Shinzhou remarked, "but it's still too dim." He raised a finger, and brilliant electricity burst forth, illuminating the area as if they were basking in the sun. For a human generator, darkness was hardly a concern. Bai Feng's earlier pride vanished in an instant. The cave resembled the description of a paradise in Peach Blossom Spring, narrow at first, then leading to a spacious expanse. After traversing a passageway, they found themselves in a vast, open cavern. The most striking feature of this cave was a massive mound of flesh resting upon a throne made entirely of skulls. Estimated to weigh at least 1,000 pounds, this was undoubtedly a rat demon larger than an elephant. Layers of fat cascaded down its body like waves, its glossy black fur indicating it was well fed. Flanking this behemoth were several robust rat demons, dressed in makeshift clothing, their muscles rippling beneath their fur as if forged from iron. Why heavens! Bai Feng's eyes widened, swallowing hard, fear gripping him at the sight before him. The oppressive aura emanating from the Black Rat King sent shivers down his spine. The creature's realm was likely far beyond his own. He was currently at the 6th level of the 2nd realm. But this creature, could it be at the 3rd realm? No, it must be even higher. Alas, I never anticipated that a human child would unexpectedly wander to my doorstep. Upon its bony throne, the Rat King momentarily displayed a flicker of astonishment in its eyes. It lazily raised its head, looking down upon Shanzhou and his companion with an air of superiority, and began to recount. "Do you know, I have consumed 20, no, 30. Suddenly, a look of irritation crossed its face, and it shook its head. I've lost count. In any case, I have devoured numerous human children. Each time I wish to feast, I must send my subordinates to capture them. Yet, those adults would rather sacrifice themselves than let the children be taken. Capturing a child is quite the troublesome endeavor, requiring considerable effort. Who would have thought that this time it would be so effortless?" It pointed its elongated claws at Shinzhou and his companion, 2 human youngsters. "Have you lost your way? How did you inadvertently stumble upon the gates of Yama?" As these words left its mouth, the surrounding elite rat demons gazed at them with mocking expressions, baring their chilling fangs in sinister laughter. Bai Feng, terrified, curled into a ball, yet stubbornly held his bow and arrow aloft. As for Shanzhou, he merely smiled, mirroring the grotesque grin of the rat demons. In the next moment, he responded to the Rat King's inquiry with action. Shanzhou suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a blur, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling straight towards the Rat King at the center. The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of thunder. The Rat King's pupils constricted as it reacted. A surge of dark smoke erupted from its body, enveloping everything in the vicinity. This black mist appeared to possess a formidable corrosive quality. As the human bones beneath the Rat King began to sizzle and dissolve upon contact, turning to liquid in the blink of an eye, however, Shun Zhou paid no heed, diving headlong into the deadly black fog. How foolish! The Rat King, upon witnessing this, displayed a glimmer of delight, opening its gaping maw to unleash another noxious miasma towards the approaching Shun Zhou. Yet, almost simultaneously, the young human boy flickered and vanished from sight. Where did he go? The Rat King twisted its head, eager to search, only to freeze in place the next moment, for a hand, slender and delicate like a young lotus root, had firmly grasped its head. A mocking voice echoed in the Rat King's ear. The one who has wandered to the gates of Yama is you? Chapter 62. The greatest prize yet. Shun Zhou's long fingers, though seeming devoid of strength, gripped the rat's head with the tenacity of a hydraulic clamp. The sneering laughter ringing in the Rat King's ears sent it into a frenzy of recollection, memories of its past flooding its mind unbidden. No, I cannot yield. This is merely a human child. I am the Rat King. I have spent a century honing my skills to achieve this day. I cannot falter now. Those who cannot vanquish me shall only serve to make me stronger. A surge of defiance swelled within the Rat King as it shattered the fleeting images in its mind, channeling all its demonic power. It intended to release all the miasma it had amassed over its lifetime in this moment. This battle would be fought to its fullest extent, a cathartic clash to the end, yet the next second, the Rat King's ambitious resolve was abruptly halted. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing explosion, Shun Zhou effortlessly severed its head from its body. The grand battle the Rat King had envisioned never even commenced before it concluded. Slain a rat demon of the initial realm, virtue points 1100. Inwardly elated, Shun Zhou was astonished to discover that the reward from the Rat King had propelled him beyond Zhao Shuanghe. He realized that when vanquishing evil, the virtue points awarded by the record of meritorious deeds did not solely hinge on the malefactions committed by the opponent. Moreover, it also considered the opponent's realm. The higher their level, the greater the base virtue points awarded. Thus, slaying a formidable boss was far more rewarding than dispatching a multitude of lesser foes. A smile crept upon Shun Zhou's lips. This battle had indeed been arduous. He had utilized flying across the water to ambush the Rat King, then employed Blink to unexpectedly teleport behind it, ultimately seizing its head in that fleeting moment. He combined Slash and Purple Yang electric blade technique to unleash an immensely powerful, formless electric slash. Throughout the ordeal, he had continuously withstood the Rat King's corrosive miasma using Fourth Catastrophe. Shun Zhou had deployed nearly all his techniques to execute this splendid instant kill. After all, the adversary was a foe of the Fourth Realm. It was his first encounter with such a powerful opponent, and thus he had to be exceedingly cautious. He held nothing back, committing entirely to the fight. The Rat King was decisively beheaded, yet its body continued to spew forth terrifying miasma. The black toxic smoke corroded the white bone thrown beneath it, and even the two elite rat demons nearby were engulfed, rolling on the ground in agony as they were corroded. With each violent exhalation, the Rat King's massive form resembled a balloon losing air, rapidly deflating. This was not due to the Rat King's continued spellcasting after death, but rather the muscular spasms resulting from its demise, akin to a frog's body moving for a time post-mortem. Still, it could not find peace in death. Shun Zhou let out a cold chuckle, casually discarding the severed rat head before swiftly skinning the Rat King's pelt. There was no choice. His garments had been thoroughly corroded by the miasma released by the Rat King, leaving him completely unclothed. A true warrior could display their upper body post-battle, exuding an aura of dominance, but revealing oneself entirely would merely signify perversion. You corroded my clothes, and I shall take your pelt. It is only fair. Upon finishing with the skinning, Shun Zhou discovered that the flesh and bones of the Rat King had also been entirely eroded by the black smoke. In contrast, the fur he now donned remained unscathed. How delightful, he mused, having stumbled upon such a treasure. Wrapping the thick fur tightly around himself, Shun Zhou glanced down at his health bar, which had diminished by 1/6 and continued to decline. Not bad for a large rat. Considering the length of his health bar, this was indeed considerable damage. It seemed imperative to cultivate a body refinement technique to fortify his health further. In the cavern, Shan Zhou's sudden assault elicited a rapid counterattack from the Rat King. The other elite rat demons, along with Bai Feng, stood frozen in place, not out of stupor, but because they were utterly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. This battle had transcended their understanding. By the time they regained their senses, the position of the Rat King was shrouded in billowing black smoke, with two unfortunate rat demons caught in the fray, rolling on the ground before ceasing to move, half their bodies reduced to putrid sludge. Who emerged victorious? In that moment, Bai Feng and the remaining rat demons anxiously stared at the cloud of smoke. Their earlier tensions dissolved, for they all recognized that their skirmish was inconsequential. The outcome between Shan Zhou and the Rat King had already been decided. In the next instant, they witnessed the thick black smoke suddenly expand, nearly engulfing a third of the cavern, as several elite rat demons hurriedly dodged. Their expressions shifted to joy. The Rat King's powers were erupting with increasing ferocity. Victory was assured. This was the Rat King's triumph. In stark contrast, Bai Feng's expression paled. The terrifying black smoke could corrode anything. And Shan Zhou had been inside for so long. Would he? Both sides' thoughts abruptly halted as a young boy emerged from the heart of the black smoke, nonchalantly adjusting his belt, clad in a thick pelt that enveloped him comfortably. The boy's hair was tousled, yet his breathing remained steady, his posture upright. The rat demons present fell into complete stupor, their bodies frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. The boy had emerged unscathed from the Rat King's miasma? Not even a single hair had been lost, and the Rat King? Wait, they seemed to see the Rat King alongside the boy. More precisely, it had been skinned and worn by the boy. Seeing the boy adorned in the Rat King's pelt and the belt around his waist, the elite rat demons comprehended everything. The Rat King had been flayed and skinned by this very boy. Shan Zhou emerged unscathed. How could this be possible? Bai Feng was equally stunned. He had begun to mirror Lin Yujing. Feeling a numbness seep into his heart after the initial shocked eye in the silence that followed, Shan Zhou's gaze turned toward the rat demons, a casual chuckle escaping his lips. Ah, your king died with a glimmer in its eyes. I thought it might have some hidden cards. Alas, it was utterly incapable of satisfying my desires. Now, only the three of you little rats remain. Chapter 63. The State of Affairs. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining three rat demons dared not meet Shan Zhou's gaze. Instead, they crawled swiftly and uniformly on the ground, burying their grotesque rodent heads low. My lord, we implore you to spare our lives. In the face of such a terrifying being, escape was an impossible venture. The only way to survive was to plead for mercy. Shan Zhou did not respond to their queries but instead inquired, I ask you, who among the vast expanse of the Honglin mountain range is the mightiest of demons? The virtue points bestowed by a Rat King were indeed substantial, and now Shan Zhou sought even greater rewards. The three rat demons exchanged glances, and one of them spoke first. We have actually migrated from Jiarui Prefecture and have always lingered on the fringes of the Honglin mountain range, never daring to venture deep within, so our knowledge is rather limited. However, if we speak of the most formidable we have heard of, it must be the Toad Lord residing in the Cloudstone Marsh. Indeed, its power far surpasses that of our king. It is a true demon lord. Another rat demon concurred. Human warriors must reach the fifth realm to absorb spiritual energy and commune with the heavens. And demons are no different. A demon attaining this level is rightfully referred to as a demon lord. This indicates that the Toad Lord is at least a fifth realm demon. The fifth realm? You say. This posed a dilemma for Shan Zhou. Would he have to confront an adversary 2 realms above him? Such circumstances could prove troublesome. He wondered whether he could eliminate it now. First, he would note its location and contemplate. With that thought, Shan Zhou asked, where does the toad demon reside? In a broad wetland to the southwest. Shan Zhou nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, are there any other demons of your king's caliber nearby? He needed to tread cautiously regarding the Toad Lord, but demons like the Rat King were more manageable. Yes, to the northwest, approximately 30 miles from here, there is a group of snake demons, whose king's strength is comparable to that of ours. Remarkably, they had just revealed their own nemesis. Quite clever, these rodents. Even in their final moments, they sought to drag their enemies down with them. My lord, please, feel free to ask any questions. We shall answer with utmost honesty. They continued, bowing fervently, their sincerity palpable. It seemed this band of rat demons had adopted the unsavory habits of humans, as they were well versed in the art of bowing. I have no further inquiries for you. Shenzhou shook his head, causing the rat demons' hearts to race. The underlying implication of his words suggested they held no value to him. They immediately intensified their bows, but Shenzhou shifted his tone. Continuing, however, in light of your fervent pleas for mercy, I have decided to grant you an opportunity. At this juncture, Shenzhou looked down upon the three kneeling rat demons, pointing at the distant Bai Feng, and stated nonchalantly, as long as you three can eliminate him, I shall grant you my favor. The three rat demons exchanged incredulous glances. Was the other lad not one of their own? What did this mean? Was there to be infighting? Bai Feng too questioned the unfolding situation. Was Shenzhou not his ally? What did this imply? If you wish to live, you must act swiftly. Shenzhou smiled and stepped back, clearly indicating he would not partake in this battle. The three elite rat demons sprang to their feet, their eyes fixed fiercely on Bai Feng, their faces contorted with a cruel desire to kill and an intense will to survive. To slay him was their only path to survival, and they would fight with all their might. Bai Feng swallowed hard, and under the threat of death, he resolutely raised his bow. Outside the cave, the rat demons had been entirely dispatched by Lin Yujing, and she had retracted her weapon, standing quietly at the entrance, awaiting the triumphant return of Shenzhou and Bai Feng. Lin Yujing had no inclination to investigate, for she believed in Shenzhou's prowess. He could not possibly lose. Sure enough, moments later, the two emerged from the cave, Bai Feng drenched in blood, panting heavily and appearing somewhat fatigued. In stark contrast, Shenzhou appeared unchanged, vibrant and unblemished, save for one glaring detail. He had changed his attire. His former garments had been replaced with a coat of fur. What was the meaning of this? Upon seeing Shenzhou's appearance, Lin Yujing was momentarily taken aback. Why did you take the time to change clothes? Yet, as soon as the question left her lips, she realized the absurdity of her inquiry. Shenzhou was clearly adorned in the pelt of some demon. My original clothes were lost. I had no choice but to borrow someone else's attire, Shenzhou replied with a smile. Did you receive permission? Lin Yujing retorted. They probably consented. At least they did not object. Shenzhou nodded. Following this exchange, the two shared a knowing smile. It was delightful that Shenzhou's favorite dark humor from his previous life was now comprehensible to the people of this world. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. Esteemed ones, esteemed ones. Turning, they saw the scoundrel Yu Fengyan, a peasant who was now desperately crawling toward them from the muck. Possessing the fourth calamity, Shenzhou had discerned Yu Fengyan's ill intentions at first glance. He claimed to be from a nearby village, yet his name revealed him to be a refugee from Jiarui Prefecture. Furthermore, his name was colored orange, indicating hostility. The distance between Jiarui Prefecture and Guanghan Prefecture was divided by the Honglin mountain range. He had evidently followed the rat demons from there to here, likely having already become a pawn of the demons. He would lure innocent passers-by into danger, allowing the rat demons to ambush and slay them, and he would surely partake in the spoils. With this thought, a chilling aura filled Shenzhou's gaze. However, logically, this scoundrel should have been fleeing from him in terror. Yet he approached Shenzhou and his companions instead, which was peculiar at that moment. Yu Fengyan's arms and legs bore the marks of the rat demon's claws, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, dragging himself before Shenzhou and the others, leaving two trails of blood on the ground. Esteemed ones, when you were in that rat demon lair, did you happen to see my wife and children? Yu Fengyan inquired urgently, gesturing frantically. My wife has lost an eye and has long hair. My daughter is about this tall, with a round face and a mole on her forehead. Do you truly have a wife and children who have been captured? Lin Yujing asked, astonished. She had assumed he had long since betrayed humanity, but it seemed there was more to this story. Yes, Yu Fengyan nodded vigorously, a glimmer of unprecedented hope surfacing on his face. The rats said that if I can deceive enough people, they will release my wife and children. So, esteemed ones, did you see my wife and children in that cave? Bai Feng felt as though his heart had been viciously struck. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound, for he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, within that dark cave, there were only a pile of bones. Where could any living souls be found? Chapter 64. This is your path to death. Bai Feng's assumption was erroneous. At least at this moment, there was indeed a living soul within that dark cave. As Shenzhou and Bai Feng departed, a shadowy silver figure emerged from the earth, the same one who had previously administered medicine to Mo Wuhan. Goodness gracious! The shadowy figure surveyed the surroundings and marveled that Shenzhou is no simple figure. He effortlessly dispatched the fourth realm rat demons. Could this lad be one of the true prodigies that Lord Chengwu has sought for a lifetime? If such a character were allowed to mature for another century, he might pose a genuine threat to the court. With this thought, the shadowy figure shook his head. However, it is a pity, for Lord Chengwu's aspirations are destined to remain unfulfilled. That lad is likely preparing to slay another batch of demons. I must continue to follow him. The shadowy figure once more vanished into the earth. But at that moment, a jade talisman he bore on his chest began to resonate. Someone is sending a message. The shadowy figure grasped the talisman, channeling his true energy into it, and soon heard a voice. Aged yet powerful, the old toad intends to rebel. Mission terminated, the shadowy figure's expression shifted dramatically. Faced with Yu Fengnian's desperate gaze, Bai Feng stood frozen, unsure how to respond, while Lin Yujing bit her lip, turning to Shenzhou. Is what this man says true? Or is he merely attempting to elicit our sympathy? She lacked the ability to discern lies, but she believed that Shenzhou could in Shenzhou's mind. The figure had taken on a somewhat mythic quality, appearing almost omnipotent. However, coincidentally, Shenzhou was indeed aware, nodding slightly. This person was not lying. Yu Fengnian's name had transitioned from its previous orange hue to green, signifying friendliness. Shenzhou had assisted Yu Fengnian in vanquishing a group of rat demons, and it was evident that Yu Fengnian was deeply appreciative of his help. Yet, it was futile. Death is still death. Meeting Yu Fengnian's eager gaze, Shenzhou spoke calmly and candidly. There are no women or maidens in that cave. Only remains of white bones. Upon hearing this, the expression of anticipation on Yu Fengnian's face transformed into shock, ultimately contorting into a grimace of despair. Nevertheless, Shenzhou's indifferent voice continued. In truth, you have known this all along. Haven't you? You have followed these rat demons for so long and witnessed their cruelty, so you are acutely aware that your wife and daughter could never have survived in the clutches of those beasts. You simply refuse to acknowledge this reality, choosing instead to numb yourself. Yu Fengnian, who had already been kneeling, began to tremble, and Shenzhou ruthlessly pierced through his facade. Indeed, he had been with these rat demons for nearly half a year. In that time, he had seen countless living souls dragged into the rat holes, but had never witnessed a single one emerge alive. During the migrations of the rat demons, he had never caught sight of his wife or daughter among them. The promises made by the rat demons were nothing but lies, a truth he was all too aware of. Yet, Yu Fengnian was unwilling to believe. He did not dare to accept it, preferring to cling to his illusory hope for survival. For that hope was the sole pillar of his existence. Without it, he would lose everything. Observing Yu Fengnian's despondent state, Shenzhou recognized that this man's life had been largely spent in darkness. However, your tragic experiences cannot serve as a justification for your complicity in evil. To deliver your own kind into the jaws of demons for the sake of your obsession is the path to your own demise. Shenzhou took a step forward, looking down at him. Do you have any final words? In that moment, there was no trace of fear of death on Yu Fengnian's face, only a numbing resignation. As he bowed his head to Shenzhou, I apologize for soiling your hands. As soon as those words left his lips, Yu Fengnian's head fell. Killing a collaborator of evil, Benevolence 10, reuniting Yu Fengnian's family. Benevolence 20, Shenzhou inclined his head slightly. For someone like Yu Fengnian, regardless of the perspective, death was indeed the best resolution. Witnessing Yu Fengnian's demise, Lin Yujing maintained a stoic expression. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, she had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Bai Feng took a deep breath, a complex expression crossing his face. Yu Fengnian's experiences had imparted a deeper understanding of the world to him. This world is neither black nor white, but rather a delicate shade of gray, where many matters cannot be simply defined by right or wrong. With this realization, Bai Feng swiftly reined in his emotions and bowed to Shenzhou. Brother Shen? Thank you. Just moments ago, when Shenzhou had single-handedly battled the three demons, Bai Feng had understood the good intentions behind Shenzhou's actions. Someone like him, who had never faced life-and-death combat, needed such a trial to forge his resolve. As the saying goes, one can teach through words, but experience teaches in a profound manner. This battle had proven immensely beneficial for Baifeng. He no longer found himself instinctively cowering before terrifying foes. He felt his resolve solidifying, even breaking through to the 7th level of the second realm due to this life-and-death experience. Shan Zhou's strength far surpassed his, and the fact that he was willing to train him, a burden, was an immense kindness. In that moment, Baifeng realized he was unworthy of being Shan Zhou's friend. For true friends support one another, yet he could offer nothing in return. He felt undeserving. Shan Zhou watched as Baifeng's name shifted from green to pink. It was one thing for Lin Yujing's name to be pink, but Baifeng's was even more peculiar. Was this the legendary Macho Pink? In helping Baifeng, Shan Zhou had not overthought the matter. Having loved ones and close friends in his previous life, he regarded Baifeng as a true comrade. Moreover, possessing the Eye of Calamity, he had no concerns about betrayal from companions. Just as Shan Zhou was about to respond to Baifeng's gratitude, a voice interrupted. Enough chatter. Who? Baifeng and Lin Yujing were both startled, feeling a flash before their eyes as a silver figure abruptly appeared beside them. The speed was astonishing. Leaving them no time to react, Lin Yujing stepped back, while Baifeng jumped aside, swiftly drawing his bow. Only Shan Zhou remained still, fully aware of the figure's presence, as the green name had been flitting about underground, making it impossible to ignore. What is there to fear? I am a member of the Chengwu Guard. The silver figure admonished, producing a badge from his waist to verify his identity. You may call me Lord Yin. Lin Yujing and Baifeng came to their senses, recalling Shan Zhou's earlier mention of the Chengwu Guard covertly protecting them. Had Shan Zhou been correct once again? Lord Yin. Lin Yujing and Baifeng bowed respectfully, while Shan Zhou observed the figure with keen interest. Clad in the same flying fish attire as Yin 15 and Yin Nan, the man appeared to be around 35 or 36, his features unremarkable, even somewhat shifty. Yet what captured Shan Zhou's attention most was the name above Lord Yan's head. It was neither Chengwu Guard nor a disciple of Chengwu Marquis, but Jinfu Si Xiao Wei Yin Nan, Chapter 65. Something big is coming. Earlier, while still in Songyan County, Shan Zhou had sensed the presence of the Chengwu Guard nearby, and all their names had uniformly been Chengwu Guard. Yet this individual accompanying him was different. The Zhenfu Si was an organization established by the founding emperor of the Yin Kingdom, known as the Imperial Guard. An emperor's personal guard, undercover beside the Chengwu Marquis? What is going on? A spy thriller? Shan Zhou pondered briefly before dismissing the inquiry. He was not concerned with the underlying machinations, as long as the individual bore no malice, indicated by the green name. The situation had changed. The demon extermination mission was hereby concluded. Yin Nan spoke again, urgency evident in his tone. The three of them were left bewildered. The demon-slaying task had been proceeding smoothly. Why was it suddenly terminated? Perceiving their confusion, Yin Nan waved his hand. Do not ask questions, just obey orders and return to Songyan County immediately. Boom. Just as his words fell, a tremendous explosion echoed from a distance. The ground beneath them began to tremble, as if the entire Honglin mountain range were affected. Shan Zhou furrowed his brow, leaping lightly onto a tree branch, where he beheld a vast plume of smoke rising into the sky from a remote location. Such power! Shan Zhou's pupils constricted. He recalled the words of the rat demons, warning of a fearsome demon lord in the southwest. Before he could react further, another strange humming sound emanated from that direction. It resembled a roar of some sort of demon, shaking the very soul. Shan Zhou squinted, and with that roar, the entire Honglin mountain range erupted into chaos. Countless beasts and demons roared in unison, as if responding to the resounding hum. Trees in the forest swayed violently, kicking up clouds of dust, while shadows darted among them above. The azure sky was filled with dark specks approaching from afar. In that moment, whether beast or demon within the Honglin mountain range seemed to have descended into madness, surging in droves toward the mountain's edge. Heavens! Lin Yujing leaped beside Shan Zhou, unable to suppress an exclamation. They stood at the edge of the Honglin mountain range, witnessing the breathtaking spectacle of thousands of beasts in a frenzy. Heavens! Shan Zhou echoed her astonishment, though while Lin Yujing's gaze held shock and trepidation. His was filled with fervor. He had never anticipated that something so grand would arrive. Initially, he had intended to seek out each demon individually, but now this process could be entirely circumvented. Benevolence points would come to him. Deep within the Honglin mountain range, Before a seemingly endless marshland, an elderly man stood, gripping a heavy iron halberd, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed ahead. The old man's hair and beard were completely white, clad in the same flying fish attire as Yin 13 and Yin Nan. However, unlike the two, he wore a magnificent crimson cloak billowing in the wind. "Old Toad, you have been rather restless of late." The elder spoke calmly. His voice, though soft, carried across the entire marsh. As he spoke, the central marsh suddenly erupted with waves, and a head nearly 5 zhang long emerged from the depths. This enormous head was flat, covered in scales resembling iron armor, with deep brown vertical pupils fixated intently on the elder before him. "What do you mean by restless?" The old toad grinned, revealing a set of gleaming, sharp teeth. "What do you think?" The elderly man spoke softly. "Why have so many demons suddenly emerged from the Honglin mountain range?" The old toad chuckled coldly, responding, "And what of it? Those little demons are merely restless. What concern is it of mine? I have kept my promise, never stepping a foot outside this Honglin mountain. Ha! If you wish to step out, you must first have feet." The elder displayed a mocking expression and retorted directly, "Within this Honglin mountain, there are at least hundreds, if not thousands, of demons residing. Some are mortal enemies, while others would not even cross paths. Tell me, why are they able to gather together at the same time and venture out of the Honglin mountain to feast upon humans? Humans cannot even unite. How could mere demons? Just as a rat demon would flee upon encountering a snake demon, while a snake demon would feast upon a rat demon, these two species are inherently opposed. Yet, in this instance, they have learned to cooperate against human settlements? What utter nonsense!" The elder knew well that this toad had a particular ability to control lesser demons for a short time. Faced with this undeniable truth, the other party still dared to argue. "I see you are getting restless." The elder tightened his grip on his halberd, his voice growing ever colder. 50 years ago, Lord Chongwu cut off your limbs, turning you into a mere totem. Now, do you wish to part with your head as well?" Under his icy gaze, the old toad burst into laughter once more. "Ha ha. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate my plight." In the next moment, it surged forth from the swamp like a whale breaching the ocean, descending upon the elder with the weight of a mountain. The elder's expression finally shifted from calm, for he noticed that the toad's limbs had fully regenerated. Boom! The massive form crashed to the ground, sending dust soaring and the earth trembling. The elder's figure, however, appeared on the opposite side as he swiftly retrieved a communication talisman from his chest, shouting, "The toad is rebelling. The plan is terminated." Chapter 66, The Demon Slaughter Machine. The name Shirley Mountain was merely a casual choice, not indicative of its size, which led to misunderstandings, hence I have renamed it. As the entire forest trembled, an overwhelming number of beasts and demons surged forth like a tidal wave in all directions. Even though the majority were mere first- and second-tier demons, the sheer momentum they amassed was terrifying. An aura of palpable slaughter spread outward. Yin Nan's expression grew grave as he bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Retreat at once!" Lin Yujing, without hesitation, summoned the bird demon Lingqing, casting an inquiring glance at Shanzhou. "You all should leave. I must stay a while longer," Shanzhou replied without looking back at that moment. He felt an intense emotion boiling within him, roaring. It was the foolishness known as hot blood. The opportunity for virtuous deeds lay right before him, and Shanzhou was determined to fight with all he had, even risking his life for a chance. No one is born strong, but some are destined to strive for strength. Without hesitation, Shanzhou activated over 1,000 points of virtue from the merit record, instantly leveling up, beginning with the body refining technique named Iron Wall Elephant Technique. "Very well, take care." Lin Yujing nodded gently, unsurprised by his decision. Below, Yin Nan was both astonished and enraged. "Shanzhou, what nonsense are you speaking? I know you are talented, but can't you be a bit more mindful of the situation? Is it not possible to avoid the limelight at this moment?" Hearing this, Shanzhou suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze sweeping over, the wind whipping across his handsome face as his cold voice rang out. "You want me to avoid the limelight?" Yin Nan was genuinely startled by his glare, suppressing the strange feelings within him as he retorted loudly, "It's not just one. It's a horde of demons." In Yin Nan's eyes, Shanzhou was completely mad. thinking he could face a tide of beasts alone. Did he believe he was impervious to harm or fatigue? Even a fourth-tier warrior could be worn down by a wave of low-tier beasts. Were it not for Shan Zhou's terrifying talent, it would be a pity for him to die here. He would have left long ago, however. Just as this unpleasant thought crossed Yin Nan's mind, his eyes widened in shock. He saw Shan Zhou suddenly emanate a tremendous aura. His presence deep and profound, as if shaped by countless years of trials. A layer of mystic light enveloped Shan Zhou, rapidly coalescing into a colossal elephant phantom towering 3 zhang high. This giant elephant stood firm upon the ground, as if cast from bronze and iron, baring its tusks and letting out a mighty roar, resembling a living creature. A sense of dread surged within Yin Nan. Wait, is that the Iron Wall elephant technique? He had once attempted to cultivate this technique, which yielded results comparable to other top body refining methods within the Guanghan Palace, yet was significantly more challenging, leading him to abandon it in the Tianjiao camp. Now, this exceedingly difficult martial art was mastered by a mere 15-year-old boy. Yet, that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was that this was a body-refining technique. Unlike other martial arts, body-refining methods not only required innate talent but also demanded extensive time to accumulate. This was a slow, grinding process requiring years of dedication to gradually hone the physical body, with no shortcuts available. But why? Why had this 15-year-old boy succeeded? Where had he found so much time? In this moment, Yin Nan did not understand this, but he comprehended Shan Zhou's earlier words. With such a prodigy, why should he avoid anyone's brilliance? As the beast tide approached, Yin Nan no longer hesitated. He swiftly seized Bai Feng beside him, transforming into a shadow fleeing into the distance. In the sky, Lin Yujing also rode Lingqing, turning to escape. Bai Feng, carried away by Yin Nan, fixed his gaze on Shan Zhou, who stood alone against the horde of demons. He suddenly realized that someone like Shan Zhou was destined to walk alone in life. His pace too swift for anyone to keep up with. Bai Feng's thoughts echoed. Shan Zhou sprang into action, dashing forward, his fur cloak billowing in the wind. Simultaneously, the horde of beasts spotted Shan Zhou and charged towards him. Under the toad's control, these demons had been given the order to kill humans, and now Shan Zhou was their primary target. I shall turn this place to ash. Shan Zhou's bold laughter rang out, his dark eyes reflecting the various beasts ahead, his steps never faltering. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of relentless slashes, akin to a heavy machine gun firing wildly. Countless streaks of light from his strikes enveloped Shan Zhou. Devoid of grandiose displays, subtle and silent, embodying pure sharpness. Whether it was snake demons, wolf demons, or tree demons, each was cleaved apart as they surged forward. In his quest to slay demons, Shan Zhou maximized the power of slash, the blades of energy converging around him like a protective shield. Slaying beasts, virtue points 1. Slaying first-tier demons, virtue points 10. Slaying first-tier demons, virtue points 10. The merit record began to feverishly document Shan Zhou's virtuous deeds. But its speed of recording could not keep up with Shan Zhou's pace of slaughter. Shan Zhou's current state was that of a veritable demon-slaying machine. Boom. Suddenly, a 1-zhang-tall, black-armored stag beetle demon charged in from the side, resembling a tank barreling towards Shan Zhou. Crack. Upon getting closer, a gash was slashed into its black carapace, yet it did not harm its flesh. The insect demon momentarily faltered but drew closer to Shan Zhou. This stag beetle demon became the first creature not instantly slain by Shan Zhou. Slash is the purest form of cutting, and the more strikes executed simultaneously, the more the power disperses. The stag beetle demon's sturdy shell allowed it to survive. Its massive pincers clashed together, emitting a chilling glint. With the rushing wind, they aimed to snip at Shan Zhou's waist. Shan Zhou frowned. The enemy not only refused to capitulate but dared to counterattack. He had always been the one to cleave others in two. When had anyone cleaved him? Shan Zhou's internal essence surged, the elephant phantom manifesting once more. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted as the massive pincers clamped onto Shan Zhou's body. A ripple of spiritual light spreading around him, standing tall and immovable like a lofty mountain. Shan Zhou's vitality remained exceptionally robust. Before his perfected Iron Wall elephant technique, he did not even waver. Not a single drop of blood was lost. Chapter 67. This is the true genius. Shen Zhou grasped the insect demon's pincers with one hand and yanked them fiercely. This must be your weak point. With a sharp sound, the stag beetle demon's pincers were forcibly torn off. Shen Zhou's right hand crackled with electricity, transforming palm into blade, plunging it into the wound where the pincers had been severed. Zzzzz. The rapid currents exploded within the insect demon's body. First came the scent of cooked flesh, followed by a strong odor of char. The enormous insect demon collapsed. Slaying a third-tier insect demon, virtue points 200, delight surged within Shen Zhou. Bring on more third-tier demons. If only there were some fourth-tier ones, that would be even better. His brilliant golden eyes lifted, and his strides quickened with increasing urgency. How could this be happening? Why have so many monsters suddenly appeared? Do not speak. Conserve your strength for escape. At this moment, Xiang Yang and Lu Tianrang were huddled together, each employing their skills to the utmost, desperately fleeing forward. Behind them echoed the howls and wails of the monsters. Accompanied by the sounds of fierce collisions, it was Mo Wuhan and 3 members of the Chengwu Guards, engaged in a fierce battle against the pursuing beasts, fighting while retreating. This defensive struggle made Xiang Yang and Lu Tianrang acutely aware of their own frailty. As a member of the Tianzhou camp, Mo Wuhan had already proven himself capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Chengwu Guards. In contrast, they could only play the role of the weak. Relying on the protection of others to force their way into battle would only hinder Mo Wuhan and his companions. Truly, Mo Wuhan was the foremost of the Tianzhou camp. The gap between him and the others was insurmountably vast. Just as they lamented this disparity, Lu Tianrang suddenly widened his eyes in shock, for he had glimpsed something terrifying not far ahead, surging against the tide of monsters. Mo, my brother, within 3 years, you shall ascend to the Chengwu Guards. Indeed, Mo Wuhan struck back 2 hound demons with a single palm, the praises of the Chengwu Guards ringing in his ears, and his mood was exhilarating. The synergy between him and the 3 guards was flawless. Together, they repelled wave after wave of beastly onslaught. The young men of his generation could only tremble under his protection, while he had already reached the level of fighting alongside the previous generation. What else could define genius if not this? An overwhelming surge of ambition filled Mo Wuhan's heart, but just then, he heard Xiang Yang and Lu Tianrang exclaim in unison, "Quick, look over there. It seems a more terrifying monster is charging towards us." What? Mo Wuhan turned to look and indeed saw a colossal figure approaching with incredible speed. It appeared to be an elephant demon, exuding immense power and seemingly harboring strange abilities. Any other beast that dared to approach was either sent flying or cleaved in two, its momentum fearsome. In an instant, Mo Wuhan felt goosebumps erupt across his skin. The mere display of this monster's might filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. It was absolutely inadvisable to confront it. The consequences would be dire. This is troublesome. The voice of a nearby Chengwu guard suddenly turned grave. Run left. Avoid that unknown demon. They were already struggling against the tide of beasts, facing only first and second-tier monsters. If they encountered that creature, it was unthinkable. They would surely face annihilation. The 6-member team immediately altered their course. Their eyes fixed on the massive elephant, their hearts racing. Should the creature change direction as well, they would have no choice but to engage in a desperate fight. Fortunately, the mysterious demon continued to charge forward, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Excellent, its target is not us. This allowed Mo Wuhan and the others to relax slightly, while simultaneously growing ever more curious about the nature of this monster, which dared to stand alone against a horde. The answer soon became clear. At the moment they were closest, they finally discerned the true form of their foe. Yet this revelation was even more absurd than they had imagined. It was not a demon at all, but a person, Shen Zhou. He surged through the throng of beasts like a tank among infantry, rampaging through the monstrous crowd. Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang stared in disbelief at the figure of the young man, their eyes wide with shock. Just moments ago, they had regarded Mo Wuhan as exceptionally formidable, but now, in comparison to Shen Zhou, Mo Wuhan was nothing. They suddenly realized how merciful Shen Zhou had been when they shared a carriage. He had merely scolded them and given them a single cut. Mo Wuhan was left speechless, his eyes nearly popping out. Why, in such a perilous situation, was Shen Zhou not only refusing to flee but boldly charging forward? Just as he had felt proud to fight alongside the previous generation, Shunzhou had already turned back to confront the enemy alone. Shunzhou had also noticed the distant six-member team. He merely cast a fleeting glance their way before disregarding them. There was nothing to say to these fleeing individuals. He could not afford to delay in his mission to slay demons. Yet that casual glance struck Imo Wuhan like a bolt from the blue. The disdainful look in Shunzhou's eyes was the same one he had worn when looking at others. Could this truly be the Shunzhou? What was happening? He was charging in alone. Was this boy a freak? How could he be so overwhelmingly powerful? Was he not exhausted? The Chongwu guards were equally astonished. And Imo Wuhan fell silent, his newly built confidence shattered in an instant by Shunzhou's overwhelming presence. Ha, ha, ha. Shunzhou was indeed fatigued. At that moment, he was slightly out of breath. With the dual enhancement of winning hearts with virtue and Iron Wall elephant technique, his stamina and true essence far surpassed that of martial artists of the same level. However, even so, he could not sustain such unrestrained expenditure indefinitely. Having fought his way here, Shunzhou had utilized nearly every martial art he had mastered to its fullest. Oh, except for 13 lethal spears. Now, in this state, how many more could he slay? No matter. Let us kill first and worry later. Immersed in the exhilarating thrill of slaughter, Shunzhou did not choose to halt despite his breathlessness. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt the ground tremble once more. A massive, mournful cry erupted from the space ahead. What was happening? In confusion, Shunzhou sensed that the entire sky seemed to darken. He looked up, his golden pupils constricting with shock, for he beheld a gigantic monster soaring through the air. The creature appeared to be 50 zhang in length, its body dark and covered in layers of scales. Appearing far harder than steel, was that the Toad Monarch? Or rather, a colossal crocodile spirit. Chapter 68. Engage immediately. Hearing the relentless roars surrounding him, Qin Hai's unremarkable old face tightened. The situation was unexpected. The Toad Dragon had somehow recovered from its injuries and was launching a full-scale attack. Facing the formidable aura of a fifth-tier demon lord, he did not even flinch. As the strongest among the Chongwu guards, he was expected to confront the enemy's mightiest. Qin Hai spoke coldly. Old Toad, I advise you to retract your powers immediately. 50 years ago, Lord Chongwu showed you mercy, but this time, you will not find it so easy to negotiate. You still have time to turn back. Otherwise, once the Lord arrives, you will find only a path to death. Trying to frighten me? The Toad Demon grinned maliciously. Do you think I do not know? Your master is gravely injured and has been in seclusion for many years without recovery. Qin Hai's expression remained calm, but his heart was tumultuous. The news of Lord Chongwu's injury was a closely guarded secret of the Guanhangwan. How did the Toad Demon, who had not left this mountain for 50 years, come to know? The severed limbs had mysteriously healed. Now this beast was aware of such insider information. Qin Hai sensed a plot brewing. You humans truly love to fight amongst yourselves, heh. The Toad Demon sneered, seemingly confirming Qin Hai's suspicions. But that works to my advantage. It abruptly turned, its powerful, massive tail smashing through the sound barrier as it hurtled towards Qin Hai. Qin Hai raised the massive halberd he was holding, its blade scraping against the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Boom! Qin Hai's body was instantly propelled backward but quickly stabilized. His feet seemed like steel nails driven into the earth, anchoring him firmly. Yet, even so, he was sent flying over 10 zhang. With just a single strike, Qin Hai's mouth bled, his breath unsteady. The opponent was a 5th-tier demon lord, and the gap between him and the 4th-tier peak was insurmountably vast. Among the 5 tiers, the disparity between the 4th and 5th was the greatest, almost like a chasm. After all, the first 4 tiers involve continuously refining one's body, making it more resilient and formidable. However, the 5th tier begins to absorb spiritual energy, truly connecting with the heavens and earth. The power of the cosmos is immense. Merely borrowing a fragment of it far surpasses the meager strength of a mortal's lifetime. Qin Hai's heart sank to the depths, yet his aura surged to its peak. Today, I shall exchange this old, frail body for your life, beast, to secure a chance for the people of Songyun County. In that moment, Qin Hai resembled a candle flickering in the wind, yet the fire he emitted was brilliantly radiant. You dog, how dare you think yourself worthy? The Toad Monarch scoffed. A mere 4th tier dares to boast so. However, as soon as it spoke, Qin Hai brandished the halberd in his hand and thrust it forward with great force. I may not be worthy, but I have this. Old man will send you flying. In that instant, the halberd's azure light surged, engulfed in boundless power, and struck fiercely towards the toad demon's body. Boom! The vibrant green mango struck heavily upon the toad demon, and with a tremendous crash, the enormous creature, measuring several dozen zhang in length, was truly sent flying. Accompanying this blow, the terrifying surge of demonic beasts throughout the entire Honglin mountain range came to an abrupt halt. Those frenzied beasts, previously rushing forward, regained clarity in their eyes, astonished and bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. "What is happening?" murmured a dazed rabbit demon, only to turn and find a similarly bewildered wolf demon standing beside it. As their gazes met, the two confused creatures instantly rediscovered the direction of their own demon lives. Such a scene unfolded across the great mountains. With the absence of the toad dragon's control, the beasts began to slaughter one another, having no inclination to unite against humanity. "You old fool, you have thoroughly enraged me." The toad dragon crashed to the ground, its roar, filled with pent-up fury, resonating simultaneously. Being struck down by a human of the fourth realm was an immense humiliation for it. Not even a scratch. Qin Hai staggered, half kneeling on the ground, striving to suppress the overwhelming sense of exhaustion surging through him. Clutching the treasured weapon of Lord Chongwu, he burned his secret method, unleashing the most formidable strike of his life. Yet even so, it merely felled the opponent once. However, that seemed sufficient. The might of the halberd in his hand was extraordinary, and the toad dragon's powers would not be able to manifest again for at least 10 days or half a month. At the very least, he had managed to halt the tide of demonic beasts that threatened the entire Songyun County. It was a pity, though, that with his abilities, he could advance no further. Just as he was lamenting this, the toad demon was completely ignited with ferocity, flipping over and opening its massive maw, lunging towards Qin Hai to bite. "I shall swallow you whole to vent my wrath." Yet at that moment, a white specter emerged from the heavens, arriving in an instant. The halberd in Qin Hai's hand also surged upwards, landing in the grasp of that white figure, which then swung it down fiercely. Splurt! This strike lacked the previous grandiose spectacle, yet the demon's blood, mingled with its entrails, splattered across the sky like a cloud of crimson. The fearsome toad demon was cleaved in two in the blink of an eye, terror finally flickering in its eyes as it scrambled to escape with its remaining short legs. The white figure in the sky vanished, and the halberd fell, skewering the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Hai momentarily fell into a stupor. "Lord Chongwu," he murmured softly, quickly regaining his composure, mustering his strength to stand upright and stride towards the halberd in the distance. The remaining cleanup work was his responsibility. "Ha! Ha!" The toad dragon braced its upper body, striving to advance, leaving behind an exceptionally wide path of blood. "Damn it! I was deceived. Wasn't it said that Lord Chongwu was gravely injured and unhealed?" The toad dragon's eyes filled with dread. "Why do I feel as if his strength has instead increased? Indeed, humans are utterly untrustworthy. I must flee. I need to escape towards Jiaruizu, or perhaps into that cave." There might still be a glimmer of hope, however, as a toad dragon. It was never particularly swift, and now, with half its body gone, it could only crawl forward with its palms, a truly pitiful sight. Yet it mattered not. It appeared that Lord Chongwu had not personally arrived, and its only concern was that Qin Hai. After unleashing his most powerful strike by burning his secret method, Qin Hai had already shown signs of fatigue. Even if he truly faced him, the odds should be 50-50. While pondering this, the toad dragon suddenly heard a sound of air being sliced behind it. This sound, though not loud, could hardly escape its keen ears. "That old man is coming so quickly?" Like a startled bird, the toad dragon immediately turned around. Yet even a demon lord accustomed to the grandest of spectacles found itself momentarily stunned upon seeing the newcomer. For the figure was not Qin Hai, but rather an unfamiliar young lad. In that instant, the toad dragon found the situation utterly absurd, yet simultaneously mournful. A dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. When did a mere human child dare to pursue it? Has it truly fallen to such a lowly state, to be so underestimated by humans? Yet the distant youth paid no heed to its thoughts, remaining silent as he launched a lightning spear, which had been charging in his hand, directly at the toad dragon. Chapter 69. Mutual Destruction. The lightning spear struck heavily upon the toad dragon's massive head. Boom. The sound of the explosion and the crackling of thunder echoed simultaneously. Yet after the smoke cleared, the toad dragon's head remained unscathed, the electricity leaping about, while the opponent stood firmly without budging. Shunzhou swallowed, initially intending to target the toad dragon's rear, but was caught off guard by its swift reaction, which allowed it to turn and block. Furthermore, even when striking head-on, his lightning spear seemed to completely lack any effect. Is this the foundation of an old powerhouse? Even cleaved in two, it remains so vigorous? This is nothing like the characters he read about in a certain comic in his previous life. Shunzhou had pursued for one reason alone. He was greedy. The opponent was a fifth realm demon, and now in a state of severe injury, this was an unparalleled opportunity. He simply could not let it go. But little did Shunzhou know, this creature was remarkably resilient. Its scales offered far greater defense than the previous scarab beetle. Yet, there were still vulnerabilities. One might even say there was a significant flaw, especially given the enormous, grotesque wound on its back. Seizing that wound for a critical strike would indeed present an opportunity, but the prerequisite was that this crocodile had to obediently present its back to him, allowing Shunzhou to deliver a fierce stab. The peak of the third realm? To achieve such a level at such a young age, he could be considered a genius among humans. The toad dragon sensed the other's realm, its amber eyes fixed upon Shunzhou. But before me, you are completely insignificant. What before me? You are merely a four-legged lizard. Speaking so grandly, Shunzhou reined in his thoughts, scoffing. No, it should be a two-legged lizard now. Considering you've become a bipedal creature. Since he could not overpower the opponent and the toad dragon was willing to engage in conversation, Shunzhou did not mind chatting for a few minutes. If he could delay until that old man arrived, the chances of justice being served in a 2-on-1 would greatly increase. He only needed to ensure the head was his. You scoundrel. The toad dragon let out a low growl. As a crocodile, it detested being called a four-legged lizard, especially now that Shunzhou had labeled it a two-legged lizard. For a dignified demon lord to receive such a title was utterly displeasing. Shunzhou excelled at using words to provoke others, and he had succeeded once again. However, as a demon, the toad dragon's skills and insults were woefully lacking. Shunzhou felt no ripple of emotion, even finding it amusing. Is that all? Change your words, two-legged lizard brother. Your insults sound more like a spoiled child, infuriating. Seeing the smirk on Shunzhou's lips, the toad dragon chose not to retort. It realized that this was not the time for banter. Suppressing its inner rage, the toad dragon turned to flee. Escape was of utmost importance. Yet, it had not crawled far when it heard the crackling of electricity behind it. The toad dragon abruptly turned its head, a new lightning spear blossoming upon its forehead. Again, it caused no harm. The toad dragon looked at the young lad, who immediately turned aside, feigning to admire the scenery, even humming a tune, as if the earlier attack had nothing to do with him. What the hell are you pretending for? Is there anyone else here besides you? The toad dragon glared fiercely at Shunzhou, preparing to turn and escape, only to hear crackle. Damn it, is this never-ending? The toad dragon's motion to turn was abruptly halted, and the anger it had just suppressed surged again. This brat was clearly waiting for it to turn around to launch a sneak attack on its vulnerable back. You, a mere martial artist, dare to sneak attack me, a wounded fish. Have you no shame? What infuriated it further was the boy's demeanor after the sneak attack, which was nothing short of contemptuous. It was a direct affront to its dignity as a demon lord. Since this brat seeks death, I shall grant it. With that thought, the toad dragon immediately abandoned its escape, its short legs leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as it charged towards Shunzhou. Here it comes! Shunzhou focused all his energy, his right hand crackling with lightning as he concentrated all his true essence into his palm. In an instant, a cacophony of bird calls erupted. Shunzhou's aim was to provoke the opponent, inciting it to attack him recklessly, thus creating an opportunity for him to break through. Now the opportunity had arrived. In the next moment, the toad dragon was charging right before Shunzhou. Its maw wide open, fangs bared, a visibly red energy sphere rapidly forming upon its crimson tongue. Flash, weak. Shinjo suddenly vanished from his spot, and the toad dragon's half-remaining body was enveloped in a bizarre glow. The toad dragon felt as if it had sunk into a deep sea, its movements slowing, even the energy it had amassed waning significantly. Simultaneously, a question arose in its mind. Where is he? Could it be? The toad dragon deduced the young lad's intentions and swiftly turned its head. Almost simultaneously, it felt a heart-wrenching pain erupt from behind, swiftly spreading to its brain. In the next instant, the toad dragon completed its turning motion, finally locking eyes with the youth whose gaze shimmered with a cold, golden light. You shall not survive either. The toad dragon emitted a resounding roar, as the blood-red orb within its maw transformed into a cataclysmic surge of energy. Cascading towards Shinjo, boom! A straight pillar of crimson light engulfed Shinjo, stretching far into the distance. What? Qin Hai, wielding a halberd and just having arrived at the scene, happened to witness the moment Shinjo was consumed by the red radiance. His murky old eyes instantly filled with fury. How dare this young man act so recklessly? Why did he venture alone to confront this old toad? Did he truly believe that he could defeat it just because it was half destroyed? Arrogant, foolish. Qin Hai seethed with indignation, yet simultaneously steeled himself, propping up his halberd and dragging his weary body forward, resolutely charging towards the old toad. This time, he was determined to eradicate it completely, lest he invite further calamities. However, the next moment, Qin Hai's actions halted midway. He discovered that the remaining half of the toad dragon's body had suddenly collapsed to the ground. A gash appeared on its surface, cleaving its form in two. Not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. The severed section was charred black, evidently having been carbonized. Qin Hai smacked his lips in disbelief. In a way, did this five-realm monster truly get slain by that young man? The youth, so extraordinarily gifted. Contemplating this, Qin Hai felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Such a promising young man had perished alongside this old toad. What a pity, such a pity. At this moment, he wished he could take Shinjo's place, to perish with this old toad instead. But wait. As Qin Hai's mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, his pupils suddenly constricted, for after the red light dissipated, it seemed he glimpsed the youth's figure, standing upright before the carcass of the toad dragon. Chapter 70. This is truly unbelievable. The fifth realm demon was indeed quite formidable. Shinjo let out a soft sigh of admiration. Faced with a gravely injured and near-death toad demon, he employed both verbal distraction and swift maneuvers to strike at its vulnerable spot, even utilizing the weaken technique he had never before activated. Yet even so, he was still met with a direct hit from the toad dragon's tail beast orb. How infuriating! This toad dragon had such hidden tricks yet waited until its demise to unleash them. Shinjo's newly acquired mouse skin coat was now utterly obliterated, leaving him completely exposed once more. Furthermore, his health bar, which had previously seemed reassuring, was now reduced to a mere 20%. TSK, persuasion, combined with iron wall defense, couldn't withstand the demon's assault. This was under the condition that Shinjo had already weakened the toad demon, diminishing its power. With all buffs stacked, he barely managed to survive. The fifth realm truly was monstrous. He had nearly been obliterated by this beast's ultimate move. But fortunately, his skills surpassed those of the creature. Simultaneously, this battle allowed Shinjo to appreciate the terrifying capabilities of his summoner skills. Blink, a teleportation without trajectory, could not even be perceived by a fifth realm demon lord, while Weaken possessed a numerical elegance, forcibly diminishing the opponent's speed and strength regardless of their realm. The value of these dual skills was on the rise, but regrettably, their cooldown was excessively long, making them usable only once per battle. After this realization, Shinjo redirected his focus to the Emperor's Banner, or rather, Record of Virtue. He beheld a line of text recorded on the pages. Slain a fifth realm early stage demon. Virtue points 10,000. Wait a moment, did I miscount a zero? Shinjo's eyes widened, his breath quickening. 10,000? TSK. This toad dragon, truly a source of joy. In that instant, all of Shinjo's earlier grievances were cast aside. It felt akin to laboring tirelessly all day, returning to his rented room only to discover that his 80 yuan lottery ticket had won 225 million. The disparity between the fourth and fifth realms was indeed vast. Unable to contain himself, Shinjo's smile broke free. The young man was still smiling. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Hai was equally astounded. He stood frozen for quite a while before suddenly slapping himself, finally confirming that he was not dreaming. The scene before him was real, but why was a Third Realm youth standing unscathed after taking the full frontal assault of a Fifth Realm demon? Indeed, he was utterly unscathed. Not a single wound marred his body, not even a singed hair. He appeared as a beautiful sculpture crafted from white jade. What terrifyingly abnormal defensive capabilities are these? Kid. Qin Hai grew tense, immediately calling out, his halberd aimed at Shun Zhou. What exactly are you? Human or demon? Previously, he might have considered Shun Zhou a human prodigy, but now doubts began to creep in. No matter how exceptional one might be, it could not reach this level, could it? Is this fellow truly just a student from the prodigy camp? Hearing Qin Hai's inquiry, Shun Zhou finally registered the presence of another. His black pupils deepened, and he chuckled lightly. Old Deng, you witnessed me slay this toad demon with your own eyes, yet you still dare to call me kid? Qin Hai was momentarily caught off guard but quickly altered his address. Senior? He began to speculate if this individual might be a disguised powerful figure. After all, as one's realm increased, so did their lifespan, allowing for changes in appearance. Could it be that a formidable being had come here in disguise? Observing Qin Hai's sudden shift to a deferential demeanor, Shun Zhou couldn't help but find it amusing. These members of the Martial Guardian, from the elderly to the young, their ability to adapt their expressions was remarkable. However, Shun Zhou decided not to press the matter further, as they were on the same side. Most importantly, he was not in great condition himself. Though he appeared calm and vigorous on the surface, his stamina and true energy were completely depleted, and his health bar was running low. If he riled up this old fellow, he might not necessarily win in a confrontation. That would be quite embarrassing. It would be unfortunate to be killed by this old man after surviving the Toad Dragon. Just kidding, old man, Shun Zhou said, offering a respectful bow. I am neither demon nor monster. I am but a human, a student from the prodigy camp. In terms of adaptability, Shun Zhou was no slouch either. A student? However, Qin Hai remained skeptical and vigilant. A student from the prodigy camp cannot endure the attack of a Fifth Realm demon lord. Could you lend me a piece of clothing? It's rather awkward speaking to you while I'm bare. Shun Zhou found himself in a bit of a predicament. Fine. Qin Hai nodded, removing the crimson cloak from his back and tossing it to Shun Zhou. Make do with this for now. Shun Zhou accepted it without complaint, wrapping it around his waist like an apron. As long as it covered his vital parts, he was satisfied. The reason I am unharmed is due to my martial talent. He finally addressed Qin Hai's question. Martial talent? Such terrifying martial talent exists in this world. How come I have never encountered it? Qin Hai furrowed his brow. That is your issue then? Shun Zhou shrugged, offering no further explanation. After all, martial talent was a broad term, encompassing a myriad of possibilities. Qin Hai scrutinized Shun Zhou's face for several seconds before nodding. All right, I believe you. You remind me of two prodigies I have encountered in my life. While they may not match you, they were not far off either. Seemingly assured that Shun Zhou was on his side, Qin Hai relaxed significantly, no longer standing rigidly but instead sitting cross-legged on the ground. With this movement, his imposing aura diminished drastically, resembling an ordinary, elderly man on the verge of death. Shun Zhou raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Qin Hai's words. He believed he was quite extraordinary himself. But judging by Qin Hai's tone, there seemed to be others who were equally remarkable, quite intriguing. He hoped the other party was a villain. Hold this for me, I'm finding it a bit heavy to carry. While deep in thought, Qin Hai's voice rang out again as he tossed his halberd to Shun Zhou, who caught it effortlessly. The icy sensation coursed through his palm, and Shun Zhou realized this weapon was remarkably well-balanced. This halberd was undoubtedly a divine artifact. It had cleaved the toad demon in two, granting Shun Zhou the opportunity to claim the kill. Of course, the one who exerted the most effort was still its owner. By the way, old man, was that white shadow that zipped past earlier the Martial Guardian Marquis? Shun Zhou inquired once more. The speed of that white shadow had been so extraordinary that even with Shun Zhou's Eye of Calamity ability, he could not discern the name above its head. Indeed, Qin Hai nodded. And don't call me old man. My surname is Qin. All right, Qin Grandpa, Shun Zhou politely addressed him, adding, if you were a doorman, your future would surely be bright. Qin Hai. Then why did the Martial Guardian Marquis come and leave? Without waiting for Qin Hai to respond, Shan Zhou posed another question. Lord Chengwu has not arrived. However, Qin Hai chuckled, that is his shadow spirit. He himself remains within the Guanghan Palace. Upon uttering these words, a hint of pride graced Qin Hai's countenance, as if he shared in the glory. Shan Zhou's heart skipped a beat, a shadow spirit manifesting from afar. Delivering a heavy blow to a fifth-tier demon? Is Lord Chengwu's prowess truly so exaggerated? Is he at the sixth tier, the seventh, or perhaps even higher? Yet, it is only logical, for he is a man worthy of being conferred a title. A significant figure within the Yin Kingdom. How could he possibly be weak? However, one must ponder. How could such a martial arts master be relegated to a remote province, merely serving as a governor? Chapter 71. The great hero acts for country and people at this moment. Qin Hai retrieved a communication talisman from his pocket and transmitted the news of their location to the other members of the Chengwu Guard. The others soon arrived, and Qin Hai remarked, I am utterly fatigued. I must rest. I would trouble you to stand guard with that. He closed his eyes. Shan Zhou sighed. Asking him to stand guard was a bit unreasonable, as he himself was also quite exhausted. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. He steeled himself to maintain vigilance. Given that a severed toad dragon corpse lay nearby, it was unlikely any demon would dare to approach. Shan Zhou's thoughts proved accurate. After a while, the surroundings remained tranquil and uneventful. The demons, possessing a measure of intelligence, had long distanced themselves. Even a fleeting glance towards this direction was an act of recklessness concerning their own lives. Shan Zhou felt a slight alleviation of tension and redirected his focus to the merit record, where his accumulated virtuous deeds had astonishingly reached an astounding 16,000, after tirelessly slaying waves of demon beasts. The merit gained was only half that of the toad demon, yet it was still considerable. After all, his previous tally had barely exceeded 1,000 now, with the wealth amassed from the demon beast tide and the toad dragon. Shan Zhou felt a rush of newfound affluence. This expedition to the Honglin mountain range had made it increasingly evident to him that strength was the ultimate truth in this world. Thus, the next course of action became clear. He must firmly grasp this truth in his hands to better sway others with virtue. Since there was little to occupy his time, he might as well level up and bolster his vitality. Right, he was still unaware of the cultivation methods for the fourth tier. While the merit record could augment his abilities, Shan Zhou still needed to comprehend the specific principles of cultivation, or at the very least, record them in the merit record. He turned his gaze towards Elder Qin, hoping the elder could impart some knowledge. However, the next moment, Shan Zhou furrowed his brow. He noticed that Qin Hai's aged head had drooped. This elder had unleashed some secret technique to combat the toad demon, thoroughly exhausting his potential, and now he seemed completely drained. Shan Zhou sighed. Elder Qin could be regarded as a true hero. For the greatest of heroes act for their country and people. To thwart the destruction of Songyan County by the demon beast tide, he had resolutely sacrificed his own life. Yet, Shan Zhou was puzzled. What was the situation with Lord Chengwu? Why would he prefer to remain 1,000 miles away, sending his shadow spirit to strike the toad dragon, rather than coming himself? This had resulted in the loss of one of his esteemed generals. Was he perhaps preoccupied with something? Farewell, Elder Qin. Shan Zhou murmured softly, may you traverse to another world in your next life and enjoy a life of leisure as a gatekeeper. Who are you wishing well? Qin Hai's irritable voice suddenly rang out. He lifted his head, glaring at Shan Zhou, whose eyes were nearly rolling into the back of his head. You're not dead? Shan Zhou felt somewhat embarrassed. Realizing he had wasted his sentiment, I'm merely tired and needed a rest. I won't die. Qin Hai shook his head. It's just a side effect of that secret technique. All the meridians I had opened have been completely destroyed, and I can no longer be a martial artist. His voice carried a tinge of regret. Sensing the atmosphere growing somber, Shan Zhou offered consolation. In truth, this might not be so bad. You can now enjoy your twilight years. Shan Zhou realized he was quite adept at being sharp-tongued when retorting but utterly clumsy at offering comfort. Qin Hai, however, gazed at the sky, exclaiming, enjoy my twilight years? I'm barely over 100. This is precisely the age for striving. Shan Zhou was rendered speechless. After all, such a statement was not entirely unfounded in this era. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters, he continued, it's fortunate you're still alive. Why not enlighten me on how to cultivate the fourth tier? This would also serve as a means to shift the conversation, diverting Elder Qin's mind from such melancholy thoughts. Are you saying you wish for me to survive solely to instruct you? Qin Hai shot Shun Zhou a glare, yet proceeded to impart knowledge. The human body possesses 362 meridians. Only through these can we absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, our task is to utilize our internal true essence to open each meridian, constructing a spiritual channel between them to connect our physical form with the cosmos. The fourth tier is thus named opening meridians, which is the final step before absorbing the energies of the universe. I see, Shun Zhou acknowledged, finding the explanation rather straightforward. He prepared to command the merit record to commence operations when Qin Hai's voice continued. Of course, if you have the meridian opening method to assist, it will yield twice the result with half the effort and may even birth a new divine ability. Please refrain from gasping for breath while you speak. Shun Zhou nodded in response. Upon returning, I shall request the best meridian opening method from Guanghan Palace. Shun Zhou felt confident in making this request given his accomplishments in the Honglin mountain range. Very well, Qin Hai replied without hesitation, readily acquiescing. Just then, a number of figures appeared in the distance, rushing towards them. Each donned silver flying fish attire, bearing the title of Chengwu Guard, save for one exception, the internal traitor, Yin Nan, the captain of the pacification office. Upon arrival, the Chengwu Guards were first taken aback by the gruesome corpse of the Toad Dragon, the fifth-tier demon lord, the tyrant of the Honglin mountain range. Had fallen so easily? Elder Qin, your strength is truly remarkable, Yin Nan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Qin Hai, while the other Chengwu Guards mirrored his surprise. To defeat a fifth-tier demon at the pinnacle of the fourth tier was indeed a formidable achievement. Every martial artist knew that the disparity between these two realms was akin to a chasm. Not I, Qin Hai replied, shaking his head and gestured towards Shun Zhou, uttering an even more shocking statement. It was this young prodigy, a student of the camp, who accomplished this revelation. Everyone present was rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if frozen in place. What nonsense is this? A mere student has slain a fifth-tier demon lord? Chapter 72. A direct strike from 0 frames. If one were to consider what could be more absurd than a fourth tier defeating a fifth tier, it would surely be a third tier doing the same. Such a notion bordered on the fantastical. The 3 Chengwu Guards tasked with protecting Xiang Yang and others regarded Shun Zhou with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. It was already preposterous that he alone had charged into the tide of demon beasts. But now he had also slain the Toad Dragon? This fellow undoubtedly surpassed even the direct disciple of Lord Chengwu in terms of abnormality. Yin Nan muttered to himself in disbelief. If that were the case, then it seemed it was not too shameful that this lad had bested him. In Sherwu stood amidst the Chengwu Guards and inexplicably felt much lighter in spirit. The mission to eradicate demons in the Honglin mountain range had been successfully completed, and Shun Zhou returned alongside the Chengwu Guards, leaving a few behind to handle the Toad Dragon's remains. The body of a fifth-tier demon lord was indeed a treasure trove. On the journey back, In Sherwu approached Shun Zhou and clapped him on the shoulder. Well done, Hero Shun. I initially thought I had already regarded you as formidable, but it seems I underestimated you. With your talent, you may well become the second Lord Chengwu. At that point, I can proudly boast that I once sparred with Hero Shun. Shun Zhou cast him a sidelong glance. What kind of behavior is that? I mean, your flattery is rather enjoyable. I suggest you keep it coming. Hey, I'm merely speaking the truth. In Sherwu's thick skin rendered him unfazed. Setting aside the distant future, it's nearly a certainty that you will become the personal disciple of our esteemed master. Personal disciple? Indeed. Upon mentioning this, In Sherwu's expression turned slightly glum. Our master actively seeks talent and has many apprentices, yet even I am merely a named disciple. There can only be one personal disciple. At just 16, to have already reached the mid-4th tier, such terrifying potential. That's so. Shun Zhou expressed little interest in the notion of being a personal disciple and inquired, do you have any healing pills? I could use a pound. Who on earth measures healing pills by the pound? In Sherwu retorted, yet still handed Shun Zhou a vial of pills. But you aren't even injured, are you? At this, In Sherwu felt another wave of admiration. Surely only a favored child of heaven would be blessed with such an astonishing defensive talent. I'm just eating for fun, Shun Zhou replied as he accepted the vial and quickly swallowed one of the pills. Then he beheld his health bar visibly rise a small notch. Indeed, nourishment could restore health, and medicinal supplements would prove even more effective. Shun Zhou revealed a smile. subsequently bringing a vial of elixir to his lips, commencing to blow into the bottle. "What are you doing consuming so much?" In Shuwaf was astonished. "1 healing pill suffices. Consuming more will not yield additional benefits." Shin Zhou shook his head. "No. You do not comprehend the physique of us athletes. What does being an athlete signify? Is it perhaps synonymous with some form of genius?" In Shuwaf fell into contemplation. Below his gaze, Shun Zhou's health bar leaped forward like a frog in a long jump. Advancing incrementally, however, it remained uncertain whether the length of his health bar or the ineffectiveness of the healing pills was to blame, for after consuming an entire vial, his health bar merely restored to 30%. "Is there any more?" Shin Zhou glanced again at In Shuwaf, feeling a tinge of panic over his insufficient health. He harbored a persistent illusion of imminent demise. In Shuwaf had but one vial himself. Yet he had his own means. He called out loudly, "Brothers, who among you possesses healing pills? Our future direct disciple of the Chengwu Marquis is in need." Swiftly, the surrounding Chengwu guards extended their hands, each grasping a vial of healing pills. Although most were not particularly acquainted with Shin Zhou, establishing a rapport with such a prodigy was undoubtedly prudent. Thus, Shin Zhou indulged in the healing pills, restoring his health from a mere 20% to approximately 70%. This substance was indeed remarkable, akin to health potions in games. It seemed wise to carry more in the future. Along the way, Shin Zhou gathered further information regarding the Chengwu Marquis from In Shuwaf. The life of the Chengwu Marquis could easily be chronicled in a legendary biography. He was one of the 8 noble lords of the Yin Kingdom, the youngest among them and starting from the lowest position. The Chengwu Marquis emerged from obscurity, engaging in countless battles for his country, achieving an unparalleled level of cultivation, the height of his power. He could single-handedly suppress a formidable enemy nation of the Yin Kingdom. However, the subsequent events were unclear to In Shuwaf. He only knew that the emperor eventually dispatched him to the remote Guanghan prefecture, relegating him to a minor lordship. For someone of the Chengwu Marquis' caliber, this was akin to exile. Hearing this, Shin Zhou gained a rough understanding of the Chengwu Marquis. Once glorious, he had even entered the power center of the Yin Kingdom. Yet now he languished in obscurity. Based on the history Shin Zhou had studied in his previous life, during such times, the Chengwu Marquis would either enter a peak period of poetic creation or rally the masses. Instilling a golden armor throughout the city, there was a small flicker of anticipation. Within the county office of Songyun County, the exceptional talents of the Tianjiao camp wore expressions of gloom. They had yet to recover from the terrifying spectacle of the beast tide. Had it not been for the sudden dissolution of that beast tide, some among them would likely have become mere fodder for the monsters. "Wait, where is Shin Zhou? I haven't seen him." At that moment, someone suddenly noticed the absence of a student. "Shin Zhou," Tianreng exclaimed in shock. "The last time I saw him, he was charging directly into the beast tide." Upon hearing this, the talents present collectively gasped in disbelief. "Are you joking? We couldn't even escape. He charged in instead. What difference is there from madness? Would he not perish within?" Listening to the discussions, Mo Wuhan was suddenly seized by a dark thought. He fervently wished for Shin Zhou to perish amidst that beast tide. The way Shin Zhou had looked at him, as if he were an ant, he feared he would never forget it. If only Shin Zhou would die, then within the Tianjiao camp, he would still be the unrivaled Mo Wuhan. He would remain a genuine genius. All the unpleasantness could be forgotten. Mo Wuhan's breath quickened. He dared not harbor any murderous intent towards Shin Zhou, as he was simply no match. Thus, he implored the heavens, hoping that the beast would indeed do away with Shin Zhou. Meanwhile, Bai Feng anxiously watched the entrance of the office, while Lin Yujing closed her eyes, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Yet, her constantly trembling eyelashes revealed her inner turmoil. They were all awaiting the arrival, or perhaps the absence, of one individual. Half a stick of incense later, the entrance of the office suddenly buzzed with activity as a throng of Chengwu guards streamed in. With Shin Zhou at the center, surrounded like a star among admirers, that moment, Shin Zhou had changed into a new outfit, donned in a blue robe, exuding vigor and charm, though Wuhan clenched his fists. An indescribable sense of disappointment welling within him. Lin Yujing quietly sighed in relief. "Shin Gu," Bai Feng smiled, approaching to greet Shin Zhou. Shin Zhou nodded lightly, surveying the gathered individuals, his gaze unexpectedly pausing on Mo Wuhan's head. Sensing Shin Zhou's scrutiny, Mo Wuhan's heart jolted, and he hastily lowered his head, afraid to meet Shen Zhou's eyes. Despite the myriad of grievances within, he dared not exhibit even a hint of discontent towards Shen Zhou, not even allowing a glance of resentment to escape. He had learned from past lessons. He must not act up in Shen Zhou's presence. Yet in the next instant, Mo Wuhan felt a gust of wind rush towards him. A tremendous force suddenly exploding against his chest, boom. His figure was sent flying, trailing a spray of blood in the air, before crashing into a wall of the office. Mo Wuhan's entire being was engulfed within the collapsed bricks. Motionless. Chapter 73. Time for awards. No one anticipated that Shen Zhou would initiate an attack right upon his arrival. The talents present fell silent, feeling their throats wide at Mo Wuhan, the one they regarded as the top of the Tianjiao camp, and distinctly so, was instantly defeated by Shen Zhou. As members of the duo who had offended Shen Zhou, Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang trembled all over, one gazing skyward, lamenting the blueness of the heavens, while the other looked down at the ground, marveling at its vastness, not daring to turn their necks. They feared that in the next moment, a mere blink would bring Shen Zhou before them. Even Lin Yujing displayed surprise, for Shen Zhou had always been one to repay grievances on the spot. The last time, it was due to Mo Wuhan's provocation. What then was the reason for his attack this time? Could it be merely a matter of displeasure? The expressions of the Chengwu guards were equally stiff. Generally, in the face of such student bullying incidents, they ought to admonish the parties involved. However, recalling the young man's glorious deed of slaying the Five Realms Toad Demon, perhaps it was best to feign ignorance. What do you mean by this, Shen Zhou? It was Qin Hai, the boldest among them, who broke the silence, speaking up amidst the stillness. He had to, as the highest-ranking officer among the Chengwu guards. For a subordinate to strike another in his presence without his intervention would reflect poorly on his authority. Cleansing a genius's malevolent thoughts grants 20 points of virtue. A prompt echoed in Shen Zhou's mind, prompting him to turn and regard the bewildered Qin Hai, saying, "Qin Gu, he insulted me internally, so I merely taught him a lesson. This should not be against the rules, right? You can sense internal insults?" Qin Hai asked in astonishment. "Indeed, I possess mind-reading abilities." Shen Zhou nodded, asserting that his statement held validity. Wink with a frown. Eye of catastrophe could indeed be considered a form of mind-reading. The moment he stepped through the courtyard gate, he beheld a plethora of blue, green, and pink names, amidst which was even an orange name. Who else would he strike but you? Shen Zhou's current approach to handling orange names could be described as straightforward and forceful. Deliver a beating to observe the effect. If it turns blue, then all is forgiven. If it turns red, then he would eliminate them. If no change occurred, then he would continue to strike until a transformation was achieved. It remained consistent. Others' attitudes towards him would dictate his responses in kind. Hearing Shen Zhou's words, all present immediately stilled their thoughts, maintaining a blank mind, resolutely avoiding any contemplation of matters related to Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou's explanation was perfunctory at best, sounding rather insincere, yet it might just hold a grain of truth. For the world was replete with peculiar martial talents. Qin Hai took a deep breath, helplessly stating, "Very well. Let this be the last instance. I shall reiterate. Individuals from Guanghan Palace are prohibited from brawling during missions. Let this be the last instance." So this was to be overlooked? Moreover, was this even mutual brawling? Mo Wuhan had not made a move at all. The bias was glaringly apparent. Yin Nan sighed, stepping before Mo Wuhan, realizing he would need to enlist his assistance in reviving this fellow. Digging into his pocket, Yin Nan suddenly remembered that the healing pills had been depleted, consumed entirely by Shen Zhou. After several days, the group finally returned to the Tianjiao camp of Guanghan Palace. Immediately, Shurimo summoned the top 15 talents to tally the points from this mission. However, Mo Wuhan did not make an appearance. Still in a state of unconsciousness, as Shen Zhou's punch had indeed been rather forceful. Mo Wuhan, points. 56 Lu Tianrang, points. 19 Lin Yujing, points. 23. By phone. At 8 p.m., the scores of each individual were announced one by one. Due to the premature termination of this mission, the scores were disappointingly low, with some even in single digits. The reason for Mo Wuhan's high score lay in his prior collaboration with Chengwu Wei, where they briefly withstood the onslaught of the Beast Tide. In contrast, Shen Zhou's score remained undisclosed, for it was simply beyond calculation. He had slain and estimated several hundred monsters, in addition to a 5th-tier toad demon. How could such feats be quantified? It was impossible. Given the mission's abrupt conclusion, compensatory rewards would be distributed to the participants. Shurimo added a remark, and upon hearing this, the prodigy's spirits were lifted. Now, let us commence the selection of rewards. Starting with you, Shunzhou, Shurimo directed his gaze towards Shunzhou. Naturally, those with greater contributions would select first. The other students harbored no objections. Shunzhou's strength and achievements rendered them utterly unable to voice any grievances. Very well, Shunzhou readily agreed. The two departed from the prodigy's camp and arrived at the Treasure Pavilion, a crucial location within the Guanghan Palace, perpetually guarded by two fourth-tier warriors. Shurimo produced a black token, which enabled their entry into the Treasure Pavilion. Before Shunzhou could fully comprehend his surroundings, Shurimo continued, "Proceed further. The items outside are intended for the other students. You deserve something far superior. Special treatment." Upon hearing this, Shunzhou's interest was piqued, prompting him to follow Shurimo deeper into the pavilion, arriving at the innermost sanctum, a metallic chamber that radiated a dark hue. This was the core area of the Treasure Pavilion, where the finest items of Guanghan Palace were stored. Shurimo spoke. "Originally, the items within here were beyond the reach of the prodigy's camp students, but your contributions warrant an exception." As he spoke, he embedded the token into a recess on the door. In the next moment, the black door slowly creaked open. "Enter. Lord Chengwu has decreed that you may select 3 items within. You have 1 incense stick's time to complete your selection," Shurimo instructed. Stepping inside, Shunzhou found the chamber to be relatively small, providing a clear view of the various miscellaneous items strewn about haphazardly. Weapons, manuals, medicinal pills. It resembled a cluttered marketplace. Among these items, the one that captivated Shunzhou's attention was a colossal sword. Its blade was broad and heavy, entirely black, yet it emanated a faint crimson glow. Such a majestic and imposing sword was impossible to overlook. It bore a resemblance to the Xian iron heavy sword from the tales of the divine condor. Shunzhou mused, shifting his gaze to another nearby item, a medicinal pill encased within a wooden box, accompanied by a note. "Creation pill, capable of enhancing your martial arts talent once." What? Shunzhou gasped in astonishment. Could it truly upgrade his martial arts talent directly? How outrageous! This effect was undeniably formidable, akin to elevating his renown level. Remarkable indeed. Was this treasure from Guanghan Palace? Yet soon, Shunzhou noticed a line of smaller text following the description. Applicable only for the first enhancement. Ah, so it meant that individuals like him who had already experienced an enhancement, such as with the 4th calamity, could not benefit again? There were limitations. However, for Shunzhou, this was still inconsequential, as he possessed more than one martial arts talent. "I shall take this," he decisively claimed the creation pill, continuing to examine the other items. 9 turns revitalization pill. Revives the dead and restores all physical injuries upon consumption. Astounding. This pill had an exceptional healing effect. But as Shunzhou already possessed the 4th calamity, he passed on it. Withered wood breathing technique. Completely conceals one's presence and can simulate death. While performing, breathing ceases, and the heart stops, resembling death. This description was reminiscent of the techniques employed by Guohai Huang. A survival technique of considerable merit, it was a staple for those who feigned weakness. Though it held no utility for him, he decided to transcribe it into the meritorious record. A smile crept across Shunzhou's lips as he grasped the technique, preparing to open it when a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "You wish to choose this martial art?" Shunzhou's hand froze mid-motion. There was no one else around, yet someone managed to speak to him without detection. In an instant, he understood who this was. The old silver coin, Lord Chengwu, was observing him from somewhere. Naturally, this place was the most critical secret chamber of Guanghan Palace, likely under the personal supervision of Lord Chengwu. Recalling the other's formidable ability to strike down the toad dragon from hundreds of miles away, Shunzhou felt compelled to behave more obediently. "No, I was merely browsing." "Not so. You possess the gift of perfect recall," the voice countered. "Once you open it, it will signify your choice and cannot be amended." Shunzhou, realizing his intentions had been uncovered, he silently returned the book to its place. Lord Chengwu was aware of his perfect recall ability. It must have been Shurimo who informed him. Alas, had he known, he should have been more discreet during his time in the prodigy's camp. Shunzhou felt a pang of frustration, diverting his gaze from the withered wood technique to scan the room further, and soon spotted a palm-sized, translucent jade, Bixiao River Jiao Demon Egg, capable of nurturing offspring. Shan Zhou raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a Jiao dragon egg, and according to the description, it was fertilized and capable of producing young. Were he to possess Lin Yujing's martial arts talent, he might consider this as a whimsical endeavor reminiscent of Pokemon. However, he deemed it impractical to raise a monster and had no desire to invest effort in nurturing it. Using it for fried rice would be too extravagant. He moved on. Once more, Shan Zhou's gaze fell upon the imposing sword. While the techniques he practiced, Slash and Purple Yang Thunder technique, did not require a weapon, for some inexplicable reason, this sword appeared to him as a benevolent senior sister, a charming classmate. In short, it was irresistibly alluring. Furthermore, he noted a peculiar detail. The sword was secured in mid-air by several iron locks. Its design quite unusual. Unlike the other items, it bore no description. Just then, Lord Chengwu spoke up, providing clarity. This sword is named Thick Earth, also known as the Earth Sword. It is said that a heavy sword has no edge and is crafted without finesse. It is not sharp and possesses no killing prowess, yet it is sufficiently weighty and resilient. In addition, it serves to safeguard the soul. Should you encounter an attack targeting your spirit, its presence shall preserve your soul's safety. Shan Zhou had yet to face any adversary capable of employing such tactics, but upon reflection, he realized he lacked defensive measures against such assault. He was curious as to how the fourth calamity would respond to spiritual attacks. But why is it locked in midair? Shan Zhou inquired. Because this sword possesses a flaw. It sinks into the earth upon contact. Sinks into the earth? Indeed. Once it touches the ground, it behaves as if released back into the ocean, disappearing before your very eyes. With your current level, capturing it again would be akin to scaling the heavens. Shan Zhou's heart stirred at the thought of such an extraordinary sword. It was widely acknowledged that the more enigmatic an object, the more formidable it was. He felt a surge of desire, akin to a child spotting an intriguing toy, unable to resist the urge to play with it. Moreover, swords inherently possessed a magnetic allure for men. In his past life, he would pick up a straight branch from the ground just to wield it playfully. I have laid out both the advantages and disadvantages. The choice is yours. Should you lose it, I bear no responsibility for its recovery, Lord Chengwu stated. I'll take it. Shan Zhou declared decisively, choosing to indulge himself with this grand toy. Very well, Lord Chengwu replied. You have selected 2 items. Earlier, Qin Hai informed me that you sought a method for opening the apertures. As Lord Chengwu spoke, a martial arts manual suddenly soared from the opposite shelf, landing in Shan Zhou's hands. Opening the apertures, heavenly thunder devouring the sun tome. This is the pinnacle of our Guanghan Palace's aperture opening techniques and also the method I practice. Lord Chengwu's voice resonated once more. Upon gazing at this technique, Shan Zhou's initial astonishment quickly gave way to a smile. The inhalation method is lightning-based, and the aperture opening technique is also lightning-based. The connection is remarkable. This was destined to propel him along the path of thunder, never to turn back. Thank you, Lord Chengwu. I shall take it, Shan Zhou proclaimed. Excellent. With Lord Chengwu's consent, Shan Zhou opened the manual and swiftly recorded it in the meritorious record. Now, with an abundance of virtuous deeds at his disposal, acquiring a powerful aperture opening technique, alongside deeds of virtue and slash, he could hardly fathom the terrifying extent to which his combat prowess would escalate following diligent training. And the Earth Sword. Shan Zhou grasped the sword's hilt and yanked it forcefully. Crack! The iron chain was abruptly severed, and Shan Zhou instinctively grasped the sword in his hand. Even with his strength, he could feel the weight of the blade. Moreover, at the very moment his fingers brushed against the hilt, he suddenly became aware of another emotion within himself. It was the emotion belonging to the Earth Sword. It felt as though it had been trapped for an eternity and had now broken free from its confines. It was exhilarated, filled with joy. Could it be that this object was alive? Or rather, did this sword possess a spirit? At that moment, Shan Zhou was both astonished and elated. Surely, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yet, why hadn't Lord Chengwu mentioned the sentience of the Earth Sword to him earlier? An influx of emotions emanated from the blade, and Shan Zhou instantly understood. It was beckoning him to set it down. Ha! You must be dreaming. Shan Zhou nonchalantly rested the Earth Sword upon his shoulder. After all, it was not easy to acquire such a charming companion. Would he allow it to escape? Lord Shimo, I have made my choice, he declared as he exited the secret chamber. Shimo cast a surprised glance at the massive sword resting on Shan Zhou's shoulder but chose not to comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. Thus, Shan Zhou followed Shimo back to the Tianjiao camp, where the youths there were rendered speechless at his return. Previously, they had perceived Shan Zhou as a terrifying demon king, and now, this formidable figure had inexplicably returned wielding a grand and imposing sword. The combination of the two instilled a palpable sense of intimidation. There was no need to engage him in combat. Just from Shan Zhou's appearance and stance, it was clear he was extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 75. Unprecedented. The youths of the Tianjiao camp regarded Shan Zhou as if he were a ghost. Wherever he walked, they retreated in fear. Shan Zhou paid no mind to the gazes of those inept individuals and turned back towards his wooden cabin. Sitting cross-legged, he laid the earth sword across his legs. Having secured his reward, it was now time to focus on becoming stronger. The first order of business was the creation pill. Shan Zhou opened the wooden box to reveal a blood-red pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, the creation pill unleashed a torrent of potent medicinal energy that surged throughout Shan Zhou's body, while simultaneously, words began to materialize on the merit record. Under the influence of the precious medicine, your martial arts talent Virtue Prevails has been elevated to the second level, granting you a new ability. Holy words against invaders. Holy words against invaders. Using words as a blade, you can deliver a mental assault on your adversary during their emotional turmoil. The greater the turmoil, the more potent the attack. Oh, this ability is rather intriguing. Seeing the description on the merit record, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Shan Zhou's eyes. Did this not represent the true essence of verbal combat? As long as he could successfully provoke his opponent through speech, he could inflict genuine damage. If Zhuge Liang could verbally vanquish Wang Lang, perhaps Shan Zhou could do the same. Even if he couldn't outright defeat his foe with words, causing a fleeting moment of mental disarray would still provide him the upper hand. This was splendidly aligned with Shan Zhou's inclinations and fighting style. Virtue Prevails had successfully leveled up. Now, it was time for further enhancements. Current virtue value, 16,020th target. Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun Manual. Let the enhancements commence. Consuming 200 virtue points, you open this enlightenment manual, beginning to observe its visualization diagrams, and in a moment, a sensation akin to a thunderous revelation surges within your heart. Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun Manual. Entry level. Consuming 500 virtue points, you comprehend the essence of the daytime thunder, mastering the technique to simulate your entire true energy as falling thunder. Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun Manual. Minor success. Consuming 900 virtue points, using jade bones and silver blood as the sky, and true energy as clouds, you can now fully simulate a storm of thunder within your body, aiding you in breaking through all your acupoints. Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun Manual. Major success. To simulate the formation of thunder within the body, this technique truly dares to be ambitious. Shan Zhou felt a resonant rumble within him, silently lamenting that. As expected, this was indeed an extremely perilous technique. However, when Lord Chengwu had provided it to him, he had not given any warnings, presumably having learned of Shan Zhou's extraordinary training talent from the Chengwu Guard. If he could handle a technique with a guaranteed death rate of 100%, then mastering other training methods would naturally pose no issue. Onward he pressed. His virtue points were ample. Consuming 1,000 virtue points, you have reached a level of mastery with this technique that allows you to summon a continuous and terrifying storm of thunder with but a single thought. Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun Manual. Perfection. Thus, Shan Zhou had perfected this technique, though it came at a significant cost, the last enhancement equating to the consumption of an entire Zhao Shuanghe dot, as anticipated. The higher the level of the technique, the greater the consumption of virtue points. Yet for Shan Zhou at present, it was merely a trivial matter. He wondered just how formidable the power of this thunder technique would become. As Shan Zhou pondered, he noticed that the merit record continued to inscribe. Upon reaching perfection with the Enlightenment technique, you discover numerous similarities between the Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun Manual and the Purple Sun Electric Gale technique. Perhaps they can be fused to create a new technique, yielding a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Oh? It can indeed be fused? Without hesitation, he urged, fuse, quickly fuse, merit record. Let me see your limits. The text reappeared. Consuming 1,500 virtue points, your agile mind, having spent a considerable amount of time, successfully merges the two thunder techniques into one, naming it 10,000 Thunder Suppressing Prison Technique. Was it truly that easy? Shen Zhou exhaled in relief. He had successfully amalgamated two formidable thunder techniques. What might their combined power yield? However, now was not the time for experimentation. Not even a moment of surprise over the arrival of the 10,000 Thunder Suppressing Prison Technique. And the next prompt on the merit record arrived. Enhancement of Realm. You have perfectly mastered the Enlightenment Technique 10,000 Thunder Suppressing Prison Technique, elevating your method of breaking through acupoints to an unprecedented level of power. Consuming 500 virtue points, you generate countless streams of true energy thunder within your body, instantly opening all 362 acupoints. For other martial artists, the acupoint barrier may be impenetrable. But before your relentless thunder, it crumbles as easily as an ant shaking a tree. You have ascended to the fourth realm, fifth stage. Remarkable, in an instant, he had shattered all his acupoints and ascended to the fourth realm's fifth stage. Shen Zhou marveled but felt no surprise. After all, he had diligently practiced the Yang Yongxin method for so long and was even on a double cultivation path. Such exaggerated results were entirely to be expected. Consuming 1,000 virtue points, with all your acupoints now wide open, the powerful heavenly thunder once again gathers, constructing a spiritual conduit connecting to your limbs and bones. You have ascended to the fourth realm? Ninth stage. As the words from the merit record echoed in his mind, Shen Zhou began to introspect his internal environment, momentarily feeling bewildered. Wasn't it a conduit? Why did the conduit within him bear no resemblance to the concept of a conduit at all? It appeared resplendent as if gilt, dazzlingly brilliant, entirely diverging from the essence of the word conduit. One must admit, the effect of merging two top-tier thunder techniques into a conduit was terrifyingly effective. If the conduits within other martial artists resembled mere trickling streams, then the conduit within Shen Zhou was akin to an expansive ocean. It simply could not be said that your conduit and my conduit were alike. Chapter 76. All attacks carry the effect of decapitation. Gazing down at the oceanic expanse of the conduit within him, Shen Zhou felt his power surge to yet another level, his senses sharpening to an extraordinarily exaggerated degree, reaching a point where not a feather could be added, nor a fly could alight. Observing his health bar, it had gone from a mere 70% to completely full, and it had surged from occupying half his field of vision to 3/4. If this continued, his health bar might very well expand to 2 bars. Sighing, Shen Zhou felt a twinge of concern. As he grew stronger, what if his health bar eventually filled the entire screen, obscuring his view of the enemy? After a brief adjustment to his current state, Shen Zhou swiftly retracted his aura. Even a fleeting release was enough for everyone in the Tianjiao camp to sense it. In that moment, their expressions were utterly remarkable. What a formidable aura! The talented youths marveled, their hearts filled with trepidation and an overwhelming sense of their own insignificance. For the majority were merely at the second realm and could not fathom what this aura truly signified. The only one capable of understanding should be Shimo from the central pavilion, the Chengwu guard. Though he too was only at the third realm, he had previously encountered this aura from Qinhai, the first guard of the Chengwu guard. This was the aura of the pinnacle of the fourth realm. Moreover, in terms of its depth, the intensity of this aura far surpassed that of Qinhai. In the Tianjiao camp, the highest cultivation level was merely the third realm. How could such a peak fourth realm aura suddenly emerge? Just as this question surfaced, an image of Shen Zhou suddenly flashed in Shimo's mind. At that instant, a chill ran down Shimo's spine. No way! A 15-year-old at the pinnacle of the fourth realm? What a jest! Moreover, the most astonishing point is that this lad had only just entered the Tianjiao camp a mere half-month ago, and was at the initial stage of the third realm. How can he be such an exaggerated genius? Shirimo tightened his fists, a bitter smile gracing his face. Previously, upon encountering the esteemed disciple of Lord Chengwu, he believed he had finally grasped the true worth of a genius. It was a quality that was immediately evident, a clear path to a bright future. Yet now it seems that a true genius is one who elicits no jealousy at first sight. In the presence of that esteemed disciple, Shirimo felt envy, but before Shen Zhou, he harbored no such thoughts. It was akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Would one envy a mountain for being higher and stronger than oneself? Within the wooden cabin, Shan Zhou's actions had yet to conclude, and his account was still brimming with merits. He then turned his gaze to the final technique requiring an upgrade, Zhan. Shan Zhou was exceedingly satisfied with this technique. Regardless of the merits required, he was determined to elevate it to perfection. Commencing, with a mere thought, a torrent of merits surged into it. You have honed your skills in the entry stage for far too long. You may now begin a deeper exploration and cultivation of Zhan. This training will similarly entail significant risks, but your ever-thickening vitality resembles a computer fortified with various antivirus programs, rendering you impervious to any virus. Wait a moment, this is unnecessary. The computer might very well freeze on its own. And is it truly appropriate for you to employ such modern terminology in a merit record? As the words of the merit record appeared, Shan Zhou's vitality began to plummet dramatically, the speed of decline akin to a stock market crash that would send investors rushing to the rooftops. This was precisely why Shan Zhou had chosen to cultivate Zhan last. While other techniques required talent, this one demanded a life. After his vitality dwindled by 1/5, a success notification emerged. You have consumed 1,500 merit points, and you have successfully cultivated Zhan to minor completion. Mastering the divine ability, Blade Affix. Blade Affix. You can imbue any of your attacks with the effect of Zhanda. This ability, from its introduction, seemed somewhat perplexing, yet within Shan Zhou's mind, everything became clear. The effect of Zhan allows for the release of powerful slashes without any preceding motion, and Blade Affix enables all of Shan Zhou's attacks to be devoid of any wind-up. How splendid! Yet another remarkably practical and formidable divine ability. It resembles an enhanced version of the old 6. Shan Zhou nodded lightly, promptly deciding to continue pouring merits into this extreme martial art as long as he could endure. He would push it to the limits, however. The next moment, the merit record displayed a line of text that interrupted Shan Zhou's fervent upgrade aspirations. Insufficient realm, unable to cultivate. Shan Zhou furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, this was a forbidden technique created by a master of martial arts, and it was unreasonable to expect to fully cultivate it at the 5th realm. He realized he should have inquired about the cultivation methods of the 5th realm from Lord Chongwu while at the Treasure Pavilion. Nevertheless, Shan Zhou held a modicum of understanding. The 5th realm necessitated the absorption of the world's spiritual energy. In fact, after all 362 major acupoints in his body were opened, Shan Zhou had already sensed the aura of this world. In his perception, the surrounding spiritual energy was remarkably vibrant and enthusiastic, as if it would rush to embrace him at the slightest beckoning of his finger. This was quite natural. After all, while others had short and narrow conduits, his was akin to a mighty river, operating on an entirely different level of attraction. This is what one might call, better to weep in a BMW than to smile on a bicycle. Ah, how surprising that spiritual energy could be so realistic. Reflecting on certain experiences from his previous life, Shan Zhou felt a pang in his heart. Since that is the case, why not try to absorb some and see? With this thought, Shan Zhou gently inhaled. As he did so, the merit record suddenly displayed text, akin to a pop-up from antivirus software during a download. You attempted to absorb a wisp of spiritual energy, but discovered that the aura of the world appears to be impure, mixed with some sort of mystical force. Would you like to use merit points to cleanse this mystical force? Shan Zhou's heart stirred. He had not anticipated such a prompt. What was this mystical force? Was it beneficial or harmful to absorb it? Unfortunately, the merit record could not provide answers to Shan Zhou's inquiries. After pondering briefly, he resolved to temporarily slow his upgrading pace. It would be prudent to ascertain the nature of this mystical force first. In the following days, the top 15 geniuses of the Tianjiao camp received the rare materials they required and promptly chose to enter seclusion for cultivation. Soon, several students began to make breakthroughs. Lu Tianlang successfully advanced to the 3rd realm, 3rd stage. Lin Yujing broke through to the 1st stage of the 3rd realm. Even Mo Wuhan, who had been beaten by Shan Zhou twice, reached the 6th stage of the 3rd realm. However, these incremental breakthroughs were utterly inconsequential to Shan Zhou. Alas, this was the nature of cultivation. While other geniuses could steadily progress stage by stage, someone like Shan Zhou, who leaped an entire realm, had to consider many factors. Chapter 77. The misfortunate Mo Wuhan. Just a few days later, at the entrance of the Tianjiao camp, 2 young individuals approached once more. A boy and a girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. The girl was petite, her lips constantly curling into a mischievous smile, revealing a pair of dimples. The boy, on the other hand, exuded a demeanor of calm seriousness, seemingly meticulous in all things. Say, junior brother, is this our first visit to the Tianjiao camp? The girl spoke first. Indeed, the composed young man nodded lightly. The girl surveyed her surroundings, her face contorting into a look of disdain. These are the so-called geniuses summoned by our master from various places. They all seem rather lacking. Is our master truly going to select disciples from this lot? The quality is far too low. The composed youth remained silent, yet his eyes reflected a similarly disdainful sentiment, clearly agreeing with the girl's assessment. By the way, junior brother, are you interested in sparring with the students here? I've heard that new arrivals can challenge the top 15 students. We could pretend to be newcomers and have some fun with them, the girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she bounced on her feet, clearly finding her plan amusing. Too weak, not interested, the boy decisively rejected. Ah, that's true. With your strength, there's really no need to regard the younger generation, the girl sighed. In her view, no one could rival her junior brother's talent and cultivation. Others, herself included, simply lacked the qualifications to even aspire to catch up. It was no wonder that among many disciples, only her junior brother had become the master's cherished disciple. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Since you won't go, this lady shall venture forth on her own. With a playful smile, the girl entered the Tianjiao camp first. The boy, upon witnessing this, revealed a tender yet helpless smile before following suit. Ah, are there newcomers again? And a pretty girl at that. As the camp students noticed the unfamiliar faces, they regarded them with curiosity. The girl politely greeted those around her. I'm new here and heard that I could challenge the top 15 experts? Indeed, a student replied enthusiastically. That's wonderful. The girl nodded, then suddenly raised her hand. Report. I wish to challenge. Her action appeared rather comical and juvenile, prompting laughter from the surrounding students. Point one inquired. Which expert do you wish to challenge? Little girl? Of course, the first of the Tianjiao camp, she proclaimed loudly, brimming with enthusiasm. The crowd initially fell silent, then erupted into laughter, bemused by the audacity of this newcomer who dared to challenge the top expert upon arrival. How foolish and reckless. The last person to do something similar was Shen Zhou. As this thought crossed their minds, the laughter abruptly ceased. However, it was unlikely that another prodigy like Shen Zhou would emerge. Right? Humph, who is this little girl? She truly seeks a beating. Just as the crowd pondered, a cold snort echoed, and the door of the first wooden cabin flew open with a bang, revealing Imo Wuhan clad in white. At that moment, Imo Wuhan's anger was near its peak. Having been beaten by Shen Zhou twice, the second time in full view of others, he had lost all face. As the first of the Tianjiao camp, he had yet to showcase a single technique. Now, a newcomer appeared, much like Shen Zhou upon his arrival, immediately challenging him for the title of first. Damn it, if I couldn't defeat Shen Zhou, how could I lose to this little girl? With his anger surging, Imo Wuhan disregarded gender and launched into an attack. The students, witnessing Imo Wuhan's sudden charge from the cabin, quickly comprehended the situation. Imo Wuhan was preparing to transfer all his resentment towards Shen Zhou onto this new girl. In the past, Imo Wuhan would often adopt a high and mighty demeanor and deliver some harsh words before engaging with challengers. Never would he have acted so impulsively. He has even acquired the admirable habit of less talk and more action, as taught by Shen Zhou. It seems that enduring a beating indeed fosters memory. The newly arrived maiden is also quite unfortunate. Why must she challenge at such an inopportune moment, inadvertently placing herself in the line of fire? Water Moon Scroll, with a swift motion of Imo Wuhan's sleeve, a crescent-shaped essence of true energy ripples forth, propelling a visible wave of qi toward the girl, like a shadow in pursuit. Yet, the maiden's reaction is astonishingly swift. Her figure suddenly becomes ethereal, splitting into countless doppelgangers, overlapping in a chaotic display. Imo Wuhan's attack strikes these phantoms, landing with nothing but empty air. Imo Wuhan is momentarily taken aback by this maneuver. Prepare yourself. In the next instant, numerous figures of the maiden surged toward Imo Wuhan, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Furrowing his brow, he resolves to confront the onslaught head-on. As the two engage, the air around them reverberates with the sound of shattering space, leaving the onlooking students in a daze. Initially expecting an easy target, they are astounded to witness the maiden's formidable strength. capable of matching Mo Wuhan in a fierce struggle. Indeed, what a world teeming with extraordinary talents. Could it be that this girl might seize the title of champion in the celestial camp? Dragon Tail of the Wheel, however, the students' pessimistic thoughts do not materialize. After a brief stalemate, Mo Wuhan unleashes a vast expanse of crescent light, obliterating all of the maiden's illusions. Bang! The maiden is sent flying. Her complexion pale, Wuhan quickly pursues, preparing to press his advantage, only to find the composed youth suddenly materializing before him. Enough of this. With a flick of his right hand, Mo Wuhan feels an overwhelming force tugging at him, violently crashing him to the ground. Just as Mo Wuhan hits the earth, the composed youth vanishes again, appearing behind the maiden, gently catching her in his embrace. At that moment, time seems to slow. The two share a profound gaze in midair, spinning in a slow-motion dance. "Sister, are you all right?" The composed youth inquires, a warm smile gracing his features. "I'm fine," the maiden replies, blushing shyly. "I won't allow anyone to harm you." "Sister," the youth asserts, his tone resolute. The maiden's cheeks redden further as she lowers her head. This scene leaves the assembled students utterly bewildered. "What is happening? We came to witness your battle, and now we're suddenly fed dog food?" Lying on the ground, Mo Wuhan, dazed and disoriented, seethes in frustration. "Am I merely a pawn in your little play? What is the deal with that boy? His speed is astonishing, and his combat prowess is terrifyingly formidable. He just broke through yesterday, and yet he was defeated in a single move. If it weren't for the boy's unremarkable appearance, Mo Wuhan would have thought Shan Zhou had come to the rescue. Damn it, why do so many powerful figures seem to spring up like mushrooms after rain?" He originally intended to vent his frustrations, but now he feels even more stifled. In the arena, the maiden senses the multitude of gazes upon her, prompting her to gently push the youth away. Taking a deep breath, she dispels the blush on her cheeks and, hands on her hips, declares with a smile, "It seems there are no noteworthy contenders in your celestial camp." This statement instantly stirs a tempest of discontent among the students. What arrogance! Did you truly defeat Brother Mo? If not for this man's intervention, you would have been toppled by Brother Mo long ago. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. In a fair one-on-one, this man might not even stand a chance against Brother Mo. If you're so capable, why not face Brother Mo in a fair fight? Hearing the murmurs around him, Mo Wuhan lowers his head, feeling utterly defeated. He acknowledges that he is no match for the youth. Based on his experience in battle, the composed youth's strength likely rivals that of Shan Zhou, and he has no desire to be bested again. Just then, another student speaks up, "By the way, our Shingu hasn't he made a move yet?" This remark resonates with others. "Indeed, are you daring enough to challenge Shinzhou?" "Yes, let Shingu teach this arrogant individual a lesson." Exactly, Shingu relishes confronting these self-important characters. "All right," the maiden responds decisively. "Then I shall challenge the Shingu you speak of." She perceives that the students of the celestial camp are merely boasting. Unable to admit defeat after their champion has been bested, they are now fabricating another hero to uphold their pride. Besides, even if it were true, so what? It matters not, for she has her junior brother to back her up. With that thought, the maiden casts a glance at the youth, who returns a gentle smile. "Rest assured, sister. With me here, all will be well, just as before." The maiden raises her small fists and shouts, "Shan Zhou? According to the rules of the celestial camp, I challenge you." Chapter 78. A paper tiger, how amusing. It seems the drama has come knocking at my door. Sitting leisurely in his makeshift courtyard, basking under the sun, Shan Zhou's lips curl into a smile. The wooden cottage lacks a true courtyard. However, as his dwelling is situated in a secluded area where even passers-by dare not tread, he requested some timber from Shimo and constructed a small enclosure. Unlike other students who diligently train, Shan Zhou has merely been idle these past days. Now, hearing of a challenge directed at him, an undeniable joy wells up within. He is also quite curious about the duo approaching him, particularly the youth. It is not due to any peculiar fascination of Shan Zhou, but rather the names hovering above their heads. The maiden is identified as disciple of the Chengwu Marquis, Duan Shuang. The youth bears the title, Host of National Fortune. Yichuan, a host of national fortune. This is a title Shan Zhou has never encountered before. Does this lad carry the nation's fate within him? Could it be the legendary child of destiny? Just as Shun Zhou contemplates the implications, the two arrive and create quite the spectacle. First, the girl initiates a provocation only to be struck down, followed by the boy's brazen interference, portraying himself as a protector. Ultimately, the two embrace, sharing a tender gaze as they spiral downward. Shun Zhou has always looked down upon Imo Wuhan, yet now he feels a tinge of sympathy for him. After all, Imo Wuhan merely adhered to the rules when challenged, only to be met with a mixed-gender onslaught. How unfortunate! Who would have thought that even in this lifetime, he would witness such a farcical romance drama? Compounded by a nauseatingly overprotective suitor? What a spectacle indeed! Shun Zhou muses to himself before rising to his feet. Having undergone a significant power surge post-upgrade, he is in need of a sparring partner. And now he has two. Meanwhile, the earth sword behind him emits a soft hum, conveying its eagerness for battle, urging him to wield it. All right, you're more impatient than I am. A true war fanatic, or rather, a war-crazed sword. Shun Zhou reassures the earth sword, as its considerable size prevents him from sheathing it at his waist, necessitating its placement upon his back. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Shun Zhou strides into view. The students draw a sharp breath. Shen Gu has arrived, bringing hope to the celestial camp. Duan Shuang and Yi Chuan both turn to face him, with Duan Shuang's eyes sparkling with barely contained awe. The youth, with his jade-like visage and imposing sword, exudes a heroic aura. Yi Chuan frowns slightly, feeling the impact of Shun Zhou's presence. It is striking enough to be unforgettable. Is this your challenge? Shen Zhou's gaze fixes on Duan Shuang. Indeed, she affirms, though her eyes flicker with concern for Yi Chuan. For some inexplicable reason, from the moment this beauty appeared, her heart raced uncontrollably, as if she were facing a primordial giant. Fear not, sister, Yi Chuan reassures her. His demeanor calm and steadied. I have said, with me here, even if the heavens were to fall, I would hold them up for you. With those words, Duan Shuang feels a wave of reassurance wash over her. How could she possibly face danger with such a prodigious talent by her side? Her expression regains its composure, while Shun Zhou tilts his head, observing her. Shall we begin? Let us commence. Duan Shuang inhales deeply, clenching her fists. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Just as she contemplates this, she notices Shen Zhou's right hand slowly reaching for the hilt of his obsidian sword. Preparing to draw his weapon only now? Too late. Duan Shuang's eyes light up as she coldly exclaims. Watch me take the initiative and catch you off guard. Boom, in the blink of an eye. A deafening sound erupts across the arena of the celestial camp, abruptly interrupting Duan Shuang's thoughts as her form is launched like a cannonball, hurtling away, soaring to the very edge of the Tianjiao camp. Crashing heavily against wall after wall, Duan Shuang tumbled into a desolate ruin before finally coming to a halt. Midway through Duan Shuang's flight trajectory, Yi Chuan stood there, his entire body frozen in disbelief. His complexion shifting dramatically as he gazed at the wreckage where Duan Shuang had landed. The moment he witnessed her being sent flying, he immediately rushed over to offer assistance, but alas, he was a step too late. Shun Zhou's swift action was beyond comprehension. Even he had failed to react in time. The harsh words he had spoken earlier amounted to nothing more than a pile of nonsense. The idiom to use a tiger's might to intimidate had indeed been employed quite effectively by him. Amidst feelings of shock and astonishment, Shun Zhou's mocking voice broke through, and as Yi Chuan turned to look, he realized that Shun Zhou had drawn his massive sword from behind, its tip perfectly aligned with the direction where Duan Shuang had originally stood. It dawned on him, at that very moment, Shun Zhou had completed the action of drawing his sword and striking downward. But why? Why had he been completely oblivious to it? Just as Yi Chuan was engulfed in uncertainty, he caught sight of Shun Zhou's calm gaze directed at him, accompanied by a sneer. What are you staring at? Weren't you just boasting about how you would protect your senior sister and ensure she suffered no harm? Shun Zhou rested the sword on his shoulder, his other hand pointing toward the direction where Duan Shuang lay. Look at what you've managed to protect, you little waste. Those words struck at the very core of Yi Chuan's vulnerabilities, causing his face to flush with embarrassment and his anger to flare up even more. Indeed, just moments ago, he had confidently declared various grandiose promises to his senior sister, showering her with sweet words. Yet in less than half a minute, all of that had been soundly refuted by Shun Zhou. This mortifying predicament left him, a direct disciple of the esteemed Lord Chongwu, feeling utterly humiliated and devoid of dignity. This scoundrel had made him look so foolish. This thought crossed his mind. Yichuan suddenly heard a buzzing sound, as if a heavy hammer had struck his brain, overwhelming him with a wave of intense dizziness. Yichuan clutched his head tightly, his body beginning to sway unsteadily. What was happening? Why was he suddenly so dizzy? He felt a mix of shock and fear, unable to grasp the nature of his current condition. Struggling to keep himself upright, who would have thought the ability, holy word, vanquishing the oppressor, could be activated so effortlessly? Yichuan did not understand what was happening to him. But Shunzhou was all too aware. This kid had such a weak mental fortitude that he had been easily thrown off balance by just a few casual words, triggering, holy word, vanquishing the oppressor. Remarkable, this ability, which he had just acquired, was perfect for practice. Now, are you going to challenge me? Shunzhou looked down at Yichuan. Very well, I accept your challenge. Yichuan exclaimed in bewilderment. What are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to challenge you? And why would you even accept? Accept my foot? Wait, I never said I wanted to challenge you. Struggling with dizziness, Yichuan raised his voice in protest, almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. It seems I've gone into a trance while practicing. Let us pause for now. Once I recover, we can engage in a fair battle. Although Shunzhou's display of strength was formidable, Yichuan remained confident in himself. From the moment he embarked on his cultivation journey, he had never been defeated by a peer. Not once. At the same time, he deduced the cause of his dizziness. It must be due to his cultivation going awry. As a disciple of Lord Chongwu, he practiced only the most elite techniques, each of considerable difficulty, so it was entirely normal for him to occasionally encounter issues while training. Going awry? Quite the act. Shunzhou scoffed dismissively. Merely a feeble excuse to avoid battle. Ha! You truly are nothing more than a cowardly lizard. The crowd of students at Tianjiao camp, initially puzzled by Yichuan's sudden display of distress, quickly found Shunzhou's words to be quite reasonable. Yes, this kid must know he can't defeat Brother Shen, so he's just making excuses. Brilliant. In front of Brother Shen, he even dares to call for a pause. Such a pretense, it's all just an act. I'm not acting, Yichuan shouted in frustration, feeling deeply wronged. He was merely stating the truth, yet Shunzhou had branded him with the label of a cowardly lizard. How could this kid's tongue be so venomous? This insult ignited his fury even more than the previous paper tiger remark. What was most infuriating was the throng of onlookers joining in. Yichuan desperately wanted to retort, but found himself utterly unable to do so. He was on the verge of losing his mind. As Yichuan's emotions spiraled into chaos, a sudden and inexplicable wave of pain erupted within his mind. Ah, this time, Yichuan cried out in agony. If the previous sensation was dizziness, then this was a sharp, excruciating pain. It felt as though someone were piercing directly through his skull, relentlessly stabbing at his fragile brain. Yichuan could no longer stand. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and rolling about, his face contorted in a mask of torment. Oh, what a performance! Indeed, look at how convincingly he rolls around. It's incredibly realistic, absolutely. The sweat on his face suggests he is genuinely in pain and flowing down in streams. The surrounding students regarded the scene with disdain, believing Yichuan was merely putting on a show to avoid fighting Shunzhou. Yet, if they were in his position, they would likely perform even more fervently. After all, they were up against the formidable Shunzhou. Observing Yichuan's state, Shunzhou couldn't help but imagine his cries of despair. Master, spare me. I have realized my mistakes. He suddenly recognized how familiar this scene felt. It was as if he had mastered a form of Buddha's tightening spell. Just a single utterance could send his opponent into a frenzy of torment. Additionally, Shunzhou discovered that the mental attack of Holy Word, vanquishing the oppressor, could indeed be infused with the effects of Blade's Edge. This led to Yichuan's unstable emotions being triggered by Shunzhou's words. Activating Holy Word, vanquishing the oppressor, in his mind without him even realizing it. Finally, Yichuan could no longer withstand the latest wave of mental assault. He lay motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. Let the willful and overbearing girl enjoy a good sleep. Good deed value 15. Offering heartfelt guidance to the genius youth. Good deed value 50. 2 lines of text were inscribed in the record of virtues, rewarding Shunzhou for his good deeds. This surprised Shunzhou somewhat. Yichuan had accrued such a high value for good deeds. Was this the worth of a national fate host? However, at this moment, Shinzhou felt more of a sense of tedium. This national fate host had been so effortlessly subdued, without him needing to lift a finger. While he believe the opponent could provide him with much enjoyment. Surely he could at least work up a sweat. Instead, it had merely resulted in a waste of words. At the same time, Shunzhou sensed the thoughts of the sword in his hand. No battle? No thrill? Enjoyment, enjoyment. Can you not aspire to something loftier? Must you always seek mere pleasure? Shunzhou chided the sword, and upon seeing how easily Yichuan had been defeated, he lost interest in continuing the conflict. He then turned his gaze toward Imo Wuhan, still lying nearby, to avoid fighting Shunzhou. This kid had gone to such lengths as to feign madness to this extent. At this moment, Imo Wuhan found himself still engulfed in shock. He had initially believed that Yichuan's strength was comparable to Shunzhou's. However, it was now evident that this was a gross misjudgment. Just because both could dispatch him in an instant did not imply they were of the same caliber. It was akin to two students both scoring 100 on an exam. Yichuan achieved it because that was his utmost capability, while Shunzhou was due to the fact that the test only had 100 points. While lost in such thoughts, Imo Wuhan abruptly felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, a terrifyingly familiar aura. He stiffened his neck and turned to look, only to discover Shunzhou staring intently at him. Oh no, this is bad. Imo Wuhan's heart raced, feeling as if it had lodged itself in his throat. He promptly shut his eyes, tensed his entire body, and braced for an impending blow. However, the anticipated attack never came. Instead, he felt a hand gripping his clothing, lifting him off the ground. When he opened his eyes, he heard Shunzhou's voice. Trembling, Imo Wuhan managed to pry his eyes open. Well, his gaze seemed considerably clearer now. Shunzhou remarked, having successfully transformed Imo Wuhan's status from orange to blue after 2 relentless sessions of instruction. Indeed, diligence bears fruit. Shunzhou then set Imo Wuhan down and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Pointing towards Yichuan in the distance, "Go, slap him twice, so he remembers this lesson in the future." Imo Wuhan was momentarily taken aback. He had thought Shunzhou was there to punish him, but it turned out he was there to help him vent his frustrations. Excellent. With Shunzhou's backing, Imo Wuhan nodded, suddenly feeling emboldened. He quickly strode up to Yichuan, rolled up his sleeves, crouched down, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Yichuan's face. Why Yichuan was dazed, utterly incapable of resisting Imo Wuhan's strikes, enduring the blows without any defense. Upholding the weak, good deed value 10, this action of Shunzhou's earned him another 10 points in good deed value. After the slapping ceased, Imo Wuhan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. It was a win-win. He straightened his sleeves and thanked Shunzhou. "Thank you." Although he felt somewhat awkward saying it, Imo Wuhan mustered the courage to voice his gratitude. Shunzhou nodded, satisfied that he had sufficiently reprimanded the insolent individual. He then stretched and turned back towards his own courtyard. As he passed by cabin 14, Shunzhou noticed Lin Yujing standing in front of her cabin, silently observing the entire altercation. "Lin Guanzhu." Shunzhou waved casually at Lin Yujing. She nodded in response and remarked, "I have been in seclusion for the past few days, just about to come out for some relaxation, only to witness you in a fight. And then I completely lost any desire to unwind." Lin Yujing sighed and turned back into her cabin. Reflecting on their first encounter, he had been at the 1st level of the 2nd realm while she was at the 9th level. Now, having finally broken through to the 3rd realm, she could no longer discern Shunzhou's cultivation level. Leaving her feeling quite distressed, as Shunzhou returned to his courtyard, Shurimo appeared on the martial arts field of the Tianjiao camp. "Lord Shur." The surrounding students quickly bowed to Shurimo, who merely nodded in acknowledgement before hastening to Yichuan's side. "Junior brother, what on earth happened to you?" Shurimo exclaimed anxiously, assisting Yichuan to his feet and offering him a pill. Upon hearing Shurimo's address to Yichuan, the smiles on the faces of the other Tianjiao camp students froze. "What is the situation? That little brat is actually Lord Shur's junior brother? Does that mean the object of their earlier ridicule is, in fact, a disciple of the Duke of Chengwu? This is perilous, very perilous." Yet, the most bewildered of all was Imo Wuhan, whose head was spinning. Had he known of Yichuan's significant background, he would not have listened to Shunzhou and slapped him now. It was utterly disastrous. "I'm fine." After swallowing the pill, Yichuan opened his eyes, trembling slightly as he spoke. I must have been practicing too intensely and experienced some after effects. You should check on Sister Duan first. All right. Shiramo nodded, promptly dragging Duan Shuang out from the debris. After administering another healing pill, Duan Shuang began to awaken. What am I? The look of confusion appeared in Duan Shuang's eyes. She was completely unaware that she had fainted, her memory halting at the moment Shan Zhou was about to draw his sword. Junior sister, what on earth are you doing here? And on top of that, why pretend to be a newcomer? You brought this on yourself. Upon seeing Duan Shuang awaken, Shiramo immediately scolded her. As a direct disciple of their master, Yichuan held a certain status and strength. So Shiramo needed to consider his feelings, but this willful junior sister was fair game for a reprimand. Noticing Yichuan's gaze turn towards them, Shiramo sighed. Alas, this is partly my fault. I was in seclusion on the central pavilion and did not hear the commotion outside. Otherwise, it would not have escalated to this extent. Then, Brother Shi, since you did not hear the commotion, how did you know I was pretending to be a newcomer? Duan Shuang posed a pointed question. Shiramo, has she caught me in my own words? This girl is quite astute. Cough, cough. So what exactly are you two here for? Shiramo forcefully changed the subject. It is as follows. Duan Shuang, enduring the pain throughout her body, began. Master instructed us to inform you that the top 15 members of the Tianjiao camp should proceed to the Weiwu Hall to meet with him. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is just wasting Master's time. Shiramo was somewhat speechless. This junior sister relied on Master's favoritism and truly was both inexperienced and playful. However, she was not entirely incompetent. In the entire Tianjiao camp, only a handful could surpass her, but unfortunately, she had provoked the camp's greatest boss. The moment Xinzhou appeared, Shiramo, the administrator of the Tianjiao camp, did not even dare to step forward. After all, if he intervened on behalf of his junior sister, he might find himself caught in Shan Zhou's wrath as well. Chapter 81. Selecting disciples. All right, I understand now. You should rest for a while. It's not serious. After comforting Duan Shuang, Shiramo stood up. Wait a moment, Brother Shi, why did I faint? Duan Shuang grasped his sleeve, perplexed. Shiramo raised an eyebrow. Good grief, she doesn't even know she got hit? You might as well not ask. He shook his head, then sighed. Life can be quite confusing. Duan Shuang was even more puzzled. Seeing Shiramo's silence, she turned to look at Yichuan. Why Yichuan immediately felt ashamed and lowered his head. Struggling to stand, Brother Shi, I must take my leave. I need to ask Master what exactly happened to me. Oh? You truly did lose control during your practice? Shiramo responded in surprise. Do you think Brother Shi also believes I was faking it? Yichuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and his voice rose. No, I believe you, Shiramo quickly assured him. You should go and ask Master. Such matters cannot be delayed. In Shiramo's past impressions, Yichuan had indeed exuded an air of superiority. He had once entered the Honglin Mountains alone at the Third Realm, slaying 3 Fourth Realm monsters. After receiving guidance from the Duke of Chengwu, his strength had skyrocketed in a short time, easily surpassing the likes of those in the Guanghan Palace. Currently, within the entire Chengwu Guard, with Qin Lao having relinquished his cultivation, it was likely that only Yin Nan could still hold his own against him. With a genius like Yichuan around, the other talents were destined to remain mere supporting characters. This had been Shiramo's belief until he encountered Shenode. Why Yichuan left in considerable distress, not even calling out to his beloved senior sister. Yet, Duan Shuang joyfully followed after him. Shiramo returned to the central pavilion and immediately summoned the top 15 members. He barely had time to settle. Shan Zhou grumbled, reluctantly standing up and slowly making his way out of the wooden cabin. It's Brother Shen. Everyone, make way for Brother Shen. Let him go in first. At the entrance of the central pavilion, the sharp-eyed Lu Tian noticed Shan Zhou's movement and shouted, quickly stepping aside. Exactly, let Brother Shen in first. Yes, the other students echoed in unison. Damn, Lu Tian is really quite the sycophant. Why should Brother Shen go in first? Indeed, it's just entering a room. Why all this unnecessary fuss? Some students grumbled, but their bodies obediently cleared a path. Thus, as Shan Zhou arrived at the pavilion's entrance, he saw the students lined up on either side, standing straight and forming a clear passage to the grand door of the pavilion. What the hell? Get in here, he frowned and shouted. What foolish formalities. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was some sort of mobster. At this remark, the students immediately scattered. and those who had harbored grievances against Shanzhou inexplicably developed a sense of goodwill towards him. In the loft, after all the members had gathered, Shimo announced, "You shall immediately depart with me to the majestic hall to meet the esteemed Lord Chengwu. If I am not mistaken, this time Lord Chengwu will select several of you to become his disciples." Upon hearing this, the entire central loft erupted with excitement. Each talented individual displayed expressions of eagerness, for Lord Chengwu represented the pinnacle of martial prowess and authority in the entire Guanghan prefecture. To become his disciple, what a glorious future awaited! Xingu, with your strength, it's undoubtedly a certainty that you will be chosen as Lord Chengwu's disciple, Bai Feng exclaimed, his face full of envy. However, he too had his opportunities. Having been in seclusion for several days, he had not stepped out of his wooden cabin and had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of the second realm. This also meant Bai Feng had missed out on the earlier spectacle, for otherwise, he would have undoubtedly transformed into an ardent fan, fervently cheering for Shanzhou. "I'm indifferent to it," Shanzhou replied casually. Though he too felt a thrill, not for the sake of being Lord Chengwu's disciple, but simply because he could inquire about the cultivation methods of the 5th realm after meeting the esteemed lord. He had been stuck in the 4th realm for far too long and was eager for a breakthrough. The majestic hall was the core area of Guanghan Palace, and also the place where Lord Chengwu practiced. Typically, no one was permitted entry here, and aside from Lord Chengwu, only Yichuan could come and go freely. In a brief moment, they arrived before an ancient and grand hall. "Master, I have brought the top 15 members of the talented camp," Shimo said respectfully at the entrance. Entered at a deep and resonant voice emanated from the depths of the hall. The talented youths present immediately felt a wave of tension, their hearts racing to their throats. Even Lin Yujing, who was usually composed, showed signs of breathlessness. The most visibly affected was Xiang Yang, a fervent admirer of Lord Chengwu, who began to tremble uncontrollably. Shanzhou, however, maintained a calm demeanor. He had already heard that voice before in the treasure pavilion. Under Shimo's guidance, the anxious youths stepped into the hall. Inside the vast and cold main hall, several individuals were already waiting. Seated to the left were Qin Hai, Yan Nan, and Yin Shi, while to the right sat Yichuan and Duan Shuang, both regarding the newcomers with unfriendly gazes. The members of the talented camp bowed their heads, especially Imo Wuhan, who wished he could vanish from this place immediately. How could they have been so foolish as to provoke 2 disciples of Lord Chengwu? And what about Shanzhou? He had provoked them even more. Imo Wuhan glanced at Shanzhou, only to find him appearing utterly unfazed. At that moment, Imo Wuhan felt a twinge of admiration for him. "You need not be anxious." Just then, the deep voice resonated again. "My 2 incompetent disciples are merely asking for trouble. If they dare to bother you, I shall break their legs." This down-to-earth remark, akin to a warm spring breeze, immediately calmed everyone's hearts. It was then that they noticed a solitary figure sitting on a cushion in the center of the hall. A middle-aged man clad in a somewhat plain white robe. Slender in build with deep-set features, exuded no trace of a martial artist's aura, resembling an ordinary person. He was none other than the supreme commander of Guanghan Prefecture. "Lord Chengwu, Master, I have brought the top 15 talents." Shimo bowed. Everyone sit down." Lord Chengwu waved his hand. The group took their seats on the cushions, somewhat surprised that the renowned Lord Chengwu appeared so unremarkable indeed. The notion that masters must be exceptionally handsome was merely a fantasy of the citizens of Xingdou. Just as this thought arose, a shiver coursed through the talented individuals, as if a pair of pitch-black eyes had suddenly materialized in their minds and opened wide. In that instant, they felt as though struck by lightning. Those eyes blazing like a scorching sun, revealing everything about them in stark clarity. In a mere moment, Lord Chengwu saw through all the youths present, with the exception of Shanzhou, whose merit record was beyond even Lord Chengwu's perception. The talented youths were still reeling from the earlier experience when Lord Chengwu straightforwardly stated, "Regrettably, none of you can become my direct disciples." Upon hearing this, the talented individuals felt as if the sky had collapsed. Realizing that none of the 15 had caught Lord Chengwu's eye, to the left, Yichuan displayed a victorious smile. That's so, Master? Are you certain?" Yin Shi was the first to speak, clearly astonished. "Not even Shanzhou?" "Indeed, Master, I believe Shanzhou possesses immense potential." Qin Hai chimed in. "Could you reconsider?" Yan Nan echoed. After witnessing Shanzhou's terrifying feats in the Honglin Mountains, They found it hard to accept this outcome. After all, even Yichuan couldn't reach such heights. The other talented youths soon caught on. While it was one thing for Lord Chengwu to overlook them, how could he disregard a prodigy like Xinzhou? Chapter 82. Secrets of the Yin Nation. Hearing the words of the Chengwu guards, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Lord Chengwu's eyes. Yet he still proclaimed, "My decision is final. You need not press further." Yin Shi and the others ceased their insistence, casting regretful glances at Shenzhou. However, Shenzhou's expression remained serene, showing no signs of disappointment. "Nevertheless, I can take on a few registered disciples." Lord Chengwu shifted the conversation. The talented youths were somewhat puzzled, and it was Shimo who clarified, "Within the entire Guanghan Palace, only Yichuan is Master S' direct disciple. The rest of us are registered disciples." "Oh, that's how it is?" The youths were momentarily taken aback, feeling a glimmer of hope, while also growing increasingly puzzled. Was Shenzhou truly not as good as Yichuan? Yet Yichuan had been so intimidated by Shenzhou that he seemed to lose his mind. Was it not an act? Sensing the youth's thoughts, Yichuan immediately waved his sleeve and scoffed, "I told you, I was merely lost in my own thoughts before. Otherwise, in a true comparison with Shenzhou, he stands no chance. I would win." Yichuan's confident demeanor, combined with his status as a direct disciple, lent considerable credibility to his words. The talented youths believed him to a large extent. After all, that Lord Chengwu favored Yichuan over Shenzhou spoke volumes. Shenzhou, however, chuckled, "You might want to tone down the arrogance. It only makes you seem weaker." "What?" Yichuan frowned, surprised that Shenzhou dared to retort him in front of their master. "Ahem, so, master, which of the candidates will you choose as your registered disciples?" Yin Shi interjected at the right moment. Lord Chengwu was unperturbed by the dispute between the two juniors. After a moment's contemplation, he named 3 individuals, Shenzhou, Imo Wuhan, and Bai Feng. Upon hearing this, excitement washed over Imo Wuhan and Bai Feng, especially Bai Feng, who had never expected to be selected despite being the last in the talented camp. Indeed, Lord Chengwu valued potential above all. "Thank you, master." Imo Wuhan immediately performed a bow of gratitude, and Bai Feng hurriedly followed suit. "No need for that." Lord Chengwu waved his hand. After all, they were merely registered disciples, a title that bore little significance. His true legacy would only be passed on to direct disciples. With that thought, Lord Chengwu turned his gaze to Shenzhou, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Why was someone as extraordinary as Shenzhou not the type he sought? After a brief moment of reflection, Lord Chengwu waved his hand again. "Those chosen may stay. The rest may leave." The unselected talented youths could only depart with disappointed expressions, while the Chengwu guards chose to take their leave as well. Ultimately, only Shenzhou, Imo Wuhan, Bai Feng, and Yichuan remained in the main hall. "All right, the 3 of you may ask any questions you have regarding your martial path." Lord Chengwu said, "I have been waiting for this moment. It took long enough." Shenzhou was the first to step forward, saying, "Master, I seek the cultivation method for the 5th realm." "The 5th realm?" At this revelation, Imo Wuhan and Bai Feng immediately turned their gazes towards him. Were their ears deceiving them? Shenzhou was actually asking for the cultivation method for the 5th realm. It was worth noting that one of them was only at the 3rd realm, while the other was merely at the 2nd realm. Not only Imo Wuhan and Bai Feng, but even Yichuan was taken aback. He was only at the 5th layer of the 4th realm? And Shenzhou's tone. Could it be he had reached the peak of the 4th realm? Yichuan found it hard to believe. It must be an act, surely, just to show off in front of others. Lord Chengwu studied Shenzhou intently. He knew full well that Shenzhou was not putting on an act but had genuinely reached the peak of the 4th realm. Such a genius was astonishingly frightening, yet upon further reflection, even such a talent could not escape the fate of being a pawn. A look of struggle appeared on Lord Chengwu's face, seeing the master fall into an unusual silence. Yichuan and the others grew even more puzzled. For someone of Lord Chengwu's caliber, this question should pose no challenge. Why then did he seem so hesitant? Shenzhou discerned that the Marquis of Chengwu appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. Recalling the earlier hints from the merit record, he inquired, "By the way, master, when I absorb spiritual energy, I can perceive the essence of the world around me, as if it harbors something else." Before Shenzhou could finish his sentence, the Marquis of Chengwu's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, he vanished from his original position and reappeared right before Shenzhou. "You can sense it?" The Marquis fixed his intense gaze upon Shunzhou, urgently questioning him. Wei Chuan, standing nearby, was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed his master in such a discomposed state. Wait a moment, Shunzhou claims he can sense the spiritual energy of the world? Could it be that this young man has truly reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm? Yes, Shunzhou nodded. The merit record allows for such perception. If he can sense it, that is only fitting. How is that possible? The Marquis of Chengwu looked at Shunzhou with a gaze filled with confusion, as if even a mathematics professor would be at a loss when faced with the Riemann hypothesis. So, Master, do you know why? Shunzhou asked again. The Marquis did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Then he waved his hand towards Yichuan and the other two, saying, "You three should leave this place for now." Understood. Although somewhat perplexed, Imo Wuhan and Bai Feng promptly nodded in agreement. Wei Yichuan, however, was slightly surprised. "Master, even I, you should leave as well." The Marquis nodded. Only then did Yichuan, with a face full of gloom, follow Bai Feng and Imo Wuhan out, leaving the grand hall occupied solely by the Marquis and Shunzhou. After a moment of silence, the Marquis finally spoke. "Do you know why I refrained from intervening until the very last moment during the incident at Honglin Mountain?" Shunzhou was somewhat puzzled by the sudden mention of this matter. Yet he was indeed curious. Had the Marquis acted sooner, perhaps Qin Hai would not have suffered such a catastrophic decline in his cultivation. "Why?" Shunzhou inquired. "Because, prior to intervening, I had already been reduced to a mere mortal for many years." The Marquis spoke, his tone laden with bitterness. Why cultivation had regressed. This is the consequence of a royal seal. Chapter 83. Complete monopoly. The Marquis of Chengwu's revelation was astonishing. Even the usually composed Shunzhou was taken aback. As the lord of a province, once wielding great power and prestige, the Marquis had been reduced to a mortal for many years, and his cultivation had only recently been restored. Just how formidable was the royal family of the Yin Kingdom? Able to poison the very essence of spiritual energy? Shunzhou queried. The Marquis cast a glance at Shunzhou, recognizing him as a perceptive individual, grasping the nuances with ease. He continued, "Since the founding of the Yin Kingdom. It has been 8,000 years. Dio, you know how many emperors have reigned during this span?" Shunzhou shook his head. Being a poor country boy, he had no knowledge of such matters. 7. The Marquis provided the answer. Gasp. "Does that mean these emperors can easily live for over 1,000 years? Shunzhou raised an eyebrow. He finally began to comprehend the earlier words of Elder Qin, who had said, 100 years is the prime age for striving. It was not merely a time for effort. It was a period ripe with potential. Indeed, the Marquis nodded. Even I have lived for over 600 years. While the average lifespan of common folk hovers around 60, those at the bottom, the upper echelons of the Yin Kingdom are akin to deities, and if they are indeed divine, possessing some arcane capabilities is entirely natural. According to my investigations, over these 8 millennia, the royal family has likely employed some potent methods to gradually refine the spiritual energy within the Yin Kingdom, infusing it with some peculiar supernatural powers. As long as one cultivates within this realm, that mystical force will follow and integrate into every fiber of their being. It bears a striking resemblance to poisoning. However, this poison is colorless and tasteless, remaining dormant until your cultivation deepens, at which point the affliction intensifies until they feel they can no longer control you. Shunzhou interjected. Precisely, the Marquis nodded, his gaze betraying a hint of sorrow. For a martial artist, their greatest reliance is their cultivation. Yet now, that very power was firmly grasped by another. What recourse remained? Even the once mighty Marquis of Chengwu found himself reduced to a mere barking dog in the presence of the Yin royal family. The Marquis continued. Initially, upon sensing my cultivation slowly regressing, I was filled with fear and confusion, believing I had merely faltered in my training. However, I gradually came to realize that this was not due to my own shortcomings, but stemmed from external forces. I also discovered that throughout the history of the Yin Kingdom, I was not the only one to experience such a fate. Thus, I, along with my comrades, tirelessly sought the truth. Ultimately, after paying a price, we managed to uncover some clues, but that was all we could ascertain. The Marquis spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, but Shunzhou could only imagine the cruelty behind it. This esteemed figure had lived for over 6 centuries, Possessing a formidable reputation, a man of his stature should have been surrounded by countless disciples and allies. Yet now, the closest person to him was merely a century-old gatekeeper. His former friends had likely met their demise or turned traitor. What a devastating blow! Shinzhou could not help but exclaim his astonishment. He had initially believed that monopolizing martial arts techniques was the pinnacle of control, yet he had never imagined that things could be played so ruthlessly. This truly could fortify the Yin Kingdom's power, rendering internal rebellion nearly impossible. If that is the case, why not seek refuge in another country? Shinzhou casually suggested. Upon hearing this, the Marquis's expression suddenly turned grave. What nonsense are you spouting? No matter the trials and tribulations ahead, one must never betray one's country and ally with foreign foes. Shinzhou raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this was his oversight. The Marquis was not like him. As a transmigrator, he held little sense of belonging to the Yin Kingdom, let alone this world. However, the Marquis, despite his grievances with the royal family, still identified as a citizen of the Yin Kingdom and would never consider treason. The Marquis sighed again. Moreover, whatever you can conceive, the royal family can certainly anticipate, and they have their countermeasures. Besides, how much better could another nation be? It's merely exchanging one cage for another, so your establishment of the Tianjiao camp to seek out talented cultivators is indeed for this reason. Shinzhou inquired once more. Precisely, the Marquis nodded. By chance, I perused ancient historical texts and discovered a certain type of individual who can evade the control of the royal family's secret methods. Such individuals carry with them a fragment of the nation's fortune, and due to this blessing, their cultivation talent surpasses that of others, leading to a life filled with good fortune. At that moment, Shinzhou recalled Yichuan's identity, national fortune host. It appeared that Yichuan was not merely a child of destiny in this realm but rather a child of fortune for the Yin Kingdom. Moreover, from the Marquis's words, it seemed that there were more than just him. It seemed that the Marquis of Chengwu indeed harbored aspirations of rebellion. Yet, it remained unclear how much of the Marquis's plans had been discovered by the Yin royal family, especially with a constabulary officer embedded at his side. Shinzhou, I initially believed your cultivation talent to be extraordinary and thought you carried the nation's fortune, only to find that this was not the case. The Marquis continued, sighing, I never expected you could also detect the abnormalities in the spiritual energy. In the past, others could not see through the Marquis of Chengwu. Yet now he found himself unable to fathom a young man. Perhaps it is simply my exceptional talent, Shinzhou replied, choosing not to linger on the matter. Then, master, please impart to me the cultivation methods for the fifth realm, and if you could, also share the subsequent realms as well. Now that he had grasped the situation, he felt no lingering doubts. The mysterious power within the spiritual energy was undoubtedly malevolent. It must be eradicated. He had no desire to become a pawn of the Yin royal family. Very well, the Marquis nodded, unable to suppress a sigh from escaping his lips. He was not surprised by Shinzhou's choice. What could one do upon learning the truth? Would one simply choose to abandon cultivation and remain stagnant at the fourth realm? For a martial artist pursuing power, such a notion was evidently impossible, especially considering Shinzhou's terrifying cultivation talent. How could he be content with such a fate? Even if he knew it was a trap, he would still leap into it. Just then, it seemed the Marquis sensed something. His brow furrowed as he closed his eyes, and a flash. A white silhouette surged forth from the Marquis, swiftly penetrating the grand hall and soaring toward the heavens. The next moment, a carefree, jovial laughter echoed throughout the entire Guanghan Palace. Marquis Chengwu, long time no see. Chapter 84. Visitors from the royal family. Someone is coming. Shinzhou's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Reappearing outside the grand hall, upon looking up, he beheld a flying vessel approaching from the horizon, ultimately hovering above Guanghan Palace and casting a massive shadow upon the ground. The magnificent airship measures over 70 zhang in length, with its bow resembling a soaring dragon and its stern shaped like a phoenix's tail. A colossal banner stands proudly at its pinnacle, fluttering in the wind, signifying the imperial dragon flag of the great Yin dynasty. My heavens! How spectacular! This grand spectacle has captured the attention of everyone within the Guanghan Palace. In an instant, Yichuan, Yin Shiwu, Bai Feng, and others all directed their gazes skyward, exclaiming in awe. Most of the individuals present had never ventured beyond Guanghan Prefecture, and had never witnessed such a formidable and majestic mode of transportation. Even Shinzhou felt a twinge of emotion. Though he had flown in an airplane in his previous life, he had never boarded such a spacecraft. On the deck of the airship stood dozens of imposing figures, most clad in armor, surrounding a young man at the center like stars encircling the moon. The young man, with strikingly handsome features and sword-like brows, donned a moon-white brocade robe intricately embroidered with golden cloud patterns along the edges. As Shanzhou surveyed the scene, his pupils constricted slightly. The 14th prince of the Yin kingdom, Ji Tsungyun. It was truly a case of speak of the devil and he shall appear, for they had just been discussing the Yin royal family when the prince himself made an entrance. And a royal one at that. The imposing entourage clearly did not come with benevolent intentions. "Your Highness, what brings you to Guanghan Palace?" inquired Marquis Chengwu, maintaining a demeanor of calm dignity. His ethereal form hovered in the air, standing in stark contrast to the colossal airship. "Your Highness," upon hearing Marquis Chengwu's address, the members of Guanghan Palace were taken aback, realizing the significance of their visitor. In response to Marquis Chengwu's question, Ji Tsungyun replied with a smile, "Marquis, I have traveled a great distance from the capital to this remote prefecture for urgent matters to discuss." He paused momentarily, lowering his gaze to survey those present in Guanghan Palace, his smile turning cold. "Since you all recognize this prince as a royal of the Yin kingdom, why do you not kneel? Are you provincial folks so ignorant of basic etiquette?" Yin Shiwu, Yi Chuan, and others immediately turned pale, hastily dropping to their knees. Even Lin Yujing, though her eyes flashed with reluctance, complied in the blink of an eye. The entire Guanghan Palace was filled with kneeling figures. The hierarchical structure of Yin society is rigid, with the emperor's authority paramount, and the feudal principles of ruler and subject, father and son deeply ingrained in the populace. "Very well," Ji Tsungyun nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Though Guanghan Prefecture had been under Marquis Chengwu's control for many years, it seemed the imperial majesty still held sway. Suddenly, Ji Tsungyun furrowed his brow, for he noticed a lone figure who remained upright in defiance. Not far off, a young man stood tall, his gaze icy, showing no intention of kneeling. "Audacious! Why do you not kneel?" Before Ji Tsungyun could speak, a burly man clad in armor stepped forward to reprimand. The name above this man read, Royal Guard Cavalry, Jiang Yuanhua. Shunzhou chuckled softly. "My life is resolute. I cannot learn to bend, let alone kneel in this life. I only bow to heaven, earth, and my parents. A mere royal is hardly deserving of my submission. Better to die free than live in servitude." At these words, the members of Guanghan Palace couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Shunzhou. They knew him to be audacious, but none anticipated such brazen defiance in the face of royalty, truly courting death. Yi Chuan sighed inwardly, yet could not help feeling a surge of admiration. Ji Tsungyun's expression shifted from anger to mockery. "Excellent. A resolute spirit that cannot learn to bend." Jiang Yuanhua, attuned to his master's sentiments, leapt from the airship as Ji Tsungyun finished speaking, streaking towards Shunzhou like a shooting star. Boom. The two figures collided in the square outside the hall, raising a cloud of dust. Humph! Ji Tsungyun's lips curled into a smile. He had come to Guanghan Prefecture with the intent to establish dominance over Marquis Chengwu, and the plan was unfolding successfully, aided by this reckless young fool. However, the next moment, Ji Tsungyun's smile froze as the dust settled, revealing Jiang Yuanhua kneeling on the ground, with the young man in the green robe leisurely seated upon his back. Not only Ji Tsungyun but all others present wore expressions of disbelief. This young man's strength seemed overwhelmingly formidable. Only the ethereal Marquis Chengwu displayed a hint of amusement. At that moment, Jiang Yuanhua felt dizzy and shocked, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Why had he not seen Shunzhou make any move? The royal guard, utterly confounded. Amidst his bewilderment, Shunzhou's mocking voice echoed in his ears, causing Jiang Yuanhua's face to flush with anger. Where did this impudent boy come from, daring to challenge the imperial dignity? Another voice thundered, belonging to a lean man standing beside Ji Tsungyun. "Royal Guard Captain Zhuotsong." In the next instant, Zhuotsong surged forward like lightning, faster and more formidable than Jiang Yuanhua. Yet, before he could reach Shunzhou, he was suddenly sent flying backwards by an unseen force, crashing through the grand doors of Guanghan Palace and creating a deep crater in the ground. To strike at my disciple beneath my very eyes is one thing. But to dare do so a second time, Marquis Chengwu's indifferent voice rang out. His ethereal form hovered motionless, but it was clear that he had been the one to repel Zhuo Song. You strike the young, and I shall respond with the elder. Ji Songyun's handsome face betrayed a flicker of anxiety and unease. Despite having been in a state of decline for so long, Marquis Chengwu remained as formidable as ever. This attempt to assert dominance had utterly failed, turning into a lesson for him instead. Clenching his fists, Ji Songyun recalled that the Yin Kingdom still required Marquis Chengwu's military prowess and could not afford to sever ties with him. With this thought, Ji Songyun's face once again broke into a gentle smile. Your Excellency, I must acknowledge that my subordinates are unaware of proper etiquette. It is entirely their own fault. I have come today on the orders of my father, the Emperor, to present you with an imperial decree. With a wave of his hand, a plump eunuch stepped forward, gradually unfurling the bright yellow imperial edict he held. Chapter 85. The Imperial Edict and Recruitment by the Will of Heaven. The Emperor decrees. The northern borders have frequently suffered incursions from enemy nations, with flames of war spreading. I am deeply concerned. Marquis Chengwu possesses both loyalty and valor, and is commendably strategic. Therefore, I appoint him as the Grand General of the Northern Defense. Effective immediately, to march northward, guard the borders, protect our great Yin territory, and uphold the imperial might of our great Yin, so be it. The plump eunuch recited the edict with a measured cadence. Marquis Chengwu, upon grasping the meaning, could not help but feel a cold laugh bubble within him. In a wonder, his recently dwindled cultivation had inexplicably restored. It turned out the court needed him to charge into battle. To be utilized when deemed necessary, and cast aside when not of use, a sense of desolation filled Marquis Chengwu's heart. Please accept the decree, Marquis Chengwu. The eunuch's voice rang out once more, his squinty eyes gleaming with a smile as he regarded Marquis Chengwu, adding, I hope you shall not disappoint the Emperor's goodwill. Shunzhou silently observed the scene, recognizing that among these uninvited guests, it was likely this seemingly amiable eunuch who possessed the greatest strength. As indicated by the title above his head, Head Eunuch of the Eastern Depot, Lu Dong, the Head Eunuch of the Eastern Depot. Typically, in martial arts dramas, those who attain such positions are unparalleled experts. Noticing that Marquis Chengwu had yet to respond, Ji Songyun's expression turned anxious, and every individual aboard the airship wore a mask of tension. Should Marquis Chengwu suddenly choose to rebel at this moment, it would likely be only the head eunuch who could offer any resistance against the former peak of the Yin Kingdom, whose strength was no trifling matter. Everyone present awaited Marquis Chengwu's answer. After a moment, they saw his gaze dim, and he knelt, saying, I humbly thank your majesty for your great kindness. With Marquis Chengwu's response, the tension among the crowd aboard the airship dissipated. It signified that he had yielded. Lu Dong swiftly appeared before Marquis Chengwu, placing the imperial edict in his hands, and urged, I implore you, Marquis, to set forth without delay. The situation at the northern borders brooks no delay. Marquis Chengwu did not reply but instead stated, Then what of Guanghan Prefecture? The Emperor has decreed that Guanghan Prefecture remains your fief. The court shall not interfere, Lu Dong replied with a smile. Moreover, should you achieve merit in defending the borders, the Emperor is willing to grant you even more territory. Perhaps, you may even receive an entire province. The Yin Kingdom operates under a three-tiered system of counties, prefectures, and provinces, with provinces existing above prefectures. Yet, upon hearing this, there was no flicker of emotional response on Marquis Chengwu's face. Even if he were granted a province, to him, it would merely be a slightly larger morsel of bone, I understand. He replied simply, I shall depart once I conclude my affairs. That would be most agreeable, Lu Dong nodded, then suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, the Emperor has heard that you have been nurturing talents over the years? Marquis Chengwu furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. And what of it? It is as follows. Director Lu remarked, recently, His Majesty has expressed a desire to cultivate talents and wishes to select a few from your esteemed side, to be brought into the royal courtyard of the capital for training. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, a peculiar sensation surged through the hearts of the prodigies within Guanghan Palace. The royal courtyard is the pinnacle institution for nurturing young warriors in the Yin Kingdom. Only the most extraordinary talents throughout the realm have the opportunity to enter its hallowed halls. There, one can access the finest cultivation resources in all of Yen. What if I were to express my unwillingness? The Duke of Chengwu's countenance turned grim. If the Duke is reluctant, the Emperor would naturally not insist. Director Lu adopted a humble stance, saying, however, I believe it is essential to grant the young ones a chance to make their own choices. What say you, Duke? The Duke of Chengwu maintained a stoic expression. After a moment of tense silence, he finally replied, very well. At this juncture, the Duke realized that his covert plan to seek out and nurture the host of national fortune had already come to the attention of the royal family. Their so-called selection was merely a facade, aimed directly at Yi Chuan. Should the Emperor forcibly take Yi Chuan away, he would have little recourse to stop it. Yet, this old eunuch has allowed Yi Chuan to choose for himself. That presents an opportunity. The Duke had faith in Yi Chuan. After 3 years of guidance, he had shared his legacy unreservedly with him, treating Yi Chuan as his own son. Upon hearing the Duke's consent, Director Lu wasted no time in directing his gaze toward Yi Chuan. Young master, are you willing to join our Yin Kingdom's royal courtyard? Yi Chuan's face immediately displayed hesitation and uncertainty. His gaze flickered between the stern Duke of Chengwu and the smiling Director Lu. On one side lay the Duke's benevolence, and on the other, a broader future. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Yi Chuan finally spoke. I am willing to join the royal courtyard. Having uttered those words, he lowered his head. The Duke of Chengwu trembled, clearly taken aback by Yi Chuan's choice. 3 years of effort had come to naught in that instant. Junior brother, you dot in the distance. Duan Shuang looked at Yi Chuan in disbelief. How many times had Yi Chuan vowed to protect her for a lifetime? And now, on the flying boat, Ji Tsongyun scoffed. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. This is hardly surprising. It seems this young master has made his decision. Director Lu chuckled. Duke, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Take him away. The Duke of Chengwu's eyes dimmed as he waved his hand, not casting another glance at Yi Chuan. The sorrow of a heart turned to stone is profound. In Shi, Qin Hai, and the other Chengwu guards felt a pang of sympathy in their hearts, fully aware of the depth of care and expectation the Duke had for Yi Chuan. Then, I thank you, Duke. Director Lu elatedly continued, turning his gaze to Shenzhou. And what of you, young master? Are you also willing to join the royal courtyard? Shenzhou, taken aback by the attention, observed the old eunuch's gentle gaze and promptly declined, not interested. His words elicited astonishment from everyone, including the Duke of Chengwu. How could Shenzhou refuse such a grand opportunity so decisively? However, reflecting on Shenzhou's earlier resolute demeanor, this decision indeed aligned with his character. Director Lu was equally surprised but continued to persuade. I implore you to reconsider. The royal courtyard is the highest institution in the Yin Kingdom. Only by entering it can you attain a higher starting point, and no need to consider further. Shenzhou interrupted the old eunuch. I have had my fill of your pompous formalities. Chapter 86. There lies an abyss between us. In response to Shenzhou's rejection, Director Lu remained unfazed, even maintaining his smile. After all, inviting Shenzhou had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. If it did not succeed, it was of little consequence. Then, might you kindly dismount from my foolish attendant? Director Lu suggested. Since the beginning, Shenzhou had been seated upon Jiang Yuanhua, who, despite his efforts, could not extricate himself from this predicament for several minutes, serving as an unwitting cushion and no problem. Shenzhou clapped his hands, standing up. Jiang Yuanhua hurriedly scurried away, cradling his head, acutely aware of Ji Tsongyun's disdainful gaze from above. Jiang Yuanhua instantly regretted his decision to seek favor with the 14th prince by stepping forward first. Now, he likely would not even retain his position as an attendant. Very well, Duke, we shall take our leave. With the task complete, the royal guards prepared to depart. Director Lu floated over to Yi Chuan. Young Master Yi, please join me on the ship. Please wait. Yi Chuan interjected. Before we depart, I would like to challenge someone. Who? Yi Chuan pointed at Shenzhou. Him. From the very first moment he encountered Shenzhou, the latter had stripped him of his dignity, drawing ridicule and scorn from the other prodigies. Later, the Duke of Chengwu even expelled him, leaving only Shenzhou to whisper behind his back. Now, even a prominent figure from the palace sought to recruit both him and Shenzhou into the royal courtyard. This series of events left Yi Chuan feeling indignant. He was determined to prove to everyone that he was superior to Shenzhou. Even a tie was unacceptable. The The face and honor he had lost must be reclaimed by his own hand. Moreover, Yichuan had noticed that the 14th prince on the flying boat harbored a distinct dislike for Shenzhou. If he could eliminate Shenzhou under the guise of a friendly match, he would surely win favor with this prince, enhancing his prospects in the royal courtyard. Why Yichuan believed that this plan was a perfect two-for-one deal. Director Liu had not anticipated Yichuan would make such a request. Ji Tsongyan laughed. I find this proposition agreeable. The prospect of the Duke's two disciples engaging in a duel was indeed intriguing and highly entertaining. Director Liu then turned to the Duke of Chengwu. What do you think? Duke? Come on. Before the Duke could respond, Shenzhou preemptively accepted this moment. He regarded Yichuan as one would a corpse. Observing this, the Duke of Chengwu fell silent, tacitly agreeing. All right, let us begin, Yichuan declared. Fully aware that Shenzhou's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm, surpassing his own. But what of it? For Yichuan, overcoming challenges beyond his level was as effortless as breathing. This occasion would be no different. In the grand plaza before the main hall, the two stood facing each other. All eyes, from the royal guards to the members of Guanghan Palace, were fixated on the impending clash. Yichuan took a deep breath. Under the scrutiny of so many distinguished figures, he felt a mixture of nerves and exhilaration, determined to stage a triumphant comeback. Conversely, Shenzhou remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of those around him. This battle would inevitably have but one survivor. And now, the show was about to commence. Yichuan recited what he believed to be a striking line, as the space around him appeared to distort, rippling like the surface of a lake. Witnessing this spectacle, Director Liu's face lit up with delight. This is none other than Duke Chengwu's vortex crossing cloud. I never imagined he would impart this martial skill to Yichuan. It seems he truly values him. Thus, bringing Yichuan back to the royal city was an enormous boon. I hope your mental fortitude is strong enough. Do not let me shatter your defenses. Yichuan's arrogant voice echoed as he charged at Shenzhou. The ripples surrounding him seemed to possess a propulsive force, dramatically boosting his speed, allowing him to reach Shenzhou in the blink of an eye. Come here. Yichuan's right hand formed a claw, palm facing Shenzhou as he drew back. The surrounding vortex deepened and intensified, enveloping Shenzhou within its grasp, causing the air to grow thick and oppressive. Yet Shenzhou stood unmoved, exclaiming, I see. The ripples can indeed create a pulling force. Quite interesting. Seeing Shenzhou unaffected, Yichuan's expression shifted. Why are you not affected? What a joke. Does an ant learning to wrestle expect to topple an elephant? As Shenzhou spoke, a massive elephant-like manifestation materialized, completely overshadowing him. Roar. The colossal elephant let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves manifesting as tangible attacks, shaking Yichuan to his core. At least it was a perfected body refinement technique. How could this fellow's physical prowess be so astonishing? Yichuan was both astounded and terrified. In the presence of this fearsome giant, he instinctively chose to retreat and create distance. With a swift motion, he slapped his waist. Go! 7 small blades erupted from his waist pocket, catching the wind and transforming into 7 brilliantly luminous throwing knives, emitting piercing sonic booms as they surged toward Shenzhou from all directions. Beside him, the esteemed Lord Chengwu furrowed his brow, for it was he who had bestowed upon Yichuan the treasured 7-star blade. Now, however, this traitor wielded it against another of his disciples. In the face of the all-encompassing assault from the 7-star blade, Shenzhou's expression remained unperturbed. His right hand gently rested upon the earth sword secured at his back. Clang. In the next moment, a series of resonant clashes of metal reverberated through the air, and vivid sparks erupted visibly in the atmosphere. Each of the 7-star blades was simultaneously deflected away, while Shenzhou's posture did not waver. He even released his grip on the earth sword. What? Yichuan was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Had Shenzhou just unsheathed his sword and sent all of his 7-star blades flying? Yet he had not witnessed any movement from Shenzhou's blade. What kind of martial arts was this young man practicing that it was so bewildering? An escalating sense of terror and unease enveloped Yichuan, and instinctively, he began to retreat. Shenzhou, however, approached him unhurriedly. Did you not wish to kill me? Why then do you draw away from me? Allow me to reveal a truth. In a confrontation between two parties of equal strength, the distance between them holds significance. Yet between you and me, That distance is utterly meaningless. In the next moment, Yichuan felt a warm sensation in his chest, accompanied by a teasing voice in his ear. You see? Like this, I can soon reach your heart. Shan Zhou had, unbeknownst to him, appeared right before him, gently pressing his hand against the location of his heart. At that instant, Yichuan felt a prickling numbness radiate from his scalp. His pupils dilating in shock, it was as though he had been struck by lightning, his steps faltering as he stumbled backwards. Fearsome, powerful, mysterious, invincible. Yichuan was overwhelmed with admiration for Shan Zhou, his mind flooded with a familiar sensation of dizziness and pain. Breathing heavily in his anxiety, he realized that he had no choice but to reveal his final trump card. You will pay for underestimating me, Yichuan roared, suddenly standing rigid as if he were a puppet. Yet a shadowy figure surged forth from his corporeal form, the Yin spirit. As the direct disciple of Lord Chengwu, Yichuan had indeed been taught the technique of the Yin spirit's emergence. Generally, the speed of the Yin spirit's departure far exceeded that of the martial artist's own actions, much like how Lord Chengwu, while situated in the Guanghan Palace, could instantaneously summon his Yin spirit to slay the Toad Dragon from 1,000 miles away. However, compared to Lord Chengwu's Yin spirit, Yichuan's technique had not been cultivated for long, rendering it clumsy and forced. Adding to his disorientation and panic, he was utterly flustered in its execution. The moment Yichuan's Yin spirit left his body, it was as formless as a rootless reed, flitting about erratically like a kite with severed strings. Not only could he not attack Shan Zhou, but he was also incapable of controlling its movements. This young man's Yin spirit was in complete disarray. There was no need for Shan Zhou to intervene, as he would perish from the inability to anchor his soul. Lu Dong furrowed his brow, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed into the fray, intent on rescuing Yichuan. Yet in the next moment, Lu Dong's pupils constricted in alarm, for Shan Zhou had, at some point, unsheathed the great sword from his back. Simultaneously, a crimson line materialized upon Yichuan's body, running straight from his head down to his waist. The heavy sword bore no edge, yet before Shan Zhou's strike, even a hammer could deliver a fatal blow. Shan Zhou exhaled gently, determined not to let Yichuan's folly lead to his own demise. This act of mercy must be acknowledged. You fool! Yichuan's Yin spirit let out a roar. Sensing the decay of his physical form, without a corporeal body, the Yin spirit was akin to a wandering ghost, lacking a resting place, destined to perish in the void. I will take you down with me. Yichuan, filled with bitter resentment, screamed at Shan Zhou, attempting to launch a lethal strike in the fleeting moments his Yin spirit remained in the world. Yet, his Yin spirit was already unwieldy, with his physical body now deceased. It had lost all support, and instead of drawing closer to Shan Zhou, it was drawn further away. Teske. Shan Zhou's lips curled into a gentle smile. The last person to utter such words to me. The Five-Realm Demon Lord now has grass 3 meters high on his grave. What? Midair. Yichuan's face contorted in horror. 5 realms? Shan Zhou had indeed slain a being of the 5 realms? As Lord Chengwu's disciple, Yichuan had heard countless tales of the vast chasm between the 4th and 5th realms. Could it be true that Shan Zhou had achieved such a feat? In that moment, he seemed to grasp the disparity between himself and Shan Zhou. Relinquishing his desperate struggle against him, he turned to the distant Lord Chengwu, crying out, Master, Master, save me! I do not wish to die. Lord Chengwu remained expressionless, unmoved, as Yichuan's Yin spirit continued to dissipate. His cries grew fainter and further away, until at last, the Yin spirit transformed into mist, vanishing entirely from existence. In his final moments, Yichuan heard a calm voice whisper in his ear, To perish by my hand is the only thing worthy of remembrance in your lifetime. In the swiftly revolving lantern of memories, Yichuan reflected upon his life, only to despairingly realize that Shan Zhou's words were undeniably true. After all, he had received the same treatment as a formidable 5-realm demon lord, personally escorting a mid-stage 4th-realm martial artist back home, successfully preventing his betrayal. Virtue points 1500. A notification resonated from the record of merits, leaving Shan Zhou somewhat disheartened. Was it truly only this little? Alas, Yichuan's cultivation was not particularly high, and under Lord Chengwu's constraints, it was likely he had committed no significant misdeeds, hardly qualifying as a true villain. Yet, he had made the grave mistake of attempting to kill Shan Zhou. From the moment Yi Chuan had turned red-named, his life had begun its swift countdown. Unfortunately, it seemed that national fortune bore no enhancement on virtue points. What astonishing speed of strikes, even as a spectator. I could not intervene. The martial arts he employs are truly remarkable. Lu Dong's form halted mid-air, speechless, a surge of anger swelling within him. Initially, he had intended to bring this national fortune host back to the imperial city for a debriefing, only to witness him effortlessly slain. What a profound humiliation! Yet Lu Dong refrained from acting out, for he knew a more powerful presence loomed over him. On the flying vessel, Ji Songyun clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. He had not anticipated Yi Chuan to be such a pitiful opponent. He had expected a thrilling spectacle, but instead, he was served a mouthful of disappointment. Moreover, this was merely a spar. Why did Xin Zhou dare to kill Yi Chuan so brazenly before so many witnesses? Did he truly hold no regard for his status as a prince? Ji Songyun had intended to vocally berate Xin Zhou's actions. But upon seeing Lu Dong remain silent, he prudently swallowed his words and chose to remain quiet. As a prince, he was not foolish. The ultimate authority here was neither him nor Lu Dong. Perhaps Lord Chengwu might be enraged by Shan Zhou's slaying of his former disciple. Fists and feet bear no eyes. At last, Lord Chengwu spoke, directly defining the outcome of the battle. Yi Chuan lacked the skill, and his death is merely the consequence of his own folly. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong closed his eyes, his heart sinking to the depth. He had become overly complacent. Had he known better, he would not have acquiesced to Yi Chuan's demands. Primarily, he had not anticipated Shan Zhou's strength to be so formidable. The national fortune host, traversing within the borders of Yan Nation, was supposed to be blessed with good fortune, and he had thought that being present as a spectator would ensure no significant unexpected events would occur. Yet before Shan Zhou, the good fortune of the national fortune host proved utterly ineffective. Lord Chengwu's keen spirit appeared beside the 2.5 river, devoid of any emotion towards his former disciple. He retrieved the Xianhuang pouch from Yi Chuan's waist. Beckoning as the 7 scattered 7-star blades returned to the pouch, "It is yours." Lord Chengwu then tossed the pouch to Shan Zhou. "Infuse your true essence within it, and you shall be able to utilize it." Shan Zhou caught it and immediately complied, discovering that the pouch possessed considerable space, roughly the size of an ordinary bedroom. Inside, aside from the 7-star blades, were other items, an essential artifact for traversing the world of cultivation, a spatial storage pouch. Not to mention the 7-star blades, this pouch alone was a valuable item, promising much convenience in the future. As Lord Chengwu's direct disciple, Yi Chuan had indeed enjoyed the highest treatment. "Thank you, Master." Shan Zhou expressed his gratitude, naturally attaching the storage pouch to his waist. He also placed the earth sword, which trembled slightly in protest, into the pouch, as it seemed to communicate its reluctance to be confined. However, Shan Zhou paid it no mind, forcibly stowing it away. Chapter 88. Thinking too highly of oneself with the spar concluded, Lord Chengwu turned his cold gaze towards Lu Dong and the others. "What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner?" Lord Chengwu issued an expulsion order, prompting Lu Dong and the others to awaken from their stupor. Lu Dong immediately bowed to Lord Chengwu. Then, "My lord, we shall take our leave. At last, allow me to implore you, esteemed lord, to hasten your journey to the northern frontier, for the situation there has become precariously dire. This is no jest." The Marquis of Chengwu remained silent. When words fail to resonate, silence ensues. The royal guard had arrived with great fanfare, yet they departed in a state of utter disarray. Aside from delivering the imperial edict, they had gained no advantage in other matters from the Marquis of Chengwu. "It is the fault of this old servant." On the flying vessel, Lu Dong let out a sigh. "There is no need for you to blame yourself, esteemed eunuch. In truth, the greater share of the responsibility lies with me." Ji Songyun then spoke earnestly. "Should my father lay blame, I shall bear it. After all, the duel between Yi Chuan and Shan Zhou was initiated at his behest, and he cannot absolve himself of that." Yet, despite his words, the thought of his mercurial father filled Ji Songyun with trepidation. By the way, eunuch Lu, there is no issue with the demise of Yi Chuan, is there? Ji Songyun was well aware that this grand eunuch was his father's confidant. Having accompanied the emperor for centuries, the secrets of the Yin kingdom that he held were far more extensive than those known to Ji Songyun, the prince. There is no trouble on that front. Lu Dong replied with a smile. Once the Son of Destiny perishes, the fortune he embodied will return, which is not a negative outcome. Hearing this, Ji Songyun felt a measure of relief, and then inquired, Eunuch Lu, should we take measures regarding Xinzhou? His formidable prowess at such a young age is concerning, especially given his obstinate refusal to submit to our royal authority. I fear he may become another Marquis of Chengwu in the future. Lu Dong responded with a wry smile. Is it truly so terrible for him to become a second Marquis of Chengwu? Although the Marquis is somewhat unruly, he has consistently served the court diligently. In these troubled times, with the demons of Yin rising and foreign adversaries lurking at our borders, it would be prudent to have more strong figures like the Marquis. However, Your Highness need not elaborate further. Lu Dong interjected directly. You are still quite young, and there are many matters you have yet to comprehend. In the future, it would be wise to exercise caution in your words and actions. With that, Lu Dong rose and bowed to Ji Songyun. This incident need not weigh upon your shoulders. I shall bear the burden alone. It is late, and you should retire early. Without waiting for Ji Songyun's response, Lu Dong exited the chamber. Gazing through the window at the clear sky outside, Ji Songyun fell into silence. What late hour? He clearly wished to avoid further conversation. After all, he was a prince. Could this old eunuch not display a modicum of respect towards him? With this thought, Ji Songyun sighed once more, feeling helpless. After all, the Yin kingdom had hundreds of princes like him. The emperors of Yin had lived long lives, and due to their cultivation, they were robust in health. Not lacking in women, procreation was an effortless endeavor. Even with such numbers, the emperors had exercised considerable restraint. Tio emerged victorious from such a multitude of princes and ultimately ascend as the next emperor was no simple task. Lu Dong, this old eunuch, spent his days speaking in riddles. One uncontrollable powerhouse like the Marquis of Chengwu was already a handful. To suggest that more would be better seemed to indicate he had lived too long and was becoming senile. Ji Songyun believed his thoughts were entirely justified. He was considering the welfare of the Yin kingdom and the court. A terrifying genius like Shun Zhou must either be quelled early or kept firmly under control. It was unthinkable to allow him to roam free. With this in mind, Ji Songyun commanded his subordinates, summons with Song. As he watched the flying vessel vanish into the horizon, the atmosphere within Guanghan Palace turned somber. The imperial family of Yin was evidently at odds with the Marquis of Chengwu, as a mere decree had dispatched him to the northern frontier, and in parting, they had sought to take Yichuan, whom they had cultivated for years, with them. The good news was that this plan ultimately failed. The royal family could not take Yichuan. The bad news was why Yichuan had been cleaved in two. And now they were arguing over the remains, leaving one half to each side. Bring me Yichuan's body and prepare a proper burial. The Marquis of Chengwu waved his hand, his voice weary. For this once cherished disciple, he resolved to give him a dignified farewell. Turning his gaze to Shun Zhou, he commanded, Shun Zhou, accompany me to the palace. With that, his spectral form vanished from sight. Shun Zhou turned and followed. Within the grand hall, the Marquis of Chengwu sat cross-legged on a mat, appearing aged beyond his years, his vigor diminished. Master, I hope you do not hold me to blame. It was Yichuan who bore ill will towards me first. Shun Zhou spoke promptly. I am aware. At that moment, he intended to eliminate you to curry favor with the prince. The Marquis nodded, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It is all my fault. After living for centuries, I failed to discern the character of my own disciple, but you were quite perceptive, having even guessed Yichuan's thoughts at that time. Shun Zhou muttered inwardly. He found it only natural, given that the Marquis had been manipulated by the imperial family for most of his life. It was no wonder he had struggled to find Yichuan, the antidote he so desperately sought. From that moment, the Marquis had been unsettled, viewing Yichuan as a reflection of his future, placing boundless trust in him, even to the point of indulgence. The concept of betrayal is a perennial aspect of humanity, transcending all realms. Even deities are not exempt. However, Shun Zhou could genuinely avoid such treachery. Armed with the eye of catastrophe. Well then, since Yichuan is deceased, let us not dwell on this. The Marquis of Chengwu continued. I intend to depart for the northern frontier today. Today? Such haste? Shun Zhou expressed surprise. Indeed, the Marquis nodded. I have been kept in cold storage by the imperial family for over a century, and now they suddenly unshackle my abilities. hastily sending me to the northern frontier. This urgency clearly indicates that the masters stationed there can no longer withstand the pressure. The Marquis of Chengwu was a man of unwavering loyalty. Though reluctant to serve the imperial family, he remained devoted to the common folk and the nation. In times of national peril, he would inevitably rise to the occasion. Chapter 89. Sovereign of Guanghan Palace. The mountains and rivers are shattered. The winds scatter the willow catkins. Life is but a fleeting shadow. Who among us can escape death? A steadfast heart shall illuminate the annals of history. Shunzhou understood the Marquis's thoughts at this moment. These lines of poetry inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and he could not help but recite them aloud. However, as soon as he spoke, he regretted it, feeling as though he had inadvertently set a flag for the other. Yet, the Marquis's eyes brightened upon hearing it. The first two lines vividly depicted the tragic plight of both the nation and himself, while the latter possessed an inspiring resonance. Life is but a fleeting shadow. Who among us can escape death? A steadfast heart shall illuminate the annals of history. What a magnificent poem! The Marquis exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Indeed, even that old emperor can only live for a millennium. Death is the inevitable fate of all. Even if I am constrained, what of it? Should I perish for the sake of the people? My name shall shine through the ages, forever etched in the annals of history. It seemed he had come to a realization, as the gloom that had accumulated on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming fervor. Shunzhou had not anticipated that his casual recitation of poetry would elicit such a profound transformation in the Marquis. However, he quickly understood that the Marquis had fully immersed himself in the verses. Identifying with their sentiments due to their shared experiences and treatment, I did not realize you possessed such a talent for eloquence. The Marquis chuckled. These lines are truly splendid. Can they elevate my combat prowess? Shunzhou inquired, the desire to attain poetic enlightenment stirring within him. They cannot, the Marquis replied unequivocally, but they are certainly uplifting. Then it matters not, Shunzhou responded. Thank you for your poetic gift, the Marquis said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Shunzhou. From this moment on, you shall no longer be my disciple. No, my name disciple has yet to warm up. Shunzhou hesitated to speak. I regard you as my friend. The Marquis added, Hey, we're all comrades here. Such words seem rather distant, Shunzhou replied. The Marquis was taken aback, realizing how quickly this young man adapted to the situation. However, the two lines of poetry resonated deeply with the Marquis's own life story, bestowing upon him an epiphany that struck at the very core of his being. In that moment, he felt as though Shunzhou was his kindred spirit. How many true friends can one have in life? Now, Shunzhou too felt that his recitation of poetry was entirely justified. Having gained a like-minded ally, his life had opened up new pathways and added a touch of intrigue. The two individuals thus transformed from master and disciple into friends. Subsequently, Lord Chengwu once again adopted a serious demeanor. Shunzhou, I now present you with two choices. What are the two? Shunzhou inquired. The first is to accompany me to the northern frontier, where I can protect you at all times, safeguarding you from any potential threats posed by the royal family. After all, your performance today may have unveiled your formidable potential to them, but with the constraints imposed by spiritual energy, do they even need to take such actions? Shunzhou retorted. This is a secret of the Yin Kingdom, one that I have uncovered only after sacrificing many old friends and subordinates. Even within the royal family, there are likely very few who are aware of this secret, Lord Chengwu explained. For instance, that 14th prince from today, given his rank, would certainly be oblivious to it. Then upon reaching the border, I should be able to unleash my might? Correct? Shunzhou further inquired. After all, we would be on the battlefield, facing millions of troops. It stands to reason that I should be able to revel in the slaughter. Lord Chengwu cast a glance at Shunzhou, recognizing that while he appeared refined, he possessed a violent disposition, a fact well understood by the demons of the Honglin mountain range. A person who craved bloodshed yet bore such a strong sense of justice. Lord Chengwu shook his head, casting aside his doubts, and continued, That is uncertain. The north of the Yin Kingdom lies a nation of equal stature known as the Ice Plains. Over the past 2 centuries, its strength has grown increasingly formidable, producing more and more masters. Wars between nations are, in essence, wars between masters. Most of the time, The masters of both nations find themselves in a stalemate. It is only when the masters fall that the lesser warriors take the stage. But by then, their impact is often minimal. Shinzhou fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. In this world, the strength of a nation's military is not gauged by the size of its army, but rather by the number of top-tier warriors it possesses. After all, what does it matter how many soldiers there are if none can match the potency of a humanoid nuclear weapon? Thus, for someone like him, going to battle would serve little purpose. He could neither kill nor do good. Then do tell me about the second choice, Shunzhou finally said. The second option is for you to take command of the Guanghan Palace as its new master, Lord Chengwu declared, startling Shunzhou once more. Me? He said, somewhat taken aback. You truly trust me that much? Of course, I trust you, Lord Chengwu replied with a smile, nodding. When you first arrived at Guanghan Palace, In 15 conveyed all your information to me. I believe that someone capable of inspiring the townsfolk to kneel spontaneously, even if not entirely virtuous, is certainly not malevolent and is well suited for the position of a regional leader. Your conduct in front of the royal family has only reinforced this belief. Moreover, apart from myself, you are the strongest in Guanghan Palace now. I can only entrust this place to you and hope you do not find it burdensome. With Qin Hai having lost his prowess and become a mere gatekeeper, and Yichuan having been slain, the remaining members of Chengwu Guard lacked substantial strength, making Shunzhou the most suitable candidate. Shunzhou was still astonished. This was their first meeting, and already Lord Chengwu was entrusting him with an entire region. This unexpected gift indeed caught him off guard, along with the accompanying responsibility of safeguarding Guanghan Prefecture. What about the treasures within the treasure pavilion? He inquired. Once you accept, you will be the master of Guanghan Palace and need not consult me further. Lord Chengwu chuckled. My only hope is that you can protect this region to the best of your abilities. Very well, Shunzhou replied decisively. This proposition sounded like a surefire deal, and he saw no reason to refuse. Thank you. Upon Shunzhou's agreement, Lord Chengwu's smile grew even more amiable. Oh, and there's this. With a flick of his hand, a jade slip the size of a fingertip landed in Shunzhou's grasp. This is .it contains the martial arts and insights from my life, originally meant for Yichuan. Now, it is yours. Chapter 90. It feels like a dream. Shunzhou held the delicate jade slip. Feeling a surge of joy within it, he realized that from this moment onward, the path to mastery had been entirely paved for him by Lord Chengwu. He had indeed encountered a benefactor of great fortune. Fate is indeed wondrous. Shunzhou had originally come to Guanghan Palace to study, yet who would have imagined that he would end up becoming the principal? He must express his gratitude to Yichuan. Without him, none of this would have been possible. I should burn some paper money for Yichuan during the festivals. Collecting his thoughts, Shunzhou added, however, Lord Chengwu, your earnest entrustment and singular wish seem rather ominous. Why does it feel as though you are saying goodbye forever? He felt as though he had inadvertently set up a flag for Lord Chengwu, only to find that Lord Chengwu had already stacked his own buffs. The battlefield is merciless. Any outcome is possible. Lord Chengwu chuckled lightly, but it matters little. Perhaps dying at the frontier would provide a splendid conclusion to my life. This way, I shall be spared the constant vexation of this cultivation matter. Hearing this, it seemed Lord Chengwu harbored thoughts of sacrificing himself for the nation. Shunzhou contemplated for a moment before stating, among the Chengwu guards you trained, there is one from the town suppression division. He is not inclined to spy, yet having received so many favors from you, it would be rather disloyal of him to withhold information. Oh? Lord Chengwu's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he asked earnestly, Who? Yan.it is he. How did you know? I possess the ability to read minds. You truly are full of surprises, Lord Chengwu replied with a wry smile, nodding slightly. I understand now. No wonder the royal family learned of his covert search for the national fortune host. It seems there was a traitor in our midst. What sort of individuals surround him? With that, Lord Chengwu's voice rang throughout the Guanghan Palace. All Chengwu guards, report to the Weiwu Hall immediately. Soon, dozens of Chengwu guards had gathered, kneeling on one knee before Lord Chengwu. We pay our respects to Lord Chengwu. They spoke in unison. Lord Chengwu nodded. From today onward, I shall leave this place and head to the northern frontier. The Chengwu guards exchanged glances, and it was Yan Nan who spoke first. We beseech Lord Chengwu to take us with you. We pledge to follow you unto death. We pledge to follow you unto death. The other Chengwu guards echoed fervently. There is no need for that. Lord Chengwu waved his hand. Only Yin Nan shall accompany me to the northern frontier. The rest will remain in Guanghan Prefecture. Only him? Yin Nan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Before he could ponder further, Lord Chengwu continued. From this moment forth, Shun Zhou shall be the new master of Guanghan Palace and the supreme commander of Guanghan Prefecture. You must obey his commands, understood? Upon hearing this, the Chengwu guards were taken aback. What was this jest? Lord Chengwu was actually promoting a young man to be the master of Guanghan Palace, especially since this youth had only arrived at Guanghan Palace less than a month ago. Their initial reaction was one of incredulity, but as they reflected, it began to seem increasingly reasonable. After all, Shun Zhou had defeated a 5-bound adversary while still at the third realm, a feat that had seen the super genius Yi Chuan easily dispatched by him. If anyone in Guanghan Palace were to be deemed worthy of leadership, it could only be Shun Zhou. The only lingering doubt was whether Shun Zhou would betray Lord Chengwu's trust, particularly since the Lord had trusted the wrong person once before. What are you all standing around for? Lord Chengwu's reprimand snapped the guards from their reverie. They immediately responded in unison. Yes. Lord Chengwu then turned to Shun Zhou. If they do not heed your orders, feel free to execute them without mercy. Shun Zhou nodded slightly. Lord Chengwu had not directly revealed Yin Nan's identity, but intended to take him to the northern frontier, suggesting he had his own plans. Afterward, Lord Chengwu dismissed the guards and disclosed all the crucial mechanisms and formations set within Guanghan Palace exclusively to Shun Zhou. After conversing for about an hour, Lord Chengwu solemnly clasped his hands together before Shun Zhou. Very well. From now on, all matters pertaining to Guanghan Prefecture will be entrusted to you. Shun Zhou returned the gesture. I will do my utmost and hope for your swift return. Lord Chengwu smiled with ease. Good. May your words bring me fortune. Once the instructions were complete, Lord Chengwu seemed to have no further thoughts. He departed without farewells, an invisible force lifting Yin Nan, and the two soared into the sky, vanishing from Shun Zhou's sight. Truly a master, soaring through the air as if it were child's play. Shun Zhou sighed in admiration. Typically, only martial artists who have reached the 7th realm possess the ability to fly freely. Otherwise, they must rely on techniques or artifacts to achieve flight, a fact Lord Chengwu had just imparted to him. With Lord Chengwu's departure, the Grand Weiwu Hall was left in solitude, occupied solely by Shun Zhou. Now that the subsequent cultivation methods had been established and a sum of benevolent points remained, Shun Zhou could hardly contain his eagerness. At the peak of the 4th realm, he could hardly be considered strong. However, once he harnessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and entered the 5th realm, he would undoubtedly become a formidable presence. The disparity between these two realms resembles a chasm, a sentiment nearly universally acknowledged among martial artists. Naturally, the difficulty of cultivation escalates accordingly. Take, for instance, Old Qin, who has lived for over a century yet remains stuck at this juncture, unable to progress any further. Shun Zhou sits cross-legged, gazing at the merit record in his mind. Currently holding a of 10,400, he is uncertain if this amount will suffice, but he resolves to give it a try. According to the jade slip left by Lord Chengwu, the 5th realm is known as the Spirit River Realm, which lacks a dedicated cultivation method. Instead, martial artists must absorb the essence of heaven and earth through 362 major orifices and channel it into the excavated spiritual canal, ultimately refining it within their bodies into a cyclical, vast conduit of spiritual power to reach the pinnacle of the 5th realm. However, while this sounds simple, the execution proves quite challenging. Most martial artists possess a low affinity for spiritual energy, no matter how hard they strive. The energy refuses to enter, preferring merely to linger at the threshold. Even those with a higher affinity must exercise caution, as forcing too much energy into their bodies can rupture the painstakingly carved spiritual canal, resulting in internal injuries or even regression in cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, martial artists must invest considerable time to gradually attune to the spiritual energy. Of course, Shun Zhou is an exception. The strength and width of the spiritual canal he has carved far surpass that of other martial artists. Akin to the Three Gorges Dam, broad and resilient, allowing for unfettered influx and overflow. Come here, Shun Zhou called out. Shortly, a Chengwu guard hurried into the grand hall, none other than Yin 15. Upon noticing that Shun Zhou was the only one left in the hall, Yin 15's face registered surprise. Lord Chengwu has departed, Shun Zhou stated. In 15 quickly composed himself, kneeling slightly and clasping his fists. What commands do you have, Palace Master? A myriad of strange emotions swirled within In 15. Just a month prior, he and Shunzhou had been soaking in a bath together, even jesting about each other's physiques. Yet in the blink of an eye, Shunzhou had become his superior, from a murderer to a prodigious student, and now to the lord of this state. Shunzhou's rise has been astonishingly swift. It feels like a dream. Chapter 91. Yearning for nourishment, mother has arrived to him. Shunzhou cleared his throat. You may address me as Lord Shen. Damn it, I'm still a prince, Lord Shen. In 15 promptly corrected. Yes, Shunzhou acknowledged. It is as follows. There may be celestial phenomena occurring shortly. Please instruct those within the Guanghan Palace to remain calm. This is a normal occurrence. The jade slip left by Lord Chengwu specifically noted that cultivating the fifth realm would provoke celestial phenomena, necessitating a warning for those nearby to prevent panic. Even this minor detail was inscribed in the jade slip by Lord Chengwu, making Shunzhou feel somewhat emotional. Understood, In 15 replied, taking his leave. Shunzhou then commenced his cultivation in earnest. As the first wisp of spiritual energy entered his body, the familiar prompt echoed once more. The essence of heaven and earth you have absorbed contains a certain anomalous power. Would you like to use to eliminate this force? Yes. Shunzhou decisively chose. In the next moment, the merit record in his mind radiated a golden light, commencing continuous consumption to eliminate impurities from the spiritual energy. Outside the Waiwudian, In 15 swiftly disseminated Shunzhou's orders. Qin Hai immediately grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, Lord Shen is preparing to challenge the fifth realm. Challenging the fifth realm? A Chengwu guard inquired incredulously. Has Lord Shen already reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think Lord Chengwu chose to pass the title to him? But during the Honglin Mountains incident, wasn't Lord Shen only at the third realm? Exactly. Do you not understand? Quickly relay the message. Boom. Just as they spoke, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens above Guanghan Palace. For miles around, what had been a serene atmosphere transformed into chaos, as clouds were suddenly drawn together by an unseen force. Plummeting from above. Astonishingly, the direction of their descent was none other than the Waiwudian, where Shunzhou resided. From above, it appeared as though a colossal tornado was forming in the skies over Guanghan State. With Shunzhou at its eye, this spectacle left the Chengwu guards utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, with such a terrifying commotion, merely warning the palace inhabitants is insufficient. The entire city must be alerted, In 15 exclaimed, only to be swiftly struck on the head by Qin Hai. What are you standing there for? Look, there's a massive circle in the sky. What in the world is happening? Could it be that some divine being intends to attack Guanghan State? In the streets of Guanghan State, countless pedestrians halted in their tracks, gazing fearfully at the vortex above. This apocalyptic scene instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Soon, numerous groups emerged from various entrances of the Guanghan Palace, rushing to different streets. Do not panic, everyone. Our Lord is merely cultivating. I see, it is Lord Chengwu. They were somewhat reassured, for that esteemed figure was said to possess divine might. The citizens of Guanghan State, known for their discernment, began to relax somewhat upon hearing the soldiers' explanations, yet they could not help but marvel at the terrifying spectacle. The vast, formless spiritual energy penetrated the Waiwudian, continuously surging into Shunzhou's form. Each of his orifices acted like platinum vacuum cleaners, greedily sucking in all the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual canal within him trembled, accompanied by the tumult of his silver blood. Shunzhou's rate of absorbing spiritual energy was nothing short of astonishing. Yet even so, the expansive canal within him could not be filled immediately. After a full 3 minutes, the merit record inscribed, consumed 2,000. The spiritual canal you have excavated is finally filled with spiritual energy, and terrifying power brews within. You have ascended to the third level of the fifth realm. Upon stepping into the fifth realm, Shunzhou distinctly felt his physical capabilities enhanced dramatically in every aspect. If his previous strength could be likened to a towering tree, then now he was akin to an entire forest that blotted out the sun. Indeed, the disparity between the fourth and fifth realms is astonishing. It is truly a chasm-like divide. However, the consumption of is equally staggering. Even Shunzhou could not help but exclaim, as the spiritual energy filled his body. The next step was refinement. Consumed 3,000. The spiritual energy converges within you. Under the joint impetus of your true essence and silver blood, the energy continuously transforms into mysterious golden spiritual power, with the spiritual canal morphing into grand rivers, manifesting a magnificent spectacle. You have ascended to the 5th level of the 5th realm. With the textual prompt, Shan Zhou's physical form underwent another qualitative transformation, as a golden light erupted from him, shooting straight into the heavens. It was as if an inexhaustible stream of spiritual power surged forth from within, cascading outward in all directions. This phase of cultivation has concluded. During the process, the consumed to eliminate impurities from the spiritual energy, 3,000. Feeling the explosive power coursing through his being, Shan Zhou furrowed his brow. For this was the first time he had encountered a halt mid-cultivation. His was visibly insufficient. Alas, he was left with merely 10,000, a sum largely contributed by the Toad Dragon. The Toad Dragon is merely a 5th realm demon. Relying solely on it to propel Shan Zhou to the pinnacle of the 5th realm is indeed a daunting task. Furthermore, Shan Zhou would need to expend additional to purify the spiritual energy of its impurities. Forget it, I'll just stretch my limbs for now and assess my current strength. Simply lamenting his situation would yield no results. Shan Zhou stood up, his figure shifting as he reached the entrance of the Waiwudian. With a gentle leap, he landed atop the hall's eaves. He felt significantly lighter. Shan Zhou exerted himself once more, bending his legs and leaping powerfully. Whoosh! He shot upwards like a sharp sword piercing the clouds. The clouds fell away from his view as he adjusted his direction, soaring freely through the sky. With a single leap, he could reach heights of several hundred meters, and coupled with his perfected floating boat, it was nearly indistinguishable from flying. Shan Zhou was quite pleased with his progress. As a 5th realm cultivator, he accomplished feats that would typically require a 7th realm practitioner. He gazed down at the bustling populace of Guanghan State, experiencing an uncanny sense of being a deity. These citizens, resembling ants, could be crushed by a single punch. Just as he pondered this, his brow furrowed. His vision was now sharper than that of a hawk. Even from a height of over 1,000 meters, he could clearly see the names above the heads of the citizens below. Amidst a sea of blue names, one striking red name stood out. Royal Guard Captain, Xuetsong. Upon discerning the name, Shan Zhou's brow unfurled once more, a smile of delight gracing his features. Truly, wishes do come to fruition. He craved sustenance, and his mother appeared. He yearned for his maternal family, and his uncle arrived. Excellent, excellent. With the assistance of Xuetsong, he should be able to ascend to the pinnacle of the 5th realm in one swift motion. Chapter 92. Please me. Xuetsong had already shed his imposing flying fish attire. Donning instead a simple robe, blending into the surroundings of Guanghan Palace, he did not accompany the main forces in their departure but remained under the orders of Ji Tsongyun to continue lurking in this location. Once the esteemed Marquis Chengwu, who governed Guanghan Prefecture, departed, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate Shan Zhou, a young man who could potentially become a significant threat to the Yin Empire's court. Just moments ago, Xuetsong had witnessed with his own eyes the Marquis Chengwu taking someone and soaring away from Guanghan Prefecture. He observed intently. The individual taken was not Shan Zhou. Unlike other prefectures within the Yin Empire, Guanghan Prefecture was the fiefdom of the Marquis Chengwu, functioning as an autonomous region, free from the court's interference in its internal affairs. With the departure of the Marquis, no other formidable warriors would remain in Guanghan Prefecture. And with Xuetsong's cultivation at the 5th realm's 5th stage, he would be invincible here. He need not even conceal his aura. He could openly display his prowess and turn this place upside down. Contemplating these thoughts, Xuetsong felt no inclination to disguise himself any longer and prepared to stride boldly into Guanghan Palace. However, the moment he took a step, he was startled to see enormous whirlpools suddenly manifest in the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being drawn towards the center of Guanghan Palace with great force. Xuetsong immediately realized that someone was attempting to break through to the Spirit River realm. Moreover, the terrifying momentum was the most exaggerated spiritual energy draw he had ever witnessed in his life. Xuetsong endeavored to absorb the nearby spiritual energy to counteract it, but found himself utterly unable to contend with the other party. Not a single strand of spiritual energy was willing to enter his body. The affinity of the breakthrough's spiritual energy was terrifyingly high. Xuanzang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, then sneered. But what does that matter? How foolish to attempt to absorb such a vast quantity all at once. Can the spiritual channels within a martial artist's body, akin to thin dogs, withstand such a deluge of energy? The self-destructive actions of the opponent were comically absurd. He had never encountered a martial artist so foolish. Such actions would undoubtedly lead to a backlash, and the consequences would likely not be limited to mere damage to the spiritual channels. Their entire body would be at risk of exploding. It must be that with the departure of the Marquis Chengwu, the people beneath him were thrown into disarray, which compelled them to forcefully break through to the fifth realm, seeking to bolster Guanghan Prefecture with a powerful force. With this thought, Xuanzang relaxed, leisurely watching the magnificent scene unfolding in the sky, eagerly awaiting the other's explosive demise. Along the way, Xuanzang noticed a large group of people rushing out from the palace, shouting that their master was cultivating and to remain calm. Remain calm, you say? Your master is about to explode. Wait a moment. Xuanzang suddenly sensed something amiss. Hadn't the Marquis already left? Then who was this master of yours? Just as he was puzzled, a deafening boom resonated beside his ear. He abruptly looked up to see a stream of mysterious golden light erupting from the center of Guanghan Palace, soaring into the clouds. The smile on Xuanzang's face, which had been prepared for a spectacle, instantly froze. This was a surge of spiritual power only produced upon officially stepping into the fifth realm. The other party had actually succeeded in their cultivation and officially entered the fifth realm? In the blink of an eye, Xuanzang's expression shifted from mockery to terror. This was something he had never heard of before. He then noticed something even more terrifying. Typically, the surge of spiritual power from a martial artist reaching the fifth realm would reach a maximum height of around 100 zhong. Yet the surge before him resembled sunlight piercing through the heavens, likely exceeding 1,000 zhong. Something was off. There were 100,000 things off. How could such a horrifying existence remain in Guanghan Palace? What was he even trying to kill? Xuanzang waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Logically, upon entering the fifth realm, he, with his cultivation at the mid-stage of the fifth realm, should be able to surpass his opponent. But the problem was that this logic was currently in the hands of the other party. With the terrifying phenomena arising from this breakthrough, what did it matter if the other party was at the early stage of the fifth realm? They could likely still easily overpower him. He longed to immediately employ his superior agility to flee from this place. However, the calm Xuanzang did not act rashly. He merely squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and chose to walk away. I must return to report to the 14th prince. I cannot undertake this mission. I must find a more powerful martial artist. What in the world is happening in Guanghan Prefecture? Wen Shenzhou was already a prodigy. How could an even more terrifying figure emerge? At this moment, Xuanzang dared not reveal his strength carelessly, lest he attract the other's attention. He continued to masquerade as a commoner, walking briskly toward the city gate without looking back, but just a second later, he heard a powerful sound of air being torn apart above him. Boom. What was that sound? Instinctively lifting his head, Xuanzang caught sight of a pale hand descending from the heavens, pressing down upon him. A hand of normal size, yet in his eyes, it obscured the sky, completely blocking his view, and pressed firmly against his face. Alarm bells rang in Xuanzang's mind, but before he could react, the hand firmly grasped his head. Lifting him effortlessly and throwing him, Xuanzang soared high into the air, the scenery around him rapidly receding. He attempted to stabilize himself, but the force enveloping him was too immense to break free from. Bang! After flying for several seconds, he crashed heavily into a rocky wall, embedding himself within it. Cough, cough. Amidst the dust and haze, a dazed Xuanzang hurriedly crawled out of the rock layer. Looking ahead, and his back chilled instantly, he realized he had been thrown to the summit of a small mountain outside Guanghan Prefecture, just casually tossed so far away, and he didn't even know who had thrown him. The area was desolate, perfect for carrying out his business. Just as he was filled with uncertainty, a youthful voice suddenly rang out beside him. Xuanzang turned to look, and his gaze met a handsome face. A young man in white stood not far away, watching him. Shenzhou. In this moment, the confusion in Xuanzang's mind was resolved. He stepped back several paces, exclaiming in shock. So it was you who broke through to the fifth realm. The one who instantaneously hurled me from the city to here was also you. But why? Xuanzang could not comprehend how such a young boy could have broken through to the fifth realm. If the other party were a noble scion, benefiting from the resources of the entire nation, it would be understandable, but he was clearly just a rural villager. Shinzhou showed no interest in conversing with Xuanzang. He merely took a deep breath. The next moment, a thunderous clap of lightning resonated in the clear sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Shinzhou spread his arms wide, his garments fluttering. As the light of the spirit river surged within him, a pure torrent of thunder, coalesced from lightning, erupted from the ground, shooting into the sky. Rumbling, this immense force caused the entire mountain peak to tremble. In an instant, it seemed as if the world had lost its color. Only the vast golden lightning illuminated the land, simultaneously reflecting Xuanzang's utterly stunned countenance. His body trembled as he gazed in disbelief at Shinzhou ahead. This was not right. Could such power truly be wielded by a martial artist merely entering the fifth realm? Before the thunder that seemed to fall from the Milky Way, Shinzhou lowered his arms once more. His voice tinged with anticipation. "Captain of the guards? It sounds like you ought to possess some skills, yes? Very well, I shall employ only this one technique of mine, while you expend every ounce of your strength, intellect, and raw courage to please me. If I am satisfied, I shall grant you a death that is not overly painful." Chapter 93. Yin-Yang Reversal Technique. Ever since ascending to the fourth realm, Shinzhou had only utilized Slash, a technique derived from the two supreme thunder-type martial arts, 10,000 Thunders Suppressing Hell, which he had yet to deploy even once. There was simply no one capable of pushing him into the second stage. Yet now, this Royal Guard captain was likely the strongest opponent he had encountered, stronger than the Toad Dragon of the Honglin Mountains. Let us use him to test my 10,000 Thunders Suppressing Hell. Come, receive it with that. Shinzhou stepped forward, and the sweeping thunderstorm transformed into a wave, rushing towards Xuanzang. The terrifying pressure bore down on Xuanzang's heart like Mount Everest, and in that moment, he was gripped by sheer terror. In a desperate bid for survival, he unleashed his strongest trump card, Glazed Song Fire. The anger within Xuanzang erupted like a volcano. His body mirrored a volcano, with veins bulging as if crimson dragons writhed beneath his skin. The dazzling red light of spiritual energy surged forth from his pores, and an astonishing heat wave radiated outward from him at this moment. His momentum peaked to an unprecedented level, engulfed in flames like a vengeful spirit. I have broken through. I have actually broken through in the heat of battle, driven by an intense desire to survive. Xuanzang found that his long stagnant cultivation had successfully ascended to the sixth stage of the fifth realm. It is said that life and death crises present the greatest opportunities for martial artists. And this was indeed true. In this moment, Shinzhou became the whetstone for his ascent. Feeling the surge of newfound power within him, Xuanzang howled to the heavens, his previously lost confidence returning once more. In this battle, he shall not falter. He aims to use the elimination of Shinzhou as his starting point, and then ascend effortlessly, soaring to become yet another Grand Master of the Yin Kingdom. Just as this grand ambition took root in his mind, he beheld a tempest of thunderclouds engulfing his entire field of vision. Boom! In the next instant, Xuanzang was instantaneously consumed by the tidal wave of lightning. The azure fire upon him resembled but a mere flicker, insignificant amidst the towering thunder, easily extinguished. Along with it, Xuanzang himself was extinguished entirely. Eliminated the royal lackey of the five realms, merit value 15,000. Wait a moment. Why does this prompt from the merit register seem to carry a hint of personal sentiment? Yet, a sum of 15,000. That surpasses even the Toad Dragon. However, it matters not. After all, that Toad Dragon was an ancient beast, having remained inert in its lair since its limbs were severed by Lord Chong'uiti, had merely stirred up a small commotion before being dispatched. As for Xuanzang, as the royal chief guard at a fine blade in the hands of the 14th prince, who knows how many heinous deeds he has committed? For instance, this time, he was clearly lying in wait within the city to ambush him, evidently acting on the orders of Ji Tsongyun, a member of the royal family. I have yet to mature. Once I do, change will come. Shinzhou waved his hand casually, and the tempest of thunder dissipated. With this strike, half of the mountain crumbled beneath the force of his lightning. As for Xuanzang, he was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace, not even the possibility of being reduced to dust. Perhaps I should refrain from such reckless displays in the future. It merely exhausts my internal spiritual energy. Shunzhou murmured to himself, realizing he had employed no technique whatsoever, merely treating the lightning as though it were a brick, smashing it down upon his opponent without unleashing its inherent properties. Fortunately, his internal spiritual energy remained abundant. After all, compared to other spiritual rivers, Shunzhou's could be aptly termed a spiritual sea. Although this place had been ravaged by Shenzhou, it could still be considered picturesque, so he decided to sit down and resume his unfinished cultivation. Cultivation, after all, requires one to consume freshly slain meat, ensuring its utmost vitality. Current merit value 16,000, amidst the spiritual energy absorbed from the heavens and earth. A peculiar power intertwines. Do you wish to? Skipping over the narrative dialogue, I choose yes. Commencing continuous consumption of merit value, purging impurities. The spiritual energy surrounding the mountain was once more stirred, surging into Shenzhou's body. Consuming 4,000 merit points, the spiritual energy within you has been refined to a mere remnant. The golden spiritual power Grand Canal has already taken shape, and torrents of energy surge within you. You have ascended to the 7th level of the 5 realms. Consuming 5,000 merit points, an unprecedented vast spiritual river is birthed within you. At this moment, you have become a martial arts master revered by thousands, and the ability to move mountains and oceans is no longer merely a legendary tale. You have ascended to the pinnacle of the 5 realms. This session of cultivation concludes. During the process, the merit value expended to eliminate spiritual impurities, 3,000. As he pinned the final line, Shunzhou felt an unparalleled strength coursing through his limbs. The grand river of spiritual energy within him seemed boundless, allowing him to effortlessly unleash various formidable techniques, their potency far exceeding that of the past. At the pinnacle of the 5 realms, indeed. This is how it should be. Shenzhou clenched his fists. A smile gracing his face. Constantly ascending through significant stages had driven him to a kind of obsessive compulsion. Being stuck at the 5th level had been rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, Xuanzang's timely intervention had cured his affliction. However, after such consumption, Xuanzang had also been nearly depleted. Shenzhou glanced at the merit register, current merit value. 4,000. With 4 Zaishan left, the cost was too steep. Let me select a martial art to familiarize myself with for now. Contemplating this, he summoned the true essence within him and plunged his consciousness back into the jade slip given by Lord Chongwu. The jade slip contained genuinely top-tier martial arts, albeit in limited quantity, evidently curated with great care for Yichuan. Immediately, Shenzhou's gaze fell upon a technique that seemed somewhat familiar, yin-yang reversal method. This must be the technique for separating the yin spirit from the body. Shenzhou mused, recalling that Lord Chongwu had separated his yin spirit to slay the toad dragon from 1,000 miles away, while Yichuan had done so to kill himself within 10 meters. Clearly, like slay, it was a method of boundless utility yet immense risk. This was precisely the kind of technique he favored. Shenzhou promptly began to peruse the detailed content. Yin-yang reversal method enables the yin spirit to transcend the limits of pure yin and approach the realm of yin-yang harmony. The practitioner must engage in the subtle moment of yin giving rise to yang, akin to the dawn's first light, during the fleeting moment of yin and yang's mingling and transformation. Perceiving the thread of newly born yang, quite intricate, and even the time of cultivation is restricted. It's the moment of dawn's breaking. Just in that fleeting instant, one must comprehend the essence of the nascent yang. Merely reading the content, Shenzhou understood that the difficulty of this technique was no trifling matter. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Such considerations could be left to the merit register. Rising to his feet, Shenzhou resolved that since this technique required a specific hour for cultivation, he would return to Guanghan Palace and await the appropriate moment. With a powerful push, he soared into the sky, heading towards the city of Guanghan. Chapter 94. Did I skip the narrative again? Within Guanghan Palace, Yin 15 still gazed up at the sky, his face lingering with a reluctant expression, murmuring, "The extraordinary phenomenon has vanished. This is such a terrifying celestial anomaly. Lord Shen's future is indeed radiant." Qin Hai exclaimed, "Ascending to the 5th realm in the blink of an eye, such terrifying aptitude is truly beyond my reach." Qin Hai recalled his countless attempts to break through to the 5th realm, Yet despite his utmost efforts, the spiritual energy of this realm remained unmoved, much like a middle-aged office worker returning home late, indifferent to his wife's affections. Lord Qin, when Lord Chengwu ascended to the fifth realm, did such an event transpire? In 15 inquired again. You ask me, and I ask whom? Qin Hai retorted, somewhat irked. When he followed Lord Chengwu, the latter was already a figure of great renown. Indeed, I have not heard Lord Chengwu speak of his past stories. In 15 murmured, by the way, what of Sister Duan Shuang? With Yi Chuan's betrayal of the sect and subsequent demise at the hands of Lord Shun, this sister must be suffering greatly, perhaps still weeping to this day. Qin Hai shook his head. To spare her from obstructing Lord Shun, I sent her back to her room to weep. In 15 immediately gave Qin Hai a thumbs up. You did well? I was worried that our little sister might suddenly lose her wits and confront Lord Shun, which would be troublesome. Tisk tiske, given Lord Shen's temperament. Before he could finish, another voice naturally interjected. The crime does not warrant death. I would merely give her a good thrashing. In 15 and Qin Hai turned at the sound to behold Shen Zhou, clad in white, descending like a celestial being from the heavens. Lord Shun. Both in 15 and Qin Hai hastily bowed, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Had he not just entered the fifth realm? How could he now soar through the air? Shen Zhou nodded slightly in return. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this sudden sense of superiority, in 15, puzzled, remarked, wasn't Lord Shen cultivating within the palace? How could he descend from the heavens? Oh, I went out for a meal, Shen Zhou replied casually. A meal? Before in 15 could gather his thoughts, Shen Zhou inquired. By the way, are there any unruly great demons akin to the Toad Dragon within Guanghan Prefecture? Let me address this question. Qin Hai stepped forward. Under the watch of Lord Chengwu, Guanghan Prefecture has rarely faced significant demon disasters over the past century. However, there are indeed a few great demons entrenched here, akin to chronic ailments. Difficult to eradicate entirely. Nevertheless, Lord Chengwu has dispatched the Chengwu Guard to keep them under surveillance, to prevent these great demons from overstepping their bounds. For instance, I have been responsible for monitoring the Toad Dragon in the Honglin Mountains. I see Shen Zhou nodded. Qin Hai's words surprised him somewhat, for he knew that Lord Chengwu had long since lost his strength and was but a shell of his former self. The fact that Guanghan Prefecture had not descended into chaos was likely due to the formidable reputation of Lord Chengwu, which had kept many demons at bay. However, Lord Qin, your handling of this matter seems somewhat lacking. Since you are tasked with guarding that four-legged creature, how is it that you were unaware of its regrowth of limbs? Shen Zhou teased. Qin Hai's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. This indeed was my oversight. Shen Zhou waved his hand reassuringly. This is not your fault. After all, it is not negligence but rather insufficient strength. Do not dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai's expression darkened even further. A visage of dejection etched across his face. Shen Zhou clicked his tongue, realizing he was not adept at comforting others. Lord Chengwu had previously informed him that someone must have secretly communicated with the Toad Dragon, aiding its recovery, subsequently instructing it to wreak havoc in the Honglin Mountains. Even Lord Qin, at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, could be deceived. Perhaps the strength of that individual had reached the spiritual river realm. Previously, due to the presence of Lord Chengwu, that individual was somewhat apprehensive, remaining in the shadows and plotting in secrecy. Now that Lord Chengwu has departed, he is likely to make his appearance, isn't he? The thought provokes a sense of anticipation. It would be even better if he could present himself as readily as what Song did. Restraining his thoughts, Shen Zhou instructed then, I would appreciate it, Lord Qin, if you could organize all the information regarding the great demons within the borders of Guanghan Prefecture and present it to me. While Lord Chengwu's cultivation was sealed, forcing him to assume a defensive position, Shen Zhou was different. He intended to eradicate all these demons. Understood, Qin Hai acknowledged, departing at once. Meanwhile, In Shi surmised Shen Zhou's intentions. Noting, a new official always brings 3 fires. It seems Lord Shen intends to ignite those great demons. The mere thought ignited excitement within him. After issuing his orders to Qin Hai, Shen Zhou proceeded to the treasure pavilion. The 2 Chengwu guards stationed there immediately bowed in respect, greeting, we pay our respects to Lord Shen. Shen Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Having become the master here, he could now traverse the palace unhindered. And his subordinates bowed in his presence. Such was the taste of power. He arrived at the most central chamber of the treasure pavilion. a small dark room that previously required a token for entry, often monitored personally by Lord Chongwu, who even forbade him from clandestinely learning. Now, however, everything belonged to Shenzhou. He cackled with glee. With so many items here, why not utilize them when the time calls for it? Shenzhou wasted no time, sweeping his storage bag to gather all the contents of the small dark room, leaving nothing behind. Within the elite camp of Guanghan Palace, the distinguished individuals felt a palpable unease. Their minds restless, even unable to focus on their cultivation. They had witnessed the majestic flying vessel in the sky and heard the decree proclaimed by Lu Dong. Lord Chongwu was to head to the northern front to defend. Failure to comply would lead to charges of defiance. Yet, what would become of Guanghan Palace if he truly departed? Most likely, the court would send someone to take over, resulting in a change of leadership for Guanghan Prefecture and the dissolution of Guanghan Palace. What, then, would become of them, the elite camp students? The mere thought of this outcome birthed a sense of desolation akin to a headless dragon, accompanied by a profound uncertainty about the future, particularly for Imo Wuhan and Bai Feng, who had received assurances from Lord Chongwu that they would be accepted as named disciples. It now seemed that not only would they fail to achieve that status, but they might also lose their identities as elite camp students. Just as they were grappling with this disheartening situation, they suddenly noticed a shadowy silver figure appearing at the entrance of the elite camp. Lord Shi had returned. They hurriedly approached him, eager to inquire about the future circumstances. Before they could speak, Shi Imo preempted them, stating, "Lord Shen is currently in seclusion. Extraordinary phenomena may soon manifest, so do not be alarmed." As his words fell, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, heralding the grand spectacle of celestial phenomena. The elite students looked up, their initial trepidation morphing into awe, and then into a trance. Good heavens, merely Lord Chongwu's cultivation can create such a tumult. Indeed, this is the essence of a true powerhouse. This is the goal we aspire to achieve. Lord Chongwu is formidable, yet he has already departed. Shi Imo swallowed hard, clarifying, "And if you heard correctly, I was referring to Lord Shun." Only then did the elite students register the implication. It seemed to be true, but which Lord Shun? Could it be that there exists another master within Guanghan Palace? Shenzhou, Lord Shun, Shi Imo slowly revealed. From this moment forth, Lord Shun shall be the master of Guanghan Palace and the new commander of all Guanghan Prefecture. Instantaneously, the elite students were rendered speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend. Had they truly not misheard? Wasn't Shenzhou just like them, a student of the elite camp yesterday? How had he transformed into Lord Shun so swiftly? How had he become the new commander of Guanghan Prefecture? Bai Feng clutched his heart, while Imo Wuhan stood agape. Even Lin Yujing, with her captivating gaze, was filled with confusion. She had thought she understood the extent of Shenzhou's extraordinary capabilities. But at this moment, it was simply overwhelming. This meteoric rise to prominence felt akin to a rocket launch. Had she perhaps skipped a portion of the narrative? Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on the faces of the elite students, Shi Imo nodded in satisfaction, relishing the moment. "Indeed, once I have marveled, it is now your turn to be astonished. There is an undeniable thrill in witnessing the surprise of others." He continued, "Students, put your hearts at ease and continue your cultivation. Although Lord Chongwu has departed, as long as Lord Shen remains, Guanghan Palace shall not falter." Previously, Shi Imo had harbored uncertainties regarding the future of Guanghan Palace, particularly upon hearing that Lord Chongwu intended for Shenzhou to succeed him. However, observing Shenzhou's astonishing ascent and the magnitude of the phenomena he had invoked quelled a significant portion of his doubts. With Shenzhou's arrival, Guanghan Palace would experience tranquility. With Shenzhou's presence, the heavens would shine brightly. Having delivered this reassurance, Shi Imo turned to leave, while the elite students remained engrossed in digesting this momentous news, temporarily setting aside their uncertainties about the future. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence, exclaiming, "I want to escape. I want to leave the elite camp." The speaker was Zhuang Yu, who, due to his loose tongue, had been the first to be punished by Shenzhou upon his arrival at the elite camp. Now, with Shenzhou inexplicably elevated to the status of an ultimate boss, he found it hard to envision a favorable outcome for himself. Upon hearing Zhuang Yu's words, his close companion Yuan Yifei chimed in. "I will escape with you." He was the second to have been reprimanded by Shenzhou. In their panic, the third and fourth, Xiangyang and Lu Tianrang, also joined the fray. Say, Tianrang, are we escaping or not? Xiangyang asked anxiously. It shouldn't come to that. Brother Shun, Lord Shen, is quite benevolent, Lu Tianrang replied, visibly torn. As the two debated, a swift sound caught their attention. Turning, they were startled to see Mo Wuhan, the most decisive among them. Unlike Xiangyang and Lu Tianrang's hesitation, he dashed into his small wooden cabin within the elite camp, preparing to gather his belongings and flee. After all, he was the only one who had been reprimanded by Shun Zhou twice. And the desire for revenge was palpable. Seeing Mo Wuhan ready to make his escape, the others who had been on the receiving end of Shun Zhou's wrath quickly followed suit. They hastily packed their medicinal herbs and silver. Shouldering their belongings, just as they reached the square, a figure in white descended from the sky, landing gracefully before them. Oh, where are you all headed? Shinzhou casually greeted Mo Wuhan and the others. The sudden appearance of Shun Zhou sent shockwaves through them, their faces paling. Shinzhou has returned, and he is flying. How could he have become so extraordinarily powerful in just a short hour? However, it was indeed Shun Zhou who had triggered that extraordinary celestial phenomenon. The ever-observant Lu Tianrang was the first to regain his composure. Bowing respectfully, we pay our respects to Lord Shen. Mo Wuhan and the others quickly followed suit. While students around them gathered, including Shirimo, who resided in the central pavilion, all bowing in unison. In an instant, the entire elite camp was bent in reverence, with only Shun Zhou standing tall and straight. No need for such formalities. Shun Zhou waved his hand dismissively. He added, in the future, there is no need to bow. A nod will suffice. While the acknowledgement of such deference felt gratifying, Shun Zhou, as a modern individual, found it rather cumbersome and unnecessary. Where are you all headed? He inquired again, directing his attention toward Mo Wuhan and the others. Just taking a stroll, Lu Tianrang replied sheepishly. A stroll while carrying luggage? Shun Zhou refrained from pressing the matter further and continued. I have come to announce some personnel appointments. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Mo Wuhan, Bai Feng, Lin Yujing, you three are hereby promoted to Chengwu Guards. Mo Wuhan and Bai Feng were designated named disciples by Lord Chengwu, and Shun Zhou felt compelled to fulfill that promise. However, since they could no longer be named disciples, he decided to promote them instead. As for Lin Yujing, this was purely a matter of Shun Zhou's personal inclination. With power comes the privilege of whimsy. As soon as Shun Zhou's words were uttered, Mo Wuhan was momentarily taken aback. He had been preparing to flee, yet here was Shun Zhou promoting him? Truly, a magnanimous leader who does not hold grudges. Mo Wuhan felt a surge of gratitude and bowed sincerely. Thank you, Lord Shun. Thank you, Lord Shun. Bai Feng was equally surprised, realizing that aligning himself with Lord Shun was indeed a wise choice. Thank you. Lord Shin. Lin Yujing's tone, however, carried a hint of complexity, revealing an unmistakable sense of estrangement. In the past, during their time in Chongqing County, she had managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shun Zhou, sharing both triumphs and grievances. Now, however, such camaraderie seemed a distant wish. The growing disparity in their statuses had erected a lamentable barrier between them. As she pondered this, Shun Zhou's voice suddenly echoed in her ear, by the way, Director Lin, this is for you. Upon looking up, Lin Yujing noticed that Shun Zhou had somehow positioned himself beside her. A smile adorning his youthful face, a translucent jade stone held delicately in his